GT4H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTB, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the GT3 24-hour 12 hours of Monza. What a race we've got in store for you. It is going to be a fantastic event here today. We were obviously live with qualifying last night. Just a brilliant, riveting event that kept us all the way through into the end. And joining me, myself, Dave Christie, we're going to have Ewan O'Leary here with us today. I just absolutely cannot believe how riveting qualifying was last night. It really kept us guessing up until the last possible moment. So as we said, we've got around about 12 teams taking part. We've got one GT4 team that are going to be out there tonight. That is, of course, the Viaduct and Ducklings and the Alpine GT4. We've got the 33 Mugensen Racing and the Audi of Zoltan Verkonyi and Christopher Kian. Christopher Kianiak taking against the Ramada Motorsport 51 outfit of Pedro Ramada and Paulo Reis. We've got 62 Unison Racing BMW M6 of Max Bunvik and Alexander Zakharov. The 777 DSR Nightmare outfit of the Karel Likegaard and Kim Pedersen. The 23 GSR McLaren 720S of Nikos Pamphilou and Christoforos Karaolis. the 14 GSR team Aston. Now, we didn't actually see the Aston Martin out in qualifying last night. That is, of course, Stavros Mouziadis along with his teammate Nicolas Eustathio. Then you've got the 007 Pro Sim. They were struggling towards the tail end of qualifying last night in that sole Bentley GT3. That is, of course, Morten Norgard and Morten Egsen. Then you also have the two satellite teams, the VRS satellite racing teams, caught up in a little bit of controversy last night in those twin McLaren 720Ss. Jimmy Nisula and Andre Sinek, along with the 65 of Nello Pastorino and Tom Capusta. Now, the 65 actually ran out of fuel in qualifying last night and ended up getting a bump from the 64 to push it back to pits. Now, that's completely against the regulations, and I think the tail end of it basically was the 65 got into trouble for that because the 64 wasn't told that they weren't allowed to do that. In fact, they were actively encouraged by their sister team to do that. So a little bit of naughtiness and race control were left scratching their heads towards the end of last night there. Then you've got the 74 Juices Motorsport Club McLaren 720, that's Rui Res and Kabasa Kiss in that one as well. And then 717 Unison Racing Corvette GT3. Last minute addition to that, they were allowed to enter after some pre-race checks went on with that one. Denis Ishenko and Arturus Kamal in the Corvette as well. What a wonderful sounding machine. As we said, the Viaductin Ducklings, Danish team, 12-year-old Carters, joining us on one of their very first sim racing expeditions. That is, of course, Magnus Berg and Victor Dahl. Best of luck to them. They'll be on their own, but what an experience that is going to be for them for sure. As we said, we'll be joined by Ewan O'Leary in just a couple of minutes time, but a very warm welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing very, very well in these crazy times. And as we said, the race is about to start in about 25 minutes time. So we've got weather to talk about, we've got qualifying to talk about. The qualifying ended up looking like this. It was, of course, the Mugen Sim Racing team that were up on top after that final qualifying last night, because it was an aggregate score, of course, over the two qualifying sessions. It was a 145.27 for the Mugen Racing of Zoltan that really set the pace early on, and it was a fantastic early pace that started there. So as we said, we're about 25 minutes away from qualifying, and really looking forward to this race. And if I have a look, I think we might even have Ewan O'Leary in the comm studio, but he's not able to speak just yet. And Ewan, as if by magic, as if on command, you appear to be there with us. How are you, my friends?
Yeah, I'm doing very well, thanks, David. Good to be here. I've not been here long, by the way, but just getting everything set up here, ready for the race. But yeah, looking forward to it. I've not been on so far this weekend, as you will have noticed if you've been watching on for practice and qualifying. Unfortunately, I missed both of those. I was doing other things, but yeah, I'm glad to be here for the race now. Special event, no pressure, no implications really. It's just a race in isolation, and yeah, it should be good fun. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it certainly should. And I mean, one of the things that we were talking about with Chris Buxton last night, and with Kieran as well, was the fact of, this is just another stepping stone in how much sim racing has come along in the past 18 months with the likes of the pandemic, really pushing these virtual events to the forefront. And a huge shout out to the production team in the background for today's event. Obviously, we have to say a hearty thank you in advance for what they are about to do. They're the guys and girls that are behind all of the visuals, and indeed sorting us all out behind the scenes as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a couple of minutes. You get to enjoy the sights and sounds of the cars on track. We'll be back in just a minute's time with myself and Ewan to have a chat, get a little bit of build up, and get you all excited for the race ahead. Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to the 12 hours here of Monza. It's myself, Dave Christie, along with Ewan O'Leary, bringing you live coverage throughout the day. We'll also be joined as well by Chris Buxton and by Kieran, as we saw last night as well. Ewan, a big day ahead. The weather doesn't seem to be an issue just now, but again, looking at the forecasts, it's later on this afternoon, that might be a very, very different story altogether.
Yeah, it's apparently recently anyway, the weather's been very changeable around Monza for the last few days. It doesn't normally happen because it's very open and quite flat around Monza. It's not like there's mountains either side like Spa, for example, where the weather can roll, or the Nürburgring, where the weather can roll in very, very quickly. But seemingly that's all changed in recent days anyway. There's been thunderstorms around the area, and that's what we're expecting to see a little bit later on, around 5 o'clock local time is what I saw on a particular forecast site that there's going to be some rain at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock local time, 4 o'clock in the UK. So that's about 5 hours into the race, expecting thunderstorms. And then when the rain does hit, I think it's probably going to be wet all the way to the very end, because the weather seems to be so severe at the moment that it could well be a complete washout for the rest of the race. And once that rain does start to come down, then I don't think there's going to be any turning back for these track conditions, which are going to be pretty terrible for the second half of the race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, real life, we've seen some absolutely scary conditions over the past month or so around about that region, and obviously our hearts go out to everyone affected by this. And thankfully, we're very fortunate here in the virtual commentary box. We get to stay dry and warm, and even if you're lucky like me, get served the occasional cup of coffee as well. Let's go back to qualifying then last night, and it is, of course, the number 33 Mugen Sim Racing team that are on pole position of Zoltan Verkonyi and Christopher Kianek that's on that pole position. And that was a late gasp effort there, taking that 1:45.236, that combined effort over the 64 Satellite Racing team, who were just 1/10 of a second, behind that pole position time. And then it is really a wide chasm to the rest of the field. The 74 Juices Motorsport Club in third place there with a 1:46.07, 1.6 seconds behind your first and second place there. GSR Team McLaren, the number 23, in fourth place there, 1.9 seconds off the lead. It's then Ramada Motorsport, the number 51, in fifth place, with the 007 Pro Sim team down in sixth place. It's the 717 Unison Racing team in seventh place, a DSR Nightmare in eighth place there, Unison Racing 62 in ninth, and the GSR Team Aston in 10th place there, obviously not taking part in that nighttime session. And then the 65 Satellite Racing team, now this is the big news, they get a 5-second penalty, Ewan, for that infringement last night of pushing to the pit lane. That puts them right to the back of the field, and they've got it all to do today.
Yeah, they have, but looking at the pace that they have shown, I don't think, on their length of the race, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for them to get through the field here in this one. As you mentioned, 5-second penalty added to their time. I guess you could say they would have been around fifth place maybe without that penalty, somewhere around there anyway, somewhere in the upper midfield. That's it's still disappointing for them. Obviously, they'd rather not have to start from the back if they could avoid it, but unfortunately that infringement means that they have to. But at the front of the field, Mugen versus Satellite looks like it's going to be between those two for the race, really. If it's as close as qualifying suggests it's going to be, then it's going to be a fantastic race. Just 1/10 of a second between them at the end of the two qualifying sessions, that puts us in a great position here for the race. Very much looking forward to it, but there's a big gap back to the rest of the field, and you could be forgiven for thinking that it's going to be a two-horse race. However, I do think that the battles in the midfield are going to be very good indeed, because you have to go down all the way to that Satellite Racing 65 car that got the penalty to find more than a 1 second interval between the one car and the next. It's very, very close as you go down. That 1.6 second margin between second and third could be a little bit misleading if you're just reading off the results on the website right now.
Yeah, and for sure, and what compounds that as well, Ewan, is the fact that was a aggregate qualifying session. So we had a daytime session and we had a nighttime session as well. And basically both times get added up, divided by 2, and there's your result. The thing for me for that 65 satellite racing, the VRS satellite racing team, is the fact that they were actually fighting for pole position. Believe it or not, they were actually fighting for that pole position with the Mugen Racing team early on, and then they kind of fell back over, they were up there for about 20-25 minutes, and then they just sort of lost all the pace whatsoever. Mugen Sim Racing and the 64 VRS satellite team found incredible pace. They were just going toe to toe for about 45 minutes of that hour and a half qualifying session last night. So again, a very, very difficult situation, and it leaves that 65 very vulnerable today. But I've got no doubt that, as you said, the mid-pack battle is going to be absolutely intense. And it's another thing to say, it's all very well being fast in a one-lap setting, but how are you able to translate that into 12 hours over the race, over what on earth we're about to experience over the next couple of hours here? It's going to be a very different kettle of fish, isn't it?
It is. It's always misleading, the qualifying for a 12-hour race. Really, it doesn't matter too much in the end, because at the end of the day, the 65 could well still win, even though they're going to be starting from last in GT3. They could still be the last one standing, so to speak. Really. So we'll wait and see. Qualifying never the most important in a 12-hour race, but for entertainment purposes, it was a pretty good idea last night. So yeah, we'll see. I guess the thing, and you kind of mentioned it as well, is the fact that the weather may develop throughout this race, and we didn't really see that in the qualifying sessions. What are these teams going to be like in the weather? Which car is going to be strongest in the rain? Because we've seen a lot of McLarens at the front of the field so far. Satellite Juices, GSR, all in McLarens, and the other satellite car would have been as well. That probably would have been 4 McLarens in the top 5. But how are those cars going to do in the race if it starts to rain? Is the question. Are the Audis going to be stronger in the rain? Maybe the Bentley's going to be good in the rain, not entirely sure, but we'll see if the rain does indeed come, and what effect it does have on these guys, because it's going to be a vital part of this race, especially towards the end.
It certainly will. Profound effect, I think, on R Factor 2 is the platform that we're using here as well. The weather effect that it does have is very pronounced, it's very quick, and that cut-off point between going from dry conditions to greasy conditions to those wet conditions happens a lot faster perhaps than in any other platform. So they're going to have to think about what tyres they use, when they use them, and really if it's at that point that they need to use them as well, because the difference in pace between dry tyres on a wet track that's not quite there yet is absolutely absurd. You're talking about 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap that you can get. So I think there's going to be some big positions potentially for those who decide to be brave in those changeable conditions. And as we heard from our production team as well, that's if those conditions come, because we've had the threat of some heavy downpours for the past couple of days, but they've never really materialised, at least at the circuit, because of course remember, this is based on real life weather forecasts and weather conditions right now. So this isn't a simulation over the race weekend. This is actual conditions at the actual track right now. So another fantastic and immersive little variable that the team at GTR are able to throw into the mix here. You're obviously looking at the pack that we've got. As you said, we've got the 2 guys up at the front. You've got the Mugen Sim Racing, and you've got that 64 VRS satellite sim racing team. That mid-pack, I think, will be more of a factor than qualifying leads on, and you said that just a couple of minutes ago there. But what do the mid-pack need to do in this first hour coming up?
I think get through the first chicane is the first job, because we know how dangerous it can be at Monza. We've all seen the incidents and accidents over the years down there. It can be very dangerous. So that's the first job, is to just get through there cleanly, and then most of all throughout the race is just to run the laps really. I think, and try and get towards the final couple of hours with a decent position. Really, no crashes, nothing like that, and just just keep things going in the right direction. And then we'll see where they come out at the end of all of that after about 10 hours or so, and then they can push for a position or do whatever. So I think first of all it's going to be very important to get through the first few corners, and then start to run laps really and stay out of trouble is going to be the name of the game, especially if weather hits. We keep talking about it, but keeping it on the road is going to be very important. You don't want to be picking up damage and spending ages repairing the car in the pit lane. He's got to accept that some cars are going to be faster than you at the early part of the race, and you've got to not really worry about that, because it's not really a problem until the latter portion. So just run the laps for now, and then see where you come out in the final 2 hours, which are the most important, of course.
Well, let's see if we can do that then. Let's see if we can actually go on board with Carlos Basto in the number 51 just now. He's in the Audi just on the back straight just now. And we'll talk you through a little bit of the circuit just now. We're actually watching the Bentley just now, the 007 Pro Sim team. We'll have a little watch with them just now. So obviously this circuit is a very, very fast circuit. One of the fastest in GT3 racing, and what you'll find is that the corners really all flow into each other, and that sounds so cliche, but they really do. The exit of one directly affects the ability or your entry speed into the next one here. So we're currently on board with we were on board with the 007 Pro Sim team here, and we go to start another lap here. We're actually up with the Bentley just behind, and there's the Audi in front of it. That is Carlo Basto there. So on the way down into turn one, then into that first chicane, and it's so important to get that braking point, that braking marker on the left sorted out, because you're focused on it and you want to be as late onto the brakes as you can. But as the race goes on, your brakes start to wear, your tyres start to wear, and it's very, very easy to see that place as a bit of a bottleneck. And just seeing here, this is Jimmy Nisula in the number 64. We're still on warm up at the moment. 5.5 minutes to go until we get underway with the race, and also 5.5 minutes here until we welcome the viewers on motorvision.tv to this awesome race as well. So we've got just a couple of minutes before we get going with things. What do you think we should be looking out for this afternoon?
A lot of racing, a lot of rain, and hopefully excitement for us throughout the day. It should be a good race. These special events always do throw up some surprises, some things that you don't expect, and they are fun events to do. I know we've done the 24 Hours of Nürburgring in the last couple of years, which has been a fun event to do, and we're doing the Monza 12-hour this time around in kind of late summer special event. So they're always a little bit of fun, because there's no pressure for any of these guys to perform really. It's just about having a bit of fun for all of them, and hopefully we'll see everybody get to the end. I know it might be an unrealistic wish maybe, but it's you never know. We could get lucky, I suppose, in that respect. So it should be good indeed, and looking forward to it. Let's see some good racing, let's hope.
Well, that is certainly what is on the cards just now. We're seeing Jimmy Nisula here in the 64 at the moment, then just come through the second Variante, through the first and second Lesmo, on the run down through Saraglio onto the bikes into the left-hander at Ascari. So important not to cut too much of the curb there on that left-hand side, through the chicane, through nice and wide on that exit. That's exactly what you want. You want to get the power down nice and early as well, and then it's this long run down the back straight here. This is where you're going to to see the drag racing. This is where you're going to see cars tucking in behind each other, trying to get the toe as they go as late as they can onto the brakes into the parabolica. The car drifts out wide to the left, and again early on the power. That's exactly what you want on this number 64 machine, because of course that is the McLaren 720S, and he gets across the line again with warm up. Just to give you a flavour of some of the times coming in, we're now into the 147s, and again no surprises to see that is the VRS Satellite Racing Team 64 in that bracket, as well as the 33 Mugen Sim Racing. Zoltan Varkonyi though, whenever he's been able to step into the car, we've not really had much of a chance to see Christopher Koenig behind the wheel of the Audi though, but when we see Zoltan behind the wheel, he is just absolutely devastatingly fast, and really between them and the 64, I think there's going to be some big fireworks today.
Yeah, they were definitely one of the favourites to take a victory. I was going to bring this up a little bit later on, but I'll do it now, I suppose, because Mugen Sim Racing are in the EWC in a GT3 car. So I thought coming into this weekend, when I was having a little look at the teams, that might give them a bit of an advantage. But they've not actually chosen the car that they run in the EWC with. They have the older generation McLaren 570S, is it, or is that the new one? I think that's the old one,
isn't it? Because I think it's the 620, 720, 720. There we go.
With a 20.
We know our cars.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're trying. But anyway, they run the old McLaren in the EWC, and they're going for the Audi on this occasion in the special event, which did surprise me a little bit. But I guess they want to drive something a little bit new. And Christopher Koenig isn't even one of the drivers in that GT3 car. He is an LMP2 driver for Mugen Sim Racing, so that was a surprise to me as well. So yeah, anyway, a couple of surprises, but from then. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be phasing them at all. The way they're going at the moment, they're going to be fighting hard with satellite racing all throughout the day, I would expect, because yeah, two top teams, and very experienced in GT3s as well. So expecting a lot from those guys.
Yeah, we certainly are. Of course, with the 12 hours looming upon us, we are just a couple of minutes from going live with the race itself. The cars starting to head onto the grid. So let's take you back then through the running order for today's race. Then we have got 12 cars as they start to do their formation lap. So qualifying went like this. It's pole position for the number 33 Mugen Sim Racing of Zoltan Varkonyi, Christopher Koenig and Roland Sukes. It is then going to be alongside them is the 64 VRS Sim Racing Satellite Racing Team of, let's see there, that is the 64, so that is Jimmy Nuzula, Henry Sinek and Liam Rance at the wheel. Row 2 is going to be the 74 of Juice's Motorsport Club. That is Rui Res, Kabasakis and Pedro Cruella Gomes. And then on fourth place alongside him on row 2 is the 23 GSR team of Nikos Pamslel, Christoforos Karolis and then Andres Roosevelt. Fifth place is going to be the Ramada Motorsport outfit. It's 007 Pro Sim Racing. I'm going to ratchet things up because the pace car is doing a cracking job of getting them around this circuit. 7th place for the 717 Unison Racing outfit. The 777 DSR Nightmare Audi is in 8th place. I love the livery on that thing. It's the BMW GT3 62 outfit of Unison Racing, and then it is the GSR team Aston in 10th place, with that penalty going to the 65 team of Satellite Racing, VRS Satellite Racing. Down in 11th place, our sole entrant for the GT4 team is going to be the Team Viaductin in that first place. They're obviously going to be guaranteed a great win in that GT4 if they can finish there. But cars making their way through the second half of the circuit now, and yeah, anticipation, excitement really starting to build.
Yeah, it will be for all of these drivers, especially who are making their way towards the start line right now. There's going to be a lot of anticipation, a lot of nerves, I think, especially at a circuit like this. There's not really anything compared to this in the EWC or any of the other races that we go to. So, yeah, it's extremely... what's the word for it? They're going to be apprehensive, let's say, about the first chicane. Yeah, very cautious, let's hope, into the first corners as well, because there's no circuit really like this on the GTR calendar from here on in. So yeah, it's all on the line for these guys now, and we're not too far away from the start.
You disappoint me, Ewan. You disappoint me. Is it even GT3 racing at Monza if we don't have murder, death and mayhem at turn 1 into the first chicane? Never mind, we're about to find out, because the cars come round the final corner then through to start this 12-hour race here on GTR 24H. Thank you very much to everyone that has joined us as well on motorvision.tv. A very warm welcome. I'm Tim Christie. Alongside me is Ewan O'Leary. The green flag's flying. We go racing then for the 12 hours of Monza, and what a start it has been for that Zoltan Verkonyi, the number 33 outfit, as the car's making their way down. We've got a little bit of contact further back, but that is looking very, very clean, very prim, very proper, and very sensible for a 12-hour race. Is this sim racing, Ewan? I'm not sure what I'm watching here.
Yeah, it is very, very sensible indeed at the moment, especially at the front. I guess it helped with the Mugen Sim Racing really stringing things out and getting a very good start, kind of single filing it just a little bit to make things a little bit simpler for those behind. But now the battles are starting to happen into the second chicane. There's a couple of guys side by side a little bit further back, but yeah, great to see everybody getting through the first sector of this race without problems.
Yeah, brilliant start to the race then. So it's still the 33 of Zoltan Verkonyi ahead of the 64 of Jimmy Nuzula, 74 of Rui Reis in third place just now, with Tony Paparinopoulos in fourth place there in that 23 car. So again, no issues whatsoever. All of the cars here, and I've got to be honest, I'm completely shocked here from all of my experience here in GT3 commentary. I've never seen this. I've never seen a clean opening lap at Monza. This is brilliant stuff here, but an absolute testament to the quality of these drivers as they come out of that corner there and get themselves onto the long straight there. Ascari, such a difficult corner, and it all leads up to getting yourself a good toe down towards the parabolic here, and there we see the 007 there, the Pro Sim Racing Team outfit, trying to catch on to the back of Carlos Basto in that 51 Audi. Lap 1 in the books already, and we have got 11 hours 55 minutes left to go in this race. Cracking start there. So obviously everything is go right now then, Ewan. Car's going to be really trying to settle down, but I mean, this first hour is so crucial for these drivers, isn't it, to settle down and get themselves into a rhythm.
Yeah, it is going to be important for a rhythm in this race. I guess the first hour kind of sets the tone for how the whole race is going to go for you. So it is very important to have a clean first hour. It's good to get through the first lap okay, and now you can start to settle into the stint a little bit, and it puts the rest of the team at ease, really, as to how it's going to go for the rest of the race. So yeah, it's good that everybody's got off to a clean start. Not too many massive disasters for anybody either. You know, the guys at the front are still generally near the front, and the guys at the back are still generally near the back as well. So nobody's dropped down from the front to the back is what I'm trying to say, and yeah, that's good news as well, to get yourself off to a clean one. The 65, as we'll be kind of watching them throughout the first hour quite a lot because of the situation they found themselves in, having been given a 5-second penalty, and that has got them all the way to the very back of the grid. I think they've made up a position or two, maybe, but not too many. I'm trying to find them at the moment. I think they're 11th, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, they're a little bit further down, and yeah, unfortunately, haven't been able to make up any spaces yet. So I thought I thought I saw a McLaren in front of a couple of people, but apparently I didn't. And that satellite racing car hasn't made any progress just yet, which I was expecting. Actually, I was expecting them to make their way through the field in the opening lap here, but they haven't been able to at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're involved with a cracking fight there, the 65 team that you were talking about there, actually with the number 14 of Valadis Corrales there on the run down in towards turn 1 there, and that's a great move. Just as you literally said that, Ewan, he got his very first move done, but I agree with what you were saying. I was expecting this barnstorming start from the number 65 to keep on to it, and he's actually lost touch with that group in front of him, because he's now 12 seconds behind the leader, and he's about 3 seconds off of the group that's in front of him. He will make very short work of that. I've got no doubt to see that he'll catch up there, but yeah, that is not the kind of start. And you can see there actually in the background, just way off into the background, that is actually the McLaren there of Juan Amaya in that number 65 machine, so he'll definitely be trying to catch back up to the group there. But I mean, the race lead, the pace from Zoltan Verkonyi on that opening 2 laps there, absolutely incredible. I mean, he's opened up a bit of a gap. A 1:47.2 was his last lap there. Actually, hang on a second, because Jimmy Nazula in that 64, the gap was about 9 tenths of a second to 1.2 seconds there, and it's now down to about 6 tenths of a second. So Jimmy Nazula, he's wanting to stay in touch on this one here, Ewan.
Yeah, he definitely is, and he could use that car quite nicely, actually, to maybe get himself, you know, a little bit of fuel in this one. Maybe play the fuel game in this one, and kind of use that slipstream to ease off a little bit down the straights, for example, like you would see at a Le Mans maybe, or Spa, for example. So, yeah, that could be very useful for Nisarova. Let's see if he does indeed do that. He's staying behind for the moment, and I don't think there is any point for him to actually fight this one out. It's going to be a real slogfest between these two teams throughout the entire day, and you know, there's no point in being ahead at the first hour. You've got to be ahead at the end of the 12th hour, and yeah, overtaking right now is not really going to help that, because it's not like he's got that extra little bit of pace where he can run away from that Audi. You know, it's going to be close between these two. They're going to be able to stay in touch with each other here, so you know, there's no point in overtaking for Nisula at this point, in my opinion, but obviously it would be exciting for us if he did indeed go for it.
I'm just watching this, Ewan, and I was a little bit lost for words there, and I'm looking at the pace that Zoltan Verkonyi and Jimmy Nazula have compared to everybody else in this field right now. Only 3 laps in, and they've opened up a 5-second gap over third place of Rui Reis in that 74 outfit. That is incredible early pace to be opening up so early on and getting that kind of a gap. And the two of them, we said this during qualifying last night, it feels like they're in a completely different league to everyone else. They're actually making it look like they're in GT3 cars and everyone else is in GT4 cars.
It is a big gap between that between those cars already, and yeah, only expect to see that gap extending throughout the day, really, as the two Unison Racing cars are actually going to make a switch there. So Nikolai Bezrikov gets in front of the Corvette there. Oh, big slide out of Parabolica as well for that Corvette, which is not really helpful, and the Audi behind now is going to try and get through. This is Karl Lekagor trying to get through in the 777 TSR Nightmare. Are they going to be able to or not? The Audi looks pretty good in a straight line, and the Corvette not so much, although it's holding on. The BMW punching a big hole in the air for it, and that's just helped it along to stay in 8th place here for Denis Tchenko. Yeah, throughout the 24 hours of Nürburgring, we saw that Corvette really quite slow in a straight line. On the Dustinger Her, they were getting absolutely minced, but it seems that the maybe aerodynamic settings they've got on that car at the moment, or just something they've done to it, has clearly helped them out a little bit, because they're able to hold on to positions a little bit more easily than they were a few months ago.
Yeah, just watching that there, it's a cracking battle as we watch the leaders coming through the first and second Lesmo. This is the battle then for 4th and 5th position. Just seeing Tony Paparinopoulos and Carlos Basto fighting it out as well. They're coming out of that second Lesmo on the run down towards Ascari corner there. Ascari, again, Ewan, one of those corners that you really have to get right. It's one of the most important corners on the track, because it exits out onto that long straight, and if you lose momentum there, you're a sitting duck for the cars behind you.
Yeah, most of these chicanes are very important because they often lead into really long straights. That's the kind of way Monza goes, really. So it's really quite difficult to get away with mistakes, really. And you ideally don't want to be making them because of the straights we saw. We nearly saw that a perfect example of that with the Unison racing car we were talking about a few moments ago, with that slide off of parabolic at that time. Nearly got overtaken into turn one, so that was a close moment as well. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting situation we've got going on at the moment. Certainly the leaders are staying very close together, and this lap car is going to be upon us very shortly. 50 seconds off of the next car at the moment, so I would say maybe a couple of laps away, maybe from actually getting lapped here for the first time. It's not going to be a huge factor in this race because there is only one GT4 car to be lapping for these cars. However, it's still something to think about, and they could be a little bit out of practice really throughout this race, since they're not actually overtaking very many slower cars. It might spring as a bit of a surprise on some of these guys. I mean, normally in a multi-class race you see a lot of lap traffic and you get used to it, but on this occasion that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely spot on, and as we said, it's one of the first races for that team, that very young karting team of Magnusberg, Victor Dahl and Jonas Dieberg. What a fantastic experience, isn't it, though, for one of your first sim racing events to jump in to a 12-hour event here at Monza, and you've also then got all of the other cars around you teaching you about spatial awareness, watching your mirrors, and just really being aware. I think they're going to do themselves proud for sure today.
Yes, that's certainly. It's going to be good to get experience, and they're kind of gathering that experience for the last two races of the EWC season. The Viaduct and Ducklings car. The Viaduct team have already got one car in the EWC in the DPI category for the final two races, getting some experience for the younger drivers, and that's exactly what we'd like to see more of really in the special events. It's some drivers who we haven't really seen before getting some experience in an event very similar to how an EWC event would be actually run, and it's a perfect proving ground really, because it doesn't matter how they do really, but it's fantastic experience, and it's very, very useful for the drivers and the teams to figure out what's what with these new people that you might want to bring on the team when a more important event maybe turns around.
Yeah, perfect training ground for sure on this. And you'll have to forgive me because I've been absolutely glued to this battle for the lead that is going on just now between Jimmy Missoula trying to catch on to the back of Zoltan Verkonyi. Jimmy making a little bit of a mistake out the second. Lesmo running a little bit wide across the gravel. That's cost him about a tenth of a second. But that whole point you were making there about not overtaking, about keeping yourself calm and just keeping yourself in that slipstream of Zoltan Verkonyi. I don't think Jimmy's got that memo, I'll be honest with you, Ewan, because he's looking very, very menacing right now. He's actually was closer at the start of this lap than he's ever been through the course of this race. He was down to about 0.4 of a second, but he is starting to drift back a little bit. I wonder if that toe has just been broken from Zoltan Verkonyi, because that's now up to 0.7 of a second. We were also actually seeing some uncharacteristic errors there. We saw Zoltan on the exit of that first chicane there just lighting up the rear tyres a little bit too early, a little bit overly keen, and actually as soon as I say that, Jimmy now right onto the back of that leader. And bear in mind, we're only 15 minutes into the start of this race. This is starting to get a little bit spicy here.
It is indeed, and Nisula's trying to apply the pressure, but I don't think he is going to be making a move at this point. It's certainly close though between them. The battles further down are a little bit closer as well, with Unison Racing and the 777 DSR Nightmare team battling it out. Satellite Racing not far behind in 10th. So this midfield battle is living up to expectations, and so's the battle for the lead as things stand. It's been very, very entertaining so so far, and it just depends on the strength and depth of these teams at this point. We've got Nissan in there at the moment, Henry Sinick, Liam Ranson, James Zuber also in that satellite racing team. That is a very, very strong team, and it mirrors the 64 in the DPI category we see in the Endurance Racing World Championship that has its next round in about 4 weeks' time. The Mugen Sim Racing team is not, well, I'm sure they have raced together in the past, but Varkingi and Kienek is not a team, is not a pairing that's normally seen in events broadcasted by GTR 24H. It's a little bit of a new one to us, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on. How can they cope with the stresses of a 12-hour race as a two-man team, as opposed to the four-man team that we see from satellite racing? More options available to them, certainly.
Yeah, for sure. And on that note as well, is one thing to remind the viewers at home about is the physical and mental toll that these events have on these drivers. Gone are the days, maybe say 10, 15 years ago, where we think that it's just a game. They're just sitting at home with their control pad. These are now, borderline full-fledged athletes. There's absolutely no doubt about that. These youngsters and not so youngsters are doing several events a week. They're doing, they're doing training, they're doing practice, and I'm just getting slightly distracted. So we've got a bit of a move going on here. 0.2 of a second from Jimmy Nizula. Where did that come from on Zoltan Verkonye? Zoltan is not used to this sort of pressure right now, and given that this is a 12-hour race, I'll come back to my point that was a way to make very, very shortly, because I hate to say it, Ewan, but we have got a race on our hands very, very early on.
We have indeed, and that's very, very good news for us, certainly. Varking is going to be probably defending into Ascari here, and he does indeed keep it to the middle of the road just to let Nisila think about it and decide which way he's going to go. He chooses the outside line. Does he brake later? No, not really. They're very even through the corner. Varking holds him off for now, and this is almost a precursor to what we're going to see throughout the day. Fantastic racing already between these two. That McLaren looking very strong in a straight line though.
Oh, this is... Do you know what the other part of this? I mean, this is great to watch, obviously, for everyone at home and for us in the commentary booth, but the other unintended consequence of this is the fact that these two fighting starts sending them backwards, and it starts reversing that amazing pace that we've got here. Let's have a look at our fancy little replay side by side as they go towards Ascari there, and you've got to be honest, he was kind of showing the door there, but look round the outside going down towards turn one then, and Jimmy Nizula temporarily in the lead. Audi's going to have the inside line into the first corner there. Oh my goodness me, we have got fireworks already. The McLaren boots down on the accelerator, fires it out the corner and straight back on to the rear of that car, and that gap that was 9.2 seconds to Rui Reis now down to 8.5 seconds. So the more that they fight, the more that's going to bring them backwards towards that group behind them.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to mention the fact that it's going to help everybody in behind. We know how close the midfield is. Well, it could become the front of the field, and it could be just as close if indeed these guys do battle as closely as they are right now. I've just spotted as well round the corner through Lesmo 2 the Alpine just in front. You can see it in the foreground there. Nisila and Varkingi are going to have to negotiate this car, and let's see what kind of effect it has indeed on these guys first time through. It looks like they're going to get it on the run between Ascari and Parabolica, so it might not be too much of an effect in this battle, on this occasion at least.
Oh, awesome stuff though. So they're going to think about it and almost lick their wounds and think about it again as we see the GT4 outfit rather lonely at the back of the field there, the Viaducting team. Now this is going to be interesting because they're trying to take the inside line there. They move off the racing line, let the two GT3 cars through. Great spatial awareness from that Soul GT4 outfit, but we start again. We go into the slipstream because Jimmy Nizula just 0.3 of a second behind your leading car of Zoltan Verkonye in that 33 outfit, and it has to think better of it. Can't quite make any moves in that Mugen Sim Racing. Gets to lift the tail another day, and the Audi slides, and this is exactly what we saw 2 laps ago. That Audi under pressure really doesn't like taking it, because out of that first corner, that's the second time we've seen it power slide as Zoltan gets it too far into the corner there, into the run down towards the second Variante. On the inside, takes a lot of curve, and the Audi just comes in, they tear them off into the barriers. Oh my goodness me, the GT4 lives to tell the tale and says see you later, and that is absolute drama and chaos. And why at the start of a 12-hour race would you put yourself and a car that you're fighting under so much pressure? But hello to blowing the doors off the rest of the race, Ewan.
Wow, that is a big moment in this race, and it's happened within the first half an hour. Now we've got Juicy's Motorsport Club leading, and we've got the first 5 cars separated by about 3 seconds as they make their way through the GT4 car for the first time. Well, for the second time, I guess, for Mugen and for Satellite. They're seeing it again a bit quicker than they were hoping to. Coming through Ascari at the moment, the leader, Rui Race, has got a little bit of a gap now as Tony Paranopoulos is going to try and get through on Zoltan Varking. He rubbed salt into the wound almost by getting through here. But just look, the entire race in one shot there, almost the entirety of the field, and it's all on one small straight after just over 20 minutes. A huge moment. Now, how are these two guys going to recover from that? We haven't seen them being set back so far. Now, how are they going to respond to this little setback that they've got right now?
Oh, and there's contact further down the field. We've got a battle going on with Denis Lashenko, and that is Lickgard that's in that as well, along with, I think that's the 65 of Juan Amaya that was caught up in that one. So, I mean, it's all going off right now. That is Juan Amaya trying to get on the inside of Lickgard there. Gets the job done. It's going to be late onto the brakes. Is there going to be more contact? No, because the 777 of Lickgard decides to do the better thing there, pulls out of it and decides to get going. Wow, what an absolute thing for that to happen, and for the entire race to be turned on its head within the first half an hour of racing, Ewan. I think we're going to need defibrillators by the end of this 12-hour race here.
Yeah, possibly. If indeed it carries on like this, it's very entertaining indeed, and we didn't expect to see such high drama so early on. I was expecting them to come into contact at some point throughout the day, because they're just going to be racing so close for so long that it's going to be very difficult not to, but I wasn't expecting it within the first 20 minutes of the race, but that sets us up beautifully now for indeed the rest of it. Let's see how it really affects the race and how it affects Varkingi here, because he's, as I mentioned, not really had a setback so far in this race. We're so early on that why would you have? But how's that going to affect his tyres? How's it going to affect his morale and his driving throughout this race? You know, well, what's the effect of that? So yeah, that's a big moment, and it's slowly bringing Deuce's Motorsport Club back, but he certainly doesn't seem to have the pace that he did before that spin. They were running away from the rest of the field before. Now they don't seem quite as pacey compared to them as they were before. We'll see once the tyres cool down if that changes, but for now, not too much is happening in terms of Varkingi's pace. It's not increasing, certainly.
I tell you what, Rui Reis just wants the race to end right now. He wants that checker flag. He'll take that win if that was to happen. 11 hours, 34 minutes left to go, and he definitely didn't see this one coming. And that's a lot of pressure for the number 74 Juice's Motorsport Club driver to actually have on his shoulders right now, because Zoltan Verkonyi is absolutely pushing as hard as he can to try and catch back up, but he's also taking Tony Paparinopoulos up with him with that number 23 GSR outfit car as well. So looking a little bit further down, Juan Amaya really hasn't been able to make any inroads whatsoever as far as he'd like to. We're currently watching Lickgard going through the corner there, but again, Paparinopoulos here, Ewan, he's keeping up with Zoltan Verkonyi, but I wonder if there's damage to that Audi, because we saw it, the two of them were just on a completely different playing field, but now that Audi just isn't able to catch back up in the same way.
Yeah, not really. I do wonder if there's maybe a bit of damage, but I think more likely is the fact that the tyres have got very, very warm in that spin, and it's really affecting them pace-wise. If he lets them just cool down just a little bit more before going again, so to speak, then maybe things would be a little bit different. But I think immediately after the spin, he's bound to be having some problems. It looks like the GSR McLaren is very, very close to actually making a move, maybe into turn one. Don't quite know if that's going to come off or not, but certainly under a lot of pressure right now.
And we know that the Audi doesn't like pressure. That's the thing. It's incredible. Again, a little bit of a slide from that Audi on the first corner there. And yeah, this is a fascinating battle. So while you're watching the battle for P9 right now, we'll obviously, we've got the luxury of being able to switch between all the different cameras up here in our virtual commentary booth, so we can keep you up to date with everything that's going on right now. And yeah, I've got to be honest, I am not liking how Zoltan Verkonyi is driving that Audi right now. Just give you an update on Jimmy Nuzula in that VRS Satellite Racing 64 outfit. He is catching on to the back of the number 62 Unison Racing BMW. Great to see them actually taking to the start of the race there, but that 62 Unison Racing currently has that is Nikolai Bezrukov behind the wheel of that, and the BMW seems to really struggle, Ewan, in a straight line here, and quite honestly I think the McLaren is going to make very, very short work of it.
Yeah, I think the McLaren's quite good in a straight line, actually, which is kind of distorting that effect maybe a little bit. We've just seen Wanner Meyer actually get through on the Corvette just behind there, another one of the Unison Racing cars, Denis Enchenko, who's just got past there. So, yeah, I think the McLaren is quite strong in a straight line, and it's making all the other cars look quite bad in a straight line, but, you know, we're not quite deep enough into the race to know for sure. As things stand, a little bit of weaving around and a little bit of battling going on, but yeah, the slipstream is going to be very important, especially for the car at the back, Carl Leikagur, driving the DSR Nightmare car. I think we're going to have a real head of steam going down into turn one. Maybe a movie is going to be on for this car with Eschenko and Amaya just in front of him.
Yeah, fascinating battles pretty much happening all throughout the field there. I'm still keeping an eye on the car of Nikolai Bezrukov, who is in the BMW trying to hold on to that 6th position from the recovering Jimmy Nuzula, as you're watching that battle for P8 raging on behind here, and the McLaren just towing into the slipstream of the BMW, ducks out of that to try and make the move. That is going to be on the entry of second Variante, gets the move done, very, very clean, very, very proper, and that unfortunately is how he would have wanted that move to happen on Zoltan Verkonyi. But a little bit of an update to the leaders here, Ewan, and I'm going to call it right now. That Audi is really struggling. Those tyres surely would have cooled down by now, and he's still 1.8 seconds. Now, given that he was lapping about 0.8 of a second faster than everyone else on the track here, and the fact that we've got a car off, that looks to be the Unison Racing outfit. That's the Corvette, the 717, that is off in the background. That's Denis Eschenko there, and that looked to have been, now was that helped round or was that off his own accord?
Have a look. It's a replay coming up on your screen. He just lost it on his own, actually. Eschenko just loses it on his own completely on the entry to the corner, actually, through the entry to mid part of that corner. Just losing it, trying to reverse back out there onto the circuit with the car coming is very, very tricky indeed, but Eschenko was able to get himself back going again, and now he's a few seconds off the back of the field, but at least he is indeed back.
Yeah. Cracking replay there. Thanks to the production team for that one. Just give you an update on your race leader then. Ray Reese 1.8 seconds ahead of Zoltan Verkonyi. Still brilliant stuff there. But the gap to Tony Paparanopoulos in third place kind of opening up now. That is now 1.3 seconds. So he has broken that gap there. But that Audi's still not able to catch up to that 74. We're only half an hour, can you believe it, into this 12-hour race. But Ray Reese, do you think he can believe his luck right now, given the qualifying and given the way that race started, that he's now leading the race, and not only is he leading, he's looking very comfortable in that lead as well?
Yeah, you probably can't believe it, if we're honest. At this point, it's all gone his way. As I mentioned, I expected at some point there to be at least a little bit of contact between Satellite Racing and Mugen, because they're so equal on pace that they were bound to be battling the entire day. And even if these guys are obviously trying their best not to hit each other, but at some point it's bound to happen, whether that's due to racing too hard or not, really. But yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting it this early, and Murray Rees was probably not expecting it this early either. But Varkey's brought their gap down to 1.4 seconds now. Juices have just got to try and make the most of this situation they found themselves in. They've got to not be like wondering how it happened or in complete disbelief. They've just got to get their heads down and kind of go for it here, and just try and do the best that they can with the situation. See, first of all, how long they can hang on to the lead for, and can they hang on with the leaders. Maybe Rory Rees can't, but maybe some of his teammates will be able to hold on to the lead and hold on to the cars around. We'll wait and see if Shaba Kiss can do it, or maybe Pedro Gomez can do it. We'll wait and see. But for the moment, it's all going their way.
I tell you what, Juice's Motorsport Club social media has never been so busy right now. They're going to be taking all the screenshots, all the tweets, all the updates right now. We're in the lead of this 12-hour race, and rightfully so. They've just kept their heads clean. But again, this is exactly what endurance racing is all about. You can take your season favourites, you can take your commentary tips, you can take your previous performance, and it all means absolutely nothing in the blink of an eye. Ray Rees currently in the lead of this race then for Juice's Motorsport Club. He'll be handing over the car to Kabasakis, to Pedrosa, Krula, Gomez, and they'll hopefully be enjoying what they're seeing just now, because even if they weren't to keep hold of that lead, the performance that they've put in just now in this McLaren, with the fact that they can hold on to it, they're looking a very strong second place right now, at the very least. And that's on the assumption that Zoltan can actually get past, because we know that Audi's hurting. We know that it's not fully on the pace. It is starting to claw down that gap, and the pace is starting to come back. But is it going to be enough? And can Ray Rees really harass that Audi again? Zoltan has been crumbling a little bit under pressure here.
A little bit. There's been things not going their way, certainly, for Varking and for Mugen Sim Racing as a whole, really. But I don't think it's too much to worry about for them at the moment. There's still 11.5 hours to go for them to kind of rectify the situation, so I don't think they're going to be too worried. Just for the moment, it's a great moment for Rory Rees, though, and indeed Deuce's Motorsport Club. He's a new driver to the GT3 team at Deuce's. Not entirely sure if he's a new driver to Deuce's in its entirety, or just GT3 driving at that particular at that team, but yeah, he's doing a great job either way. We certainly haven't seen him in the EWC, for example, well, at least I don't remember. Possibly may have done, but I don't remember. But anyway, it's a fantastic drive from him so far. He'll be in there for at least a couple of hours, and it's even if he were to get out right now, it would be a job well done, really, because he's kept the car on the road. He's got himself into the lead. He's got the team into the lead, and they can't really ask for more than that.
They cannot indeed, and I'm just trying to figure out what has happened actually to Zoltan there, because that gap's went up, so I think he's actually pushing a little bit too hard in that car, believe it or not. He's trying to get onto the back of Ray Rees there, but it's not happening. This is starting to get a little bit interesting, I've got to be honest with you, purely because, as I said, it's one thing catching up to that car in front, but it's a completely different kettle of fish actually getting past them. And with 12 hours to go, I would argue as well, Ewan, that maybe they're going to want to be a little bit cautious. If they know they've got the pace, then do they really need to go past that car? Do they need to take the lead? Are they just going to settle in and keep their nose clean, given what happened with Jimmy Nuzula?
We said that with Jimmy Nisler. I thought he was going to stay behind, but he clearly had enough, and that racing driver instinct took over. Speaking of Nisler, he's just gone down the inside of Prosim to get up into 5th place, so back into the top 5 now for the Finnish driver, and Satellite Racing. It was a fairly simple slipstream and on the brakes manoeuvre in the end. You never know. Those racing drivers' instincts do tend to kind of take over, even when rationally we're not involved in that car at the moment, in the heat of the moment, which probably helps, but rationally you wouldn't go for it, and these drivers probably know that as well if they were thinking straight, but they're in the car in the heat of the moment, and thinking can go out of the window every so often, so you never know what's going to happen. Barking, he may well go for it, even though he realises that it's not the best choice, so let's wait and see. He's not there yet, as you mentioned. He's got to get there and then pass, which is a whole different prospect, expect to see a couple of surprises maybe when we get there. Is he going to stick behind or not? That's the big question.
Right, here's a plot twist for you. Jimmy Nazula now up to 5th place. Zoltan Verkonyi, the two warriors who tangled up earlier on, in 2nd place. The gap between them, 7 seconds, and shrinking quite rapidly. It was about 8 seconds, 9 seconds. Jimmy Nazula carving his way through the field. Zoltan Verkonyi seems to be at a standstill. That gap now back to about 1.5 seconds up to Rui Reis. But the thing is, Jimmy Nazula has the toe of the cars in front of him to keep that forward momentum going, to keep pushing him through that field. So are we going to get to a stage in, say, 20-25 minutes time, when we have to start thinking about our first pit stops, where Jimmy Nazula is right back on the tail of Zoltan Verkonyi?
Yeah, we could well see that situation, and who knows what's going to happen when that does. I feel like at some point in this race they are going to cross paths again at some point, but it's just a case of when that's going to be, really, and I'm not sure for the moment. It could be 25 minutes, as you say. It could be 20 hours. We're not in a 24-hour race, but it could be in a good 10 hours time when they cross paths again. It could take that long, but what happens when they get there is the real important thing. Is there going to be any kind of bad blood between them? Is Nisler going to be annoyed at Varkingi for how the incident happened? What's going to happen with that? We'll wait and see when indeed it does happen, but Nisler's certainly making progress.
Well, you're going to have to stay tuned to find out how this one develops, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the GTR 24-hour, 12-hour race of Monza here with myself, Dave Christie, and Ewan O'Leary. Stick with us. We're going to take a very short commercial break.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, then to the 12 hours of Monza. We hope you've had time to go and get a cup of coffee, some juice, some cereal, and settle yourselves down, because we've got another 11 hours and 20 minutes of this. Right, it is all kicked off in the brakes, so let's bring you back up to speed. Jimmy Nuzula has strapped a rocket to the back of his car, and he's currently making his way back through the field as we speak. He's on the back of Carlo Basto, as you can see here on the back straight. He's possibly going to try and make a move into the Parabolica, but again, he's going to be one to be very, very measured about it. The other man on the move. Now, I'm going to presume this is from a mistake from Rui Reis, because the gap was 1.6 seconds. The gap now down to just half a second between Rui Reis and Zoltan Verkonyi for that lead. It's highly likely that Zoltan will try and make a move, but again, he just seems to lack that straight line pace. It's Dave Christie along with Ewan O'Leary for this first couple of hours. And Ewan, I had a look at the commentary rota there. You're in for a long day, my friend, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit, because I don't have anything else to do, unlike everybody else. But yeah, so I'm going to be here for pretty much the entire race, I think, at this point. But yeah, well, never mind, it doesn't matter. It should be a good race, as Nicola is trying to get down the inside of the Audi of Carlos Basto. We thought this was going to happen about 5 minutes ago, but he's just been biding his time, really, and into that chicane where he and Varkini came in together. Not so long ago, about 25 minutes ago, they unfortunately had that little accident. Well, Nicola has put those demons to bed almost with one move, and he's through on Basto now. He's going to be marching on up towards the podium. Yeah, just to go back to Rui Reis for a moment, the gap from second to third is increasing to nearly 5 seconds now, which suggests to me that Reis has kind of increased his pace a little bit, rather than Varkini losing a little bit of pace, because it was so close to the midfield before this incident, 20 minutes ago, but as soon as he got into the lead, Reis was really starting to put the pace on, and I think that might have contributed to Varkini struggling to get on terms. It seems that he has done now, though, and might be looking to make a move to get back to the lead again.
Cracking action that we've got going on here. We're watching Zoltan Verkonyi in that number 33 Mugen Sim Racing Audi onto the back of Rui Reis. He's absolutely glued to the tail end of that car, and again, 11 hours 15 minutes to go. You would be forgiven to think that this is a 1 hour sprint race from everything that we've seen right now. Now, this Audi really struggles in that first corner. He got a decent-ish exit from that time, but again, taking so much carburant on that first part of the corner, it really compromises his exit out of that corner, doesn't it?
Yeah, they really do monster the curves around here. There's some absolutely massive ones, especially in the chicanes for anti-cut purposes and things like that. And so it does look a little bit strange, especially here for the second part. You can see them bouncing across the curves, but these suspensions can definitely take it. It's just about how the quickest way round, really. Do you want to shorten the corner off a little bit, or do you want the run down the next straight? Well, it seems that these guys will have found the best way through here for the moment, because they've They've been doing all the practice, and now they're into the race. So you know, it's quite interesting to watch at the moment to see which one is the better strategy at this point, but no, it's certainly a fantastic fight, and yeah, these guys learning the circuit at the same time as learning each other, I guess, a little bit, learning the strengths and the weaknesses of the car, the driver, and Varkey just sizing up Rubri's at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is, and here's a little bit of a little into the mix that I'm going to throw in there. Jimmy Nuzula was 8.5, in fact no, make that 9 seconds behind that lead battle. Jimmy Nuzula is now 5 seconds behind that lead battle. Brace for impact, folks. This is going to get rather interesting, and very quickly too, because what you've got to remember is that we've got pit stops coming up very shortly, and that adds a whole element of strategy into the mix as well. We've seen various times where pit lane infringements and other issues can lead to problems there. Now that Audi's right onto the back of Rui Reis there, but again isn't quite close enough to think about making the move right now, and I do wonder, Ewan, if that confidence has been knocked a little bit about being around other drivers, about, you know, trying to stick your nose in, because what we've got to remember is Zoltan Verkanic was in the lead of this race, and it was through Jimmy Nuzula fighting him, and again we'll have to have a look at that earlier on. The two of them coming together, and you see there again a huge moment there from the Audi of oversteer, and that loses him time again. He goes back to about a second there. I'm really not too confident in that Audi that there's not some underlying damage there.
Yeah, it could just be the way the car's set up, or indeed the way that it's developing at the moment for him, or the way he's driving. But yeah, certainly it's a little bit unnerving watching that car. Barkey may well be struggling a little bit with getting over the contact and trying to, you know, get that move going again now, but maybe he's just seen a little bit of sense, and it's maybe not the best idea to go for it now, and he's just staying behind, being a little bit sensible for the moment. I'm not entirely sure if that is going to be the case or not, but it's certainly a possibility that he's willing to stay behind now and maybe save a bit of fuel and then go for it again a little bit later, because this race isn't going to be won after the first hour, it's going to be after 12. So there's a long way to go for Varkey right now, and maybe he's seen sense that there isn't any point in making a move right now. He's better off waiting and striking a little bit later.
Yeah, very possibly it might be the case. Brilliant pictures that we're able to see here thanks to our production team of an onboard stream with Rui Reis on the right hand window there. You can see all sorts of information on his screen. I was also noticing, Ewan, his tyre temperatures were looking very warm indeed. Not anything to be concerned about, but again just showing how much he is hustling that car and how hard he is pushing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are all up on the ragged edge almost at this early stage. When you see positions around you and in front of you so closely like that, then you know you tend to do that. But you know, maybe it's not always the best idea. 1 hour sprint at the moment, and that certainly seems to be the case. But these days, these races do tend to be 12 1 hour sprints, really, especially with the GT3 cars, the way they are set up. The strategy is a little bit less of a factor normally, and it's really sprint racing in between the pit stops, and that's what we're seeing the first part of at the moment, as Nisula and Varkey both making moves simultaneously almost, but fortunately this time it's not going to be on each other, because you know, we know how that ended last time at the second chicane. We'll hope things are a little bit cleaner between them next time around. Nisula's certainly showing that he just have that little bit of pace though as we go on board with him.
Yep, down the main straight then, and the Audi not looking like it's got the toe. The same can't be said for the McLaren in fourth place, hunting, stalking down Paparinopoulos there, and Paparinopoulos makes the move to the outside, goes too wide into turn one and has to use the escape road there. The McLaren surely is going to take that position from the third place 23 car. He does, lets him through, and I wonder if there's some issues with that. that car. I'm hearing from production team there might be engine issues with that, or transmission issues with that car of Papadopoulos. So that would make sense if the car's just straight lined and he's not able to shift down the gears there, Ewan. So huge drama with just 49 minutes gone in the race.
Oh, that's really disappointing for them. I've got to, I'm going to try and get a replay for you right now, because I've got him running down towards turn number 1. We'll see what indeed happens to him here. If we're hearing that it was a double downshift, which is quite famous really for blowing engines, let's see if that indeed is the case. He shifts down very quickly indeed. We didn't really see 5th at all there, did we? We just went 6th to 4th and then 3rd, but realising the fate of that McLaren. I actually thought he was waiting for Nisila to go through so that it would not incur a penalty for skipping the corner, but unfortunately its fate is a little bit worse than that.
Yeah, so just to remind you then at home, what happens with this situation is that the team obviously not out of the race. They take a virtual tow back to the pits, they get the car repaired and they get back into the race. And in the grand scheme of things, we've seen teams come back from much, much worse than this. So keep an eye out on that team. They will be on the recovery drive, obviously not what you want to happen. But yeah, that's been the whole theme of this first hour. And we see a huge mistake there from the McLaren of Rui Reis. He wiggles from side to side and that almost hands on a silver platter the lead to the Audi of Zoltan Verkonye. It's going to be the battle of late breakers there. It's going to be on the inside of the corner for Rui Reis. They're on the run down to the chicane, but the Audi is going to have it on the brakes, and that McLaren tries to think better of it, but the lead then almost inevitably going back to Zoltan Verkonye. But here's the question, what is he going to do under pressure here? Because the Audi really does struggle. And have a look in the background there as well, because we need to get the production team readying up the theme from Jaws anytime shortly. Jimmy Nazula now 2.7 seconds, Ewan, behind your leader.
Yeah, absolutely. He's driving very, very well at the moment. Sometimes we see after an incident for some of these guys that they actually drive a little bit better because they're quite angry, and it does give them that little bit of pace. And that might be something that we're seeing right now. I don't think Nissan is particularly angry about it. Do Finnish people get angry? I've not seen it, but anyway, maybe they do. But yeah, he's certainly driving very well at the moment. That's the point. And Barking is being reeled in. If it was a fight between them 1 and 2, then Nissan would be a good few seconds in the lead at this point. Had they not had that incident, Rui Reis has started to pick up his pace a little bit and drop the rest of those guys behind. So yeah, it's all getting quite pacey at the front of the field really. Yeah, there's a lot going on, but Nisila is certainly menacing in the background right now and driving very, very well. Probably the fastest car out there on the circuit. Barking is going to have to respond.
He certainly is, and the McLaren of Rui Reis trying to hold on to the back of Zoltan Verkonye there for that battle for first, second and third there. Further down the order then, fourth place is currently Carlos Basto. Prosim in the 007 is in fifth place. Nikolai Bezrukov in the 62 is in sixth place there in the, 62 is of course Unison Racing. It's the 65 VRS Satellite Racing of Juan Amaya in 7th place. The 777 after that spin for DSR Nightmare in 8th place of Likegaard, and then in Carl Likegaard, Validis Karalis in 9th place there in the 14 GSR team Aston, and then the 717 of Denis Ishenko in that Unison Racing machine as well. Tony Papadopoulos in the pits there in the 23 GSR team getting repaired just now, and then the Viaduct and GT4 team still plodding away by themselves, just getting the job done. But we're still watching this battle for the lead raging on here, Ewan, and you get the feeling with the pace of Jimmy Nazula putting in 1:47.109, the best lap of the race, but he's still lapping about 0.8 of a second faster than both the cars in front of him. Surely this is a matter of time.
It looks like it at the moment, but let's not forget those pit stops are approaching. What is the Audi going to be like out of the pit stops? Obviously, the McLaren in second and third are going to be the same out of the pit stops pretty much. It's just going to be a case of which driver is going to hit the ground running, really. Are these guys going to change tyres? What they're going to do with a higher fuel load on board? All these questions we've got to really answer in the next few moments' time. Yeah, we're just having a little bit of an overview, a bit of a look at what the standings are looking like after nearly an hour of racing. Varkingi from Rees, then Nisela, Basto, and then the ProSim car rounding out the top 5. So very interesting indeed, and the top 3 very, very close as well. It's a very interesting race at this stage.
Not going to lie, I did have a little bit of a brief panic there as my view certainly switched to the safety car. I thought that was trying to imply something, then just realised that was just the camera randomly switching to the safety car. So panic over, everyone. There is not any safety car there. Great to see the Viaductin team still out on track. Do you know what? They are just plodding away. And I love that. I love the idea, right? They've not got anybody else that they're racing, but they're just happily still taking part, still doing their best with that little GT4 car. Here's a little look at the weather at the moment. Yeah, nothing really to write home about. I know you were getting very excited at the prospect of thunder and lightning and torrential rain, but really it's not looking like we're going to see any of that, at least in the next hour or so.
No, it doesn't look like it for the moment. There's a few clouds developing, but that is something to write home about in Italy, I suppose, because it doesn't happen very often. But certainly the rain is very around the corner, I would say, really. But I kind of don't want it to come at this point, because we've got a fantastic freeway battle for the lead. I'd like it to stay dry and this battle to continue, really. Yeah, we'll wait to see if it does. But Rees is certainly driving very well indeed. Varkingi is at the head of the train trying to defend for all he's worth, and we'll see how aggressive he is on this occasion. Is he going to have learnt a lesson and try to be a little bit more cautious on this occasion, not quite defend so hard? Or is he going to go for it all the same? We'll wait and see, because we've seen this situation before, albeit without the Juices car involved. We've seen this situation before, and we all know what happens. So yeah, let's see if indeed it does spill over on the circuit, or indeed if the battle goes to the pit lane, because it could well do.
So the question is, has Zoltan Verkody learned anything from his previous outing there? And the survey says, no, not a chance, because he's going to get absolutely assaulted by these McLarens here. Rui Rees actually doing a brilliant job of catching back up now to that Audi. Goes a little bit wide out of the second Lesmo there, and that allows Jimmy Nazula to try and get the run on the run out of Ascari here. That Audi just does not look convincing at all right now. I'll be completely honest with you. That is going to be a double toe for Jimmy Nazula. They're on the run down to the Parabolica here, and you can see there a little look out there from Rui Rees. That Audi is under so much pressure right now. Do not be surprised if that thing makes an unforced error, because the Audi, notorious for snap oversteer. And into the pits then goes Rui Rees. The first one to blink is Rui Rees from second place. That hands Jimmy Nazula that second place then, and oh boy, have we got a race on our hands, because if we cut to Nazula, that gap is now under a second, 0.8 of a second there, and Ewan, this is starting to get a little bit interesting now.
It is indeed, and yeah, we'll wait and see what develops between the two of them over the course of the next few laps. Are they indeed going to battle it out on the circuit or not at this point? Nisela and Varkingi back together again. I must admit, I didn't think there would be nose to tail this quickly here once again. I thought it would take a little bit longer than this for Nisela to catch back up again, but he's done a staggering job, to be honest, at catching up, and now he's starting to apply the pressure to Varkingi. We can see him just running onto the gravel on the left hand side there, which is not helping his cause. Now what's going to happen when indeed they come past the pit lane on this occasion, because it could get very interesting. 32 laps was the stint for Juicy's Motorsport Club on this occasion. You can't imagine that Nisela's going to be able to go much longer, because they are in the same car after all.
Yeah, they certainly are. Fascinating battle unfolding right in front of your very eyes. A very good afternoon if you've just joined us. This is the Monza 12-hour special event from GTR 24H. We are live on YouTube as well as being live on Motorvision TV as well. Currently watching then, this is the battle for first and second place, and through the Parabolica goes Zoltan Varkonyi. On the tail of him is Jimmy Nuzula, and Jimmy Nuzula into the pits then. No surprises there because he did a fastest sector 1 and a fastest sector 2, so that tank is absolutely empty, and then that means that Zoltan Varkonyi runs off into the sunset. But I don't think he's going to have too much pace on this next lap here. This is what's going to count.
Yeah, let's see if the undercut is going to work or not. But while this is happening, we're going to take a brief look at some highlights of the race so far. We've had a lot of them so far, but yeah, you can still see live pictures from the bottom right, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens on those live pictures, because Rui Reis is going to be certainly near to Jimmy Nisler at some point when he comes out of the pit lane. Is Nisler going to have jumped him or not in this one? That's going to be the big question here. And what's Varkonyi going to do? Is he going to be in at the end of the next lap? I would expect him to do so, but you never know, he might try and run this out a little bit longer to make a bit of a fuel game.
Yeah, so just let's bring you up to speed on what happened in the past hour then. Zoltan Varkonyi led the field off on that pole position. It was a straight out dogfight that developed between him and the number 64 of Jimmy Nuzula. They went toe to toe into the second chicane. There was contact between Nuzula and between the Audi as well later on in the lap. It was a heated battle with many bits of paint being exchanged and places going left, right and centre. You can see there the Audi taking that position back, but it was later on at the second chicane where the two of them collided into each other and sent both of them spinning off the track, thankfully avoiding the barriers and sending the race lead into the clutches of Rui Reis, who held on valiantly for a good part of the race. It was then up to Jimmy Nuzula to catch back up through the field. He was the worst affected by that early crash in the first 20 minutes of the race. You'll see here up side by side, and this was really one of those moments where we thought, oh, you don't need to make that happen, but it was that early curb and it was the contact between the Audi and the McLaren, both of them thankfully avoiding serious damage into the barrier. And if I'm honest, I think that little squirt of the accelerator there from Nuzula is saving him from any real issues there. But this was Tony Papadopoulos there doing a great job of making his way through the mid-pack there. You can see that was your former race leader Rui Reis who took the race lead there and held onto it very well as the two drivers tried to recover from the rest of the race there. But Ewan, a brilliant opening hour to this race here, and this is pretty much everything that we expected, isn't it?
It's been very good racing indeed, yeah, and very much enjoying it so far. On the live pictures at the moment, Rui Reis has got it out in front of Jimmy Nisler, trying to see if Varkonyi is coming this time around. He has indeed. There's now only two cars to come in, ProSim and the 717 Unison Racing car still to come in. Varkonyi comes out the pit lane there on the left-hand side. Looks like he's going to be behind both of them. So Rui Reis now takes the lead. It's going to be Jimmy Nisler in second place with Zoltan Varkonyi in third when this all shakes out. That's very interesting indeed. So the undercut didn't work for Nisler when they were in the same cars, but the Audi has been undercut by both of the McLarens here.
And quite honestly, left for dead. The pace that the McLarens have got right now, we're able to get the tyres up to speeds and up to pressure. Great stuff there. So the 007 ProSim team out into the leads just now. So Hour 2 then underway here. The GTR 24H Monza 12 hours. David Christie and Ewan O'Leary taking you through all of the first couple of hours here. Let's bring you up to speed then. It's the 007 provisionally in the lead just now. They haven't pitted yet, along with the 717 of Denis Eshenko. They are then, behind then is the 74 of Rui Reis, the 64 of Jimmy Nazula, and the 33 of Zoltan Verkonyi. This is the battle essentially for the lead unfolding in front of your eyes here just now. Rui Reis, the unlikely leader of this race, handed it to him on a silver platter by the fight happening between Jimmy Nazula and Zoltan Verkonyi here. Ewan, what a race we've had here, and this is just getting even more exciting.
It is indeed at the front of the field right now. Very exciting indeed. We've had that two-car battle at the front. Now it's time for a three-car battle, I think. And yeah, it's absolutely fantastic between all of these guys. The pit stops have shaken out now. It took us about 3 or 4 laps to go through the entire cycle. Unison Racing and ProSim were the biggest cars on the grid, but they're also the last to come down pit lane. Probably the most fuel efficient by the looks of things. That could play into their hands a little bit later on. But yeah, for now we're just enjoying this fight because it's absolutely wonderful to see. Looks like Nisler is deciding to be a little bit more careful on this occasion, and Varkey likewise. He's not quite on the back of them just yet, but he will be in a few moments' time. And yeah, it is absolutely fantastic racing. Very, very enjoyable indeed at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here. And again, you get the impression that Jimmy Nazula really biding his time here. He's waiting, he's watching, he's seeing what Rui Reis is doing, and all he has to do is keep him within his reach as well. Zoltan Verkonyi, the big loser out of those pit stops, was in the lead of the race after fighting so hard to catch back up to Rui Reis there. But, I mean, the big news surely has to be Jimmy Nazula taking that second place just now. And if I'm honest, I'm not sure about this, because Rui Reis, right, the pace that he's got is enough to keep Jimmy Nazula behind, but Jimmy doesn't seem too interested in taking the lead, and that doesn't make sense with how he was trying to take the Audi before. So is he overdriving that car? Because look at the Audi now. The Audi of Zoltan Verkonyi is starting to come back into the mix as they go down the main straight here. You've got some cracking picture-in-picture views here. You're seeing on the tail end of Rui Reis coming into the first corner there, and deep onto the brakes goes Jimmy Nazula there, throwing that car about, and this is probably Jimmy's best chance, Ewan, you've got to say, of trying to get the move done.
Yeah, it looks like it, but I think he's just being a little bit more cautious on this occasion. I don't think he really wants to go for it at every opportunity and try to get through at every corner here. I think he's taking things a little bit more easy because these chicanes are very narrow. They're not conducive to racing, really. We've seen it before. Varkey didn't do a lot wrong in their spin, really, in my opinion. Just sent the car over the curbs. Obviously, it bounced over a little bit and they came into contact, which is very unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, it was bizarre. It's bizarre how these cars are profile really sometimes, and yeah, we've seen the cost of it really. But yeah, I think Nisler's just learning from that a little bit, deciding to take things a little bit easier on this occasion, and yeah, maybe go for it when the opportunity arises a little bit later on. I think personally he was hoping that he would jump the Juice's Motorsport Club car in the pit lane, and then he wouldn't have had to worry about this at all. But unfortunately, that hasn't materialised for him.
Well, we're watching cars on the run down that back straight there on the entry to the Parabolica. The McLaren behind of Jimmy Nazula really just, I think, also trying to put a lot of pressure onto the race. You can see how much wider a line he takes round the Parabolica, gets into the slipstream of that McLaren in front there. And again, it's going to be a question of, is it going to be the last of the late breakers there? He's got a great run on Rui Reis. It's going to surely be a move for Jimmy Nazula. He tries to go around the outside. Rui Reis takes the inside line late onto the brakes. That allows the Audi to catch back up onto the pair of them there. And this is a very dangerous game now that Rui Reis and Jimmy Nazula are playing, because it's going to be a very opportunistic Zoltan Verkonyi that could make the most out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. He could be picking up the pieces if indeed they come together, the two McLarens here. We've seen this before. Still going for a move into the second chicane, but Rui decides that it's not the best idea and blocks him off by putting the car in the middle of the road. And now you're right, Varkini is really getting himself involved here, but he's just leaving himself a car length here just to make sure he can react to anything that goes on in front. Hopefully not, but you just want to give yourself that little bit of space to account for anything untoward that might happen. However, if Nisula gets through on the Juices Motorsport Club car, I'd imagine he will want to slip straight on by as well, because he's not going to want to let Nisula get away, because if he does, then that could be it's definitely the race lead heading off up the road. It could be the race victory heading off up the road. I know it's early on, but you never know when that race winning moment can come by.
Yeah, that brings up a very good point actually there, Ewan. The fact that endurance racing nowadays is so different to what it was maybe say 10, 15 years ago, where you think that the 12-hour event will be like an hour or 2 hours of fast racing, then you'll get a slower driver in, then it'll be high-paced action again. This is a 12-hour sprint race. Every single driver expected to drive at the absolute peak pinnacle of their performance as they possibly can. We'll come back to that in a second, because here comes the McLaren side by side. It's going to be on the inside. Ray's trying to force Jimmy Nazula as wide as he possibly can, but this could be it. This could be the move done for Jimmy Nazula. Tries to get the inside. There's contact again. They're still side by side. Jimmy Nazula keeps the foot in. Reese, take a bow. That is incredibly ballsy racing there, and the two of them still side by side as they come down towards the second chicane. That Audi is waiting there, poised, ready to pick up the pieces of what on earth happened here. Reese is going to try and have the inside line, goes round the brakes late there, but Reese, oh my goodness me, this is now a 3-car battle for the lead. Can you believe what you're seeing in front of your eyes?
No, this is absolutely unbelievable. Nearly 3 wide from Varkini there, and now on the outside line, Reese is going to be hung out to dry here. Varkini follows Nisula through. So from first to third in about 3 corners there for the Juices Motorsport Club. He's going to stick onto the back of these guys and try and get involved again, because that McLaren's very pacey in a straight line. Varkini under pressure into Ascari again.
Wow. This is awesome stuff, really. Surely not. Trying to go around the outside at Ascari. I think that's it done. I think the move is absolutely done. But this is the key thing here. If Reese can tuck behind that Audi and get the slipstream down that back straight, he can absolutely fire it up the inside and try and take the curve at the parabolic. That looks like what he's going to try and do. He backs off at the brakes there. The Audi goes very, very deep into the parabolica there. I think he might just get away with it. But here comes Reese in third place then, onto the tail end of the Audi. This is going to be over and dusted before it even gets going as well. Reese, side by side almost, thinks better of it, pulls it into behind the Audi. Oh my goodness me, all the drama, all the action, all the chaos kicking off in just the first 15 minutes of the second hour. There's contact again, side by side with the Audi and the McLaren, and Reese just absolutely bulldozes his way in. Oh my goodness me, the cojones on this, kids. That McLaren, wow, that is probably one of the gutsiest moves I think I've seen. And the whole thing about respectful driving that we saw in that first lap, I think that's just been drop kicked to the curb right there.
Yeah, it's certainly aggressive racing between these two at the moment, but there's nothing wrong with a bit of aggressive racing, really. At the end of the day, it's just I wouldn't say anything too bad going on just for the moment. Ruiz may be a little bit aggressive into the first chicane, but it's nothing awful for the moment, and just hard racing really. Apparently there's an incident between 777 and the 65 on lap 11 that's being reported right now. I presume that maybe one of those drivers has just got out the car to not to report it, but certainly to maybe have a look. I can see that Mads Hedegaard has got into the 777 now, as opposed to Carl Likago, who started that car. Maybe he's got out of that car and reported the incident, because it was a good 45 minutes ago now, that incident, and now it's been taken in by race control to indeed have a look at around turn 11, which is around the curve of Parabolica, I believe. believe. So we didn't quite see that one, but instant report coming in, and we'll see what comes of it in a few moments' time.
Right, let's calm ourselves down. Let's just take a breath and try and figure out what on earth just happened. There's Audi fires up the inside. Zoltan Verkonyi from 15,000 miles back decides to send it in. There was never any other way that one was ending. And I'm going to be completely honest now. These two need to calm it down. Reyes and Zoltan Verkonyi absolutely trading paint and knocking lumps out of each other. Here we go with the instant replay. There you go. That move was never happening. And Reyes, just decides that he's not letting that happen there. And if I'm honest, I just have this gut feeling that the pair of them are going to end up in the barriers here.
Yeah, they don't particularly like each other at this point. I think that's fair to say, as things stand. And it's getting a little bit aggressive now. Reyes didn't really give racing room to the Audi on the outside of 2 there, and it's resulted in a bit of gravel for Verkonyi, but it's letting the leader get away now. Certainly over 5.5 seconds is the lead for Yemi Nisela, and Carlos Basto is getting involved from behind now. 4 seconds is the gap between Verkonyi and Basto now, so it's all going to close up for second place, quite possibly. It just depends how long it takes the Audi to get through, and I think it's going to be very difficult for him. If we're on board right now, even in the slipstream, he's struggling to make inroads in a straight line here. That's why he needs to make late moves under the brakes and in the corners here. It's very, very tricky to do anything when that McLaren has got such straight line speed, and that's why Verkonyi is struggling quite so much. It's really starting to close up for second place.
Oh, look at that McLaren just drive away from the Audi. Even in the slipstream, the McLaren can just pull away. And obviously a little bit of mind games there, trying to go on. The Audi locking up its brakes, trying to go into that first corner there. But that McLaren, I think that's done the number. I think there's something not quite right with that Audi. Maybe it's overcooked the tyres, maybe it's got a little tiny bit of aero damage, but certainly on that parabolica around the corner there, that McLaren able to just drive away from that Audi right now. So Zoltan Verkonyi in real trouble, because as you said, Carlo Basso in that number 51 machine just behind them, able to catch up very, very quickly and possibly be able to make a move on them just now. So yeah, this is cracking action that we've got going on here, and quite honestly, I didn't see any of this happening right now.
No, it's been very interesting indeed, and a little bit unexpected as well. And it's, I guess it all results from that incident at the second chicane on all those laps ago. And that's what's really kicked all this off. So yeah, it's a bizarre situation we find ourselves in at the moment, and Verkonyi is going to find it a very frustrating situation that they've got themselves into here. Whether it was going to be the satellite racing car or juices that they find themselves behind now, this McLaren is going to be so difficult to overtake no matter who's driving it, because look at the straight line speed it's got, and that's what you really need to try and make a move. Use the slipstream to get that little bit of overspeed and then make a move under brakes. At the moment, Verkonyi can only really do the last bit, and it's resulting in some of the battling that we've seen so far. He might have another go into turn 1 on this occasion, but he also might decide to just stick behind for the moment and keep things as they are, not to risk the car any further, because we've seen those two get into contact just a little bit in the past.
Yeah, it's wow. I'm almost lost for words, to be honest with you. It's been a spectacular opening first hour and a half that we've had here at the 12 hours of Monza. A brilliant race, and again, you just have to hope that we've got another 10 hours and 40 minutes on the cards for this one. I've got to be honest, I think that Audi is really in a bad place right now. Reyes, quite rightly, isn't just letting it pass, and look at the tail spinning out on that Audi, and that is not a place that you think you'd go and see it, and runs wide into the gravel. That Audi, as I said, is in real problems right now. Maybe they've overcooked the tyres, maybe they've done some sort of damage to that car, but that is not looking happy. And I've got to be honest, I am quite fancying Carlos Basto right now to potentially get his step onto the podium here.
Yeah, he's closing in. 3 seconds is the gap now. Varking certainly a little bit rattled, I think, by the battles that we've seen so far between the two of them, and it is allowing Basto to get involved. So we'll wait and see what happens if indeed he gets there. But for the moment, he's just hanging back. Rory Reese is going to be loving this situation, though, because he's gotten rid of Varking, not going to be under pressure from him for the next few moments, and the gap's big to the car in front. The incident, by the way, between the 777 and the 65 has just been taken to review. The stewards have decided that it needs further review, and they will decide what to do, of course. But yeah, the lead now for Emi Nisula, 7 seconds, and yeah, that's not an unassailable margin, but it's certainly a big one, and going to take a lot of effort to try and bring that down.
Yeah, it certainly is. Jimmy Nizula off into the sunset. He's already got a hand on the bottle of champagne at the moment with an 8-second lead. Quite honestly, we've seen races before, both you and I, where that has been wiped out in the space of 2 corners. Just amazing stuff. So again, not to play caution to the wind or anything like that, but yeah, that gap could get wiped out very quickly indeed. In fact, he's already lost a second of that 8-second gap. But the gap to Zoltan Verkonyi now opening up by a second, and Carlo Basto now just 3.5 seconds behind. So again, as we start to settle down into the second stint after our first couple of pit stops here, there's some real changes afoot here, and the Audi's starting to get quite unsettled.
It is a little bit, and we saw this after the incident with Nisula, that it got a little bit unsettled, but you know, we'll just have to wait and see how he recovers from this. We've seen him have a setback in the past, and it did decrease his pace just that little bit, but you know, we'll see what happens on this occasion. Got a yellow flag in sector 2 at the moment. I was trying to find what happened or what is happening at the moment, but I can't see anybody who's actually stopped, so we'll have to try and figure that one out in the future. But anyway, yeah, it's certainly not going well for Varkingi at the moment. He's seen Satellite Racing go on up the road by quite a distance, and yeah, that isn't good at all, because he's going to have to, or his teammate indeed, is going to have to bring that one back.
And just having a look, I was absolutely right, by the way. The GT4 Viaducting team, I said last night, I think they're going to overtake at least 2 or 3 GT3 cars, and they have, because they've managed to obviously get past the number 23 GSR Greek McLaren team of Nikos Papamafeil, Christopos Kariolis and Andres Roosevelt, who are out on, can't obviously forget Tony Paparinopoulos, who unfortunately had that issue going into turn 1. So GTA 14 of Viaducting move up 1 place. They are now P11 on the race there. As you see, a very wide Audi in the background there. That is Carlos Basto in the number 51 outfit. So Ewan, the great thing about this is that it gives us a little bit of a breather. Gives us a little bit of time to chat about the race itself. I'm watching the Audi of Zoltan Verkonyi, who's looking very sketchy out of the Ascari corners there. But with an hour and a half almost in the books here, what do you think is going to be happening in the next sort of 30 minutes to an hour? Because obviously we'll take it in little chunks just now. Do you think the drivers are going to try and settle down into a rhythm?
Well, they've got to, really, because it's a 12-hour race. They're going to have to kind of settle in for a long day, and so you know, you've got to kind of try and find your feet in this one just a little bit, and that's what all these guys are going to try and do over the next few moments, I would imagine. I mean, getting towards the next half an hour, obviously pit stops coming up again, and in that moment, then you know, we'll see where we are at that point, really. But for the moment, we can't really know what's going to happen at this point. I think Varkingi doesn't look like he's going to be challenging Rory Reese for the next half an hour or so. I think Carlos Basto may well get on terms maybe with the Audi, but you know, I think that looking a little bit unlikely as well. So So, people are just going to kind of, as you said, stay where they are, get into a rhythm, see where they are at the next pit stops, and then we might even see some driver changes at that point, and the race can really develop from there.
And on that note, how important is it for drivers to be able to settle down and get into that rhythm? Because I'd imagine that 12 hours is a very, very long time, especially if you split it into, say, three driver stints. But that state of flow, that ability to just do lap after lap after lap without even thinking about it, that must take some of the strain off of the driving, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of variations between the different cars at this point, between the different teams. It's all about keeping your drivers rested, but also keeping things nice and balanced. It's a balance that we all talk about throughout endurance races. Are you going to go for a lot of drivers, keep your team rested, but also have that palaver of 4 people pulling different ways on terms of your setup, or are you going to go for just 2 drivers, be quite tired at the end of the day, but you're both going to be reasonably comfortable with the set. It's going to be reasonably close to how you would have it if it was just you. So it's always finding that balance. I think for 12-hour racing, you probably get away with 2 drivers. 6 hours on, 6 hours off is probably a decent policy at this point. It's not a bad way to do this, in my opinion. But I think, like satellite racing have got at the moment, 4 drivers for this event, maybe a little bit too many. 3 would be a decent amount, because if you've got 4 drivers, you're only going to be doing 3 hours or so of driving, but you do want the setup to be kind of nice drive for you. So that's another thing to consider. I mean, I would personally, 3 sounds about right to me for a 12-hour race. Yeah, first of all, you get 4 hours in the car, which is a decent amount, and you can do it in 2-hour chunks, which is very helpful in terms of the fuel. So because it obviously it rounds up nicely and whatever. So I think 3 drivers is probably the way you want to go. But obviously, all these guys are going to be going a slightly different way to go about this race. It's just about what your team's comfortable with, I guess.
Just looking at the battle for the top there, and to bring it up to speed then, still race leader Jimmy Nazula and the 64 ahead of Ruiz and Zoltan Verkoni. Some beautiful onboard footage that we were seeing there from the 007 Pro Sim team. We can see that is Stephen Hoofs rather, behind the wheel of that one. But Zoltan Verkoni in the 33 Mugen Sim Racing. I mean, how did it go so wrong for them? They were looking so comfortable up in that lead, and then Jimmy Nazula in that 64 managed to catch up to them, and it's just been going backwards for them ever since. And quite honestly, they're falling back from Rui Reis in second place there.
Yeah, they are a little bit, and it's certainly not good news. If I was in that Mugen Sim Racing camp at the moment, I would definitely be getting Varkingi out of that car in half an hour and getting Christopher Kienak in that car instead. Just to make things a little bit easier on Varkingi, and get him a little bit of a break from the car, because I think not driving well at the moment. Certainly that's immediately obvious to us that he's not on peak performance. Certainly he is one of their best drivers in the GT3 team. He's been at Mugen Sim Racing in the GT3 team for the EWC, and he's been very, very good indeed. What's it going to be like for out of race distance and so on? As I've just spotted through the parabolica, Mads Hedegaard getting off the road in the 777 car. By the way, their incident with the 65 was denoted as a racing incident, so nothing really to speak of there. But unfortunately, a spin for Hedegaard, who's just lost a place and allowed the GSR team to close up massively on them. The gap's now 3 seconds between them.
Yeah, so that's not what they wanted to happen there, and just back to that gap between Zoltan Verkoni and Carlos Basto. Basto is really going to be in quite a strong position there within, I think, a couple of laps. The two of them not on the best of times just now. In fact, actually, that was a cracking lap there from Zoltan Verkoni on that last lap there, 1:47.1. That much pace with your race leader going through there. In fact, sorry, I was reading the wrong line there. That was actually their best lap, not their last lap. 1:48.5. So, I mean, they're a second and a half off of the pace of your race leader in third place there. So that is... that is absolutely mind-boggling to see where that Audi has gone, because at that pace they're actually slower than the 007 Pro Sim team.
Yeah, it's certainly not good news. As I mentioned, I would be getting Barky out of that car at this point. It's not good, certainly. So battles going on up and down the order, and these guys will be settling in now, or trying to. We're starting to settle into the race as well. 90 minutes in at this point, and it's developing nicely now. I guess this battle on our screens right now is the closest developing one.
Yep, and we've had lots and lots to see and to process and to get our little heads around, so we're going to let you get a chance to do that. We're going to take a little commercial break, time to pay some of the bills, and we'll be back after these messages.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for new forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GTR 24-hour, the 12 hours of Monza. Well, we promise we don't do this deliberately, okay? We really, really don't. But while you were away, basically, all hell broke loose. Third place, or the then third place, 33 car of Zoltan Zarocki, decided to take a bit of an excursion around the Parabolica, sort of around and around and around the corner, as you will, and that's done his race no end of good whatsoever. Ewan, it's safe to say that he's not really had a great day at the office, has he?
Not really, no. It's not been his day for the moment, and that's why we see the Pro Sim car so close to the Mugen Sim Racing car for the moment. It's good to see that battle now developing, but yeah, it was just a simple spin really. No pressure from Koloff Basto behind, just losing it on the way into the corner, and a little bit bizarre really to see that kind of mistake from such a driver. But yeah, we can see already that it's not been his best performance for the moment, and yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate really the way that's been going over the last few moments. Well, not just few moments, is it? It's been the whole stint. His stint has been falling apart a little bit, and now I guess the best thing he could do is just try to hold off Pro Sim for the moment, if he can. Try to hold off Pro Sim until the end of the stint at the very least. I think that would just give him a little bit of confidence heading into the next stint, and you know, it's just rubbing salt into the wound almost if indeed he does get overtaken here in the next half an hour or so. I think that would be quite damaging for him, and he might step into the car next time around with you know, his head down, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's what we're watching here. Sebastian Hove in that 007 Pro Sim Bentley, the only Bentley that we have got on the grid just now, trying his best to hunt down that 33 Audi of Zoltan Verkonye there, doing a cracking job coming through Ascari and then onto that main straight. That gap was around about a second and a half. It's now down to about 0.8 of a second, and if Sebastian can get himself into the toe here, into the slipstream of that car in front, then that is going to come down absolutely massively as they come down into the Parabolica. Very good afternoon though. Thank you very much for joining us on the GTR 24H YouTube channel, and of course to all of our viewers who are joining us over on motorvision.tv. A very warm welcome. We hope you're having a lovely afternoon. Thank you for joining myself, David Christie, and Ewan O'Leary for the first couple of hours of this. A huge thank you to our production team in the background who we can hear cackling away as all the action unfolds as well. But yeah, back to this battle here for Zoltan Verkonye, and it really is a massive fall for grace for Zoltan, because of course you saw earlier on that battle, that intense battle with Jimmy Nazula for the 64 VRS satellite racing team early on in those opening stages of the racing, how different things could have been for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a case of what could have been almost for that team. But I'm just seeing that we've got a bit of damage out there on the circuit, because we've had a spin and a hit on the wall for the 777 Audi that's just got going again now. But yeah, not good news at all, because they have lost their rear wing. I'm going to try and source a replay. Well, I'm going to have to go further back than that, but yeah, for the moment that's not good news at all. Is that Pro Sim indeed going the outside line? Was that them going through on?
It was indeed. It was
yeah.
a mistake by the Audi through the second Lesmo, and another unforced error from that Audi, and that hands the place on a silver platter to Sebastian Hove in that that 007 Pro Sim Bentley. And to be honest with you, that was a very, very easy move, because that Bentley has had the pace on that Audi, and a day going from bad to worse for the Audi 33 Mugen Sim Racing team. Oh, there you go, into the barriers for Mads Hedsgaard, and that is a very dangerous rejoin there, straight out into the path of none other than your race leader there, Ewan.
Yeah, exactly. That was Jimmy Nisler coming through the second Lesmo and nearly got a nasty surprise, actually. The gap's been slashed to 11 seconds at the front of the field, which is a little bit less than what it was before, mainly because of that rejoin from Hedegaard. Not really nice on that occasion, I'm afraid. But yeah, thankfully everybody got away with it. It was unfortunate, really. Hedegaard did most of the spinning on the circuit, but then when he was trying to spin around again to get going, you know, do another 180, opportunity to get back in the right direction. He unfortunately kind of almost reversed into the wall, which is not good really. So yeah, that was unfortunate. And yeah, he's now in the pit lane getting that damage repaired. There might be a little bit of suspension involved as well, but definitely a new rear wing for that 777.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy start to this race. I mean, Ewan, we're less than 2 hours into this race and we've seen more action than I think I've seen in some 6-hour races as well. This is just intense action through the field. Zoltan Verkonyi dropping through the field like a rock right now in that 33. He's going to have to watch out because about 8.5 seconds, 10 seconds behind him is Nikolai Bezrukov. But we have to now turn our attention to the leader, who is away with this race right now. 12 seconds to the grid. Jimmy Nazula in that VRS Satellite Racing Team outfit. And what a start. I mean, he will be absolutely delighted with that start to the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very entertaining for the moment, but yeah, we'll wait and see what happens for the rest of the race at the moment. Hedegaard's just got out of the pit lane, by the way. He's just made his repairs, but he's down in 10th place for the moment, which is the last of the running GT3 cars. Unfortunately, the other GT3 that blew its engine earlier on, the GSR team, I don't think they've rejoined for whatever reason. So it looks like we are down to 10 GT3s for the moment. And yeah, that's a shame to see, because it was only the first hour of the race. They will have been preparing and they will have been ready to do a 12-hour race, and unfortunately they've not even managed to do a 1-hour race there, so very disappointing for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, I mean, the great thing about this is that with it being a 12-hour race, all of the teams, all of the drivers have that chance. They've got several get-out-of-jail-free cards at their disposal, so they can potentially, have an issue and get themselves back into contention. They might be out of contention for the race win, but they're certainly in with a chance of getting into that mid-pack battle, and it's all about getting that finish. So keeping that consistency and keeping their head down. If you'd said to the likes of Rui Ruiz or Carlos Basto at the start of this race, or 5 minutes into this race, you guys are going to be on the podium, they would have laughed at you with how the start of the race went. But here we are with both the 74 in second place and that 51 in third place as well.
Yeah, they're both having great races at the moment. And I think being on the podium definitely for them is not out of the realms of possibility, but it is certainly a little bit of a surprise to see it so early on. I think Rui Ruiz leading the race was definitely one of those moments where you're thinking, how on earth has this actually happened? But they've done very well. They've driven very well. I haven't really seen them make any mistakes throughout the race so far. There's been spins for a lot of these guys. We saw. You can count Nisula and Varkey both having issues of their own, and the Corvette a little bit further down. Almost all of the other cars have had some kind of problem along the way. However, the same can't be said for Rui Ruiz and Carlos Basto. They've driven very good races so far, and yet we're talking about Varkey not having the best day at the office. Well, talk about guys who are having a very good one, being very consistent and driving very well, and those two guys will probably be right at the top of your list.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on with that one. Just seeing that the 777 of Mads Hedsgaard now 2 laps down behind the leader, still going, still on with the race, as well as Vangelis Parniovis a lap down on that one as well. Beautiful scenes here at the virtual recreation of Monza here for the 12 hours. Dave Christie and Ewan O'Leary with you in that Audi again in 5th place. I'm keeping an eye on it, of Zoltan Verkonyi. Hasn't learned any lessons whatsoever, Ewan. Still harassing that car, still throwing it about, and still on the absolute edge of adhesion right now as it makes its way round the course here. It's still trying to catch up to the back of the 007 Bentley there of Sebastian Hove, and again not making any real great inroads to that one. But with 10 hours left to go, 10 hours and 15 minutes left to go, it's all kind of evened itself out quite nicely, really. The drivers now being left alone, with the exception of these two, as we've got a yellow flag for the Viaducting team. They get themselves back on the road just now. They brought out the yellow flags in that Alpine GT4, not looking very, very happy. So perhaps a little bit of damage on the car there. But back to the point of the fourth and fifth place, with the exception of them, quite wide gaps now, about 10-15 seconds between all of the cars right now.
Yeah, there are a couple of wide gaps happening, or starting to open themselves up in the order at the moment, which is a little bit of a shame. But you know, it's bound to happen at some point, because it's a race after all, and these guys are pushing as hard as they can. I'm sure these battles will close up again before we know it. Just seeing at the moment, I've just got a replay up, by the way, of the Alpine and its spin, so we'll just be able to have a quick look at this one in a few moments' time. It's coming up towards turn 4 and 5, so we've got a little bit of time to wait just yet before the Viaducting car gets towards the actual point of accident. But yeah, it's trying to get out of the way, quite clearly, of the race leader, Yimi Nissler, at the moment, who's been involved in a couple of these altercations. We saw Hedegaard getting onto the circuit in front of him earlier, and this is a spin in front of Nissler a little bit earlier on from the Viaducting car. Just went a little bit wide, watching its mirrors a little bit too much, went a little bit wide, bounced across the curbs, and obviously if you're kind of halfway through a spin and you get onto that curb, that's just going to make sure of it. And unfortunately it was a 364, that Viaducting car, and fortunately Nissler had the awareness to back out of it again, but he's certainly going to be a little bit tired of all these incidents happening around him.
Yeah, this is the joyous life that they choose, picking a GT4 car. We've got another yellow flag as Denis Ishchenko is slowing down. That Corvette is on the track, and yeah, that is looking slightly worse for wear. Struggling to get himself back on track there, but gets going again, and yeah, that car bouncing about. I wonder if that looks like it's got some severe suspension damage at the back of that car there. Really struggling to get things going again, and yeah, it's a shame for the 717 team. They've tried to keep themselves into contention, but I think they're about to find themselves going a lap down here, Ewan.
It may look like it, yeah. I've just got a replay up at the moment. It's a very similar spin to what we saw earlier on, and just losing it midway through the corner. So yeah, it's a little bit of a shame to see. I'm going to have to rewind again and try again here, because you didn't get to see it at home. But it's just a very simple spin to see here. Just going to lose it in the early part or the mid part of the corner, and yeah, he's not had the best time of it through there, so struggling to get back going again on the curb and the gravel and everything. It's not particularly easy to get that Corvette going again, but didn't hit anything, and for the second time it's just a simple spin really for Ishchenko. He's going to want to clean that up a little bit, but Lesmo 2's fast becoming his enemy in this at this circuit.
Yeah, certainly looks like we've got a bit of drama going on. I love it, Ewan, as well. You can hear it as well. We've got our production team in our ears, and they get so excited whenever they catch a crash or an accident going on, and we then struggle to try and catch up and find out. We feel left out here. But yeah, a huge thank you to our production team in the background for keeping us up to date with everything that is going on. And just watching this Pro Sim team, this is what they're laughing at here, because the Bentley under real pressure again now from Zoltan Verkonye in that Audi right now. The Audi was dropping away, and the Bentley, the pace of that thing has just fallen off an absolute cliff right now. It tries to go up the inside, but the Audi thinks better of it. Again out onto that gravel. The Audi really struggling to find any pace to get past this machine right now, and yeah, this is a battle essentially for the best of the rest. You can see there on the inside there, Zoltan Verkonye, that is actually, I believe that's on board with the Bentley driver just now that's in front. So that's Sebastian Hove that is in the car in the picture. Great production there from the team there, but the Audi throwing everything, Ewan, that it possibly can. But yeah, this is starting to get a little bit ragged.
He's a little bit. but certainly it's certainly good for him, I think, to re-find his feet a little bit in this race. He's not been driving too well, as we've mentioned too many times, probably, at this point. It almost seems like we're rubbing it in, but no, he's certainly starting to find his feet a little bit more in this race now, applying the pressure to the Pro Sim car that's surely going to have to do a bit of defending, because that Bentley punches a big hole in the air for the Audi. They're quite even on straight line speed, really, but it seems that the Bentley just have a slight edge. This Audi, the Mugen Sim Racing Audi, was struggling to get through on the McLaren of Juice's Motorsport Club earlier on. It seems like they're struggling to get through on the Bentley of Pro Sim as well. I'm starting to wonder if it's not an Audi thing, but maybe they've got a little bit too high downforce settings on that car, because they're really struggling for any straight line speed, and that's going to put paid to any chances you have of actually making a move, especially here at Monza.
I'm not so sure about that, Ewan, because remember they had that spin at the Parabolica, a high-speed right-hander, and the car just seemed to lose the back end of it. So I'm wondering if it's maybe a suspension or a setup issue that they seem to be having. But that out of the way, the Audi's starting to settle into its rhythm again and showing the early pace that it had. And this Bentley has been run absolutely ragged, but he's obviously not learned that lesson from Rui Reis, who made the car as wide as it possibly can be earlier on. Just to bring you up to date as well, the 23 outfits, that is of course the Greek team GSR Racing. They will not be returning to the race, so we've had our first retirement. They are having technical issues and have decided to retire from the race. So they were already 30 laps down, but that means that we now have 11 cars back in the race. We've got some weather coming in, Ewan. I thought you might be excited to know. About 2 hours from now, it looks like we're going to have some weather moving in from the north. It looks like it's going to hit the cloud will hit the track, but yeah, again, that just adds a whole new complexion in a couple of hours' time.
It does indeed. We'll see if when the rain hits, how heavy it's going to be, etc. But the rain's certainly starting to develop, and there's some brighter colours as well. It's not just green; it's all colours of the rainbow. Actually, there's a bit of red in there, which is presumably bad rain, very heavy rain. So yeah, that could be a problem. At the moment, it seems to be drifting north ever so slightly, which could save us a little bit, but you never know. When the rain is going to hit, as we see Varkingi getting very close to the Bentley now. Is there going to be a move here? Not yet into the second chicane, so he's just going to have to stick behind for the moment. As Hedegaard has just had another spin, by the way. I'll find a replay of that one in a moment while we watch the continuation of this battle between the Bentley and certainly the Audi, that's kind of having a bit of a resurgence in this race. It's starting to pick itself back up again.
Yeah, of course, what we'll find is that the fuel tanks are starting to empty themselves out. We're about 10 minutes away from the next bout of pit stops here, and we're still seeing Jimmy Nuzula in the lead from about 10 seconds of Rui Reis. That gap hasn't really actually done much, apart from the fact that it is going down quite quickly just now. It goes back up there, but that stayed static at about 10 seconds. Granted, Jimmy Nuzula having to go through some traffic there. We can see the Corvette in the background there. I believe that is the 717 of Denis Ischenko just behind him there. But yeah, he's done a great job. But again, I have to take my hats off to this man here, Rui Reis, in the McLaren in that second place there, keeping up in pace with that leader, doing his own race there, but keeping in second place. That is just insane performance. And really, when you saw qualifying, you would never have guessed that, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really outperforming themselves at this point. Nisler seems to be a little bit pacier for the moment, but I doubt it's going to stay like that forever, really, the way that Reis is driving at the moment. He's got some very capable teammates as well. Sarbakis is going to be there, as well as Pedro Gomez as well, helping him along for this one. So that's going to be very helpful for him. Are they going to be able to keep pace with Satellite Racing? I think maybe there's a chance, certainly, that they're going to be able to stay up there, and that's great news for us, certainly. throughout the remainder of this race. I'm just going to rewind a little bit, by the way, to find this spin for Mads Hedegaard, who's just had a spin at the Parabolica, I'm afraid. It looks like he's got his left-hand wheels onto the grass, it going into the corner, which is obviously not really the way you want to be going around here. Here it is on the screens right now, and yeah, just dips the wheel onto the grass, goes for a simple spin in that one. He's got going again, but yeah, a spin that really could have been avoided. Shows the kind of dangers with misplacing your car even by a couple of inches.
Shows exactly just why these drivers, you need to keep the concentration for the entirety of the stint. There's no switching off, there's no trying to sort of just, you know, call a couple of laps in. You have to be on the edge absolutely every single lap that you're behind the wheel of these races here. Again, it goes back to that point that we were making about this is now effectively a 12-hour sprint race where each driver is having to do maybe say 2-3 hours at a time of just firing in these incredible lap times that they can possibly do. It's almost like hot lapping for 3 hours straight, and you know these guys and girls are going to be absolutely exhausted at the end of their stints. Just looking as well back to that battle for 4th and 5th place there, Sebastian Hove in the 007 Pro Sim machine doing a cracking job of holding on to that 4th place. Zoltan Verkoye looks to have dropped back in pace a little bit as well, and I wonder now, 5 minutes left to go in this second hour here, Ewan, and can you believe we're already looking into to going into our third hour here?
Yeah, not really. It's flown by, to be honest. The first half of this first half. That's not the first half at all, is it? It's the first sixth of the race, if you want to call it that. So yeah, it has flown by so far. We've seen battles for the lead going on pretty much constantly. I know that's petered out slightly over the last half an hour, but you know, we've still got battles to be watching, like this one between ProSim and Mugen at the moment, and yeah, still plenty of things to actually develop here, and that's good news for us, certainly. There's plenty of stuff to keep us entertained throughout the race, and yeah, we'll be enjoying it. It's certainly been entertaining so far, and as you mentioned, it's flown by. So that's always a sign of a good race. The fact that the time is flying by quite quickly. The first 2 hours, it often means that there's a lot of other things for our focus to be on.
Yeah, it certainly is. And talking about focus, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to take a minute out to appreciate Ewan O'Leary here, who is about to embark on what looks like a 12-hour stint. So please, in the chat, if you want to send your thoughts and prayers and possibly some energy drink, or at least 15 cans of it per hour.
Energy in any form is accepted, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. We'll go to his home address and we can get some delivery sent out. I can see him. What you don't see is I get to see Ewan all the time, and every time I'm talking it's a sneaky little drink or a couple of Pringles here and there. Other crisps are available, of course, but Ewan, I mean, you're an absolute madman for doing this. It's I can't think of a better race to be doing this on, to be fair.
Yeah, it should be entertaining, certainly, but yeah, 12 hours is quite a long time, isn't it, really, to be sat here for. I'll probably need to go outside for a leg stretch afterwards, but anyway, it doesn't matter, because yeah, for the fourth round of the EWC, me and Yusuf did, I think we both did the 12 hours pretty much in one go, or at least most of it. We both did it kind of all the way through, so yeah, I guess I've got some kind of experience under my belt for it, but yeah, 12 hours in one go is quite a long time.
It certainly
yeah,
is.
But let's hope it's a good race. I'm sure it will be.
Well, I think it's already burned you out within 2 hours. I mean, the excitement that we've had here is absolutely off the hook. It really is. And yeah, more of that to come, please. Of course, third hour coming up in just over an hour, just over a minute and 50 seconds. As a reminder, check us out on Instagram. Head over instagram.com, GTR24H, and follow along with all of the socials, all of the news that we keep posting over there, and you can check us out on Facebook as well. Facebook over at GTR24H as well. So Jimmy Nazula for the 64 team, doing a cracking job out there in front. VRS Satellite Racing, not so much for the 65 sister team of Wanamaya in the sister McLaren 720S. They're down in 7th place just now. Rui Reis in the 74 Juices Motorsport Club is in 2nd place at the moment in that McLaren 720S, and then it's the 51 of Carlos Basto in the Audi in 3rd place as well. Cracking result for them. So, wow, just a chance for us to breathe, relax, get our breath back. I don't know about you guys at home. We've had an absolute ball watching this all unfold of us just now. Just watching this 33, again, still trying to push and catch on to the back of the 007 Bentley of Sebastian Hove, but try as he might, it is just a bad day at the office for Zoltan Varkonyi. He's going to be coming into the pits in just a couple of minutes time to either fill up the car or get some new tyres on that thing, because he desperately needs it. That gap now 1.7 seconds. You're watching the Monza 12 hours here live on GTR 24H. We're going to take a little break as well to pay the bills again and take a little couple of messages from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the 12 hours of Monza here on GTR 24H, to all of the viewers on YouTube, as well as to all of the viewers over on motorvision.tv. David Christie and Ewan O'Leary here with you for hour number 3. And Ewan, this is my last hour with you, my man. This is going to be kind of bittersweet because it's been an awesome race with you guys so far.
Yes, it's going to be a shame, and I know we've got some more commentators coming up sooner rather than later. But yeah, it's going to be a shame because it's been a good race so far. While we've been away, by the way, there's been some quite big developments, particularly for the team that were in second place, Juicy's Motorsport Club. There was Saber Kiss, his first lap out of the pit lane into Ascari for the first time, and I'm afraid he's, well, I didn't see what happened, but he's clearly gone around at some point and wasn't able to continue. He goes back to the garage now, but that's a real setback for the team that were in second place. ProSim are going to be knocking on the door of a podium as well before long. They have not pitted yet, which is why they're actually in first right now. But yeah, it's a bizarre situation, and obviously some guys are going to benefit from it.
You know what? I didn't even realise that. I knew it was Kawasa Kiss, but I didn't remember that the 74 was, of course, the Juice's Motorsport Club. So, I mean, that is an absolute bombshell for that to happen. And wow, just absolutely mind is melted after all of that effort, all of that fighting that they did to get themselves up into that second place from Rui race. The absolutely incredible, display that we saw with the number 33 all counts for nothing right now. So obviously they're on a recovery drive right now, and then you see the car in the pits, and I'll be honest with you, and that car doesn't look like it's going anywhere right now.
Not for the moment. We're trying to get to the bottom of what actually happened right now, as to whether it's going to be able to be repaired or not, or what's going to go on. Because yeah, this is a big moment, and it would be a shame to lose another car at this early stage. But at the moment, it looks like they're heading towards maybe last place in the GT3 order. That would be absolutely disastrous for them, and disastrous for the race overall, because Juice's Motorsport Club were a main player in the kind of action that was going on at the front of the field, and it would be a real shame to lose them from that. So yeah, hopefully they can get back into the race sooner rather than later, but it isn't looking good, no.
Well, you hate to see it, you really hate to see it, and by the magic of television, I've now got myself a coffee and a banana, so we are all set here in the virtual commentary box. That's that little message that I sent on Messenger worked a treat, and the production team have come through rather grandly for that on that one. 10 hours left to go. I mean... What I don't get is the fact that we were expecting, from the first lap, right, we saw a very cool, calm and collected start to the race by everyone. And I thought, right, this is, if I'm honest, this is going to be quite sort of drawn out. This is going to be a long affair. And what has happened? I mean, we've had two and a bit hours, and like it's just this constant barrage of overtakes and drama and chaos and issues for teams left, right, and centre.
Yeah, it has been, and it's not what we wanted to see, really, because yeah, we've seen a lot of guys out of the race already. I'm going to go back now to try and find. Oh, there's already a replay coming up, and we'll all be able to see it here in a few moments' time. But ProSim are into the pit lane, by the way, from the lead of the race. But here we go with Saber Kiss into Ascari for the first time in his stint. Just goes wide on the entry, gets onto the gravel, and yeah, on the left-hand side there is a wall waiting for you quite imminently, actually. There's not much runoff there at all. There is other parts, but not this part. He's picked the one section of this road where it can be quite nasty, and I'm afraid into the wall. It looks like they'll put them into the garage for at least an extended amount of time. They're now down to 10th place in the GT3 category and overall.
That previous replay was brought to you, ladies and gentlemen, by the letter F. That was not what you want to say. Look, that is absolutely gutting. Cold tyres for Kawasaki, and it throws him into the wall. Meanwhile, Jimmy Nzula even regains the lead there and straight into the front there. Rightfully so, you've got to say. But I'm interested to see where that 007 Bentley comes out, the Pro Sim Racing team, because they've been making big moves up through the order there, and you can see them provisionally into to second place. But Paulo Reis in that number 51, in fact they come into the pit lane just now, the 51 that has got Paulo Reis behind the wheel. Yeah, I think they're in a good position right now there, Ewan.
Yeah, they are indeed. We're just hearing as well that Sabakis was on cold tyres through Ascari there, which probably contributed to his issues. I'm a little bit surprised by that because you're a fair way through the track at that point. You've got a little bit of time to get things going, get things warmed up by that point, but clearly hasn't really worked. And Sabakis has indeed gone into the wall on that occasion, I'm afraid. So he's well down the order now. But obviously this is benefiting Pro Sim, who are really gaining on Paulo Reis, as he mentioned, who's got into that Ramada Motorsport car. Although the gap for the front of the race now is 37 seconds. That has gone from nearly under a second to over 30 in very short order indeed.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strategy masterclass there from Jimmy Nzula to get that gap up after the pit stops as well. And I guess we have to give it kind of 5 minutes really now to see where the order's going to settle down, to see after the pit stops where they're going to go. Now have a look at that. That is a bit of a turn up for the books. That is never what I think has just happened there. That's Zoltan Verkanye. Has he just been put a lap down? Surely not. Surely that has not just actually happened, that Zoltan Verkanye has just been put a lap down after what could have been a fight for the lead.
I think it sounds about right though, and it may well have happened in the last few moments here because it's really not been going too well for them. We'll try and see them as they're going over the line right now. That's the Pro Sim car in the Bentley. But actually we've got a long wait, haven't we? At this point, they've probably run the other half of the circuit at this point. So, there is the Juicers Motorsport Club car still in the pit lane now, 2 laps behind the next car. And let's hope they rejoin. But as you mentioned earlier, things not looking good for them right now.
Oh, that has to. I'm currently watching Zoltan Verkanye on the trackside cam, and I've got to be honest, Ewan, that is a massive dose of salt to the wound right there. Seeing the car that you were fighting with ahead of you and a lap up, I mean, yeah, that's a difficult one to stomach for any driver for sure. I mean, going a lap down is always a difficult one, but seeing the car that you were in the lead of this race and you were fighting with this car, and now suddenly you're a lap down, that is a very, very difficult one for sure. And I also think that the Audi is going to use that as a catalyst to try and push even harder. And what we've seen is that Audi, when it overdrives itself, it gets all sorts of throws all sorts of shapes and starts losing even more time. So at the moment, Zoltan Verkanye down in that 6th position, when really he was up in 3rd or 4th. And again, it just shows what can happen with the likes of Pro Sim Racing and with the likes of the 62 team, the Unison Racing team. They're now up to 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a real turn up for the books. Not that Unison Racing in particular is a bad team, Pro Sim likewise, but that was a little bit of a surprise. If you'd have told them at the start of the day they'd be fighting for a podium within 3 hours in this race, then I think they would have been a little bit surprised. But Unison Racing are the GT3 Championship leaders in the EWC right now. I was expecting them to be going a little bit better actually, but they're not using the Aston Martin that they do use in that series. I think they've fallen out of favour with it a little bit, I can't lie, but they've still got 2 rounds of that championship to go to maybe hold on for a famous victory in that one. So, they're going to have to work hard at that one. But I think for this special event, they've decided to go for something a little bit different because maybe they enjoy driving the BMW a little bit more, and they can get more enjoyment out of the event that way. They're in fourth at the moment, having fun hopefully, and it looks like it's going pretty well for Nikolai Bezrukov at the moment. It's just good to see.
Watching the 007 Pro Sim team, they're on the move as we see the 62 of Nikolai Bezrukov there in that purple and black machine, just making its way round the track, the 62 BMW. They're trying to catch on to the back of the 007 Pro Sim racing team, and to be honest, that could be happening, so we'll keep our eye on that. But one thing I am noticing, and you'll see from my video feed that I'm pulling all sorts of faces here because I'm not liking what I'm seeing transpiring here. That Audi of the number 33 Zoltan Verkonia is catching quite rapidly on Jimmy Nazula, and he's perfectly entitled to do that, but I just have this horrible gut feeling that something bad is happening or is going to happen in the name of retribution. I think they're better drivers than that. I think that there's absolutely nothing to worry about on that, but yet still, yeah, that idea is really pushing hard to unlap itself, and I wonder if it's maybe pushing a little bit too hard right now.
No, I can't say I've been watching it myself, but it's certainly a little bit of a worry that some old rivals come together again, as Varkany and Nissel are still driving those cars as well. But as Ryan Nash said a little bit earlier on in the YouTube, I think it was him anyway in the YouTube chat, saying that Jimmy Nissel cannot get angry. It's not a thing. It doesn't really happen. I don't think he'll be holding any hard feelings. But you're right, he's not the one who's really lost out in all of this in the race. Zoltan Varkany is. Let's hope that if indeed there is an unlappery, then there is going to be, it's a clean one, because whether there's retribution going on or not, it can be a little bit difficult at the best of times, really, with the blue flag rules and etc. to try and unlap yourself. So let's see what happens. I think it's going to be quite difficult anyway, because the McLaren's quite good in a straight line, and so it's not going to get him into turn number one without an outrageous dive, and when you're a lap down you don't really do that. So for now things are going to be settled between the two, but barking is sticking behind can't be the worst idea, because Nissel is going to be going pretty quickly at the moment. He's certainly extending his lead.
Yeah, he certainly is. This is a man on the move right now. Nikolai Bezrukov then in the 62 Unison Racing BMW. He is catching up onto the 007 Pro Sim machine very rapidly. The gap was 4.2 seconds, is now 2.9 seconds to that car in front. And this is starting to get very interesting indeed. We're also watching Paulo Reis in the number 51 Audi making his way around. I've got to be honest, I did say that I really like the livery on that 51 machine. It looks fantastic, but again, second place, you cannot argue with that whatsoever. A great job there from Paulo in that number 51, just making its way around for Ramada Motorsport.
Yeah, it's certainly a pretty good looking car actually, the Audi, but I think it's one from real life, isn't it? I can't quite put my finger on which one really, but it certainly looks like that's been a thing in real life before, and I think a similar livery won the Nürburgring 24 Hours a few years ago, but I don't quite remember exactly what year or who it was, I must be getting old. Anyway, Dalton Varkany is closing in on Nissel. We're seeing that he's probably the fastest man out there on the circuit right now, but we've seen the Audi come out of the blocks quite quickly actually in all of these stints. They seem to be very strong on heavy fuel and with new tyres on. However, when we get down towards the end of the stint, the fuel goes down and the tyres start to go away. The Audi's not quite so strong anymore, so I think Nissel keeping him behind for now is probably a good idea, because later on that McLaren is going to come into its own.
Yeah, it really is, and again, just watching all of these battles going on throughout the course of the race here just now, the 12 hours really boils down into its own individual chapters, and that's what you can almost treat every hour like. It's like a different chapter of the book with different storylines progressing, different characters coming to the forefront. Obviously, at the start, it was all about the likes of Jimmy Nissola and Zoltan Verkonye, and now as the story progresses, now we start seeing the likes of Paul Rees and Sebastian Hove as well. We did see a brief shining cameo from the likes of Rui Res, who had a big starring role earlier on, but it just wasn't to be with that 74 car. We can see Kabasakis still into pit lanes getting some emergency repairs on that car, and to be honest, I think that day is done for that team, to be honest. But yeah, this is getting a bit sketchy again. Look at the Audi straight on the tail of that McLaren. Again, too far away to do anything, but the Audi is making a nuisance of itself, you've got to say. It's and I don't say that in any malicious way. I mean that in like it's letting the McLaren know that it's there in the background, that it's doing its very best to try and hold on to that lap if it can.
Yes, absolutely. It would rather that Audi was a lap down, really, and you can't blame them, because mainly what I mentioned a little bit earlier about the McLaren coming into its own later on, which I think is still going to happen. But it's, first of all, they don't really want the palaver of letting another car through anyway, because that McLaren might well get it on the next straight. It's very strong in a straight line, and that's why Varkini has not really been able to get through. It's all well and good making a dive when you're on the same lap and battling for positions, etc., but when you're a lap down, you don't really want to be making dives that are ridiculously far back and things like that. So that kind of threshold for when is it okay to make a move is a lot. You have to go a lot further to reach that kind of point if you're a lap down, rather than when you're on the same lap. So it's an interesting moment now for Varkini. How risky is he willing to be, really, with this, and how far is he willing to go to try and get through here? We'll have to wait and see, really, going up into Ascari, but it's not happened just for the moment.
Yeah, just watching them going through just now. Obviously, we've got a slight break in the pictures just now, so we'll keep you updated, because here comes the Audi. He's right on the tail of the McLaren. They've just come through Ascari, and it's on the back straight here. The Audi could actually have a look up the inside of the Parabolica. Thinks better of it. Keeps in the toe of the McLaren. This could be a run down to the first corner as well. This is awesome stuff here. And apologies for the slight break in pictures there, but they're on to the start-finish line just now, and that whole unnerving feeling, Ewan, that I had is now starting to amplify more and more as these two really start keeping things. I do think that Audi is just keeping tabs with the McLaren. I don't think he's going to be sending it off, and there we go. We've got an incident decision there for the lap 11 incident between the 777 and the 717. Stewart's decision that it is a racing incident, so no further action required on that one. But Ewan, I mean, you were mentioning there about the threshold for making a move when you're a lap down. It's almost like when you're a lap down, the threshold, the conversation just doesn't even happen anymore. You've got to be so much faster than the car in front to allow yourself to be in that position, and quite honestly, I just don't think that Audi, I mean, he can get past him, but it's only going to surely be a matter of time before he ends up back another lap down.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to get away quite quickly, because the blue flags are going to be waving, and so that means he's got to get out of them quite quickly, and that's not looking like it's going to happen for Varkini at the moment, because he's not catching quickly enough at this stage, but you never know what can happen a little bit later on. Nissan isn't having to do any defending, so he's not doing anything bad in that respect either. These two just kind of happy to run the pace, and they're probably the fastest two cars out there on the circuit right now. It's just the problem that Varkini's got a minute to catch up to the 65 satellite racing car, and Nissan has got nearly a 50-second margin at the front of the field now due to the demise of the Deuces Motorsport Cup car. So it's not the worst position for either of these two to be in right now, and so Varkini doesn't look like he's really threatening anymore. He caught up to the back of Nissan quite quickly, but he's not too threatening anymore.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. So a cracking race that we've got on nonetheless. And this distracts us from the fact that the number 62 of Nikolai Bezrukov is right on the back of the 007 Bentley of ProSim right now. So this is the battle for the final step of the podium, and we've still only done 2.5 hours of this race. So cracking little battle filtering on here. This is just awesome stuff that we've got going on, and that Bentley going a little bit wide round the parabolic, and the BMW gets great drive round the outside. It's going to be a battle of the dragsters down to turn number 1, and the Bentley is going to have to hold on for dear life here, because that BMW is just catching like a hunter stalking its prey right now. I don't think it's going to be making any moves on this lap, but again, look at how wide the Bentley goes. It's so sketchy on the brakes, so loose on the brakes there. Gets a really good run, to be fair to it, to be fair to Sebastian Hove, and is off like a stabbed rat away from the number 62 there of Unison Racing's Nikolai Bezrukov. But yeah, I mean, Ewan, we've really been unlucky in this one, in terms of we've been able to barely catch a breath, barely catch a moment to get a drink of water, to get something to eat here, because it's just, I mean, on the one hand it's brilliant to see, but on the second, my goodness me, we're going to sleep tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, it's been very entertaining indeed for the moment, and I think it's about to get more entertaining really, with the ProSim car in a bit of a, well, it was in a bit of a Unison Racing sandwich. The Corvette was in 7th place at the moment. It was just in front there, and it could have made a nuisance of itself, but decided not to in the end, and that's just cleared things up a little bit for them. And so now it's a straight fight between ProSim and also Unison Racing as well, with Ryan Nash only 5 seconds in the background there. You can see the McLaren maybe hiding behind that Audi. He's just in the background trying to get through and make a move up towards the front. Here's the replay into the Ascari for the moment, but for the moment Bezrukov has not tried to make a move. He certainly seems to be faster than the ProSim car at the moment though. I just wonder if that Bentley has a new driver in it. I'm not entirely sure. I just wonder if it's got a new driver, not quite up to speed yet, or doesn't quite have the pace that it may otherwise do with another driver in the car.
Yeah, look, that's actually a brilliant observation there, Ewan, because of course Sebastian Hove able to throw that thing about, so it could very well be handed over to Morten Norgard or Morten Egson in that car. But again, look at how good the exit of that Bentley is out of the first corner there. The BMW really bogs down in those lower couple of gears there to get any sort of traction off, and then it's through the rest of the track that the BMW really catches up to that Bentley up in front as well. Just behind them, actually, I've just remembered the number 65, the McLaren 720 of VRS Satellite Racing. They're just behind them as well by about 4 seconds. So again, it's 2.5 hours in, Ewan, and we've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th split by maybe 15 seconds. That's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's not a lot at all really to say that we're 2.5 hours into the race very nearly, and that's going to make things very exciting indeed for us. It's all concertinaing up for 3rd place, especially right now, as we can see on board with ProSim and also Unison Racing in one go. Can't see very much out of that rear window of the Bentley. There's a big rear wing in the way, but it's still making a great noise as normal. The BMW isn't, I'm afraid, but never mind. It's getting very close to the back of that Bentley now though, and just having to weave a little bit to break the slipstream. Bezrukov gets himself into it, and now we'll start to make some inroads, but let's see if it really has the legs here on the straight. Doesn't look like it for the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's a drag race down to turn number 1. Then it's going to be battle of the late breakers. Then the Bentley jinks that car forward, and the BMW catches up again, but again it gets a poor exit out the corner, takes too much of that inside curve on the left-hander of that corner there, and the Bentley just roars away into life down the back straight there. But again, when you have a look on the instant replay here, this is into turn 1, and again you can see the attitude of these cars, the way that the weight all goes to that front wheels, and that's what makes it, when the cars lock up, that's why they just go straight rather than being able to do any turns.
Yeah, it's ducking and diving a little bit, and I think it's more exaggerated with these bigger cars, really. It's the way GT3 cars have been going recently. If you think about, well, maybe not the Bentley because they've always been quite big, but if you think about the cars that the BMW has replaced in the world of GT3, you think about the Z4, it's a lot more like what you'd expect from it. But yeah, it's a lot bigger, and I think that kind of effect that you're talking about is a lot more exaggerated. I mean, the brakes have got to do a lot more work, I suppose, on these cars, and they do duck and dive quite a lot. But when there's one against another, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. And these guys certainly not thinking about it for the moment. And it just seems that the BMW doesn't quite have the legs on the straight at the moment. But under brakes, it seems to be very strong. You can see it get into the parabolica, really dives very deep under brakes, gets right up close under the rear wing of the Bentley, and now not really getting the traction off of the corner. This is the problem for them. Not really any traction there, and so they're going to struggle to make a move here, although they are closer than last time.
Yeah, closer than they've ever been before. They make a move to the inside dead for turn 1. It's into the brakes. It's a huge dive up the inside dead, and it's moved on and dusted for the BMW. Classic move there for Nikolai Bezrukov for the 62 team of Unison Racing. Fantastic stuff. But look at the Bentley. It gets the drive out the corner, but is it enough to get it into the second chicane? I don't think it is. I think the BMW is going to have that move done and dusted. The Bentley's going to have a look to the inside, but it's not to be. The BMW will take that position. So the BMW of Nikolai Bezrukov for Unison Racing up into that final step of the podium then, and have a look behind, because the recovery drive from that 65 of VRS Satellite Racing of Ryan Nash up into 5th place, but just on the tail of this, heaven forbid, after starting last in the GT3s, Ewan, do you think it's possible for both VRS teams to get onto the podium here?
I think it's very possible for them, yeah. They've got great strength in depth, both of the teams, and great experience in GT racing as well, having taken multiple championships, apart from their actual achievements, they've just been around for a long time. Very experienced team, as opposed to some of the others who are very experienced as well, but maybe not quite on the same level as Satellite Racing in that respect. But yeah, they're certainly involved now. Prosim going backwards slightly, and also Bezrukov getting towards the Romano Motorsport car up front as well for second place. So 4 cars all in one shot battling over second. It's very entertaining indeed.
It certainly is. Well, again, thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very short commercial break, and we'll be back after these messages.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
8. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 12 Hours of Monza. David Christie and Ewan O'Leary here with you, and you've just joined us right at the best possible time because it is all kicking off right now. We've got battles galore right now. We have got Nikolai Bezrukov against the Paolo Reis, in fact, actually just in front of him. We've also got Ryan Nash trying to catch on to the back of the Bentley, the 007 Pro Sim Bentley, and then we've also got Nicolas Statzal just trying to fight off Arturis Kamal for 7th and 8th place, Ewan. I mean, did we go away for coffee and suddenly all hell kicked off here?
Yeah, it looks like it, because the battles have just been a little bit quiet for, I don't know, 45 minutes or so, and now all of a sudden they're free all along at once here. Well, if you count the 4 as 1, then it's 2, but you know what I mean. It's very close indeed up the front of the field for 2nd place, and this is one of the fights that's going on. Prosim versus Satellite for now. Ryan Nash applying the pressure just a little bit, and that is certainly starting to slow the Prosim car down, certainly, because the gap's 2 seconds to the battling pair up in front, just in the foreground there, the Audi and the BMW also battling over 2nd place. So we've got 4 different manufacturers in this fight as well. It's going to be good to see the strengths and weaknesses of the different cars, and we look forward to this fight because Ryan Nash and Satellite Racing have been trying to get themselves up the order throughout the entire day. They weren't too successful in the first hour really, but now they're starting to get a little bit better and maybe make a move here, and they do indeed.
Oh, great fight going on between Paolo Reis and Nikolai Bezrukov as well for 2nd and 3rd place. A little bit of contact, and Nikolai Bezrukov for the 62 outfit of Unison Racing takes 2nd place into the Parabolica. That was an absolutely classic overtake there. Paolo Reis down into 3rd place. Where on earth that pace came from, I've got absolutely no idea. But Ryan Nash now in the 65 up into 4th position. And again, we said just about 2 minutes ago, could the VRS teams get both spots on the podium? And I think they're way to answer that with the best part of 9 hours left to go in this race. Incredible action here, and back that fight for Nikolaos Elstatial. I think he's well and truly got that position sorted for 6th place over Arturis Kamal in 8th place there. So amazing action all the way through this field here, and Paolo Reis I think is going to get fed to the dogs here because Ryan Nash in that 65 VRS Satellite Racing team is breathing all down the neck of Paolo Reis in that 51 right now. That Audi kind of slipping back a little bit.
Yeah, it is just a little bit. I think Carlos Pasto was doing a fantastic job in that car, but now he's not in it anymore. It's starting to struggle a little bit, that Audi, but I'm sure it's going to rise to the fore again at some point throughout the day, because it's a very strong lineup indeed. We've got some highlights, by the way, up in the top right-hand side of the screen right now from the last hour and a bit, because we didn't have any highlights after the top of the hour, so we've got some more now, and yeah, there's been a fair amount going on. There's still a lot going on in the live picture as well, with Ryan Nash and the Audi as well just in front. So this is a battle for third, and I can't imagine the Audi's going to stay in front for much longer, because we know how strong that McLaren is in a straight line.
Yeah, here we go. And talking about the highlights from the last hour, I mean, literally, they could just replay the entire last hour. The whole thing's been a highlight. Late onto the brakes goes the McLaren, then against the Audi into that first turn. The McLaren has a little bit of a wiggle as it tries to put the power down out of that first chicane. The Audi lives to tell the tale another day, keeps its little grasp onto that last step of the podium. But for how long? Because Ryan Nash is hunting, waiting, praying to try and take that position away from the Audi. Keep an eye on that Bentley in the background as well, because he's still trying to catch on to this little group as well. But one man that we have to speak about, because we're not really saying anything about him just now, Jimmy Nazula in the 64 VRS satellite racing machine, out in front, 70 seconds in the leads, Ewan. I mean, this is an absolute masterclass to be out in front, so far out in front, and not putting a foot wrong. I mean, this is an exemplary drive right now.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong driver indeed. We've seen him in the EWC driving a DPI, but I don't think that's where his strengths lie. In the GT categories, he is one of the very best indeed, and he's extended this margin by over 30 seconds in this stint to second place. He started about 37 seconds in front of second, and now he's over a minute and 7 in front. So a very, very strong drive indeed from Nisula, and is getting away from this lot who are battling really, really hard at the moment. That's a very late dive from Ryan Nash. Tried to make it work, but didn't end up going for the move on the inside line of the Audi. He might try and cut to the inside now, though, through the parabolic as they run side by side along the straight. Not much to choose between them, but Polo Races probably not got too much longer in third place. I wouldn't imagine Ryan Nash looks a lot pacier for the moment.
Yeah, here we go, side by side, then battle late breakers, and the Audi late on the brakes at turn one. He's done it. Somehow manages to hold on to that third position. That is absolutely absurd. You would never have seen that one coming. The McLaren looked like it was going to have that position all day for breakfast, every single day of the week, and the Audi says, no thank you, not today. You're going to have to work for it again. Now again, he's doing brilliantly, is Paulo Reis, on positioning this car, and there we go, it's done and dusted before it's even... How did that one happen? He managed to hold on to it in the first corner, and then just away by like he's not even there. It was a very bizarre battle, because how hard he fought it into the first chicane. You'd think he would do the same into the second, but Reich really wasn't interested, unless Ryan Nash just outbroke him entirely. But the speed at which he did it, I find that a little bit hard to believe. So, yeah, a little bit weird, but Ryan Nash isn't complaining. He's up into third place now, and it's all been changing up towards the front, nearly 3 hours into the race. Very interesting indeed. Now, Prosim are on the back of Paulo Reis. They might be able to get through as well. That might actually be a clever move from the Audi, because we've seen with the likes of Zoltan Verkonyi, when he overdrives that Audi, the tyre life and the expected life of that car goes massively down. So I thought he might have been trying to hold on to the back of that McLaren. Maybe he can't. Maybe he's just accepted that McLaren is always going to make its way past, as it rightfully did. But the Bentley now starting to make a charge here of the 007 Pro Sim racing team. That was Sebastian Hove behind the wheel of that car. I think it might still be Sebastian there, but again, a fantastic recovery drive from the 007 Pro Sim team to get them in a position where they could be taking fourth place with just 9 1/4 hours left to go. This is where the real important part of the race begins, because this is where drivers start to get tired towards the end of their 3-hour stints. This is where they need to be the most focused, the most awake, and just piling in these lap times here as well, and I still can't believe that everyone up until 5th position has been lapped.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 5 cars on the lead lap is quite hard to believe, really, at this point, because you'd expect there to be a few more, but it's just the pace that Nissler has been showing, really, so far in this race. It's been very, very impressive indeed, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down anytime soon either, which is good news for Satellite, certainly. But it's really starting to string the field out behind. I believe we have had 2 retirements because Juice's Motorsport Club don't look like they're going to get back. But if you just count them, you look at the likes of Mads Hedegaard at this point in the race. You know, he's a few laps down at this point, and you know that just shows the field being strung out massively by Yumi Nissler, who's been very, very strong so far. Hedegaard is currently 3 laps down on this thereabouts. I know he's had his own problems in this race, but still that's partly due to the pace of Nissler, and yeah, it means that these battles that are happening a lot further down than what we would otherwise expect.
Can I just point out, top 10 finish for our GT4 boys, the Viaducting team. Top 10 finish. That is an amazing effort from them, given that they are literally racing GT3 machinery in a GT4 car. So great to see them up at the obvious demise of other teams. But hey, look, a top 10 finish is a top 10 finish, so well done to them. They need to keep going and keep the car on the black stuff as well for the final 9 and a bit hours here, as you're seeing the ProSim 007 team trying to catch up to the back of Paolo Reis, but Paolo starting to open up that gap a little bit just now as well, and they're going to have the I believe the McLaren of Jimmy Nissler onto their tail in probably about 15 to 20 laps time to put them a lap down as well. The pace hasn't been massively different. I mean, the last lap there from Jimmy Nissler, 147.9, but everyone else is doing like 148 and 149, so a second to 2 seconds faster. That is I mean, the consistency of Jimmy Nissler to keep firing in those lap times, Ewan, is just unbelievable right now.
Yeah, his consistency is very, very good indeed, and that's one of the parts that makes him a really great GT driver over an endurance distance, especially. Not seeing him in sprint racing very much, but over an endurance race he's very, very strong indeed. As I mentioned, he was part of the winning team of the 12 Hours of the Nürburgring a month ago, and in the EWC that was, and he was one of the star drivers from that one. Really put in a fantastic performance. I think he was the second driver to get into that car, and he drove away from the LMP2s that were kind of hounding that DPI car. So yeah, he's a really great driver. But having a look at the front straight at the moment, some cars flying by and some clouds starting to gather overhead as well. I wonder if we can have a look at the radar, because oh my word, it's getting a little bit more moisturised, I think you could say.
Oh.
And Monza's starting to be in danger of getting rained on a little bit ahead of schedule, actually.
I'm going to do my best weather person impersonation, but if you have a look down at the bottom left there, we have an area of high pressure and some isobars moving up from the southwest there. What's going to happen there is that you'll see that bright red intensity patch there. That is some heavy rain, and the focus will keep an eye on that in the next half hour or so. But the way that is moving, you might be getting your Christmases all coming at once today, buddy, with the hope of that rain. That is definitely looking like it's on its way. Certainly some lower temperatures and some cloud cover hitting the track just now. That'll be dropping down the track temperature and potentially the air temperature as well here. So yeah, wow, big things on the change here for this 12 hours of Monza. I'm honestly struggling to believe that is almost another hour done already. This is like warp speed. These hours are just passing by at this point. But I mean, it brings up another point actually I want to bring with you, Ewan, about Jimmy Nissler and that number 64 team in general. So when you've got that pace and you're that far in front, I imagine it must be really difficult to try and keep focus, because you've got nobody else around you that you're fighting. You've got nobody else that's on the same pace as you, or even from looks of it in the same race. So, how do you think Jimmy keeps his concentration and keeps that focus in to just do those lap after lap?
Yeah, I think it must be very difficult, really, at this point to be able to do that, because you're right. The concentration is a big key. It is very key, and it's easy to lose it when you're out on your own. But I feel like racing drivers always do want to be in the lead, don't they? And I always found, in the very rare occasions I was in the lead when I was driving still, that. No, you're right. Normally in the mid-pack and you're on your own, you can be very, you can lose concentration very easily. However, with being in the lead, I feel like it just gives you that little extra something to just keep the concentration sticking over. And, you're not on full concentration. Your mind's not going 100 miles an hour the entire time, concentrating, trying to eke out every bit of performance. However, you're kind of driving at a safe 95% or so, just kind of almost unconsciously at this point. And, it's I don't want to say easy, but it can feel quite rhythmic and quite quite. I don't really know what the word is for it without saying the word easy, because I know it's not, but it just kind of fall into place for you almost. And this is probably experiencing that at some point. Let's not forget as well, he's been in this position many times before. He's a very experienced driver, and he will have certain things that will allow him to keep his concentration up throughout the day.
Yeah, certainly. Well, just to remind you then, the VRS team's taking both of the podium positions. Ryan Nash is ahead of Paolo Reis. Paolo Reis now sent back to the realms of the 007 Pro Sim Bentley, who is looking to make short work of it now. He gets a good run out of the Parabolica, and it's on the run down to that first straight. We saw the Bentley having a little bit of a look up the inside, under braking on that last time. Surely he's way too far back to even think about it on this time around. The cars both under braking. You can see the weight of that Bentley really makes it struggle when it's under braking. You see it moving from side to side, and that Audi gets a poor exit out of that first corner. They're almost going to be side by side as they come round that right-hander down towards the to the second chicane, and then down to second variante, and then it's going to be the right-handers at the Lesmos. A little bit of gamesmanship, as a little bit of weaving from side to side from the Bentley, trying to make the Audi go too deep into the chicane there. I think it actually worked there, because it's going to be on the entry to the Lesmo corners here, and that Bentley looking very, very fast indeed. Again, I think it's still Sebastian Hove. We'll get an update as soon as we possibly can to who is behind the wheel there into the second Lesmo here, and again the Audi gets a nice run out of it. The Bentley though has the straight line speed, it has the grunt to try and catch it back up to that car. And again, I make the point that you'd never think that this is a 12-hour race. You'd think that this was like a 2-hour sprint race, the way these cars are going.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very close at the moment, and these guys are racing very hard indeed. Not like there is over 9 hours to go. Yeah, it's still very close even at this point. This is by far the closest battle on the circuit. By the way, we've got second place sort of going on still, and for 7th at the moment, there's sort of a battle going on as well. But the Unison Racing Corvette is falling back a little bit from the GSR Aston Martin as things stand, so that's not really a battle that's going to be changing in the next few moments. This one still has the potential to, though. Pro Sim last time around were the closest they've ever been, but diving down the inside with a late one in a Bentley is not that easy really, because it's quite big. It doesn't slow down as well as maybe some of the other cars, and also you need a slightly bigger gap to fit through as well, so it's a little bit more difficult to make those lunges, in my opinion anyway, in that Bentley, but we'll wait and see. That doesn't mean it's impossible to get past, certainly.
Well, I mean, the great thing about the Bentley, of course, is that it comes with a free butler to help you to steer it around the track as well. It's jokingly and lovingly referred to as the Boatley, just because of its size and its weight, and we're seeing exactly why that is into the Lesmos. Then that Audi is having a real hard time as Paolo Reis have tried to hold on to that position, forced out wide by the Bentley. It's down into the second Lesmo corner, and that Bentley is going to have to tuck in and think better of it. It's going to be on the run down to Ascari for sure, and this is dropping the pair of them back even further. It's going to have to go a long, long way to catch up to Zoltan Vodkanye, but certainly the Bentley thinks better of it, tries to pull out of the slipstream there, get a little bit cool there, and trying to harass that Audi into making a mistake. But again, it's going to be on the run to the Parabolica here, dips into the slipstream here, and the Bentley really should have the grunt here, but it just doesn't. The Audi looks like it's able to hold its own, and other than a wild lunge, it does look like the Audi has the markings and the hold on the Bentley there.
Certainly looks like it for the moment. I was a little bit surprised because we saw the Audi struggling for a straight line speed a little bit earlier, but seems to be holding its own right now, and it's doing a pretty good job. Prosim certainly will have been knocked back a little bit by losing all those positions so in such quick succession, but they certainly seem to be refining themselves now. What it is doing though is allowing as a wide, and for some reason the Audi just comes to a dead stop coming out of the first chicane. That was very, very weird, but it's allowing allowing second and third to get away. It's also allowing Zoltan Vargyi to decrease the gap by 15 seconds since this battle started, so he's getting into the picture now. But what on earth happened here to Paolo Reis? I can't even understand what happened. He just seems to stop. Maybe even flick the pit limiter on, I'm not entirely sure.
I think so. He went in way too deep into the first corner there, and got a little bit of contact from the car behind as he was trying to get back onto the power there. But you're right, I think maybe a missed gear or maybe some sort of issue with the steering wheel. He's got going again, but that drops Paolo Reis after all that hard work earlier on down to that 5th place in the 007 Pro Sim racing car, up into that 4th position. And quite honestly, I think that things are going to settle down a little bit just now. We can see Ryan Nash actually trying to catch up to the back of Nikolai Berzukov there. We're seeing on board with that Audi, and that was bizarre there, Ewan.
It looked like pit limiter to me. I didn't quite see what speed it was, but it was a round number on the dashboard, which suggests pit limiter to me. And also he shifted into second gear and didn't go anywhere either. Almost trying to figure out himself what happened, but it cost him a position and 4 seconds, I'm afraid. So that's quite a lot of time, really. And Paolo Reis is going to have to try and gain that back, but doesn't seem to have the pace to do so at the moment. Very weird, though, and very rare that you do flick the pit limiter on, but I guess you're all arms and elbows trying to get through this first chicane. It's so tight for these GT3 cars that I guess with your arms flying everywhere, it might be viable to accidentally flick it.
Yeah, just also noticing, we'll bring you up to speed on what's actually happening here. Ryan Nash in the 65 VRS Satellite Racing Team is a way to do the unthinkable. He is looking to take second place here from the Unison Racing 62 outfit of Nikolai Bezrukov here, and from last on the grid. We have to remind you of that, ladies and gentlemen. The 65 car started last after an infringement in qualifying, being pushed back, running out of fuel in qualifying, and the 64 gave a nudge all the way to pit lane there. The 65 then started at the back of the grid and now on position to take P2 in the race. That is an absurd turn of events and an amazing recovery drive, maybe a couple of hours later than both myself and yourself, Ewan, expected that to actually happen there.
Yeah, I was expecting them to make a little bit more progress in the first hour, I've got to admit, but I wasn't quite expecting to see them in second at the end of hour 3, really. That is quite a remarkable achievement for them. Obviously, they've got to stay there for it to be an achievement, but very, very strong driving from Ryan Nash, especially, who's been doing a great job. Not that they weren't a little bit earlier, but certainly now they're starting to stretch their legs and get involved a little bit further up the order. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch their teammates at this point, a minute and 15 down. Even if they did have more pace, then that's a pretty hefty head start for the 64 to be having. But still, Satellite Racing going to really try and take home this one too, and that'll be absolutely fantastic for them.
Yeah, it certainly will, as we come up to the end of yet another hour here at the 12 hours of Monza. This has absolutely flown by. It really has. Really enjoyed being part of this, and yeah, an awesome race in it nonetheless. We're still watching Ryan Nash here for the VRS Satellite Racing team, just making his way through the order there, and a little bit of a lighting change there. So obviously some cloud floating by. We've got a yellow flag in sector 2, which means one of the cars is off there, is back onto the track there, and just watching this battle here with the second and third place making their way around just now. I mean, Ryan Nash, to come from the back of the grid, Ewan, is such a spirited drive there, and such a strong effort for him to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been absolutely fantastic from Ryan Nash so far, and he's kept himself out of trouble as well, which is very important and very useful for him, because he's now able to go for second. Just saw it was Kim Pedersen who caused that yellow flag briefly in sector 2 there. I've got a replay coming up to the second chicane right now. It looks like he just loses it really, but we'll wait and find out. There's certainly no other cars around. Goes over the curves normally, just gets on that gravel on the left hand side and spins around. Even though these cars do have traction control, it doesn't mean that you are unable to spin it, certainly, and we just saw that there. Trying to rejoin at a point like this also is quite a palaver, as you can see now. I'm trying to get the traction down once again on the grass has caused another quick half spin, but Kim Pedersen back going again, and yeah, they're currently in P9 trying to gain a bit of time on those in front, but obviously struggling to at the moment.
So just to give you an update on the weather as well, we're now receiving reports that there's a tiny little spit of rain starting to fall onto the track, just some very light drizzle at some parts of the track. If we have a look at the weather radar, there is a huge patch of weather incoming in the next, I would say, probably next half an hour, and yeah, that is going to make things very interesting. The sky's very dark and grey and gloomy over the virtual recreation of Monza here for this 12-hour event. We've got 9 hours left to go in the race, and we've been treated to an absolutely barnstorming race. This is the last you're going to hear from myself, Dave Christie, over the course of the race, but it is going to be Ewan O'Leary who is doing a superhuman effort along with the rest of the commentary team. We're going to hear from Kieran McGinley very shortly, and Chris Buxton may even make an appearance back in the commentary box as well. Are you feeling good, Ewan? Are you feeling hydrated? Are you feeling you got coffee, you got all your sugary sweets and all that sort of stuff ready for the next couple of hours?
I am feeling ready, yeah, I am, but I am prepared for another 9 hours. But yeah, I know it's a bit of a bombshell to drop, but I don't really drink coffee. I've never drunk coffee in my life. But anyway, there we go. I just
how can you stay for 12 hours and not drink coffee? Like, I need to know those secrets. Those are things you need to share with me.
Well, I don't know what it is. I just stay awake. I don't know. It just. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll have that same conversation, Ewan, in 10 years' time and see if that is still the case.
I don't think my answer's going to be the same, no. But I know my days are numbered without coffee, to be honest. But yeah, anyway, maybe I don't even like it. I've never tried it.
Oh, great stuff. Right, well, we will stay with you for a couple more minutes. We're due to take a commercial break very shortly, and we'll dive off, but we don't want to miss this brewing battle for second and third place, so we'll stick with it for a couple laps until the inevitable that we think is going to happen actually does happen here. But Ryan Nash for VRS Satellite Racing still all over the back of Nikolai Bezrukov in that Unison Racing BMW like an absolute rush right now, and the pace that this McLaren has got is absolutely scandalous right now. It is all over the back as they come through a scary chicane for what must be about the 45th lap or 46th lap right now. I'll tell you that in just a couple of minutes time, but it doesn't matter because with 8 hours and 58 minutes left to go, I mean, the way that this battle has raged on, and the fact that we've just had this brilliant supply of action and drama throughout this first 4 hours has just been so intense, hasn't it?
It has indeed. There's been a lot going on for the last 3 hours, which is certainly good for us and good for spectators to watch as well. But things are starting to close up as well. As I'm seeing Nisler in the pit lane right now. I've worried for a moment that there was an issue, but no, it's on schedule because we've completed another hour, and so Satellite Racing going to be into the pit lane. It looks like they're doing 12 pretty much identical stints to get to the end of this race. Normally we see them go slightly over the hour and have a slightly shorter final pit stop, but that's not going to be the case for the 64 at least.
Yeah, that's certainly the case here. And again, I wonder if Ryan Nash is going to be trying to make that move, purely because, you know, with the weather moving in and pit stops coming in as well, this is maybe now the time that he absolutely wants to make it. And yeah, just having a look at the updated weather radar, that massive patch of rain has actually taken a direct turn towards the circuit here. So absolutely guaranteed in the next half hour you are going to be getting some weather moving on into that, and that is the number 64 pointing the wrong way, and that is Jimmy Nisler. What's happened to your race leader? Facing the wrong way at the chicane. Oh my god, big drama there.
Oh, he's gone back to the pit lane. Oh, dear me. Well, what has gone on here then? Because we're not sure for the moment. I'll try and get a replay in the next few moments' time. But, yeah, big moment. He's facing the right way, actually. But he is stopped out there on the circuit for whatever reason. And that is a huge moment. What has gone on here at all? I'm going to try and see from the cockpit view, because otherwise we're not really going to be able to see. Surely it's not a double downshift and an engine failure for Nisler. No, he just goes into the corner and then stops for whatever reason. He just stops in the middle of the corner.
Sure, is that a hardware failure? That's what that looks like. The fact that there's no steering input on the car and no brake and pedal input. In fact, there is a tiny little bit of steering input, but the car has just completely died. So huge drama, Ewan. How can you do this with me with like 2 minutes to go before I leave and the race leader's gone?
Yeah, it's a real shame. It is a real shame to see, because they were having such a fantastic run, and we were saying how good Nisler has been so far this race. He's been absolutely flawless, but unfortunately something we think out of his hands has taken this race out of his hands, and oh dear, it really is such a shame to see. Really not you don't really, I mean, you know, fair enough if somebody comes and takes the race away from him, you know, that kind of thing's fair enough, but when it's taken away from you by a hardware failure or something like that, it's especially heartbreaking, and I'm afraid we believe that's what's happened to him.
Right, there we go then, ladies and gentlemen. That has been your opening 3 and a bit hours here at the 12 Hours of Monza. That is it for myself, David Christie. Thank you so much for joining me. Do not go anywhere, because when we come back after commercial breaks, it's going to be back to Ewan O'Leary and a very warm welcome to Kieran McGinley. Thank you very much for everyone behind the scenes at production team. Just keep it locked, and my goodness me, what on earth is going to happen after the break?
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
out. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 12 Hours of Monza here by GTR 24H. We have still got 8 hours and 51 minutes remaining in this race, and it's all kicked off. Jimmy Nisela, who was leading, is now in 9th place in the race after a problem that we don't yet know of, but they're still not back in the race just yet either, which is a real shame to see. And I'll tell you the last thing that David Christie said before he left us here in the broadcast booth. He said that he's off to put some money on the GT4 winning this race because it's been so crazy and there's been so many problems for everybody so far that they're going to rise to the front. Well, I think it's a long shot, but you know, might be worth a go. 3 hours 10 in, and we've already got 3 teams with major issues in this one. My name's Kieran O'Leary. I'll be here with you throughout the day, and now joining me for the next few hours is Kieran McGinley. Welcome along, Kieran. I know you've been on practice and qualifying, doing some commentary, but now it's time for the race. The excitement has been bubbling up throughout the weekend. It's certainly starting to deliver this race. It was a bit of a runaway for the satellite racing car about an hour ago, but now it's all changing around a little bit now.
Yeah, just a little bit, and it had to happen just as soon as I took over from David. I feel sorry for him, actually, because of the biggest moments of this race, and he's not here to see how it all develops, but I'm sure he's getting lots of coffee in him and lots of whatever in him just to make sure he recovers from that alone. Yes, I'm here for the next few hours or so hopefully you like my dulcet tones. If not, then that is a huge shame. But it sounds like I've missed out on a lot, and coming into the sort of last 8 hours, 50 minutes, Ewan, I mean, fill us in. What's been happening?
Well, where do I start, really? Throughout the start of the race, I guess it was all about satellite and Mugen sim racing with Nisela versus Varkini. It was they were throwing punches at each other, figurative, and then actually physically, I guess, into the second chicane. They came together all those hours ago, and it allowed the Deuces Motorsport Club car to take the lead. The 3 of them had a good fight for a little while, but unfortunately the Deuces Motorsport Club car is now out after a crash at Ascari. Shabakish was on cold tyres coming through there, and I'm afraid didn't make it out of Ascari for the first time, so they're out of the race now, we believe anyway, and going to be in 11th until the very end. It was all about Yimi Nisela from then on, really, until the issue that we've just had right now. We've had a fantastic battle going on for second. ProSim have been involved, Unison Racing, Romano Motorsport, Mugen Sim Racing not too far behind the other satellite racing car there as well, but now it's all kind of turned around, and that really tasty battle for second has now become the battle for first, which is fantastic news for us, really. But we're still kind of in the middle of finding out who's actually going to filter themselves out into the lead. It might well be the other satellite racing car by the looks of things.
Might do indeed, and for it to be this close, sort of 3 hours in, it's amazing. It's an astonishing achievement for the drivers and for the team. So looking forward to seeing how this all plays out over the next few hours. We've got the 007 ProSim team in the pit lane right now, as you rightfully said, and Ryan Nash. I mean, let's talk about that, because the 2 teams there, the 64 and the 65, got in a little bit of hot water from the stewards. They had a discussion last night. You're not allowed to push a car, which is what happened last night. One of them ran out of fuel, pushed back to the pit lane, so I can only assume that one of them had the penalty and has shot up the order ever since. I mean, for one team, let's have a look. I mean, the 74, which is now out of the race, we've got Jimmy Nisela in the 64 there, which is one of the VRS satellite cars, as we were talking about. 5 laps down on the leader after 3 laps. Oh, in fact, they've got a massive red DNF next to their name, so that's probably why they're that far down the order. Okay, let's have a look at the treble 7 then. In Pedersen, who's driving that car right now. 2 laps down on the race leaders after 3 hours. That's not bad going at all things considered.
Yeah, they've had a few problems as well, actually, throughout the day. It was all going very well with Carl Good starting that car, and then things, I don't want to say things fell apart for them, but it wasn't going quite as smoothly anymore, I'm afraid, and they've had a few spins. They even lost the rear wing, actually, through Lesmo 2 one time, but they've got a new rear wing, and they're back out there again, running fairly well as things stand. So yeah, it's all kind of been tipped on its head in the last few moments. The gaps are very small up and down the field. The gap for the lead is 8 seconds, and you're right, this 65 satellite racing car is the car that was starting from the very back of the field. They got a 5-second penalty added onto one of their times. Obviously, it's an average for the kind of qualifying overall, and 5 second added on is quite disastrous. And they started last in this race of the GT3 cars. Here's a weather report, by the way, as well. Sorry, I didn't know what was coming up there. I was on the edge of my seat. But here we go, the weather. A lot of the big rainfall has actually just missed us to the north, and that would have been quite biblical, actually. But it looks like we're going to get some still fairly heavy rain coming in the next few moments. Just coming up from kind of the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. It's not looking particularly promising for those that want a dry race.
Not particularly. I mean, you've got the one there from the north, which is just going to miss the circuit, but then there's more coming from the southwest. So, yeah, not looking great so far for these drivers. And we're being told repeatedly that there's light rain. There's just a sprinkling of rain coming in the next few minutes. So we'll have to keep an eye and see how that affects the track. And sometimes with the driver, you want to know where you stand with the wet weather. Sometimes you prefer a wet circuit where you see the standing water, or the grip's going to be limited. With a greasy track, which you get that light sprinkling of rain all across the circuit, that's probably one of the worst ways to find out that you've got no grip coming into the next corner, because you can't see it. You can't see that subtle change in the tarmac colour that leads you to believe there's going to be less grip there. And the last place you want to find out is somewhere like Ascari or in towards the Lesmos, where you find out there's not actually a lot of grip.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very, very tricky for all of these guys when it's in that changeable kind of window that we speak of. You're right. If they don't want if they do want dry weather and they'd rather it wasn't wet, the least they can want is a fully wet track. You don't want it kind of changeable where you're not quite sure what you're going to get into the next corner. They'd rather it was just tipping it down and full wet, and you wouldn't really have to think about it too much. But it doesn't often happen like that, especially at Monza. I find I know the rainfall isn't often very sudden here, although it looks like that we could have some quite sudden rainfall soon. It tends to be quite changeable around here from time to time, so that's something that these guys are going to have to be prepared for. I'm sure they are, because surely they will have done some at least practice in the wet weather in the past at this circuit. But it's just a new challenge, and it's a different story kind of executing it on the actual race day. It's one thing doing it in practice. You've got to be able to do it when the rain actually hits all at once in the race. And it looks like these guys are going to we're going to find out who's done their wet weather practice and who hasn't really, who's banked on it being a sunny, dry race, which it often is at Monza.
Yeah, it often is sunny and beautiful weather near Milan, but yeah, the rain is certainly coming, and none of this simulator weather. This is the real weather. If you're at Monza right now, if you stick a hand out, let us know if there's any rain coming, and that would greatly help us out. We've got the radar, and then we'll have you. Well, I'm just having a look at the fastest. I should say the fastest car right now has just set 2 personal best sectors on the last lap. Is the 33, which has now set the fastest lap of the race, and that Mugen Sim Racing, I think that's at the hands now of Christopher Kienek, who makes his way now down towards the Rettifidio chicane. Currently 5th place in the race so far, still on the lead lap, 57 seconds off the leader, but 21 seconds behind the number 51 car. So that's the Ramada Motorsport car at the hands of Paolo Hayes at the moment. So the gap's coming down because the last lap between them was 1.9 seconds difference in favour of the 33.
Yeah, they've had some issues a little bit earlier on as well. The 33 actually put a lap down not so long ago by Nisler, and they were running nose to tail for quite a while, but that's all changed around again now. We've got the top 6, I reckon, separated by about a minute at this stage, which is better than what it was an hour ago, where we had one car separated by a minute because Nisler was just crushing it out front. But now it's all kind of closing up very nicely indeed, with Kianak the last of those. Paolo Risa's not been quite as fast as his teammate in the Ramada Motorsport car, Carlos Basto, I'm afraid, but he's still at least keeping things on the straight and narrow, and he's not crashing the car, which is the main thing really at this stage in the race. So yeah, keeping pace with your teammates is very difficult at the best of times, but you've got to at least just run your pace really. I know that sometimes people find themselves in lofty heights almost, and you put a slower driver into the car and it can be a bit of a problem, but you've just got to realise and run your pace really at this stage in the race. There's no point pushing harder than what you can do, because otherwise that's just going to cause more problems for you really than losing a second here or there is actually going to.
Yeah, and driving beyond your talent is something you've got to really nurture and have a handle on when it comes to a long endurance race. Keep to what you know. You know, if you put in the practice and you know where the braking point is at the Rettifilo chicane, where the number 33 is coming up to now, you know where the braking point is, just stick to that. You know it works. Don't try and push it this early on into the endurance, because we're still early on in the endurance. A lot can happen. A lot has happened. We've already lost 2 drivers out of the 2 teams out of the GT3 car, so it's a huge shame to lose them. There's still chances here to pick up the pieces if you're one of those teams that maybe had an outside chance of a podium, qualified outside of the top 3. There's still a chance, maybe more than ever now.
Yeah, absolutely. There really is a chance, and it's a very open race. We've seen this. I'll use the Unison racing car as an example. Currently in second place right now, and about 10 seconds behind Ryan Nash in the lead. They started really quite a long way down in this race, but they've not really been involved in any battles. That we've not really talked about them very much. They've just been slowly making their way through the order, and now suddenly they found themselves in second place, which is a little bit bizarre because, as I said, we've not really talked about them. However, it's a real case in point that you shouldn't really be pushing at this point, and to be honest, we shouldn't really be talking about. If we're talking about you too much, then it means you're getting in a bit too much trouble really, and so with guys like the 64 and Mugen Sim Racing, we've been saying their name about every 10 minutes really, because they've been involved in so much fighting. But Unison Racing, we've barely talked about them at all, and that's the best way to be really, staying out of trouble, and you can see that it's served them well really. Everyone was flying into all of these corners trying to battle as hard as possible, but Unison Racing were taking a back seat, and it's paying off for them.
So far, so good, and that's what you need in endurance, making sure that you stay out of trouble, as you said there, Ewan. That's one of the main things. Stay out of trouble. You've got a good chance of a good result there, so we shall see how it all pans together over these next few hours to come. There's still plenty on the horizon, including the weather, so we'll have to see how the drivers and the teams react to those situations. When it starts to rain, how do you react? Obviously, you'll have to see if you want to change tyres if it's wet enough, but do you switch the driver as well? Do you try and bring in your wet weather specialist? Do you try and ring them up? Because of course, when it comes to sim racing, you might have teams here that are broadly based wherever they say they are. So I think we've got a team from the US, we've got a team as well from all across Europe, but then you might have the odd driver who's in a different time zone, and that's something you have to take into account. They might not be necessarily available if you need a quick changeover, if the weather's maybe you expected a hit in hour 4 and it actually hits in hour 3.
Yeah, I said it a little bit earlier on that I was expecting the rain to hit at 5 o'clock cool time. We're still an hour and a half away from that now, an hour and 40 minutes away from that right now. And as we're looking at the radar, it seems to be a lot closer to us than we were expecting a little bit earlier on. But personally, I talk about this quite a lot in wet weather for endurance races when it changes around. I would keep the same driver in almost always, unless there's a real chance like driver time or some kind of issue that someone has to deal with, because they've sat there and watched the conditions evolve. They know how the conditions evolve, and they're exactly in tune with how the track is. So you can tell someone about what the track conditions are like, and you might even be able to simulate it on your own server, try to get a feel for the conditions, but they can never be exactly the same. So that's why I would leave the original driver in for as long as possible. GT4, at least until things have stabilised, and then maybe you can bring someone else in. But really, it's so tricky to pick up these conditions in the heat of the moment that I would try and avoid it really at all costs.
Absolutely. As I'm just watching on now, I've got a lovely camera angle of the GT4, the Viaducten, which I believe translates to ducklings. They're David Christie's tip for winning this race outright and overall, so just thought I'd keep an eye on them. They're currently leading their class. Obviously, they're unfortunately the only GT4 entrant, but the story behind these is that they're all 12-year-old go-kart racers, and this is pretty much the start of their sim racing journey. So it's a bit of a ring of, baptism of fire coming into here in an endurance with lots of GT3 cars around you with no other GT4 cars. Every car in your rearview mirror is going to be faster than you. That's a terrifying prospect.
It is quite a terrifying prospect, but what better place to actually make your debut and get some load of experience? It's a 12-hour race, and there's going to be a lot of time here to actually get some experience with this car, with the format of an endurance race, and that's certainly good news for them. Just looking inside this car right now, it's absolutely fantastic, the detail that this car has at the moment. I've not seen very many Alpines in real life actually in the GT4 racing that goes on in the real world, but we don't really know if it's one of the stronger ones or not, because it's the only one at the moment in the GT4 category. So it's certainly nice to have it out here anyway. A little bit of multi-class, I guess, for these guys, but there's no competition for these guys at all. There's no worries at all. It's a fantastic place to make your debut, and a fantastic place to kind of get some experience really, without the pressure of a normal championship or a bigger class, for example.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, we don't know who's driving the car right now, but we do know that the team is made up of Magnus Berg, I think, as well, Jonas Dierberg. I think that's how you pronounce the name as well. But feel free to correct me in there as well. But they're just two of the drivers onto this team. And yeah, as you say, it's going to be an interesting one. If they can make it to the checkered flag, that's going to be a great thing as well. They'll win the GT4 class if they do that, so that's going to be a bonus as well. So let's just keep an eye on them. As I said, they are David Christie's tip to winning the entire thing, so keep an eye on them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still good. They're in P9 at the moment. They've got 8 cars to go. So 3 down and 8 to go after 3.5 hours, very nearly. But it's great to ride on board with this car at the moment. And it certainly seems to be very consistent, at least running out there on the road and not getting caught up in any incidents or anything like that, which is certainly good to see. But in closer battles, let's say, GT3, it's all going on really, with Paolo Race and Christopher Kianak only 8 seconds apart at the moment for Ramada Motorsport and Mugen Sim Racing for now. So we'll wait and see how quickly that battle closes in, but Kianak certainly seems to be the fastest man out there on the circuit. He did a 47.6 last time around, which is only half a second down on his on the best of the race, which is the fastest lap of the race overall, and that was 1.8 seconds quicker than Paolo Race. So certainly closing in very quickly indeed. In about 5 or 6 laps time, we might have a battle on our hands between the two of them. Maybe a one-sided one, but it's going to be a battle nonetheless.
And we love battles. We love battles. We've been spoiled, well and truly spoiled, the first 3 hours. So this is now probably going to be the time when drivers start to think, right, actually, this is a long, long game we have here. We've got a lot to think about. Let's just settle into our own pace. Let's see how it goes. The 007 Pro Sim team are starting to catch the 62 team at the moment. So keep an eye on that one. Gap is around about 10 seconds and coming down by about half a second per lap. So that's going to be maybe a battle for second place in the next few minutes, but you can see the number 33 of Koenig there currently holding the fastest lap of the entire race so far, 47.020, currently 52.8 off of the race lead, but closing in very quickly to the number 51 car. So that's going to be about for 4 soon.
All right, speaking of closing in quickly, I just realised as well, so excited to say it, that ProSim are closing in on Unison Racing fairly quickly as well. The gap's just dipped under 10 seconds for the first time in a little while. Zakirov is being caught ever so slightly. I didn't think I'd be saying those words because he's a very strong driver indeed, but apparently struggling out there a little bit right now. ProSim took about half a second out of him last time around, and yeah, we'll see next time what the gap is as well, because they're about to come across the line in the next few moments. But under 6 seconds now for Christopher Kienach, 5.5 seconds. It really is going down ever so slightly, well, not ever so slightly, really quite quickly is probably the phrase, because Kienach certainly seems to be on a mission. I guess when you're driving and you're seeing the gap coming down so quickly like that, it can be quite demoralising almost, and it might even cause you to drive even a little bit slower once again, which contributes to your downfall and possibly accelerates it as well. So that could be happening for Ramada Motorsport right now as well.
We're hearing that one of the retirements was due to hardware failure. I think if I'm right in saying that's the 64, unfortunately. So that's why. So I think David's 74. I'm being corrected in my ear now. So the number 74 was due to hardware failure, the Juices Motorsport Club car. So that is really unfortunate, and sounds like their day has come to an end, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does indeed. That's a real shame, really, to see that it's not gone particularly well for Juices, or indeed Satellite, or indeed GSR team, who had an engine failure in the first hour of this race, which is very painful indeed. But yeah, it looks like 3 retirements indeed. Nisila has left the team speak now, so I think he's well and truly out of the race. But what it has given us is a real fight for the win here between 5 cars separated by not very much at all. It's only 4.7 seconds between Kienach and Ramada at the moment, and overall I guess there's about 40 seconds separating the top 5 right now. Very close indeed. Just no nose to tail battles just for the moment. We can definitely see one brewing and developing though, and I just wonder if this is a side effect of the fact that Kienach has just got into this car, and so maybe with a fresh pair of eyes, feeling a little bit fresher as well, maybe he's finding a little bit of pace in that car that Zoltan Barkini couldn't.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? Maybe a fresher driver might be, looking to get the pace in there. A fresh driver in. The weather, as we're seeing right now, it's pretty much on course. We can update you with that. You can see from the weather radar, it is coming and it's going to hit the circuit. We reckon, as David was saying, that half hour he said has gone past, so it's slowly approaching the circuit. It's ominous. It's there. It's waiting to hit the circuit, but we just don't know when. It is going to be a tricky one to see when that hits, and yeah, we'll have to keep you up to date whenever we can. And obviously being this close to the Alps as well, that weather change, we saw it last night. We were expecting rain pretty much from the off in Q1 yesterday, but not a drop of rain whatsoever throughout the entire session, entire 2 sessions actually. So the Alps can play a huge part in how that weather changes, but from what we're seeing from the radar at the moment, it's on course.
Yeah, a little bit surprised about that, because they're about 100 kilometres away, but still, they can still have an effect, I guess, at this point. The weather's not actually coming from that direction on this occasion, though. It's coming from the west, and it doesn't look like there's going to be rain for too long, because it's got there's quite a patch of rain, and then it kind of fizzles out again. So maybe we're going to have a downpour, and then some dry tyres again before another bit of rain, which is probably more likely. But we'll wait and see how indeed it does fall. Christopher Kienach's closing of Ramada Motorsport is more slowly, but it still is happening. Hopefully when we return from this ad break, we will have this battle going on for you. You're watching the 12 hours of Monza here on GTR 24H. Hope you're enjoying it. We're just going off for a quick commercial break, but in a few minutes we will return with some more racing. Back in a moment.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to Monza, where there are 8.5 hours remaining in the 12 hours of Monza, and we have a fight on for P4 that's about to happen rather urgently, actually. Paulo Reis is being caught by Christopher Kienach at quite an alarming rate at this point, and that slide we just saw on board with him through Parabolica definitely is not helping the cause. A lot of pressure being put onto the Audi in front. Now, it's an all-Audi fight, but that's not going to dampen any spirits here, I wouldn't imagine. Kienach certainly starting to apply that pressure, and it seems to be working as well, judging by the evidence of a few corners ago.
Absolutely, and you can see now how close that gap is. It's coming down at a rate of knots then. Kienach in the 33 really is closing in, and on that lap alone he was 9/10 of a second, in fact about 9/10 of a second quicker on that last lap alone than the number 51. So looking like here it's one thing catching the car, it's another thing passing it, but going through the Roger chicane and in towards the first Lesmo. Here goes Kienach. Then does he fancy a move up the first Lesmo? No, he doesn't. Backs out of it there. And onwards now towards the second Lesmo they will go, and again just trying to fill the mirrors is this tactic right now. Just try and put the car ahead under that little bit of pressure, a little bit of a snap as we head through the Curva del Seraglio, and onwards now we go underneath the old banking towards Ascari. Ascari is not normally a place you try and overtake here, but they're going to try it now. Kienach up the inside we go in the 33, in we go towards Ascari, and he is ahead, gets the position, moves now up into fourth place. Great respect between the two drivers there, and Kienach now moves his team up a position.
Yeah, he does indeed. You don't often see moves into Ascari, as you say, but when you're that far alongside, I guess the guy on the outside doesn't really have much choice than to just let you go. I was seeing visions of the incident we saw a little bit earlier on, where the Mugen Sim Racing car clunked the curbing and then clunked the car on the outside of it, which could have been a real problem, and we could have seen a very similar thing happening just there. But fortunately, they've kept things very clean indeed, and Kienach has been able to get through without really too much of an argument from Paulo Reis in the end. Very good racing between the two of them. He's now going to set his sights on the Pro Sim car, I guess. Kienach 20 seconds up in front, and even on that last lap, even though they were fighting, he did gain 7/10 of a second on that car in front. Pro Sim and Unison kind of holding each other at a similar margin right now. It's all down to Kienach now to try and make some moves and try and get up the order a little bit further, use his pace, let's say, and certainly seems to be doing that right now. Even though he's overtaking cars, he's still faster than them.
Yeah, I got a nice little replay here on board with the 33 of Kienach as he made his way underneath the old banking here into the slipstream. He went all to the left-hand side of the track, and again, just trying a move up in towards Ascari here. Just about managed to get the car slowed down. Nice move in the end, and that's them up a position. That's an important position, and they're well on their way now. Let's see what their next target is. Well, it's going to be the 51 right ahead, is it?
Let's have a look. No, I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, they're trying to get towards the Bentley anyway. At this point, not entirely sure who's going to be in between. It's certainly not closing down again. This battle between Ramada and Mugen. There's only one winner in this fight, really. We talk about this quite a lot in endurance racing, really. We especially after the first hour, which of these cars are still going to be here at the end of the next hour, and the next one, and the next one, because it's not just about your starting driver, it's always about your teammates as well. Not that Ramada Motorsport have a bad team by any stretch of the imagination, with Pedro Ramada, Paulo Reis and Carlos Basto all driving, but Basto started the car, and ever since Reis got into that car, it was it's not been quite going as well for him as we saw for Basto not so long ago. Reis started virtual racing or sim racing a few years ago on the other games, more arcadey games, but obviously take it a little bit more seriously now. And yeah, he's a Portuguese person living in Belgium at the moment, so there you are, there's a few facts for you. But currently down in 5th place and losing a bit of time to Kianak right now, but it's still plenty of time left in this race to be able to pick up again. And yeah, I'm sure we're going to see this race change again. I said it earlier on, Ramada and Basto are very capable drivers indeed, so I wouldn't say that a podium certainly out of the question for them by any stretch.
Not by any stretch at all. And obviously when you're coming into a long endurance race and you put yourself in those shoes of, right, where do we think we can finish? I mean, it's pointless trying to guess where you're going to be around 4 hours in, but you get more of an idea when you get those final pit stops done, and that only really happens in the last 2 hours of the race. You get a better idea of, right, who am I actually fighting and what position will it be for? And well, we've still got a long way to go. A lot can happen. We've already seen the likes of hardware failure coming across the number 74, the GT3 Motorsport Club. Hardware failure is a thing, and it can happen. It's one of those things that happens in sim racing. Mechanically, you've got to make sure the car is working in order. Make sure you're not hitting those curbs too much. Make sure there's not many trips to the barrier as well, as that can obviously affect how the car handles and the top speed even. You can get aero damage on these cars, and you're going to have to stick with that for the entire rest of the race. If it's severe enough, you'll be down on top speed at a circuit which thrives on top speed.
Yeah, that is very important indeed, and that's why we've seen, especially the Mugen car, struggling to actually overtake because of its lack of straight line speed. We did wonder briefly if it was a bit of an aerodynamic disadvantage they had because of damage, but I reckon it's just a bit of setup really at this point. But you never really know what it is. He's starting to pull away is Kianak, but the thing that made the last pass easy, I guess, is the fact that he was racing against an Audi. These McLarens are so sleek and so slippery in a straight line that it's almost impossible to get through on them, especially if you are an Audi yourself. So yeah, it's let's hope that Kianak doesn't come across one of them, because he might struggle just a little bit. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 though, which is very good to see. We've got a McLaren leading, as they have done for almost the entirety of this race. We've got a BMW in second, which I really wasn't expecting at the start of the day, and a Bentley in third, which I also wasn't expecting, and Audi not on the podium for the moment, which is a big surprise as well. So a couple of surprises being thrown up, but Mugen Sim Racing, after all of their issues, look like they're starting to kind of resurrect themselves almost at the moment and get back towards the podium. Gap now down to 16 seconds to ProSim, and once they pick those guys off, I reckon Unison Racing won't be too far behind in terms of being demoted another place.
Yeah, and there is the 65 VRS satellite racing team then leading the way at the hands of Ryan Nash at the moment. And if you saw practice and qualifying over the previous 2 days, you'll have seen that Ryan Nash really had trouble keeping this car on the track. Now we're starting to see that maybe that was because he really was trying to push the limits and see how much punishment the car will take before it bites back, and how much curbing he can take, and how he can throw the car in before it really goes wrong, because he's done a solid job so far, leading this race by a good 26 seconds. And there is the third place car, the 007 ProSim car, currently third place as well. And yeah, they had all 4 of their drivers out in the practice session, all in the same car. You were allowed to do that in practice, but they were all battling each other. So maybe that was a way of character building.
Or practicing the battles that might happen here today. You never know. But I believe for most of the day we've had an actual live stream of them in the car on for the ProSim car. I'm not entirely sure if we still have that. If we can bring it up, because yeah, it's there it is on the right hand side of your screen. We can see. Well, we can't see who's driving because it's a little bit small on my screen right now, but we can see the inputs that are having to be made, and the kind of and what the driver can actually see from their particular view. And yeah, third place, not a bad position to be in just for the moment. We're just able to see the amount of rest you get on this circuit. It's quite phenomenal really, because of the straights, but I guess the chicanes you have to concentrate quite hard, so I guess they deserve it. But you know, it's really gives it a view as to how aggressive, for me anyway, the most apparent thing is how aggressive the curbs are. We're about to see it through the first chicane. You'll especially see it through the second one in Ascari. You know, the drivers are bouncing themselves over the curbs, and you know, it's going to be taking a toll on their arms, certainly, and their wrists, as they try and withstand the bouncing over these curbs. We're through the Curva Grande at the moment, heading towards the second chicane once again, and yeah, we're going to see from the driver's eye what these curves are really like bouncing across them. He actually missed the second one ever so slightly. Not entirely sure if that was intentional or not, but I presume not at this point. We have a look at the exit of Lesmo 2 and the run up towards Ascari, with Ryan Nash and the Pro Sim car in the foreground. And here is the race leader, 26.9 seconds in front, just ticked over to 27 for the first time. So nearly half a minute of an advantage for the British driver. Been gaining some experience over the last couple of years with satellite racing, especially in prototypes, but now trying his hand at the GTs, which is not a bad idea, really. Let's have a quick look at the weather, shall we? Because we've got some very gloomy clouds, and they're bound to burst before long. You see that the big one just missing us from the north, and it actually looks like, in a near miracle, this one might miss us as well, just time to the south. I can't quite believe this, but the clouds are actually disappearing as soon as they reach the circuit. This is quite unbelievable, actually. This doesn't look like we might get away with it after all.
I've heard of the Sundance Festival, but I'm really thinking now, this is ridiculous. Someone is down there at the Monza circuit doing their Sundance and making sure this rain stays away, doing whatever they can. But yeah, phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. I don't think I've really seen anything like it. It's almost like a Formula One race this season. You get the weather report and it's going to be raining, and then it never shows. It never shows. But there you go. That's the beauty of motorsport. Even the weather can play tricks on us, and we love it so.
Yeah, it is playing tricks on us at the moment, definitely. We thought we were going to get some really biblical rainfall, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen in the near future. We're about an hour and 15 away from the first piece of scheduled rainfall that I saw anyway, and then I saw that it was going to be raining to the end of the race, but for the moment it doesn't look like that's quite going to happen as things stand, but you never know. Things could change rather soon. There's the crowd on the right, they're loving it. But here's the standings. Ryan Nash for Satellite Racing is currently leading ahead of Unison Racing and Pro Sim. That's your top three. Then Mugen Sim Racing and Ramada Motorsport, your top five. Behind that, we've got GSR Team Aston, the 14 car in 6th place, having a decent run at things, and then the 717 Unison Racing car is currently in 7th, and then the Team Viaduction car in 9th position. Didn't quite catch who's 8th, but it's probably the DSR Nightmare 777 team. Ahead of Team Viaduction, who are in 9th, and yeah, that's the GT4 car, let's not forget. So that's a quick rundown of your order, with 8 hours and 13 minutes to go, just under of the 12 hours of Monza, currently with Pro Sim on the screen right now. Yeah, very interested to see how the weather's going to affect things, because like in other series, single make series for example, it's not about how the driver deals with it really, it's sort of about how the car deals with it. You know, if the car is particularly terrible in wet weather conditions, then you know, these guys are going to be praying it stays away. So yeah, I'm very interested to find out who's going to thrive in these conditions and who isn't, basically.
Yeah, you're right there. I think there's a little bit of a curse going on, because the more we talk about the rain, the more it just avoids the circuit. So maybe we're doing the drivers a favour by talking about the weather all the time. Who knows? Who knows? But you're absolutely right, Ewan. All about making sure the car's set up and making sure you've got the right driver in the car, because you do have those wet weather specialists that can really get the car to thrive in those really treacherous conditions. So just making sure that you can react quickly enough to the changing situation, because will change very quickly looking at it. And at the moment, the weather's and the rain's threading the needle of the circuit at the moment. But we shall wait and see. There's still plenty of time left on the clock.
There is still a long time remaining. One of the Audis just making their way out of the pit lane there, by the way. Didn't quite catch which one. Probably DSR Nightmare. The 777. Carl Lycagore now into that car. So they've been through the entire cycle now, that team. And they're back up on the road here once again. Carl Lycagore, the fastest of them, I would have said. He drives the LMP2s in the EWC this season. He's been GT3s in the past. Tim Pedersen likewise, and Mads Hedegaard as well. They often drive together in the same car in the EWC, and they're doing the same again in this special event. A lot of familiar faces actually. I don't think, other than the GSR teams, I don't think any teams are here that aren't in the EWC in one form or another. The GSR teams are made up of people that I don't actually recognise too much, if I'm honest, but I do have a couple of people I recognised, like Valadis Karalis, who was starting the car, I think, or at least second in the car. He drives in the European Hill Climb Championship events that we see on Monday nights. The next one of those is still 4 Mondays away, or 3 Mondays away now. So we've got a little bit of time to wait for that one, but it's still good to see him here. We've also, with the other car that's unfortunately not in the race anymore, there was another driver that drives in the Hill Climb Championship, Antonis Paranopoulos or something like that. David was saying it a lot better than me anyway, and I realised I've been saying it wrong for 5 weeks in the Hill Climb Championship, but we won't worry about that, but because it's a difficult name. So anyway, they're out of the race now, unfortunately. Blew their engine down into turn 1 with a double downshift, and how many times have we heard that in sim racing? A double downshift is often the fate of many races, and obviously your engine's not going to survive one of those, so it just shows that you need to be aware at all times that the hardware can also let you down, though, because it's not often the driver that actually does it. It's just the wheel registering 2 downshifts, and that's disastrous really for the team, and it just shows that we can never really rest, because something like that can happen at seemingly any moment.
Yeah, you're right there, and that's such a shame. If they have the double downshift and it blows up the engine, I mean, that's be a lesson learned. But whether that was a mistake by the driver, or whether you say that it registered twice for some reason, that's a one-way ticket to, unfortunately, the gearbox and the engine just absolutely not being able to cope with it. And when you're doing it in that quick succession, you're not giving the gearbox the right amount of time to make sure that everything's okay and making sure everything's spinning at the right speed. And yeah, you can easily see why the engine just gets overworked and decides to pack it up, which is totally fair enough if that's the case. But at the moment, then the weather can't really decide what it wants to do at the moment. That's the fairest way to say what's going on. It's a lot of cloud over the circuit, but what that does mean is that then the track temperature comes into effect as well. It's slightly different conditions to what it was yesterday. I think this track is slightly cooler today than it was in the day qualifying sessions yesterday. Also, this is one of the first times that the cars are going to be fully loaded up with fuel at the start of a stint, so the drivers are going to have to be wary of that. They've probably got used to it by now, the race sim, and they probably would have done a lot of work with how does the car differ being on qualifying sim and being on a race stint sim as well. So they would have done all the work behind the scene, and in the official practice session, I mean, they gave us a great show. All 4 of the 007 Pro Sim cars gave us a fantastic show, albeit they did make contact once or twice, maybe thrice, but that's on them. They have to be the team now for the rest of the race.
Yeah, well, they are teammates. I guess they can get away with that kind of thing. A little bit, getting a little bit friendly, let's say. But yeah, they're currently in 3rd place, being chased down by Christopher Kianak, who's currently in 4th, and we're on board with, on the right hand side of his screen, you can see Alexander Zakharov on the left, and they're trying to Kianak on your right is certainly quicker than those on the left, I'm afraid, at this point. Mugen Sim Racing closing in on Pro Sim just for the moment. You can see him going through the second chicane right now and monstering the curbs as we've seen in the past. The Pro Sim car wasn't really too keen on doing that actually, but Kinak doesn't really not really bothered about keeping his car in good condition clearly, or his suspension anyway. Going through the second Lesmo as things stand, and heading towards Ascari as well. Yeah, I think this thing's probably getting quite cold for a sort of summer day in Italy, certainly with the clouds the way they are, but for the moment not providing any moisture. Just over 7 seconds now between Kinak, and he's kind of that frustrating distance as the Pro Sim car at the moment, because they can kind of see him up the road, but not really able to do anything about that car at this stage, which is going to be pretty frustrating for the Hungarian trying to chase him.
Yeah, at the moment anyway, but there's still plenty of time and the gap is coming down. It's going in the right direction for the Mugen Sim Racing team, so it's only going to be a matter of time before they're onto the back of that Unison Racing BMW, the number 62, in the hands at the moment. We don't quite... oh no, it's Alexander Zakharov who's at the wheel of that one at the moment, but we don't know who's at the wheel of the 007, which is such a huge shame. I mean, we can try and narrow it down to the likes of Morten Norgard, Morten Angerson, I think that's how you pronounce that one. Sebastian Hove, it could be behind the wheel. Any one of those three. Unfortunately, we can't tell you who exactly it is.
No, we can't. That's a picture of the Pro Sim teams, because I believe they're still all in the same location as our Viaducton. They are in the same location as well, which means that they're not doing driver swaps within the game, if you see what I mean. Well, that one, they're just swapping seats in real life, which is a little bit different, and it means that it doesn't quite pick up for us here, which is it can be a little bit on the annoying side, but we can deal with it certainly. 10 seconds up to Unison Racing, 7 seconds back to Mugen Sim Racing. Kianak just went a little bit wide into turn 1 on that occasion actually, which was a little bit of a mistake, but he's still keeping things going. Just under 7 seconds behind the Pro Sim car. They're just about to start another lap right now, and we've got an onboard camera with the Mugen Sim Racing car, so I think we are going to be quiet for an hour, sorry, not an hour, a minute and 40 was what I was going to say, a minute and 40, and let you listen to the sights and sounds of Monza here on board with Christopher Kianak.
Yeah, I've got a lovely slow-mo shot here. I think you're coming through okay, Ewan, but yeah, lovely slow-mo shot there of the Corvette just picking up the gravel there on the exit of the Roger chicane. And it's, you know, it's been a common factor. I'm surprised that there's so much gravel not been put onto the circuit, or, you know, you see this massive dig into the gravel there so far. It's been used so many times. However, it's you know, pushing the limits and beyond. It's good to see, but I don't know how much time they're actually going to lose there. It seems like it's going to be a lot when they're cooking up that dust.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
to the 12 hours of Monza here, broadcasted by GTR 24. Still just under 8 hours to go, and I've got my mic on now, which is great. So anyway, we'll leave that. What I will talk about, though, is the battle for third place that's going on between ProSim and also Mugen Sim Racing. There's a car separating them at the moment. One of the lapped cars, looks like the 777 could be at the moment, but I can't quite tell from this angle. It's certainly closing up, though. Unfortunately, we might be robbed of this battle because the pit stops are upon us, and Ryan Nash from the lead of the race indeed is coming into the pit lane right now.
Is indeed. So race leaders then into the pit lane. One of the VRS car, the sole VRS car in the race, and of course nowadays you angle yourself in the pit lane now to try and get the best line away. It's a recent thing in motorsport now that drivers like to do that. But of course now the work begins on the car, the fueling and the tyres, and making sure that if they want to make a driver change that they make it now. And you can see just that LED, that yellow LED tells you how many seconds they've been stopped for. Nice touch there, I think.
Yeah, that is quite helpful actually for us. I'm not sure what started all this wonky pit lane business, because it looks absolutely horrible when you see all the lines, and that maybe it's just me because I like things to be in a nice line, but it just looks ridiculous. I'm not entirely sure what started all of it either, really. I guess it's kind of practical to have it not dead straight, so because you can get trapped in, but I don't really know who started or what started it, and but it certainly seems to work. And it's a very recent thing, but I guess somebody's thought of it, and everyone else thought, oh, that's a good idea, I might do that, and they have done so. As I said, I'm not entirely sure who started it all, but it certainly seems to be the new trend.
Does indeed, and you can just see there about 56 seconds that McLaren was stopped for, which were pretty much losing more than 3/4 of a lap being in the pit lane with the tyre changes, the fuel, and possibly even a driver change as well. Being told in our ear to have a look at the weather radar. What's going on here then? What's going on now at Monza, I wonder? Just a couple of 30 miles away from Milan. Wow, look at that. There you go then. So the rain misses. Oh, it might just at the southeast side of the circuit. So we're looking at, if I can get my geography right, we're looking at, I believe, Parabolica. That's where it could hit originally then.
I'm not sure which way is north, actually. Oh, yeah, you're right.
North is towards the Lesmos, I think.
Yeah, something like that. I think he's going to hit Parabolica first. Yeah, well, just pick a corner, it's going to arrive there first. There we are.
A 1 in 11 chance of doing it. That's fine.
Yeah, good point. The rain does look like it may nick us, or it may just slide on by, maybe, just without hitting us, but certainly going to be very interesting to see. Which one? Wow, Peter just said he's going to hit the toilet. Sorry, my brain couldn't process that information. He's just going to start punching it and something. But no, it's not what he means. Anyway, we're watching the battle for what is now for second place, because Ryan Nash just came in the pit lane, and he's down to what I believe is fifth right now. But Kianak versus ProSim is going to be happening very, very soon, you might imagine. And at the moment there's an Audi in the way. It's a difficult position to be in, a lap car here actually, because you don't really want to get out of the way and lose time yourself, but you also kind of have to at some point. It's a tricky situation for everybody.
A little bit tricky, and I think Caddick here will have a bit of deja vu as we head our way through the Lesmos, because he's only passed that, I think that's the, the 51, so that's the Ramada Motorsport Audi. He only passed that about 10-15 minutes ago, but Ramada has since been in the pit lane and then now come back out, and that shows you how much time you lose in the pit lane. You almost go a lap down. It's very close to going a lap down, but so pretty much, in layman's term, if you pit, you lose a lap, so that's going to be something you have to take into account. I'm not sure, on the top of this 007, there's a bit of moisture on the top, or is that just the decal? Am I making stuff up? It looks very, very minor at the moment, but it's difficult to tell. Could be the decal, I'm not sure. Although I'm not sure why you'd have watertight decal at the top. Well, who knows?
Yeah, these liveries these days get crazier and crazier, don't they? So you never know really what's going to be on them. Looks like pit stops maybe for the Mugen Sim Racing car, and indeed it is, into the pit lane on this occasion. Satellite Racing are going to retake one of the other, or another position at least. At the moment it's Wanamaya who's now into that car, and so he's going to be driving in. He started that race. He started the race here today in that car. I'm trying to find a little bit of information on him because I saw some earlier. Oh yeah, here we go. Apparently a Colombian Canadian I've never heard of before, but there we are. Is indeed, and is very experienced in GT3s, which is obviously useful in this kind of event. He's going to retake third place at least away from Mugen Sim Racing, and that's going to be easy enough. But what's going to happen when the likes of ProSim indeed come into the pit lane in the next few moments, because that's going to be the real crunch point. However, they've been staying out quite a long time in the stints actually. They've not really been pitting with everybody else, but going a little bit longer, and that's going to help them towards the end of the race. They're going to be able to hopefully do a shorter pit stop in their 11th and final stop of this race.
Absolutely, and you were talking about that 65 satellite team, which is well, it's truly international. They say their team nationality is the US, but as you rightfully said, you know you've got I think Juan Amaya, who is Colombian Canadian. I thought I saw somebody else there, Polish American. That's Tom Kapusta, who is Polish American. So it's truly international, right? And they say their country is from the US, even though they've got a Colombian Canadian racing for them. Maybe he's just saying he's flying for the US flag today and just makes it a little bit easier, not racing under the Canadian flag. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't really know. Also, the satellite racing team, to my knowledge, anyway, don't have that many Americans on the driving list for today, at least. But I'm sure they do in the entirety of their team. Yeah.
I'm sure the team itself is American. That's probably what they mean.
Yes. Yeah. It's probably something like that. But at the moment, we've got ProSim back in the lead now, because Alexander Zakharov just came into the pit lane, and there he is, just taking a stop right now. Wanamaya is going to now be into second place, but Kianak will be into third. Quite possible. Well, no, actually, he might not be. We'll wait and see how much time he actually gains in the pit stops here. Zakharov already moving now, and Unison Racing are going to be well in front of Mugen Sim Racing here. So Pedro Armada is not really any closer to Mugen, but I'm afraid Mugen have actually dropped back a little bit from this BMW here, which is not good news, but Zakharov looks like he's had a pretty decent stop there by the looks of things.
As indeed, and this weather we're expecting at Monza, we've been talking about the whole time. There's going to be heavy rain, it might be thunderstorm. It's happening outside my window right now. Are you sure the weather radar's not over my house, guys? We'll have to wait and see. Get that checked.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on where I am. It might be tipping it down as well, but I can't see for the moment. But anyway, yeah, it's certainly been a little bit crazy recently with the weather, certainly in Italy and the UK a little bit as well. But here is who is going to be the race leader in the next few moments. 14.5 seconds over Unison Racing, which is a lot less than before the pit stops, it must be said. Zakharov now a lot closer to Amaya or Ryan Nash as it was. So we'll see how that develops, whether they've done something a little bit with the strategy maybe in this one, but we'll wait and find out. And Kianak still quite a long way behind Zakharov. We're all kind of waiting on tenterhooks really for ProSim to come into the pit lane. Then we're going to know if Mugen Sim Racing will manage to get out in front of them and do the undercut or not. It would be a little bit disappointing if they had done, because we were looking forward to an on-track battle between them, but obviously the most efficient way to get past someone is in the pit lane, so you can't hardly blame them.
No, absolutely, and that's where the most time could be won and lost, is how much fuel you take on board, how long does it take to change the tyres. So worth trying to get the position done there and then. So we'll have to wait and see how that develops and how that changes the battle in the long run. Still plenty of pit stops to go here, so still plenty of opportunities left in this race. And we're just seeing now it's one of those now where the drivers are sort of settling into their race and settling into their stints, and Juan Amaya being one of them, he's just into the car. car now, and he'll want to just take a couple of laps here to get used to the track, make sure he gets used to the car again, see what it's like on race fuel, get to know the car again before he really pushes the mark again. But at the moment, currently, as far as I know, this is the 65 car that will be in the net lead of the race, but kind of hard to say net lead of the race in terms of myself, because when it comes to strategies, you could be trying to make one fewer stop than anybody else on tracks. It's kind of hard to say they're in the net lead. The second place right now, though.
Yeah, you're right. They could indeed be in that. That's the thing with posting, really, about the shorter pit stop at the end. Are they going to even save a pit stop? I doubt that. But they could end up maybe shortening a stop late on and jumping up in front that way. Let's see, though. The Bentley's into the pit lane now, and we'll see where Christopher Kiernack is in relation to them. One of my is the main part of your screen right now, but what about the 33 Mugen Sim Racing car? Are they going to be able to get in front in the pit stops or not? It is, as I mentioned, the most efficient way to get through. Kiernack's been going quite a lot faster than the Pro Sim car in recent laps anyway, and this could mean that Mugen get in front of the Bentley without having to actually do anything on the circuit here. Unison Racing are definitely going to be second place. There's no arguments about that, especially given their pit stop, which was very, very good indeed. But where is Christopher Kiernack going to be in relation to the Pro Sim car? They're still not moving just for the moment. Pro Sim's still not going anywhere. And now they finally begin to roll. But where is the Mugen Sim Racing car? Just coming out of Parabolica right now and over the start-finish line. Pro Sim still making their way down the pit lane though, and unless they release the pit limiter very, very soon, they're not going to be able to do it. And I'm afraid even before they were able to get out of the pit lane, Christopher Kiernack was able to get through. That was very, very convincing indeed, and I guess it's a great illustration of his pace in this race.
Definitely. And so the Mugen Sim Racing car making their way once again up the order. What that has done now, it's allowed the 65 to take the race lead. So the VRS satellite car taking the lead at the hands now of Juan Amaya. There is Christopher Kiernack then, currently third place as it stands, making his way now on towards the Roger chicane. So by all accounts then, again, get ourselves, get the timing sheets to catch up with the pit stops as well, and we'll be able to figure out what is left to go here. But the McLaren, the Mugen Sim Racing team, at the moment, they're looking pretty good right now. Still, though, as we've always said, Ewan, since the time I came into the box and since probably the sort of lowering of the green flag at the very first time, there's a hell of a long way to go.
Well, yeah, we can't keep saying it the entire race, but because there's going to be a point where it's not true anymore. But yeah, you're still right. It's still a fair amount of time here to go. 7 hours 43 minutes and just over before the end of this one, when the darkness will fall on Monza and indeed this race, probably the rain as well, but we'll park that thought for the moment. Kiernack's just over 10 seconds in front of Pro Sim then. 22 seconds up to Zakharov, who's got less than 20 seconds to Juan Amaya, and then yeah, that's where you find the front of the race as things stand. Amaya's gained 5 seconds on Zakharov already since the pit stop about 20 minutes ago for Amaya. So still a lot can happen in this race. The thing, yeah, I'm trying to find the right way to say this, but always Christopher Kiernack goes across turn one there and has to go through the polystyrene chicane and takes one of them with him, but that doesn't really matter. He's going to carry on either way. That's the penalty you pay if you go a little bit too deep into turn one. You have to go through those chicanes, and in the end it just cost you about a second. So yeah, it's a system that's been in place for a very long time. It still is, and probably always will be. And Christopher Kiernack, I'm afraid, has found out that braking too late into turn one is quite damaging. Actually, he's lost a good second or two there.
Yeah, it looks like it, and having a replay on board of what happened there to Kiernack then making his way down towards the Rettifilio chicane, and yeah, just way too hot in, and It's almost like the brakes were just too cold. Obviously, there's a long time to get them. Then that's not actually what happened, but there's a long time there to get them for the brakes to cool down once you're out of Parabolica and then down towards the Rettifilo chicane. So there could be a situation like that, but bit of a mistake then from Koenig, and want to try and gloss over that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he will indeed, and just try and get on with it, really. Back onto how he was doing before. Let's see. Just under 23 seconds, and he's restoring all the time that he lost. He's almost restored it within a lap to the Pro Sim car, which is now in 4th place. This is the view coming out of the second chicane, and that was the GT4 Viaduction car coming through. More the Audi and McLaren, which is the 65 leading car. I believe that might have been Ramada Motorsport just behind them, but this is a little rundown of the order. Satellite Racing and Unison Racing just in front of Mugen Sim Racing, and then Pro Sim, Ramada Motorsport, GSR Team Aston, Unison Racing and DSR Nightmare rounding out your top 8 in GT3, and then we've got the GT4 car, the Viaductin Ducklings number 4, which is on its own at the moment, but still going at least, which is what can be said for 9 of these cars. We haven't had a retirement for a little while now, which is good news, but let's hope I haven't just cursed it.
You have, I'm afraid.
Quite possibly. But
there's a retirement in the next 20 minutes, that's on you.
Yeah, it might well be. But to be honest, we're always cursing things as commentator. You just get used to it. Desensitised, to be honest. I know it's a terrible thing, but we just...
Good way to describe it, I think. Desensitised to it. Oh no, it's happened again. Oh no.
I know, if you ever want something to happen, just say that, and then it will. But yeah, it's still 9 cars out there at the moment in the 12 hours of Monza. So closest battles going on. Mugen Sim Racing versus Pro Sim is the closest one, 10 seconds apart for the moment, but I'm afraid for us it's going the wrong way with Kianak trying to apply some pace right now. He's trying to catch Alexander Zakirov, who's going on a bit of a double stint on the tyres, I would have said. Anyway, I need to try and fish through the replay to maybe find a replay of the pit stop, but I don't think I'm going to be able to find it very easily now that we're this deep into the race, so I won't do that. But what I will say is that it's Zakirov's second stint in the car, and still on his first set of tyres. Now, I'm not entirely sure if maybe Bezrikov couldn't manage the double stint or what's going on with that one, but it's certainly something a little bit different, and I guess we're going to find out very quickly if this one actually works or not, because let's not forget they were a good 10, 15, 20 seconds in front of Mugen Sim Racing before they decided to go for this strategy. Maybe this wasn't the best choice, because it's already down to 18 seconds.
Yes, seeing it's almost like a game of chess, this, making sure you make the right moves at the right time, or at least the moves possible you can make at the right times. Just making sure you stick to your own strategy, and there's an element of hoping that your strategy is the best one, because at the end of the day you can put the fastest drivers in there, but if you get the strategy wrong, if you make an extra pit stop when maybe you don't have to, that's going to cost you, around a minute and 20 here in one of these races, especially if you're doing all the work, so driver change, maybe even fuel and tyres as well. So you've really got to think about how many stops do we need? Not really how many stops do we have to make, or how many stops should we make. It's how many stops do we need to make without losing all of that time. So that's all going to be working out, and for these drivers as well, they're sort of hardwired to be strategists as well on the fly. They'll be looking at their tyres, they'll be looking at how much fuel they're using per lap, and sort of thinking, right, am I on target? If not, I better fuel saver. If not, let's revise the strategy. That'll be the last thing they want to do, is revise the strategy they've already put in place. But if they have to, then they have to.
Yeah, absolutely. If what you've already gone for is not really working, then maybe that's not the best idea to carry on with that anymore. You've got to try something a little bit different to get up the order a little bit. and we'll wait and see if it works. But for the moment, Amaya is holding him off, and he's doing a good drive here actually, is Amaya, because in the first stint he started right at the back. He started this car and he was really quite struggling, I would have said, because we're expecting that satellite racing car to really fly through the order, or not fly through the order, but certainly get up the order just a little bit. And they really didn't in the opening part of this race. However, Wanamaya is more than holding his own now. Maybe in traffic he was struggling a little bit, but now that he's out on his own, things have become a little bit easier for him, and that does tend to happen. Some drivers find it much easier in clean air than battling around all the other cars at the start of a race.
Yeah, and once you get into that clear air as well, you can find it just a little bit easier to make sure you stick to your own pace, stick to your own lines, and just making sure that you are making sure you hit the lines and doing what you've been doing all this time in preparation for this 12-hour event. As we can see here, Juan Amaya doing a good job right now. Last lap times, just having a look at seeing what he's doing at the moment. A bit of traffic on that lap, 48.1, but that's still not so far away from the best lap overall from that team of 47.5. So only around 6/10 off, and with a bit of traffic as well. Not too shabby at all. So he's got some good pace on him.
He has indeed, and it doesn't look like he's going fairly strong at the moment. Maybe not quite as strong as some behind, like Christopher Kiernan, who's set the fastest lap of the race once again. He brought a second out of Amaya on that occasion, and 2.3 seconds out of Zakirov, which is a scary amount of time. But as you can see right now, this is Lesmo 1, and it's quite scary actually, looking at that shot there. You wouldn't want to be stood there in real life, would you? Because it's a bit dangerous. But anyway, the point is the shadows are out and the sun is as well, which we weren't expecting to see about an hour ago. We were talking about the rain and how terrible it's going to be, and all of a sudden the exact opposite's happened.
Goodness, you can see on board with Kinect there's actually bits of blue sky when we were pretty sure it was going to rain at some point in this race, and yeah, blue sky is now just starting to poke through. I should say as well, the 33 of Christopher Kiernan has now set the fastest lap of the race so far. It is a 46.747 set on his previous lap, so he's absolutely flying at the moment. He's getting every bit of performance out there, but gets slightly onto the gravel on the exit of the second Lesmo. Might cost him a tenth or two, especially now he's got to carry that momentum underneath the old banking, and then towards there, and we've got Juan Amaya. At the moment there, he's back. Stand down, he's back.
That would have been a very nervy moment for the team, because he did just dip there slightly, and some kind of connection problem anyway, and Amaya is back now, which is fortunate, but we're about to have another huge change in the course of this race. For first position, 27 seconds is the lead, but it was about to be a lot less than that with a disconnection, and Amaya is able to continue on, but that would have sent Hearts Racing, at Satellite Racing. They're currently stuck behind Pedro Ramada in the Ramada Motorsport car, I'm pretty sure that is, just in front. It's holding pace very well with Amaya, but not quite close enough to let the McLaren through just for the moment, and you wouldn't really want to be near that McLaren right now, because it's blinking around just ever so slightly, and losing connection. You don't quite know where it's going to end up if you the car in front or behind, so it would make you a little bit nervous seeing that in your rearview mirror.
Would a little bit, but I think it might be making the team more nervous as well. Just see this car blinking in and out as it tries to establish that long, strong connection. And yeah, I think the team might be slightly concerned. They'll be thinking, maybe, is there a chance of getting him into the pit lane and maybe seeing if there can be a quick fix? But, it's the last thing they want to do is make an unscheduled stop due to internet trouble. So they'll be keeping their fingers crossed that Juan Amaya's internet stays firm. At the moment, it looks like it's doing okay, but it's given the team, it's given the production crew as well a bit of a scare that the car just disappeared. But at the moment, though, still in this one.
Yeah, they are still in this one indeed. They don't really want to have to change strategy, right, because they've not really been going very long on their stints. They pit on the hour pretty much every time, and what that means is they've not given themselves that much flexibility. They would have to have saved like 32 minutes of fuel to make it to the end on the same amount of stops compared to what they were doing before. Maybe that is possible for them, but still they would rather not, and that's the advantage that a car like ProSim have got right now, because they've been going really quite long. They're actually 15 minutes in the green, so to speak, at the moment, and they're in a much better place. So if something like that were to happen to them, they've got a lot more flexibility, and that's even if you don't save a pit stop, even if your pit stop isn't that much shorter, the flexibility that you get from running that tiny bit longer it would be invaluable in a situation like that.
Would really be, as we see Horomai then exiting out of the second race blow and getting a little bit of a kick of dust from the number 51 Audi ahead of him in the Ramada Motorsport car, just running slightly wide. It's so easy as well if you're following a car to end up following that line. I've fallen victim to it many a time because it's just, you get so involved in the race. So but yeah, no, good driving there from the number 65, making sure that they keep themselves out of trouble, sticking to their own lines because they know that's the line that works.
Yeah, I find Lesmo 2 exceptionally annoying actually to drive because you feel like you're not quite getting the exit that you really want, and then you try and take it a little bit, take it into the corner a little bit harder on the entry, and you smash the curb on the inside, and your entry and your exit's rubbish as well there. So I find it exceptionally annoying, really, this corner. But these guys have clearly got things sorted out. You do tend to dip a wheel into the gravel as well on the left-hand side. However, they put those kind of rumbly curbs. I don't know what you call them. It's kind of those painted white curbs on the outside of the real curb. The kind of thing. But I don't really know what you call them, and it keeps you kind of within sometimes, but not always. On occasion. There's some more on the exit of Ascari here, if you see what I mean, on the stream. There they are.
Yes, I
don't quite know what they're called. Have they got a name?
Well, see, they're not sleeping policemen, are they? Because they're the big, massive orange things that you have across the curb. But yeah, you're right. They're designed there to make sure that you don't use those parts of the curb because you'll get the, possibly a little bit of damage to the underside of the car by using them. But yeah, so. Yeah, and they're not sleeping policemen because you've got sleeping policemen on the inside of the Rettifilio chicane to keep you off of those curbs. So, yeah, not sure. Might be one we'd have to look up there, Ewan.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd Google that kind of thing.
What's it on the inside of the curb called?
Yeah. Good
luck.
Yeah, good luck, exactly. Yeah, basically the kind of the roughness of it would mean you don't really want to scrape the underside of your car on it, which means that you don't run out too wide, which is the idea. But sometimes, as we've already seen, it doesn't always happen like that. Okay, then 7.5 hours still remaining on the clock right now in the 12 hours of Monza. Joanna Amaya for Satellite Racing is still in the lead. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. On the other side, we'll have more racing from the 12 hours of Monza. Back in a moment.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Monza, where we have just under 7 hours and 26 minutes remaining on the clock. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Kieran McGinley for the next half an hour or so. I'll be taking a short break. Yusuf bin Sahel will be here in a few moments. Well, I'll say a few moments, it'll be quite a few, but anyway, that's what's coming up throughout the next couple of hours. As Alexander Zakharov at the moment is coming under a bit of pressure from Christopher Kianek, though. We've been watching this battle develop for a very, very long time. Now it's finally starting to come to the fore. Zakharov's old guys are starting to he's starting to pay for them, let's put it that way, and 2.5 seconds down the road, Christopher Kianek in that Mugen Sim Racing car is going to look to take advantage of them.
Absolutely, and just looking at the timings, it's just coming down very slightly every single sector, so something that Zakharov is going to have to focus on. And you can fall victim to it, because I fall victim to it. When you see the times getting closer and closer, you start looking more behind you than you do ahead of you. You've got to focus on your own lines. It's easy to say up in the commentary box when there's no pressure on you whatsoever, but for the Unison Racing team, they've just got to focus on their own lines. They've got to try and stay ahead of the Audi as long as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. It would really help their strategy out if they can indeed do that. Here's a bit of a slow-mo going into Ascari, but I'm afraid they're not going... Well, they're going quicker than that, but they are not going that quickly, especially compared to Christopher Kianek, who's driving exceptionally quickly. A 48.2 last time around. He was only 8 thousandths of a second slower than Juan Amaya, and he was 1.7 seconds quicker than the BMW up in front. I think it's safe to say that this double stint in terms of the strategy really hasn't worked for Alexander Zakharov.
Not at the moment. I mean, they've got track position at the moment, but with a good few hours left on the clock, that might not necessarily be the case, or a good case right now. They are being reeled in by the 33 team there, the Mugen Sim Racing team, really on the attack, as they're looking to just try and find a way past now. Slowly closing in once again, riding on board then with Christopher Kianek then as he makes his way out of Ascari, and now onwards then towards Parabolica. Could, if he gets the line right out of the final corner, might be able to size himself up here for a move in towards the Rettifilio chicane. Let's see then, coming in towards the final corner at the Parabolica, you can see that BMW is hanging on to its tyres right now. Back onto the power for the Audi and for the Mugen Sim Racing team. Into the slipstream they go. Let's see how effective this car is at punching a hole through the air. And at the moment, doesn't look like it's gaining a lot on the BMW ahead of it. It's probably you were alluding to earlier there, Ewan, that this Mugen Sim Racing Audi just doesn't seem to, even in the slipstream, be able to keep up with the BMW.
Yeah, the slipstream obviously is having its effect, but the straight line speed on that Audi really is quite poor. We saw it very easily able to overtake the Ramada Motorsport car, but only because it was another Audi. Now that we're seeing other manufacturers coming into play, we're seeing it very difficult to pass, and that's another reason why they wanted to get the Pro Sim car in the pit stop cycle, because otherwise it would have been impossible nearly for them. Trying to go late on the brakes into the second chicane, but not able to do it on this occasion. We saw what happened last time. They went side by side through the Della Roggia chicane. It ended in disaster for both them and the 64 Satellite Racing car, trying to avoid that here once again into the two Lesmos, into the second one. Now a bit wide from Zakharov, and he's not got the best run coming up towards Ascari. Is there going to be a move this time around from the Mugen Sim Racing car? This is exactly how Kianak got the Ramada Motorsport car. It looks like it's going to be an absolute carbon copy. Down the inside goes the Audi, and the BMW can't put up much of a fight, even if it wanted to. And on this occasion, Kianak is through. Can Zakharov maybe respond though, because that straight line speed of the BMW might play into his hands?
Yeah, but he's gone instantly to the left-hand side of the Sega to try and break that slipstream up towards Parabolica. We will go, and the Audi staying ahead once again. But now this will be a test for the Mugen Sim Racing team. Can they try and hold back now that BMW as they now make their way on towards the start-finish straight? And yeah, again, trying to break that slipstream as much as possible as we see that move happening once again then as Koenig up the inside. He went in towards Ascari, taking that line away and really doing a good job of making sure that he gets the Audi exactly where he wants it. Positioning was exquisite there from the Audi.
Yeah, absolutely, and breaking the slipstream as well down towards Parabolica and indeed turn one. The fact that Zakharov didn't chase him for slipstream though suggests to me that he wasn't really interested in getting back past again, and so he's decided to just hold back for now. And I'm not entirely sure what the best strategy for him would have been there, whether to let him go or try and keep him behind or not. But certainly he wasn't interested in keeping him behind. He didn't try too hard to defend or indeed repass again.
Yeah, I think that's another big thing about endurance races, that, sometimes it's worth just letting that car go rather than battling away with it for a couple of laps. You'll just lose yourself time, and you could, cost yourself a bit of tyre wear. You might use a bit more fuel than you wanted to because you might be on full attack at that point. So sometimes it's best just to let that car go. You might see it again later on in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're going to be hoping so anyway, and maybe it won't be the battle for seconds, maybe for a little bit more than that. Kianak's got 33 seconds up to Wanamaia, who's now leading this race. We'll get some lap times in a few moments' time, because they're about to come. Well, Kianak's about to come across the line again, so we'll have a look and see who's going well at the moment. It looks like by roughly half a second, Amaya outdid Kianak on that last time around. However, let's not forget the Mugen Sim Racing car had to get through on the BMW last time, so that could be changing things ever so slightly. When's Kianak going to come across the line and in a new lap time? It's 47.6, so 8 tenths of a second quicker than Amaya on his first lap in clean air, which is a very strong lap time indeed, and he's certainly making use of the clean air now. Amaya gets through on the Ramada Motorsport car and indeed gets through on the Alpine GT4 as well, which is very useful indeed. So yeah, both of these guys will be pushing very hard indeed. It's going to be time trial mode for both of them, certainly, as out of Lesmo 2 comes Amaya and through on the Alpine. So he's got a big job on his hands. He knows the Mugen Sim Racing car is coming in really quite hot from behind, but you never know. Amaya is going to try and hold up at least some resistance to that car, and I doubt in the next 18-20 minutes or so we're actually going to see these two close in too much more. We're definitely not going to see a fight between them, I wouldn't imagine, in the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, anything can happen, but I think you're right. It's going to be a case of now the two drivers will be focusing on their stints, and we'll see now how the Audi, because this is going to be a real good lap underneath clear air. Just have a look at the sector time. Nothing out of the ordinary here for the Audi. No personal best, and that's to be expected really when you're on a little bit of worn tyres here, so you won't have the grip you once had when you first started. But Koenig then, seeing as the gap is still around about 33.5 seconds at the moment, heading his way in towards Parabolic, as you can see the race leader making their way now in towards and out of the Rettifilio chicane, as second place just making their way out of Parabolica onto the start finish straight. Let's have a look at the lap times then between the two of them as they head their way towards the line. We'll get that lap time from Kianek any moment now, as it's 47.6 last time around compared to Juan Amaya's 48.4. So that gap is going to come down quite some way.
It is indeed. Question of how quickly, but yeah, it certainly is coming down right now. We've been promised, by the way, some rain. The weather has taken.
Now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Now.
We've been taken. The weather has taken a bit of a change, and apparently we're going to get some rain in the next hour. We were told. We've been told this since the very start, actually, but it's never quite materialised. At about 5 o'clock local time, I was expecting the rain, and now finally it might indeed come. We're kind of in this we're in a valley of rain on the either side of us at the moment. Surely this look is going to run out at some point, and you can see actually just to the very left-hand side of your screen right now that little bit of rain is no longer going to be a thin valley of dryness. It's going to be fully a downpour, I'm afraid, on the circuit. A little bit past the 5 o'clock schedule that I proposed at the start of the day, but still not too far off schedule. Yeah, it's certainly going to wreak havoc with these guys. It also depends whether I'll tell you what would be the most exciting really would be if it just started sprinkling just as these guys had to make a fuel stop, and then they would have to decide between actually taking the wets on that occasion and risk burning them out and overcooking them, or indeed going out on dries only to come back in a couple of laps later. It would be a real conundrum. I don't think that's quite going to happen. However, it's still that little bit of extra strategy that these guys are going to have to work out.
Yeah, because then you have to decide whether the driver will have to go for a couple of hero laps on a set of wet weather tyres when it's quite not the distance or the conditions suitable for the tyres they've selected, and just try and keep it on the track as long as possible. But yeah, that's going to be a huge decision for the teams to make, and they'll be hoping for their sake that won't be the case, that it'll be more clear cut as to where they have to change the tyres. But you need to be prepared as a team for anything that's thrown your way. You need to be on your toes, making sure that you make the right calls when they're thrown at you. It's not necessarily if you're the quickest car out there. If you can react to problems being thrown your way the best, chances are you've got a good chance of getting a good result.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, let's see. Also, another point on this, I guess, is I'll use the Pro Sim car as an example. As again, the flexibility that they have is a lot better for this race. So they may be able to stretch out their fuel just a little bit longer. If, say, the rain comes on half hour, then they could be able to save the fuel to still make the same amount of pit stops. But a team like Satellite Racing may not have that flexibility. Also, with Satellite Racing pitting on the hour, and Pro Sim are going to be about 18 minutes past the hour, then maybe there's a chance that the rain could fall in that little window there and really screw over Satellite, but not Pro Sim. It may not affect everybody equally. Now that we're in this part of the race where the strategy is so all over the place, people are no longer coming in on the exact same lap like they were at the end of the first hour. It could affect different teams very, very differently.
Yeah, and as I said, you can have the set strategy in there, but you've got to have plan Bs, you've got to have plan Cs, you've got to have plan Ds, you've got to have every single letter of the alphabet lined up with a plan so that you know, right, if this happens, then we'll have to go to this strategy. We're expecting rain. Well, when that rain does come, we need to do this. So you're going to have to play that by ear in a sense of when the rain will hit, but what you're going to do, you need to make sure you have that down to a T. Normally, when it starts to rain, you use less fuel, so maybe stops on that occasion for fuel will not be as long because you'll need less fuel in the car. Who knows though, because the teams, I'm sure, will have done a lot of sim, making sure they get the running in the dry, making sure they get the running in the wet, so that they have a clear idea of what they need to do and what the vitals need and how much fuel you need on board. That's going to be a main one.
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty big deal because obviously there's no real tyre choice when it's a downpour. So it's going to be very important indeed. I'm sure these guys have accounted for it, as you say, and it's all going to play out in front of our eyes before long. We're just a case of when, really. I remember the rain and downpours in this part of the world aren't often particularly strong. However, I remember last year there was a 12 hours of Monza in real life, and the rain was so heavy that a tree actually blew onto the circuit, which was a little bit weird. But it just shows that the weather conditions can get a little bit extreme. Hopefully, no trees this time around on the circuit, but certainly a lot of rain we're expecting throughout the day here. And yeah, that is certainly going to shake up things in this order. It's just a case of who reads it right, and also which car deals with the rain the best. Of course, we don't quite know the answers to those questions.
I really hoped that you were going to say when a tree fell on the circuit at Monza, and you were going to say in the extreme weather, but you never did, so I was a bit disappointed, Ewan. But hey-ho, the pun's gone. I've made it instead. At the moment, though, half a minute separates the first and second teams in this race. And, well, I have to say, had rain many times, but we've never had I've just been told in the ear that we've never had the radar turn red with the amount of hail. I think that means hail is on the horizon here, so that could throw up something as well, that it's so cold up in the sky that it actually might be hail on the horizon as well. So that's a little bit sketchy for the drivers as well. They might not have to deal with just the rain, they might have to deal with hail, and those conditions, you are going to be up against it, is going to be an understatement, I think.
Yeah, I must admit that I've never seen the weather radar. That's easy for me to say. The weather radar turn actual red in this well, since I've been doing GT3 24H anyway, other. Or seeing this radar anyway, so yeah, that's going to be a new experience for all these drivers as well, I'd expect, because not many of them will experience such heavy rainfall. But finally, it might be a good opportunity for us on our factory to actually see the rain, which is sometimes difficult, but we'll definitely know about it when it is falling. By the sounds of it, anyway, it's going to be very, very tricky indeed. Also, Unison Racing might be put into a difficult situation because they are at the moment in the middle of a dual stint in terms of the tyres. Now, if they are trying to do something on the strategy in the long run, hoping for a clean and green race all the way through, they're going to be hoping that this rain stays away, really, because you don't want your strategy being interrupted by the weather and the rainfall, because it completely ruins the strategy that you were going for. You plan out 12 dry hours at Monza, and that doesn't happen. The strategy is going to be thrown into the air by the sounds of it.
I don't think any team would have planned for 12 dry hours at Monza. They would have expected rain at some point in this session here, but just like us, we've not been able to pinpoint exactly when this rain is going to hit, so that might have been keeping teams slightly on edge. I think the radars had originally suggested within the first hour of the race we might have got some rain, and it's changed so much over the past couple of hours. We're now expecting rain within the next hour. Again, the radar is looking, well, not for the drivers more encouraging, but the rain is being more consistent. There's clouds forming over the circuit in the next hour, and that is where the rainfall is going to come. So it looks like it's a bit more permanent, this rain that's going to come along. It's a bit more exact, this radar, and where we've threaded the needle so far in terms of the rain, the sun's just poking through the clouds at the moment. You can just see the shadows being cast onto the circuit at certain points. At the moment, difficult to say what the teams are going to be thinking about. They're certainly on edge, as I think Viatek was just taking a slightly different line out of Parabolic. I thought that might have been a pit stop, but I thought that's way too early in the stint.
Yeah, it is a little bit early. I guess you could make it work if you really wanted to, but why would you at this point? Currently looking at the ProSim car, which is in fourth position in this race right now, just trying to get through on the Alpine. Look how big the Bentley is compared to the small little Alpine. This is almost comical to see those two, but yeah, there we go. Getting through.
Fair, does it?
No, not really. Well, it isn't really, but anyway, it is a huge car, the Bentley, and I'm sure the Alpine's probably not that small, really, but it just looks small compared to the Bentley. See, it looks a little bit more normal next to the Corvette, and what an experience it's going to be for those guys. We know that there's some very young and inexperienced drivers in that GT4 car, the Viaductin Ducklings, they're called, and that might be quite actually apt for the weather conditions that may be about to hit. We'll see if they do take it to it like a duck to water, but it is certainly going to be a bit of an education for them. I'm glad you nodded at that and acknowledged the pun. That was good. Thanks. But no, I hope that they are going to get the experience here, and I hope they do indeed take on the challenge here, so to speak. And yeah, it's certainly going to be an education for them. The 12-hour race, first of all, but also thrown in these weather conditions that none of us have seen before, that even the experienced heads here in this race won't have seen this amount of rainfall before. It's their first race, and they're going to see something that you'd wait 10 years for.
That's another thing as well, that hail is possibly forecast. Yeah, not many races can say that they've had hail in them at some point in the race, so interesting to see how that affects the track as well. I'm not familiar with hail at certain points of the race. Well, we'll just have to wait and see if the hail hits. We've got to see if the rain hits first, but yeah, as we say, in an hour we're expecting rain. But we've said that for the past, was it now 5 hours? So, but the radar looks a little bit more permanent this time around.
Yeah, I think the first hour we got away with a very clear radar, but after that it was pretty not clear, and quite a lot like that really. Looking at the weather, it looks like we're actually furthest away from the rain than we have been for a good hour now, as the band just to the south of us is moving not northwards but south and east at the same time, or a little bit more south than it was before. So anyway, I'm not a weatherman, I'm just talking about it as it looks. But anyway, it's dry at the moment, that's what we do know, and there is certainly rain on the way, and that's going to shake things up just a little bit. Pro Sim at the moment, we're just seeing the gap to Unison Racing just dips under 20 seconds for the first time in quite a long time, and that's probably because Zakharov is struggling out there at the moment, and Ramada Motorsport also closing on Pro Sim at the moment. The gap's below 20 seconds for the first time in a good while there as well. So the we were saying about this at the start of the race, the midfield battle is going to be very, very good in this race, because the cars were so close in qualifying, and it's proving to be, because the midfield of the race has actually become the front of the race now.
Yeah, it's quite weird in that sense. I mean, that is when you throw your fastest driver in the car for a lap on low fuel, on fresh tyres, and see what they can do to get themselves up the order, and the team up the order as well. But, you know, the team is the sum of all of its drivers and the sum of all of its parts. If you have drivers that are slightly off the pace, that's going to, take an effect over the hour stint they're doing, or the 2 hour stint they're doing. That's going to add up and build up, and those tenths of a second turn into seconds after 10 laps. They turn into 10 seconds after 100 laps. You get the idea. So making sure that you stay on top and make sure that the drivers you do have are relatively within each other's pace, then you've got a good chance as well of having a more consistent race. You'll know what's happening, you'll know the pace of the entire team rather than your fastest driver.
Absolutely, we're just currently getting some still photos, not still photos, I don't know what's that, static cameras, that's the word I was looking for. Currently on the front straight, we've seen Ascari in the exit of turn 2 as well from the first chicane, and yeah, still seeing the cars out there at the moment. 9 of them still running, 8 GT3s and the GT4 as well, which has just gone through your shot right now. That was good timing. No, I didn't plan it though. I thought so I did, but I didn't. Anyway, they're 11 laps down on the next car. Is the 777 Matt Hedegaard driven DSR Nightmare team. Usually in LMP2s for the EWC, along with their teammates, the 766. They'll be back in action in 4 weeks' time exactly, or the 24 hours of Spa, which is going to be happening here on GTR 24H, and going double the length of this race here at Spa. It's a fairly new addition to R Factor 2 as well, but it's been very well used and it's very well made actually. It's a very good circuit and it's thrown some fantastic racing, so I'm very glad to have Spa on the R Factor 2 service now, and it's being utilised as well quite readily, which is good to see.
Yeah, Spa like Monza as well is one of those, historic tracks that you love to race at and just host some great racing too. And in the middle of the Ardennes forest, I mean, if the weather at Monza's been unpredictable, I'm struggling to believe what the weather's going to be like when we head to the Ardennes forest. Jury's out for that one. However, it's a great circuit. It's got a little bit of everything. You've got the Kebble Straight, you've got long flowing corners, you've even got the chicane at the end of the lap just to try and get the slow speed in there as well. So setting up the car for that one is a bit more challenging than at Monza, where you've got to try and run the least amount of aero possible to try and create the least amount of drag without taking away from your cornering performance as well. So there's a little bit of compromise you've got to have there. With Spa, you've really got to have a balanced car all the way through. So that's going to be a challenge for the teams, and I'm sure it's a challenge they'll relish.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to be sticking a lot more downforce than they have at Monza, for example, because, as you mentioned, it is a lot more twisty, high-speed corners, quite a lot of them as well. So, but as you mentioned, there's a lot of straights there too, so it's going to be a big conundrum. Some of these GT3 teams will be involved, actually, in a GT3 car. The guys on your screen right now, Mugen Sim Racing, they'll be in the old version McLaren, with notably Adam Storage will be joining them. He's probably their fastest driver. He finished the 12 hours of Nürburgring race in a suit, I think it was, or at least a shirt and tie. It was absolutely roasting that day in Hungary, by the way, which made it all the more well, not good for him, certainly, because it was absolutely roasting. But yeah, he did that, and they'll be back again, trying to take another victory, trying to take the championship lead away from Unison Racing, actually, because they are currently only a few points behind. So well worth tuning into. The GTE and GT3 fights, especially in the championship, are absolutely fascinating. Mugen Sim Racing and LMP2 took the first win of their season last time around at the Nürburgring as well. So we'll see if they can build on that, or whether or whether Varga Sim Racing will be able to return to the top. But yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting challenge, and also the fact that it's a 24-hour race just adds that extra dimension, really. The fact that you have to go twice around the clock rather than just once, because you can in my opinion, you can plan for a 12-hour race, you can always back time from the very start, but in a 24, it's one of the very few sporting events in the world that are done professionally where you think, oh, I'll just start and I'll just see how it goes, really, and then we'll get to the end and see. That doesn't really happen very often anymore. Everything's so planned and things these days, in whatever it is, but a 24-hour race, there's some things you just can't account for.
Yeah, I think Le Mans 2018 comes to mind. The very last lap of Le Mans shows you exactly how 23 hours and 59 minutes, everything can go according to plan. But if the car says no on the final minute, it just says no. It was an absolute heartbreak for Toyota at the time, but they seem to recover from it because they're doing a stunning job right now in their endurance feats as well. At the moment, then, it is of course the number 65 of the VRS Satellite Racing, the lone now, we should say, Satellite Racing car out there leading the way, as that's a little bit of a moment there for the number 33 going in towards Parabolica, but it's then the number 33 then of Mugen Sim Racing in second place, then it's the number 62 of Unison Racing rounding off our top three, the 007 of ProSim in fourth place, the 51 of Ramada Motorsport in fifth, then it's the number 14 then of GSR team Aston rounding off our top six, and just the 777 rounding off the position 7 for DSR Nightmare. We'll be back just in a couple of minutes, and we'll be back after these commercial breaks, so don't go anywhere.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
split. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
To the GT3 24 hour here at Monza for 12 hours of much of the same. My name is Kieran McGinley, and obviously you has just got off for a little bit of a break. It was mad of him to try and the whole 12 hours, but just got off for a little break. In his place though, we've of course got Yusuf bin Sahel. Yusuf, good to have you along.
Yeah, pleasure to be here alongside you, Kieran. And, well, you know what they say about you, and he's a real madman. You and the madman O'Leary, that's what we call him here at GTR 24/8.
Absolutely, and if you've just seen there, you've just joined us back, we did have the BMW running off the road then on the entrance in towards the Rettifilo chicane, and well, that has allowed the Audi to just slip through and get up to, I believe that's now second place, so they're on the charge now. And Yusuf, I don't know if you've been filled in on the drama right now. We've been expecting rain for a long time. We have the weather radar, I'm sure pretty soon. That was the ProSim team. I heard the production team in my ear get all excited about that one. Just a bit of a miscommunication there between backbarkers, but the ProSim car has made it through in the 007. Let's have another look at this then. So this would be then, this is the third place car then, the Audi making their way through. So ProSim now, oh, that was close, wasn't it? Very close with the number 51 there, which was the Ramada Motorsport Audi, but they've made it through. That's the main thing.
They'll climb one position up the order, and we'll see whether they can go any further. Ramada Motorsport in that number 51 car. We've, become accustomed to them in the Endurance Racing World Championship, where they race in the LMP2 class, doing a decent job there, fourth, if I recall correctly. And we'll see if they can do any better in our Monza special event.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here. Oh, there's the Unison racing car that went around. I just saw that on the replay there, the number 62 going in towards the Parabolica. Let's have another look at this then. Coming in towards there, clips the grass on entrance, and round she goes. So that is an unfortunate one, and just getting into the gravel as well. But on the bright side, kept out of the wall, but that's going to be a frustrating mistake to have made there.
But as you mentioned, the crucial thing is you keep it out of the wall. And mistakes will always happen in endurance racing, especially in a race as long as 24 hours. You can never get a race that is perfectly clean. Sometimes you can, and then you're fairly likely to win. But it's important that when you do get those mistakes, it's a case of damage limitation, making sure that it's only bad, not really bad. And by keeping it out of the Armco barrier, just limit the damage to the car, and what will become, maybe a 10-second loss is only 10 seconds rather than an entire minute.
Yeah, you're right there, Yusuf. You'd rather take that 10-second loss of just a slight mistake than, getting the car into the wall and maybe even having to face a retirement. Big snap of oversteer from the VRS car coming out of the Rettifilio chicane. They've just come out of the pit lane now, and is that still the same driver behind the wheel of that car? I think it is. It's still Juan Amaya, so doing a double stint he is in that one. So something changed there, either tyres or fuel, maybe even both, but the driver stays the same then in towards the Roger chicane. So now into third place, of course, making that stop, and they're sort of making it relatively on the hour of each and every stint, so rough estimation of when they're going to pit, so that's nice of them there. But the clouds gathering over the circuit, we had a little bit of sort of sunshine poking through the clouds. Now it really has clouded over, and you can see as well some of the drivers turning their lights on as well. Maybe not necessarily due to the visibility out on track, but just so other drivers can actually see them in these darkening conditions, I guess.
It's one of the weird times where we've got better weather over here in the UK than they do in Italy. I know for me it's scorching hot. It feels like it's something about 30 degrees. But over in Tuscany, in Monza, we are using the live weather data from Italy. It is not looking like one of their most pleasant summer days, to say the least.
And I really did think they had a radar over my house, because the rain we've been predicting, this heavy rain, was absolutely chucking it down outside my house about 20 minutes ago. So I really did think, wait, hang on, is that my house? Well, we know then the rain is coming, and it's going to be more concrete this time around. There is clouds gathering to the southwest of the circuit, and it's making its way up. So we are expecting this rain, and it's a bit more concrete, a bit more chance of it this time around than maybe other times. And Yusuf, we haven't actually seen a drop of rain throughout this entire event. Through practice we were expecting a little bit, through qualifying we were expecting it, in the first qualifying session to chuck it down with rain. Never did. And now in the race, this rain just seems to be holding off as much as it can, maybe just waiting for the perfect opportunity to create some drama.
I was about to say that exact same thing, Kieran. I think maybe the rain is just waiting for the optimal moment, waiting for the leaders to pass the pit lane and then absolutely bomb it down and pelt it down. At the moment is Christopher Kianek, who leads the way in the 33 Mugen sim racing car, and he's currently 22 seconds ahead of the 007 Pro Sim car.
Yes, but slightly out of sync at the moment. I mean, you'll be slightly out of sync until the last hour of the race, of course. So we'll have a better idea of who's going to be challenging for that win and by how much. But it's relatively safe to assume that the McLaren, driven by Juan Amaya in that VRS satellite car, has a good run at the top of the standings at the moment.
Yeah, and as he said that, my timing sheet updated. It made me look like a complete fool. Christopher Kianek completing his pit stop. He's down to third. The Pro Sim take the lead provisionally. But as you mentioned, that 65, the Ramada Racing car, piloted by Juan Amaya, is currently sitting in second. He's 20 seconds behind Pro Sim. But once the Pro Sim make their stop, we'll feed out, about over a minute behind the 65 car, and Juan Amaya 50 seconds clear of Christopher Kianek. It's all going rather nice and tidily for him and for the Ramada Motorsport team.
So far so good then, as we're riding on board with the number 62 BMW, the Unison Racing of Max Budovic here, as he makes his way through the Curva del Seraglio underneath the old banking. And I was discussing yesterday, Yusuf, about that old banking. It's a little bit disused, obviously gone into disrepair unfortunately now because of the low maintenance. It's got grass growing through, but the heavy banking of the early 20s must have been an astonishing place to come racing here.
It's one of those things, is that every time you get the F1 heading to Monza, it's that they always do a little piece on the old banking, the old circuit, and that old circuit that feeds into the parabolic. In fact, I'm actually taking a look at Christopher Kianek, and you can just see in the background of your shot that old banking that did used to exist and that was once used. And well, when you talk about like NASCAR, you see the banking that exists on those oval tracks in America, and this kind of tops that by a fair amount. I don't quite know exactly how steep that banking is.
It's in 30s. I'm pretty sure it's about 34, 35. Yeah, check that, because I'm pretty sure it's that high. It's one of those where you see people try and walk up it and they just can't get to the top. It is that steep in the banking. So
21 degrees.
21. So I was overselling it then. There you go.
Well,
even then,
for context, let's check Indianapolis. 9 degrees. So it's more than double the banking of Indianapolis, which I guess is probably the most, or at least one of the most famous speedways in the United States.
Yeah, I believe as well that the only one that was pretty much close to matching that sort of banking was Brooklands, the old Brooklands circuit, before it was unfortunately put into disuse now. So yeah, it had a lot of history and a lot of banking. They love their banking in the old circuits.
Yeah. Probably because, the cars and, some of maybe the old car fans in our chat might not like me for saying this, but because the cars back then weren't very good, they didn't have a lot of natural downforce on the cars, the spoilers just didn't generate as much force that pushes the car down onto the track. So the banking just helps the cars go around the corners. So instead of having to see, the cars really slow it down to, well, whatever speed they need to do to get around a corner, that banking just means that they can absolutely chuck the car in.
Aren't they just? And it's one of those where the car, back in those days as well, would jump on the oval as well. So you'd start trying to make sure you get the car in the right position, and then as you're going around the oval, it would jump and it would make its way towards the top. So that must have been absolutely terrifying, but I bet the drivers then absolutely loved it. A long way we've come in terms of safety and in building circuits as well, that a circuit like the banking at Monza may never exist again.
Probably won't, to be fair to it, and if it does, it would literally probably be created just for the purpose of beating the Monza record of the steepest banking out there. And since we're talking about Monza track history, do you know what the old track layout used to be? Do you know what the changes that were made to turn one back in, I think it was in the late 90s, the changes were made?
Yes, because I think the chicane at the start has gone through a lot, hasn't it? Because it used to be it used to be right, left, then left, right. So it used to be sort of 2 90-degree angles, if you like, going all the way through. I do remember that, at least in the late 80s. But yeah, beyond that, I'm not sure. You're going to have to enlighten me, Yusuf.
I know back in 1994, and I know it's because of an old game called Grand Prix 2, the first corner, the first sequence of corners, I should say, used to be a left-right, a very short straight, we're talking about a second long, and then followed by another left-right, and then that would lead onto the Curva Grande and down towards the Roger chicane.
And obviously it's Curva Grande's pretty much stayed pretty much as it is, really, after all these years. It's still been that long right-hander with a slight bit of banking added over the years. And then you've got the Roger chicane now, which, was installed, I think, in the, correct me if I'm wrong, in the 90s, I want to say. Don't quote me on that one, though. But it's still a fantastic circuit, and of course back in the 50s and the 60s the Formula 1 circuit, especially in I think it's 67, they used the full layout of Monza. That's not just the added chicanes, they used the sort of the shoe and the infield and the oval as well, which must have been it certainly favoured those that had the engine not only to make it to the end but had the top speed as well.
And it makes it hard, doesn't it, when you want to set up your car, because you want to be setting up part of the car, to deal with the infield, the twistier parts of the circuit, and then you're going to be wanting that more open setup where the car can really, or more specifically, the engine can really stretch out its legs. But at least nowadays, a lot more simple to set up a car around here in Monza. You usually just go low downforce, and the cars will just stick to the track anyway with the amount of natural downforce that they do have. The only other change to this Monza circuit was actually fairly recently. I think this was about 5-6 years ago, where they removed the gravel trap through Parabolica, which I know quite a few drivers weren't a fan of. I don't really know where I sit on that, but I just see Christopher Kianik losing his back end momentarily through the Ascari chicane. Catches it well though, and that might just cost him a couple of tenths of a second.
Yeah, you saw in the onboard shot of the 007 just looking at the bonnet of the car at the moment, and the production team hearing in my ear going, is that rain? Is that moisture on the top? I'm not sure. Debating. Is it rain? Is it not? It's been there for a while if that's the case, because I think I was saying that to you about an hour ago. I think that's just part of the decal, just to mislead us slightly. So we'll see how that goes. But at the moment, your 007 is the race leader at the moment, and having a look at the radar, let's have a look. And just at the southeast of the circuit, it's going to maybe come through. So we've already discussed that's probably going to be at Parabolic. It might get a light dusting of rain before there. You can see that wall of rain coming, and it is coming, Yusuf.
Yeah. and hopefully we won't be misled by the rain. I was misled by the rain slightly earlier on today. I was at a karting event, and I got told by Met Office that it was going to rain at some point. It didn't, much to my well, I was very happy to hear that it wasn't raining. I don't quite like racing in the rain. You get wet, you get soaked, and then it's just a pain. Nobody likes it. But we like it when we're spectating because it makes things interesting and it just gives an extra challenge for the drivers out on circuit.
As well as that, I was saying to Ewan before, if it starts to rain, chances are you're starting to use less fuel. So all those stints
Absolutely.
you have planned out, you've got to have a readjustment. Obviously, the drivers and the teams would have been doing a lot of sim and making sure that they whatever thrown at them, whether it's dry or wet, that they know how much fuel their car's going to use per lap. And that's not necessarily going to be the same for each and every driver. They'll have to take that into account as well. How much fuel does each driver use over a lap? It's a lot of work to do before an event like this.
So for some of our viewers who might be slightly newer to racing or to sim racing and wondering what we're talking about when we're saying that the cars and the drivers will use less fuel when it's raining, there's two reasons for that. The first reason is you change your engine map, and by changing your engine map is it applies a little bit less throttle, the engine uses up less fuel, and the reason why this happens is so that you don't wheel spin on the exit of corners. You're also turning up your traction control as well. As well as adjusting your driving style, you're going to be off the throttle a little bit early because in the wet there's less, you can't brake as late, and all of this just means that you're off the throttle for more periods of time during your lap, and it means that you consume less fuel. And you can sometimes, depending on the track, even use up to 20-30% less fuel over the course of one lap.
That's it, and that's going to be something that the drivers and the teams will have had to have discussed and made sure they know exactly how much fuel they're going to use. And a lot of work goes into this. We have the official practice session on Thursday, but a lot of hours would have gone into this as the race leaders now come into the pit lane. The 007 racing team make their way in towards the pit lane, the Pro Sim team. Let's see what happens there. There's also the Corvette then, the 6th placed Corvette coming in as well. So that's Valadis Karalis making his way into the pit lane. So I think that's the GSR Team Aston, if I'm right in thinking. Might have been completely wrong, but I'm sure I'll be enlightened. I'm pretty sure that was the GSR Team Aston. And Ewan and I were discussing this. This is the new way of coming into the pit lane, where you turn towards the pit lane exit, or at least the fast lane of the pit lane. So you're at an angle when you're in the pit box.
I have not seen that. I need to take a look. Who did he say has just jumped in so I can get a look at that?
It's the 007 that's in the pit lane at the moment.
007. Okay, so there's a couple of reasons why that can happen and why the drivers will do it. It only really helps if someone else around you is pitting, and if you imagine that the pit boxes are fairly close together, if your car is, straight, for another car to then pit in, they've essentially got to wheel themselves in because it's impossible for them to feed their cars. So by having it slanted, it just means that the cars can just feed in quite nicely, one alongside the other. It's it's the same as when you see Le Mans style starts, whether that's in the actual Le Mans series or for something like karting Le Mans, when all the cars will be pointed at an angle. It means that you can jump in, you can get on the power, and if the car ahead of you is slightly slow getting away, you don't end up driving into the back of them.
All pretty good reasons as to why you'd angle the way into the pit lane there, as we do see the Pro Sim team making their way out of the pit lane, and they do rejoin ahead of the 62 car. So they have got ahead of Unison Racing. That's exactly what they wanted to do in that stop, and the Unison Racing car currently stuck behind the number 14, which was the GSR Team Aston, making their way through now. That doesn't look like an Aston. It's actually the other Unison Racing car making their way through then. So all is good then for the 3rd place team, as the BMW gets a little bit out of shape coming through the Roger chicane. And those, the chicanes here, the Rettifilio and the Roger chicane, those curves really do bite back if you don't treat them with respect.
And it all depends on, what sim you're on, because certain sims will punish you a little bit more if you use the curbs. I know, Kieran, you've got a lot of experience with F1, and back on the old F1 2020 game, you'd absolutely use as much of the curb as you could through that Roger chicane, But here on ACC, or here on ACC and R Factor 2, you just can't quite use that much because it will punish you, it will unsettle these GT cars.
Will indeed, and you know you're really relying on the suspension to do its job, making sure that it can handle the bumps and make sure that it gives you that ride you need and that stable, predictable ride. Although at a track like Monza, you know, if you soften the suspension too much, a bit of a tail happy moment then from the fourth placed Unison racing car, the number 62, just having a slight moment of the exit Parabolica. Not a place where you'd want to have a moment like that. However, it's happened now. The Corvette behind is the sister Unison racing car. I've identified it as the 717. That's the Corvette. I did think that was a funny looking Aston Martin.
And to go back to what you were talking about regarding the bumps, something that I actually had a bit of experience with only a few months ago when I was preparing for an endurance race here at Monza. Albeit this was on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but I think out of all the sims, ACC and R Factor 2, very similar, I think, in the handling model. And one of the biggest decisions we had to take when selecting a car was what car can ride the curbs well, because if you get a car that can ride the curbs well through that first chicane, the Rettifilo chicane and the Roger chicane, it can give you so much time. Even a little bit through Ascari, but the curbs in Ascari aren't really that raised, so pretty much all the cars can ride on it fairly comfortably. And one of the best cars for riding curbs was the Bentley, which I think is being used by the 33 car, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if there are any other Bentleys out there. The Bentley's a 007, as our production informs us. I don't think any of the other cars are particularly great over the bumps. Maybe the BMW for the 62 Unison racing car is.
Yeah, no, that's actually quite an interesting insight into that. You know, getting a car that can ride the bumps well. You know, when it comes to Monza, you normally sort of think try and put the aero or try and take as much air off the car as you can without compromising your turning ability in these high-speed corners. When you go through Parabolica, when you go through the Curva Grande, for example, you know, making sure that you've got enough grip, just enough grip to make it through. But then you don't want to create too much drag when you've got long straights like this down towards the Rettifilo chicane, as we see then the fourth place team, the number 62 there, the Unison Racing BMW, flying down the straight. And this is where you don't want a high aero setup, or at least an aero setup that's going to compromise you too much top speed.
And when it comes to top speed, you're usually looking at something like the Audi, usually very good in a straight line. The Bentley's decent in a straight line as well, and the Bentley just apparently, from what's told to me, I never have really driven the Bentley. It's just a very easy car to get used to be able to drive, to be able to set up, and that's why I think usually quite a few teams like to pick it, although it is just Pro Sim this time round, as Unison Racing make a little bit of a mistake on the exit of the Roger chicane. And now there's someone starting to close up onto the back of them, but I think it is just a back marker and nothing that will cause too much concern for Max Bunovec.
Not at the moment, anyway. That's the main thing. As we see then this sort of picture with a great view there of the track behind. But we've got we've got the fourth place car, the Max Bunovec on the left hand side. We've also got the 777 car, which is the DSR Nightmare, the Danish team in the Audi R8, making their way on towards the start-finish straight. And actually, it was a late call then for Mads Hedegaard, who he's in the car right now in the 777. I think he only got into the car on Thursday night because it was such a late call. I think one of their team unfortunately got ill before the start of the weekend, so very late call for Hedegaard to go in, but fair play to him. You know, not a lot of time to prepare yourself, and he's jumped straight in. Currently the team is in 8th place, last of the GT4s, but you know what, they're not out of the woods yet. They're just about about 87 seconds off the next car, but over, you know, coming up towards the halfway point. 87 seconds is not a lot at all.
No, and anything can happen in endurance races. You see it from time to time. Even on the last lap of a 24-hour race, something can happen, and something usually does happen, because it's those later stages where those cars have been under so much stress that things, you know, parts of the car are likely to break. And Mads Hedegaard doing a decent job so far. And as you mentioned, it is always difficult to jump into the car late on. Fortunately for him, though, I'm sure his teammates would have done a fantastic job already picking up a setup. And that's the most crucial thing when preparing for an endurance race. So much time, so much effort goes into identifying a setup that works well for the car, not only in the dry conditions, but in the wet conditions as well. And we've already talked about it, Kieran, that chance of rain that is imminently approaching the circuit.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot, is what we're being told in our ears right now. Apparently, the production team will have never seen rain like this before. That is a very ominous statement. Well, we'll have to wait and see how that develops. We're expecting the rain here.
You know those floods that occur at Spa, like every now and then? That's going to happen here at Monza.
You can see the latest weather radar then, the clouds building up, the rain's building up, and yeah, it's on its way. It is on its way. And yeah, it looks like a wall of rain coming through. There you can see the bits of red and yellow as well, which indicate hail in the middle of those, that rain that's coming on its way. So I've not dealt with rain in hail in a race before, Yusuf. I don't know if you ever have.
I haven't, fortunately. What I do know is that on the sim racing platforms, hail usually just gets treated as rain. So for the drivers, they can just take it as rain. But if you were actually driving, you could still treat hail as rain because you're sitting nice and comfortably in your car. You don't really get to feel the effects. Like, instead of hearing like a patter 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 on your front on your front windscreen, you'll just hear a thud thud thud, depending on how big those hailstones are.
Yeah, a big thud, 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 though. Doesn't sound encouraging to these drivers, really, does it? It's that's going to be a little bit of a sketchy one, to be sure. But heavy rain is on the way. That's what the drivers will be needing to know, and that will change the race. You can see the sun still trying to poke through very late on before this rain's supposed to hit, but just looking above Christopher Koenig, then just above Ascari, there's a lot of grey cloud, and that's not encouraging. You don't, that colour of cloud is not a good sign.
It's not. I mean, for me, I've always noticed my computer does this weird thing where, depending on the monitor that I'm looking at the race at, it makes the track look really sunny. And right now, it's giving me the sunny effect. So for me, it's a beautiful day in Monza, and I can't see any clouds because my monitor likes to do that to me.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice of your monitor to do that. I can confirm it's a bit overcast and everything, sunshine and everything. But from what we're being told at the moment, we are expecting at least 8 millimetres of rain, and that could be up to 30 millimetres across the 12-hour tonight. That's a lot of rain. That's a lot of rain.
I'm just trying to think, 30 millimeters, what's that about? Well, it is exactly 3 centimeters, but I'm just trying to think how much is 3 centimeters, because I'm
just over an inch.
It's just over an inch.
Yeah.
Which is less than a foot as well. So 12.
That's a 12th of a foot. Ooh, it's a bit of a moment there from the number 33 coming through in towards the first part of the Lesmo there. Just managed to catch that one up. See if I can find a replay of that one, because he managed to catch that one really, really well. But yeah, bit of a scary moment.
And I've been told by production that the rain is going to hit the track at 7 p.m. onwards. So we'll get a nice evening shower or an evening downpour, as the case might be. So for the drivers, it's their last chance really to enjoy a nice dry track. Get in that fastest lap, because once the rain comes, they will not be able to improve. And the bragging rights currently are going on over to Christopher Koenig in that 33 car, fast lap of a 46.7, which is 8 tenths quicker than what Juan Amaya has been able to do in the 65 in the 65 VRS satellite racing car.
Yeah, and they put Koenig in the car for qualifying as well, so they know he's a quick driver. He knows he's one of their quickest, and over one lap he is doing the job. And in this stint as well, he's lapping at the moment faster than anybody else out on circuit, so they've got the right person in the car at the moment. Koenig's one of those ones, though, that you'd probably want him to finish the race. A couple of errors then coming through the Rettifilo chicane, a couple of bites to the cherry to make sure the car turns in from him. But Koenig is one of those that you'd want in the car at the end of the race, surely.
I mean, it all comes down to the situation you're in. I mean, if Koenig's in the car at the end of the race, it means he can just pump in those quick laps. But when you look at it from, you know, a theoretical standpoint, it doesn't really matter if Kianik's doing the stint just before the end or the stint at the end, but usually it comes down to a pressure scenario. Who performs better under pressure? You know, if you go to something like athletics, I know the Olympics are going on right now. When you have your relay races, you usually have, you know, your strongest runner doing that final leg of the race. You know, when the pressure's on, they can see their target and they can push to the end. So if you're the chasing car, I think you want to have your fastest driver at the end. If you are at the front, if you've got a decent gap, then it doesn't really matter too much.
That's all being thought of. That's all being thought of by the teams, by the drivers, because they have to make sure that, you know, when it comes to sim racing as well, you hear a lot of sim racers being sort of saying you have to be a complete driver, and they're talking about not only the driving, but you've got to be good and sharp in the strategy side. You've got to make sure that the car is performing as it should. It's using the right amount of fuel, and in some essence, you can get a gauge of how the tyres are, but in some, you might be able to see exactly what the tyre wear is like, so you can judge that for yourself as well. And, you know, having to put that all together, where you're driving the car and also having to try and make up the strategy on the fly, it's a fairly new way of looking at it, and it's sort of bleeding into motorsport itself as well, because you're seeing drivers now on the fly talking about strategy. We should do this and we should do that. So it's quite interesting to see how that sort of bled through, and now drivers are having more and more to think on their feet.
And it's one of the two ways for me sim racing kind of differs from real racing. As you mentioned, in sim racing, the drivers tend to do the strategies themselves, and the reason for that is, you know, they've got a heads-up display with all of that information readily available to them, so it's very easy. Well, I say very easy. It's far easier for them to be able to look at that information, kind of decide what they want to do. Whereas when you look at something when you look at, you know, real life racing, the drivers don't have that information to them. Usually they've just got the steering wheel, and all of the data, all of the telemetry is going on to the pit lane, to the race engineers, and they'll have a team of, you know, 50 or so people, you know, a few strategists working out what to do. Whereas in sim racing, usually a smaller team, you'll have a couple of teammates, maybe a strategist taking a look at what you can do. So a lot more there's a lot more responsibility on the driver to work out what's going on.
It will indeed, and just making sure that, you know, as you say, you might have someone dedicated to the strategy if you're in motorsport to make sure that nothing goes wrong. But yeah, in that sense, you still have to do the job as the driver when you're talking about sim racing. Your strategist will probably be another driver.
Yeah. It's usually the driver, you know, who's not in the car or is going to be out in a couple of hours. He's just having a look at how everything is developing, and he's just saying, okay, you know, I think we go with this. And it helps when one of your strategists are a driver, because it helps when would they do if they were the ones in the car. How would, you know, they react? So it does help in the grand scheme of things.
Just Mads Hedegaard out of the second Lesmo, getting very close and personal with the gravel trap on the exit, getting away with it though, but almost all four wheels off the track as he left there. But yeah, bit of a sketchy moment. We've seen a lot of gravel being kicked up by the cars and across this whole endurance. So yeah, it's safe to say it's not affecting the cars too much, but is it just a slight lapse of concentration, maybe taking a little bit too much speed into that second Lesmo especially, and also we're seeing it at the exit of the Rogers chicane.
But this actually throws me back to one of the Assetto Corsa Competizione sprint series that we had here last year at Monza, and I believe it was John Munro who was driving one of his BMWs at the time, and he was closing in to one of the Musto drivers in the final 10-15 minutes of the race, and every time he was heading on into the Lesmos, you could just kind of see a bit of understeer coming through. And the Lesmos, when you compare the corner to, well, pretty much all of the track with the exception of Parabolica, it has a very early turn in. When you look at the two chicanes, they're very slow corners. You just stamp on the brakes as hard as you can, get it turned in at low speeds. The downforce doesn't really make a difference. It's just about, you know, what's the turning circle of your car. Whereas when you're looking at Lesmo, especially Lesmo 1, it's actually much longer of a corner than you would initially think. You've got to turn in fairly early into the corner and then hope that your car, you know, the natural downforce of your car can just get that front end turned in, allow it to stick to the track and hold itself all the way around. And once you get later and later into a stint, those front tires just start to lose a little bit of bite, and either you've got to slow it down a bit more, otherwise that front end will just wash out that little bit more, and you can lose so much time once you get onto the marbles.
Yeah, that's a huge element of it as well. Just wanted to check in with our GT4 contenders here. The drivers here are making sure that they get to the end. But if you've just tuned in and if you're just joining us, this is a team of 12-year-old go-karters, and they're pretty much starting their endurance journey today. So this is pretty much a baptism of fire for them. But they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, most of their lap times have been under 2 minutes, which is pretty ballpark figure for GT4s around Monza. But I think David Christie was saying it was getting so hectic in the first few hours that he was backing this team to win it overall. And just having a look at David Christie's bet, they're leading their class at least, but, you know, predictably, with the class difference, they're a little bit away off the lead.
And I know when I first looked at the timing, how many GT4 cars do we have? It's just viaducting.
It is just a viaducting.
You know, they did the same thing in the Endurance World Championship last year in the hypercars, and it just means that they get to have a nice time just trialing things out, getting used to the car as well, and then taking things up a level when they do want to challenge some of the other drivers in the faster car. I mean, back in the EWC last season, they were in the hypercars, which was the fastest, the faster class of all 4 classes available to the drivers. And for viaducting, they're doing a decent job. They're ahead of a few of the GT3 drivers, and to do that in a GT4 car definitely requires a fair amount of skill and pace.
It does indeed, and viaducting, I believe, translates from Danish as ducklings. And Ewan said maybe if the rain falls, they'll take to water like ducks. Well, it was a nice analogy. He said it better than I ever could. Like a duck to water, that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Duck to water.
It's too late now. It's gone.
I mean, I'd say like a fish to water, to be honest. I think they like water. Is it a duck to water? Is it?
How did we get here?
I think it was I don't know. I kind of did the thing where my mind just blanks, and then the next thing I heard is, like a duck to water. I was like, oh yeah, or a fish. So, I once had a conversation with another commentator, and he hadn't heard the term a kettle of fish before.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard of it, but that's not the point here.
In his mind, he just thought it was like you're boiling some water with fish inside it, and he didn't know that there was an alternate meaning for the word kettle, which is, I guess it's just a small container, like a bucket, really.
Yeah, this is no longer the 12-hour Monza. It's now the Sahel and McGinley podcast. So welcome to it. It's the very first episode. And we're talking about kettle of fish for some reason. We've got the race leader and the front right-hand side tyre as they make their way now past the number 51 car. So your race leaders so far are the number 65, the VRS Satellite Racing Team. There were 2 entries for VRS, but unfortunately their second entrant has since retired at the hands of Jimmy Nasala. Unfortunately had some sort of issues out on track and unfortunately didn't make it to the end, or at least this far. We've also had the number 23, the GSR team, the team from Greece, or one of the teams from Greece. They had a hardware issue very early on into the race and had to call it a day, unfortunately. So those are your only 2 retirements from the race so far.
Just the 2 for now, and we'll see whether any more retirements do come in. You'd have to assume that there would be a fair few more retirements. Still got a fair amount of the race to go. As Max Bunovic is closing on in to the 007 Pros and Bentleys, now right on the tail on the exit of the Rettifilio chicane. And it's always a question, isn't it, in endurance racing? How hard do you want to fight? And with still quite a few hours remaining, you generally tend to think Prosim won't want to battle this too hard. But Pedro Ramada 33 seconds down. There is definitely a margin for error or a margin for battling for both of these drivers.
There will, and that's something you're going to have to take into effect as well. In fact, we've got a battle for third place here. We've actually got an on-track battle. This is ProSim, the 007, and the number 62 car of Unison Racing. Unison Racing getting into the back of the Bentley up ahead, going through the second Lesmo as they make their way through the Curva del Serralio. Underneath the old banking they will go, and onwards towards Ascari. I think it's very clear Unison want this position now.
Well, when you look at their last lap times for Unison Sim Racing, they've been catching up hand over the fist. A 48.4 for Max Bunovic last time round, and for ProSim a 49.4. Bunovic 1 second quicker on the previous lap, and you'd have to think this is a matter of when, not if.
It might be a case as the Unison car looking very ominous. Look at him closing in now through Parabolica, onwards then towards the start-finish straight, and this could be a chance then for the BMW. Max Bunovic then at the wheel of that one into the slipstream. You can see here the ProSim car trying to stay to the right-hand side of the track, then moving slowly across to the racing line. They, of course, are allowed to do that. Will the BMW try and move up the inside? Thinking about it, but no way through so far. But hits him, and around she goes.
Oh, that's not what Unison Racing would have wanted to do. That's not what Max would have wanted. He's going to slow down and allow the ProSim car to get ahead, which might kind of make whatever penalty is coming his way somewhat more lenient. Entirely his own fault. You could just see him. He had a little look to the inside, then a look to the outside, and couldn't decide which way he wanted to go. And at the end, just got a little bit too late on the brakes. I think he wanted to sell the old dummy and dive it down the inside at the last second, but he just clipped the rear end of the Bentley and sent the ProSim car spinning.
Yeah, we'll see if I can find a replay of that one just from the, because we saw it on board. We saw the BMW get into the back then. Here we go then, down in towards the Rettifilio chicane. As you said, Yusuf, he was going left, going right, and then just clipped the back of him going in towards the Rettifilio chicane. And most importantly, though, the Unison Racing car has waited for him to take the position back.
Yeah. And that's critical. It's good to see, mistakes happen in racing. They have, it doesn't matter what racing series you look at, you will be seeing mistakes being made at some point. But good to see a bit of sportsmanship coming in from Max Bunovic. And, we say sportsmanship, but at the end of the day, he just didn't want to get a penalty for, taking out another driver and gaining a position.
He might still get a penalty on his way. You never know, because it will lessen the blow. It's sort of like the sometimes we call it the Aussie rules, don't we? Really, because you've given the position back, so therefore there might not be a penalty. But if the stewards deem it was a contact that was severe enough, or maybe missing the braking zone in an unacceptable way, or something along those lines, then they may hand out the penalty anyway.
It's the kind of thing where it can go from a 30-second stop, go penalty, to just a drive-through. And I actually had this, a very similar incident earlier on today in my own karting race, where I sent a dive down the inside. We made a little bit of contact. I ended up, squeezing him, and there was a tyre barrier, so he had to back out. And I just thought, I probably don't want to get the position like that. Slow down, let him back through, and then when I cross the start-finish line the next lap, on the gantry, on the timing display, it gave my number and it gave me a warning. And if I hadn't given that place back, that would have definitely have been a black flag. So it definitely saved me in that instance. But you still usually, at the very least, should get a warning or something of the sort.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the stewards will be having a look at that one down towards the Rettifilio chicane. And just looking here, this still is the battle for third place between ProSim and the number 62 Unison Racing, battling on sharing the same bit of track at almost the halfway distance of the Monza 12 hour. We'll see if the Unison car can find a way through. Now, considering the fact that it was a hefty whack that the Unison car gave the SimSport up ahead, there might be damage on either car, rear on the Bentley, front on the BMW. How's that going to affect the aero, especially on the BMW behind?
Actually, that's a very good point. There should almost be certainly a little bit of aero damage, but I'm just trying to think about the time and the place where that contact occurred, because it was towards the end of the braking phase, like right at the end of the braking phase down into turn 1. So I think if there was any contact, it would have been at fairly low speed, so I don't think it was too much contact. I think it was just a case of the contact occurred when that Bentley was fully loaded on the brakes, and once the car is fully loaded, if it does take a bit of a tap, to one side or the other, it becomes very hard to be able to catch the car because it's already fully loaded. The weight's all on one side of the car, and I think that's why the Bentley went around rather than it being, a hard hit.
You just saw how close that BMW came once again to the back of the Bentley, going through in towards the Rettifilo chicane. And I think it's pretty clear to see the Unison Racing team want this position going now. They want this position. They've already been in the war slightly today, but going through in towards the Roger chicane, still trying to find the way past. They might see if they can try and move around the outside in towards the Lesmos. No, backing out of that one. Probably a wise decision.
When we're thinking about places where you can overtake, you're looking at the heavy braking zones, and that's down into the first and the second chicane, the Rettifilo and the Roger chicane. It's hard to get a move down into Lesmo 1 just because you don't have enough of a run after the chicane to get a move off. You could also look down into Ascari if you can get a good run out of Lesmo 2, but it usually requires a mistake from the car ahead, and as long as the Pro-Sim car doesn't make that mistake, the Unison Racing car will have to sit in behind. They'll want to tuck into the slipstream on the start finish straight and look for a move down into turn 1, but this time round maybe not hit the Pro-Sim car.
Well, that's the plan, isn't it? They'll want to try and get this move done cleanly as they now make their way up towards Parabolica, and the Unison Racing team want to get this move done. Max Budovic in the wheel of this one, going through Parabolica now on towards the start-finish straight, and once again the Pro-Sim team will have to be looking in the mirrors here as they make their way down towards the Rettifilo chicane. We've already seen the BMW can close in at a rate of knots once it's in that slipstream down in towards this heavy braking zone. Let's see what happens this time. I don't think this time around that the Unison Racing team is going to have quite the momentum it did in towards the first couple of corners, but I've got to say that BMW is pretty good on its brakes there. The team are pretty confident they can brake later than the Bentley in front.
And I'm not quite sure what the top speeds are of each cars. I would have to imagine that the Bentley is fairly good in a straight line. I don't know if the BMW is quicker, but we do see this from time to time in GT racing. I know the Musto drivers were complaining about this somewhat back in Sebring, I think in the Endurance Racing World Championship, where I think, I'm trying to remember now, they're in the BMW, and they were just talking about how it was either the Porsches or the Aston Martins were just so fast in a straight line that even though they were, over half a second a lap quicker, they couldn't find a way through because, well, the Porsches just park it on the apex, they don't have to go fast through the corners, and then you just absolutely slap the throttle down on the straight. And, well, if you're the car behind, you're not going to be able to find a way through, and setup can also play a part of that if you are running a low downforce setup relative to what could be a high downforce setup for the BMW and Unison guys. And it is one of those things where you'd have to look sector by sector. Sector 1, very low downforce sector, and whichever car has a higher top speed will usually get a quicker sector time, whereas sector 2 and 3, especially sector 2, much more favoured towards the higher downforce cars.
Once again then, this is the BMW, the Unison Racing team trying to close in using a little bit of slipstream as well as we've got one of the fastest drones I think ever on top of these two cars. So we make our way down towards the Rettifilo chicane, still no way through then for the BMW, and I think coming in there, I thought he was going to understeer actually, but he didn't, making his way through now. And yeah, bit of a stalemate between the two of them now, because we've already seen the Unison Racing car make that little bit of contact, and now they're a bit more cautious about trying to find a way past. So that might take a little bit of a sting out of the attack for the Unison Racing team.
There's an age-old saying, once bitten, twice shy. And once you've made that little mistake, he's given the position up, he hasn't got a penalty for it. But if he tries to go for the same move and he makes the same mistake again, even if he gives the position back, there's a chance that he won't get away with that. Oh, that's the back end stepping out through Lesmo 1 for Max Bunovic. And right now he needs to work out where does he want to get the job done. He's had some laps to size up the Pro-Sim car ahead of him, and maybe the team are just telling him, look Max, save some fuel, it's fine, save your tyres, we'll do an alternate pit strategy. We'll get him in the pit stop phase, and that's also a very reasonable solution in endurance racing.
It's a very reasonable solution, but it's not the solution the driver wants to hear. They'll want to hear you can make this move out on track. That will be the ultimate, satisfaction of getting the move done. But it might have to be a case of they'll have to out-strategize the Bentley ahead. But as a driver, you want this position on track. You want to earn it. And now coming out of Parabolica, that BMW is a lot closer than it has been the previous 2 laps.
Absolutely. And let's see if he can get the draft off the Bentley and get the move done into turn 1. He's pretty much right on the rear. Well, no, there's about a couple of car lengths between the two of them. One of the best things you can do going down into turn 1 is using the old diagonal braking. You get the hypotenuse of the triangle. It means you can brake a little bit later, and it also means you can stuff it right down the inside of the car ahead. And I think that's what Max Bunovic is going to have to do if he wants to get the move done on track. Do that either into turn 1 or down into the second chicane, which we will be approaching momentarily.
We will indeed, and seeing if Bunovic can get that car past. But at the moment, you've got to say that the Pro Sim drivers are doing a good job, but they run slightly deep into the first part of the Roger chicane, and that's going to open up the attack here from the BMW, heading our way in towards the Lesmos here. Again, a little bit of contact made between the two of them as we follow our way through the first Lesmo, now in towards the second Lesmo. And that Pro Sim car, whoever's behind the wheel, made a slight error of judgment going in towards the Roger chicane, ran slightly too deep, and it compromised the second part. Now the BMW here is in the slipstream as they make their way on towards the old banking. Underneath it they will go, and again the BMW tries to look left, has to then go right in towards Ascari on the outside here. Not normally an overtaking opportunity, and slightly goes off the track, but the Unison Racing car's got the move done. Tail end comes out, but he's got the move done so far. But as you say, the Bentley's coming back.
Bentley's got the cutback, and Max Bunovic running a little bit too deep through Ascari, and now that Bentley grunt is going to be able to drag him ahead of the Unison Racing car. He's ahead down into Parabolica, and for Max Bunovic, it's about getting the exit out of Parabolica, because that Pro Sim car had to take a tight entry, but it just takes too much speed, and Max Bunovic loses the rear end. He's going to have to do that all again. Fantastic defending, fantastic racing from the pair of them.
Absolutely, and this is far from done, this battle, that is for sure. That's one thing we could be certain of, down in towards the Rettifilio chicane. And what's great is as well, Yusuf, this is the battle for the last podium position at the halfway point in this race.
Absolutely, and Max Bunovic is just looking a little bit tentative now. I don't think he ever wanted to get the move done into the Lesmo. I think anyone who's watched the Formula 1 race and saw the incident with Lewis Hamilton through the Lesmo back in, I think it was 2010, will know that looking for the move there is not a smart decision. But what you can do is put the driver ahead and make the driver ahead take a defensive line. That will compromise their exit, and then you can get the better run coming out of the Lesmo, just like Max Bunovic did, and look for a move down into Ascari, which Max Bunovic got off, but he compromised his exit slightly, and the Bentley was able to use that superior engine power to get back ahead down into the Parabolica.
Thing is as well, the Bentley punch is probably the biggest hole in the air of all the cars that are racing here. So where it's got the grunt, it's also creating this big pocket of air that the BMW is just able to slip into, and so BMW's engine doesn't have to work as hard as the Bentley. So kind of a compromise here, but a little bit out of shape coming through the second part of Ascari. Then was the Unison Racing car, managed to gather it up though, but that could have been a good bit of momentum used there, because the Bentley was a little bit shy going through there.
You know what we were saying, Kieran, about whether someone had told Max Bunovic, okay, keep it chill, we'll get them in the pits. I don't think they've told that to him, or if they have, Max has told them, well, I don't care, I want to get this move done on track. And there's a little bit of a pride that always exists. When you're behind someone in an endurance race, usually you want to get the move done before pitting. That way you can have the last laugh. And even if they're still right on your tail, if you come into the pits, it's a kind of, haha, I got you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those, isn't it? But for now, we're being treated to this fantastic battle for third place as the Unison Racing 62 still draws into the back of the 007 of the Pro Sim car as they make their way now through the Curva Grande. And as you say, the Bentley power able to get them away from the BMW, but as I previously said, it's punching a massive hole in the air, the biggest hole in the air that Monza's ever seen, down now in towards the Roger chicane, and the BMW closing in on the brakes as a sort of counteraction there.
And the BMW, I think, is slightly lighter car, so should be able to get onto the brakes a little bit later. Don't forget, though, Max Bunnevic, when he was in clear air, when he was catching up to the Pro Sim car, he was going a second a lap quicker. He's clearly the faster driver. We don't know if there was a little bit of damage picked up by either of these two when they did make their contact 5 or 6 laps ago. But right now, it's just a straight-up dogfight between the pair of them. What we do know is that Bentley ever so slightly quicker in a straight line. And when they're side by side, when they're having a drag race, the Bentley will come out on top. For Max Bunnevic, he needs to get a good run. He needs to tuck in behind the Bentley before he can pull alongside. And he might have just got that run as we approach the Parabolica.
Might do indeed. He's looking for a move then. Might go round the outside going in towards Parabolica then as we make our way through. The Bentley's got the inside line, but there you can see the BMW gets the position momentarily, but will run wide on the exit of Parabolica, and the Bentley will have the inside line to get back onto the power. Not done yet though. This BMW is going to come back at him.
But is this what Max Bunnevic once he took the wider line, he forced the Bentley to take the defensive line? This should mean that he gets a better exit. He's tucked in behind the Bentley once again. Pro Sim goes somewhat defensive, and Bunnevic is forced to slot in behind. He's getting closer and closer to getting the move done, but he just needs that little bit more.
Just a little bit more. He's got the right idea. Just didn't quite work this time around. The Bentley was well matched to what Bunnevic was trying there. However, you know, you don't want to show too many cards as how to try and overtake because they'll get wise to it. You've got to try and have that element of surprise as well that catches somebody out. If you try and do it over and over again, might not work the best, but still that BMW is all over the back of that diffuser.
And look at that old Alpine GT car, just trying to get well out of the way. It looks so out of place, you know, singular color, no real sponsorship on it, and looks like about half the size of these GT3 monsters.
Doesn't it? But getting well out of the way, doesn't want to be anywhere near this battle right now, focusing on their own race, and rightfully so. They'll just want to stay away. They won't want to provoke the bear at all. But riding on board then with Max Bunnevic here as he makes his way through Ascari once again, and the two drivers here are really just throwing everything and the kitchen sink at this one. For the Bentley for defending, the BMW for attacking.
And there are no back markers that they can approach, no back markers that could be helping Max Bunnevic out even slightly. And down into Parabolica this time, the Bentley well and truly ahead, and no chance for Unison to, well, force the Pro Sim car to take, you know, a bad line. But this time around for Max Bunnevic, he doesn't go sideways. That's kind of been his trademark over the last few laps, losing the rear end, and maybe this time, down into turn 1, he can look for a dive bomb.
Might be able to in towards the Rettifidio chicane. He looks to the right hand side, gets very close to the grass, but again the Bentley plants the car in the middle of the track, so really there's nowhere through for the BMW that time around. So the BMW can't find a move up the inside that he wanted. So again, it's good defensive driving from the Pro Sim team here.
And Pro Sim doing everything they have to. For Unison Racing, they are absolutely livid because actually, let's just take a look. How much has Pedro Ramada in that 51 Ramada Motorsports car caught up? Well, actually, he's had to make a pit stop, so the next car behind these two is Valadis Corrales in the number 14 GSR Team Aston, and they are over a lap down, so no worries for Max and Pro Sim at the moment. But when they do make their stop, Pedro Ramada might have gained, you know, over 10 seconds, and that wouldn't even be a stretch.
Yeah, as well as that though, what this means is although they're losing time to the car behind, who's on, you know, a lap behind these two, the car ahead is almost a minute ahead now. Second place, a minute up the road from these two. So this is what can happen, the knock-on effect of trying to get that position as you lose touch with everybody else in front of you. But once again, the Unison Racing car wants this move done, and the Bentley, the 007, he's just planting the car in the middle of the track. Oh no, gone to the grass! Onto the grass goes the BMW, and they're both off at Parabolica.
And you called it. One wheel on the grass for Max Bunnevic, and the rear end steps out. It's not even wet on the grass, but Max Bunnevic has been trying to use up all of the track, and this time just gets one wheel onto the grass. He's going to dive on into the pits. The Bentley will stay out, so you have to presume that Pro Sim do not have any damage. But either Max Bunnevic has some damage, or the team have told him to bring it on in and just get a chance to calm himself down.
That might be a case as well, but again, just a wheel onto the grass and around it went, and just nowhere for the Bentley, no way to react for the Bentley either, and also stopping slightly short of the pit box as well. Had to accelerate again just to make sure the pit crew started to work there. So yeah, not great at all. But now into the pit lane, probably to assess some damages, and probably a stern talking to from his team.
And I don't even think the Bentley came across him in the braking zone. He was just right behind the Bentley, and yeah, I think just, you know, one wheel on the grass and that was it.
It was, yeah, it was one wheel on the grass, and then you're just not stopping a car that's spinning out of control, and the Bentley just absolutely an innocent bystander in that one, but managing to get away with it. Again, one of it handed the position back once again, but then came into the pit lane. And for the 0070, that's 2 moments now they've been, hit up the rear by the same car. And I think now it will just be the time to sort of refocus. Whoever's at the wheel of that car will be hugely frustrated as the Corvette ahead of the Bentley goes for a little bit of off-roading at Ascari there. But that's going to be our main thing, is making sure that the Bentley driver keeps the cool as well.
And after that first contact occurred between the two, you know, whoever was at the wheel of the Pro Sim car, you know, would have been a little bit upset, got given the position back, and kind of accepting, yeah, it's racing, it happens. Even when you're, you know, even when you've got the helmet on, when you're behind the wheel of the car, yeah, you're a bit annoyed, but you understand that when it happens the second time, that's when you're, you know, telling your team to go to the stewards and asking for a penalty to be dished out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the other Unison racing car that was caught up in trouble over at Ferrari then, just really harmless, just missing the braking point there, and just decided to straight lining it instead, and making sure that they just make the corner. If they couldn't, then just make sure you don't hit the wall, and that's exactly what happened.
Denis Eschenko at the wheel of the 717 Unison racing car, the second car. And with a name like Eschenko at the end, I would presume that is Ukrainian.
Glad you've presumed that, Yusuf. You sounded pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going off football, right? You know, the Ukrainian national team, there's a fair amount of Schenkos, so it's how, you know, I always remember some of the teams. Like, you know, you always get the the guards, you know, it's Denmark, and the Swedish, you get like Larsen and the Sens at the end, right?
Sure, yes. I'll let you talk, Yusuf.
You have a lot of confidence in me right now, don't you?
No, not at all, not at all. That's why I'm letting you talk. It's quite funny that way.
Oh, yeah. I am my own worst enemy. I will not lie to you on that one.
I reckon I could do worse. Don't worry about that. But yeah, the grey clouds in the sky still very ornament. Oh, look at the spit of flames from the side of the Corvette as well. I was talking yesterday about how the rear wing looks pretty good on the back of that car, but flames out of the side, that's just adding up and adding up. This is a great little car here.
Honestly, that Alpine is chucking it around. It just, like, I don't mean anything bad by it, but it just looks so out of place. You've got all these monster GT3 cars, and then there's this little Alpine just like flying around. It's like if I take my Kia Picanto one day for a track day, and you know there'll be some hatchbacks, there'll be some cool looking cars, and then there'll be like my little car going around, and that's what this Alpine feels. You know, it's in a world of its own. It's just enjoying some time on the track to itself. You know, it's just a good day for whoever's at the wheel of the viaducting car.
And I'm not surprised, you know, unfortunately the only GT4 entrant, but, you know, it's their first time really endurance racing in a 12-hour as well. It's a great experience to have, but every single other car on the track is bigger. It's got more aero, it's got more engine power. It is just menacing to have those cars in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, and I mean, I do have to criticise the colour scheme somewhat. You know, Viaducting usually go with their bright orange livery, makes it very easy. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, there's a Viaducting car. But now, you know, it's more of a metallic orange, which I think overall looks better on the car, but, you know, it just feels like Viaducting have lost some of their, you know, have lost what made them iconic. essentially.
Here, and we might get a little bit of a replay coming up as well with the 007 Unison. Here it is then. So making our way now up towards Parabolica. So this will be where he dipped a two-wheel onto the grass on the left-hand side, looking to try and take the racing line, pushing the limits and just a little bit too far. And collects the back of the Bentley there. And I didn't actually see if the Bentley hit the wall. I don't think the Bentley hit the wall when it was spinning around there. I think he got away with that one.
Yeah, and that's the crucial part, that you don't hit the wall. We talked about that already before. So you hit the wall, it's just so much more damage. But I think, is that going to be a perfect time for us to throw to a commercial break?
It might be, and as Yusuf said, we'll hand over to a commercial break and we'll see you on the other side of these messages.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back then to the GTR 24H 12 hours of Monza, and if you have just tuned in now, you've missed a battle for third that may have slightly ended in tears. You may have just seen before we went to the commercial break that the number 62, the Unison racing car, did receive a drive-through penalty, has now served that penalty, and is back out on track. But a moment into the grass, a bit of indecisiveness, got onto the grass under braking, spun around, and There was nowhere for the Bentley to go. No, just an innocent bystander, the 007 there. But what that means now, Yusuf, it means that everyone's sort of spaced out on track again. We had a great battle until pit stops got in the way, and unfortunately that battle ended the way it did.
Yeah, and we're at that stage now where we don't quite know who's got how many more stops to go, if people are running slightly longer with their stint. What I have on my screen is that Ryan Nash is leading the race currently for VRS at Satellite Racing in the 65 car. Then it's further, then it is 22 seconds to the ProSim car, followed by 15 seconds to Christopher Kianek in the 33 Mugen Sim Racing car. And then you've got Valadis Corrales in the 14. And that is the GSR Team Aston. They're a lap down though on the top three.
They are indeed, and what that means then is that the ProSim team are now in second place. We have seen a pit stop for, as you say, the top two in this one, so that puts them slightly down the order, and that puts ProSim up into second place. But there you can see then the number 14 now has moved up into fourth place, having the Unison team making a pit stop and also serving a drive-through as well. So they are going to be slightly down the order, slightly further down the order than they may be expected. And of course, our one and only GT4 competitor, the Viaducten team, running around there in the Alpine. As Yusuf said, it looks a little out of place, but I can guarantee you the team's having a lot of fun out there.
Maybe at some point when we've got some time, we can just have a nice onboard lap with them, a chance just to sit and chill. But I have a feeling that GSR Team Aston, whoever is the boss for the team, maybe the drivers, maybe all of them, they might be starting to get a little bit hot under the collar, because Nikolai Bezrukov is less than 10 seconds behind them, and judging by his pace, he will probably be over a second a lap faster than them. So give it 10 minutes and he will be right on the back of that number 14 car. And well, we saw what happened when Nikolai Bezrukov was behind the 007 ProSim car. That was a battle for position. This will be a battle for P4.
Yeah, so another battle that the Unison team would be a part of, and we know that the drivers there, they've are quick drivers, but a couple of mistakes there from Benovic, and it's led them to be slightly further down the order. Now, a drive-through here costs you, roughly 20 to 22 seconds, depending on when you hit the pit speed limiter and how you approach this Monza pit lane, which is really, really difficult. You're coming off the exit of Parabolica, and then you're straight onto the anchors. Try not to lock the brakes to make it to this 60 kilometers an hour pit lane speed limit line. It's a really, really tough one to slow that car down in time. And I'm actually genuinely surprised. I might have to be corrected if I'm wrong, but there have been no penalties for speeding in the pit lane. That's bonkers to me, because it's such a difficult pit lane to enter.
And the one endurance race I did here, I sped into the pit lane, got my team a nice 30-second drive-through penalty, or it was a drive-through penalty, I can't remember which. Best bet was as well, I was jumping out of the car, so it's my teammate who had to serve it, which was fantastic, to say the least.
I bet he was thrilled with that one.
He absolutely loved it, because there were memes going as well, because our previous endurance race, I came into the pits, I actually got my pit lane entry right, but then I forgot that I was the one who had to put fuel into the car, so my teammate went out with about 1 lap of fuel remaining, and I just heard 10 seconds later, Yusuf, is there only supposed to be like 5 litres of fuel in the car? I'm like, no.
Maybe. That's our new strategy. You see, you were thinking on the fly for a new strategy.
Light fuel, right? Go get a fastest lap, then you can come back in the pits. That's how it works.
That's how it works. That's so clear, the strategy, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know why my team had an issue, to be honest. I thought it was fantastic, but
they keep having you back, so...
I mean, to be honest, I wasn't at fault for the team, because that teammate, he served the drive-through, then he made an excuse of, he has to go fast to claw back up the order. He proceeded to claw his way through the order, but made a few bump and passes along the way, and picked up about 2 black flags and got us disqualified from the race. It was a race to forget.
It was a race to forget, but not because of you. That's bizarre.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
Imagine forgetting to fuel up the car, and that not being the highlight of the race weekend.
That sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh well. I can say I haven't really dabbled in endurance racing. Maybe in motorsport, in karts, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm normally one of the slower ones, so we'll have to wait and see. We've got a new incident report then for car 00762 there, Yusuf.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to take a look, see what has come through. I've only got the one for car 62, which I think we already talked about, which was the drive-through after the contact between Unison Racing and Prosim for a break.
It's for the Parabolica. So the original drive-through was for at the Rettifilo chicane. Now they're investigating the one at Parabolica. Now that's getting an interesting one because he was not in control of the car. He was on he got onto the grass. So I'm assuming another penalty is coming their way.
If the first one was a penalty, the second one is absolutely a penalty. I could have seen Max getting away with the first one with just a slap on the wrist, like, don't do that again. But that's going to be another drive-through. It's a 30-second stop-go penalty.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one for the team to take. Both barrels within 5 minutes as well, with the penalties coming through. So, so they're going to have to stop the car for 30 seconds, and they won't be allowed to work on the car, and then they'll have to leave again. So they won't be able to work on that car at all. They have to serve that within the next 3 laps.
And it's just adding insult to injury, because the call has come relatively late from the stewards. Like, it hasn't come within, 1 or 2 laps. So the chances are Unison Racing probably thought they got away with that first contact. And then for the 2 penalties to come through, like right after the spin as well, it's going to really hurt them. And, I think if Max had fire in his eyes before, I think his whole body's going to be on fire when he heads back out onto circuit.
Yeah, I think so. And for, Unison Racing, they've been hit with both barrels of a penalty there. They've had the drive-through, then it's come through that the second one, but the Parabolic has now been penalised as well. And it almost feels like that scaling one, because the incidents have happened so close together that now they've got quite it's one of the harshest penalties you can have in terms of how much time you lose, not in the sense of what the decision is. It's 30-second stop-and-go penalty is one of the toughest penalties around before, the drivers and the teams start to be under review themselves.
There's race control have actually just confirmed that the reason why the call has been late is because they're essentially waiting for an incident to be reported. Race control will not investigate any incident unless it is reported by the drivers themselves. Unless, there's a driver who's like weaving across the track and going to cause absolute carnage, then the race control can decide to jump in. But if there's usually contact between 2 drivers, race control will wait until the incident is submitted by a team, with video footage. So if Prosim, just held back, waited a bit of time before submitting that video, that would be why it came through so late, the decision.
Absolutely right, and then it's the steward's decision then to apply the penalty, and it's up to them how they go about it. They'll review the decision, obviously, and come to that conclusion, which the conclusion is they've decided a drive-through, and the 30-second stop-and-go penalty is the decision there for in terms of penalties for the team. So that's going to put them way, way down the order, isn't it? Because now they have to make another pit stop, which pretty much takes the length of time in the pit lane, give or take 20 seconds, but they won't be allowed to do anything to the car.
Yep, and he's going to be coming in this time around. He's holding it nice and tight through Parabolica, which is usually a signal that he's about to pit. Don't speed into the pit lane. Don't make matters even worse for yourself and for the team. You're in P4. You've still got a few hours to go in the race. You can still come back on in with just over 5.5 hours remaining. And currently that 62 car sitting in P5. He's going to drop behind Denis Eschenko. But that's his Unison teammate, so if he does catch up, he won't have to find a way through the hard way.
There they are then in the pit lane now, just to serve that 30-second stop and go penalty. So I think one of the worst things and worst feelings in the world is when you're stuck in the pit lane with a penalty and you hear the other engines going past you. It must be a nightmare. You must be feeling, oh God, it's the longest 30 seconds ever.
The worst is it gives you a time and a chance to reflect on your actions, really, because you don't have anything to distract you and your mind just instantly wavers over to that incident. You know, what could you have done differently? Why did you make that mistake? Or, you know, sometimes it's, what on earth are those stewards thinking about? In this case, the stewards were 100% right. You know, I don't think Max can have any complaints that he was at fault for those incidents. Maybe he'll think, no, not a 30-second drive. There should have only been a drive-through. But he knows that he's at fault. He knew there was a penalty coming for it. And he can just sit and think about it now.
The other thing is that the driver that got the 30-second stop-and-go penalty isn't in the car right now because it's Bezrikov. So Bezrikov's sitting there for 30 seconds, probably thinking, what?
My teammate's an idiot.
Well, I'm not going to say that.
You won't go that far.
Yeah, we won't go that far. We won't go that far. But yeah, he's probably sitting there thinking, it wasn't my fault.
It's what my teammates thought about me, right, when I forgot to put fuel in the car.
No way, no.
I mean, my excuse was like, you know, when a driver comes into the pits, does he get out and, you know, put in the nozzle and start filling up his car? No, the mechanics do that. I don't think I need to fill up fuel.
We were talking earlier about how to be a complete sim racer. You've got to be on the fuel as well. That's just the way it goes.
And on some sim rigs, or on some simulations, you have to change your tyre pressures. You've got to select the different set of tyres. It's all done from the driver's side, not from the engineer's side. So thankfully here at Monza you've got quite a few straights, you know, 3 straights at the very least, 4 if you include Curva Grande, and that gives you a fair amount of time to be able to make some changes. But if you were racing at somewhere like Zandvoort, a lot less time to be able to make those adjustments.
Absolutely, and there is the 007, the Pro Sim team coming into the pit lane, and it looks like they're straight onto the tyres to change that one. Also the Corvette in the pit lane. I think that's going to be the 717 driven by Denis Eschenko in the sister Unison racing car. At the moment though, it is of course the number 65 car leading the way, the VRS Satellite Racing team. There they go now, making their way through the second Lesmo, and to be honest with you, they've been looking pretty good all race long. They haven't really made any mistakes. They obviously had that moment where one of the cars ran out of fuel during qualifying, and they were pushing back to the pit lane, which is absolutely against the rules and regulations for GT3 24 hour. They were penalised for that, at least the team were. They were running 2 cars. One of them has since had to drop out of the race, so they've got the sole number 65 in the race. At the moment, Yusuf, it's leading the way.
I didn't realise that there was a case of fuel running out. It always seems to happen in GTR 24 hours that one of the teams will run out of fuel, or there's always a case of one driver pushing another driver. It happened in the EWC, I think, in the last round, where a team, pushed their teammate to the pits. It happened in the Endurance Racing World Championship last season. One of my favourite incidents of all time, which was two of the Team Rookie Monsters cars. So this was an LMP2 and a GT3 car, Kieran. And what the LMP2 car did is he pushed the GT3 car around for the GT3's hot lap. And down the Mulsanne straight, I think the GT3 car gained over a second on each straight just from that push.
Oh, just looking at that ominous weather radar, and you can see it's covered in green. Rain is imminent. At the moment, so watch out for those windscreens there. We're riding on board then with the second place team, the number 33 car, the Mugen Sim Racing, driven at the moment by Christopher Kianek. So we're expecting this rain to hit any moment now. Yeah. That's not ominous at all, is it?
Yeah, it didn't happen. I thought that was the countdown, and now the rain just suddenly chucks down. But from what we were told, it was 7 p.m. And that's 7 p.m. European time. So that's 35 minutes from now.
Oh, that's him. That's the 33 off.
Oh no.
off at the Roger chicane. It looks like it just took too much curb, unsettled the car, and it went around. Slight kiss of the wall there. We'll get a replay on board of what happened there. Coming up towards the Roger chicane then. Too much speed in. Yeah, hit the curb on the second part. And that unsettled the car completely.
Ooh. That's the right rear clip, the arm curb barrier that's sticking out. That's what spun it around at the end. But yeah, just took too much curb through the left. It unsettled the car. And then the back end just decided to say, see you later, through the right-hander. And, well, for Christopher Kianek, he'll be hoping there's not too much damage to his Audi. But I fear that there might be a little bit. And ooh,
there's definite damage to that Audi.
Yeah. Ooh, actually, can we quickly get an on board and see if he's pulling? Yeah,
oh, yes,
okay.
Yeah. There you go. That'll be why then.
That's probably a rear toe link broken. It's probably just meaning that one of the wheels is just pointing outwards, and he's going to have to bring that car in ASAP. And if it rains in 5 minutes' time, it's going to make that incident even worse.
It is indeed, but coming now into the pit lane, 60 kilometers per hour. It's a very, very slow pit lane, but yeah, that is not good then. So bit of steering damage, possibly suspension as well, that'll need to be the team will have to have a look at, make sure they see if they can fix that up as much as possible.
Well, and that's going to be a long stop. Whatever damage that is looks fairly serious, and the way the sim works, from what I'm aware, is it's not like, real life, where if you had a bit of damage to the rear, you'd have to take off the wheel, replace whatever part, put the wheel back on. It's just a case of severe damage takes this long to fix, non-severe damage takes a lot less time to fix. So as long as it's severe, which that looks to be, he's going to be in the pits for a while.
Be indeed. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how long he's in the pit lane for, and I'll see if I can sort of track back and see what happened there. So from because we saw it from the onboard, but I'll see if we can get a little bit of a better angle and see if we can get some TV cameras on that one.
Yeah. Just taking a look at the timing sheet, because we did see that Christopher Kianek has just made his pit stop, and he is now 7 seconds behind the Pro Sim car. And for Christopher Kianek, what am I talking about? I just forgot Christopher Kianek was the one who went into the wall. That's why he pitted. Never mind, ignore me. I thought we were going to have a battle for second, but that is not the case.
Not the case, at least for now anyway. We'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. I'm sure it will play out in the end. And let me see, I'm just making sure I get the right camera so we can see just from a static camera, because obviously a little bit of TV cameras, there's a little bit of obstruction. So making his way now in towards the second Roger, a little bit of a clip of the curb, and the back end goes around. So, and it's almost like he tried to correct it, and that made it worse as well, because it went side on, and for a car to go side on, that's not the part of the car that's meant to absorb that kind of impact.
Yeah, I don't think any car is really meant to absorb that kind of impact. Maybe, no, just don't think any car really. I think all cars kind of want to stay away from the walls. They don't want to be making any contact whatsoever, unless that's maybe with a sponge, if you want to give it a bit of a clean and make it a little bit shinier, perhaps.
Absolutely, but at the moment then they've been in the pit lane for more than 2 minutes so far in this race, they're going to be a bit frustrated about that one. It's one of those, it's such an easy mistake to make as well. The Roger chicane, we've already spoken about the sleeping policeman, both the Roger chicane and at the Rettifilio. If you don't respect them, they will bite back, and that's one of the best examples we've seen so far this weekend.
And that's the kind of incident that can throw your race down the drain. The 33 car, Mugen Racing were on course for finishing second or third. And, well, now they're probably going to drop behind Denis Eschenko, which means that Unison Racing will be up to P3 and P4. And maybe they could even hunt down Person to make it a 2 Unisons on the top 3 spots. The top 2 drivers at the moment out there. You've got the Mugen Sim Racing there in
Pro Sim there in second place, the 007, and then it is your race leaders in the number 65 there, the VRS Satellite Racing. So they're separated at the moment by roughly 28 seconds out on track. You can see roughly where they are out on circuit. The race leader making their way out of the second Lesmo. Meanwhile, now that's the Pro Sim car making their way on towards the. I'm confused about that one because that's a bit misleading.
Yeah.
Confusing. I'll need to try something because I don't think they're in sync at the moment. I think one of the cameras is on replay and it might be mine, so that might be a reason why.
Well, I mean, I'm always, trying to fiddle work out which camera to bring up, but while we do have this lull, this is probably a good point to throw to a commercial break. We're at the half hour, and there are 5.5 hours remaining in our 12 hours of Monza. So stay tuned, we'll be back momentarily.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, folks, to the 12 hours of Monza here with GTR 24H. We are 6.5 hours in, and we have been told that there's rain coming, which means Ewan has decided to return to us. Ewan, you excited to see some rain?
I am excited to see some rain, yeah, but we've been promised it for hours and it's never come. So finally, maybe the promises will be realised, because that radar does look like a kid's drawing, doesn't it? Really, there's colours everywhere, and I'm surprised there isn't rain. I mean, just take a look at this. We've been so lucky for so long. There's been so much rain in the area, and now it should be absolutely biblical, but still not here. So yeah, I'm very surprised, but I am looking forward to some rain. Yeah.
Monza's just been swallowed up by clouds, but it's been the eye of the storm for a while. And we'll have to see if there is some rain coming. And one team that would probably want some rain is the 33 of Mugen Sim Racing, who had a little bit of an off. And by a little bit of an off, we mean they spun, they hit the wall through the Roger chicane, they had to come into the pits. They were there for a few minutes, and they dropped from P3 all the way down the order and down to P4.
Need some highlights on your screen right now, by the way, of things that have happened in the last 90 minutes. I'm pretty sure that the crash for Mugen's going to be on there, unfortunately. But yeah, for now things are going fine for them on the highlights. Yeah, there's been a couple of retirements in the last hour, haven't there? There's been, the last 90 minutes, should I say. There's been Ramada Motorsport, who have pulled out now because, well, Pedro Ramada said that he was getting a bit ill, so he decided not to carry on anymore. And it looks like Unison Racing, the 717 anyway, is going to be retired as well now, because they've all left TeamSpeak and their car's in the garage, so it's not looking too promising for them either.
And I think that would make Ramada Motorsport our fourth retiree, or our fourth retirement of the race. We had the 23 of GSR retire first, then we had the 74 Deuces Motorsport retire. Zabakis was at the wheel, then Jimmy Nisela in the 64, that was a VRS Satellite racing car. Their teammates, the sister VRS Satellite racing car, currently leading the race, and now Pedro Ramada also retiring for Ramada Motorsport.
Yeah, it's a shame that so many cars have dropped out, but I guess it's bound to happen in an endurance race. We're not all bound to get to the end, I suppose, and so yeah, that kind of thing, it does tend to happen. Yeah, it's yeah, how many are there still left? I think 7 cars maybe left. I can't count. But
not
anyway,
a huge amount.
No, no, I know. With all the retirements, there's probably going to be some highlights of the battle between the Bentley and the BMW in a minute, which I'm looking forward to. But we're not quite there yet because it was quite recently. Honestly,
for the highlights of that, you could just throw in about 10 minutes of raw footage unedited. Just throw it in. It was some great battling between the two of them. But if you want to potentially see some live battling, Christopher Kianek, recovering from his previous incident with a certain wall at the exit of the Roger chicane, is now 10 seconds behind Stavros Mouzaides in the number 14 GSR Team Aston. And as I say that, there's a replay of that incident in the battle for P2.
Yeah, they got 2 penalties for 2 incidents separately, didn't they? I think the one on the grass was the most spectacular down towards Parabolica, but they got a penalty for both of them, which has really set them back now, and unfortunately they've retired from the race. But yeah, you're right, it was a fantastic battle, and you can just see here that they certainly weren't leaving anything on the circuit. They were absolutely giving everything to try and get past each other.
And this is where the move should have been done for Max Monovic, but you'll just see here, runs a little bit wide through the right hand and loses the back end, and that's what allowed the Pro Sim car to get a good run out of Ascari and then get back ahead. And then this is the big incident, and just watch Max Monovic put a wheel on the grass, which sends his car spinning around.
Yeah, this is the moment coming up now, and I'm quite amazed, if I'm honest, that the Pro Sim car got away so much. You know, it was quite a big moment. The walls are not too far away at that particular portion of the racetrack, and somehow they managed to completely get away with that without any kind of damage at all that's apparent to us anyway. Meanwhile, the Unison Racing car spent over a lap in the pit lane, so yeah, it's surprised by that one, I have to say.
And the amount of time that Unison spent in the pits with penalties was almost the same as the amount of time Mugen Sim Racing spent in the pits to deal with their repairs. Christopher Kianik now 10.7 seconds behind Stavros Mouzidis. Last time round, nearly 2 seconds quicker than the number 14 car. Now, Christopher Kianik, how far is he behind Stavros? My updated timing sheet is saying that the gap is just 4 seconds and that he took 3 seconds out of Stavros last time round, and I can see both cars making their way through the Roger chicane. Stavros Mouzidis firmly in eyesight for Christopher Kianik.
Yeah, it's definitely being hunted down now, and it's not going to be too long before we see these two battling, but yeah, I can't help but feel it's going to be a little bit one-sided with Mugen Sim Racing getting through fairly easily. That's not to say that GSR team have had a bad race by any stretch of the imagination. They've done very well. Because they started a long way down and quite off the pace, but they're getting up to speed, and they're getting up the order of their own to a podium position, which is great news for them. But I don't think they're going to be able to hold off Mugen Sim Racing, although they might be able to now, because Kianik goes for another spin, and the mistakes are starting to snowball. We've seen this a little bit earlier on.
Is it raining?
It could be, but also, he might have just gone for a spin off his own accord. This is his problem a little bit earlier on, with him bouncing across the curbs and into the barriers fairly hard. And now he's gone for another spin, which is setting back.
I mean, I want to make a comment about the rear end of that Audi being loose, but the first incident for the Mugen Sim Racing car didn't happen because of a loose rear end. It just came because they took too much curb and unsettled the car, whereas the head through Ascari, the back end just snapped out. And then, yes, if you're going to spin anywhere, Ascari is probably the most likely place to do so, just because of how you're shifting the weight of the car over, and it's so easy for the back end to get light and just quickly snap on you. That's exactly what happened to Mugen Sim Racing there.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably the trickiest section on this circuit, and the only real high-speed section, unless you count Parabolica, which is more medium speed really, but it's mostly slow chicanes around Monza, and Ascari is quite high speed really for the corners that surround it, so it can get pretty difficult. And unfortunately Kianik has just found out there, but let's not forget he doesn't often drive a GT3 in the EUWC. He's one of the LMP2 drivers for Mugen. Not to say that he's inexperienced in GT3s, however, he's not got quite as much experience as Varkey, for example, or some of the other drivers who are on that Mugen team. So maybe that's playing a factor, but still he's a very capable driver, and you wouldn't expect him to be making those kind of mistakes at any of the corners really, and unfortunately he has, and he's going to have to do all that work again really. The gap's now up to 11 seconds from just under 3, which is where it was before.
Remember, it was at 11 seconds about 5-6 laps ago, and all of that hard work that Christopher Kianik did, he's going to have to do it all over again. He was catching by, nearly 3 seconds a lap. So 10.5 seconds, 4 laps, maybe he can be back on the rear end of the 14 car, but with rain imminently approaching, if he continues to push right to the ragged edge, he's probably going to be the first one to spin again once that rain does come down.
Yeah, but it's possible, because we're expecting the rain to be very heavy as well when it comes, but we've been talking about it all day and it's still not here yet, despite what the radar is telling us. So it's all a bit of a mystery to everybody. I'm sure the teams will be looking up towards the skies pretty much religiously as well, to try and just get an idea as to when it might be, but it's not being particularly helpful at the moment, the rain, so it's holding off for the moment. See how much longer that carries on for, but you're right, those who are probably right on the edge are probably going to find out first when there's that slight bit of moisture on the road. That was a very big slide as well there from Kianik through Lesmo 2.
And Christopher Kianik, just looking at his sector times, 6 tenths or 5 tenths on Stavros in the opening sector. Second sector, another 7 tenths. He's gained over a second in the opening 2 sectors alone.
Yeah, it's very quick at the moment, but third might be all he can get from this race unless there's issues for the top 2. He's definitely quicker than the GSR team Aston, but he's not. Well, he probably is quicker than the front 2 as well, but he's so far behind them that it'll be very tricky. He's overlap behind ProSim and then over 2 laps behind the satellite racing car, which is going to make things very difficult for him to really do anything in this race in terms of a top 2. But now that the gap's under 9 seconds, it's still closing, and Unison Racing behind aren't losing too much time either, to be fair, so they're probably slowly catching the SR team, but they're still quite a long way behind.
Just going to keep an eye on that gap before P3 is now down to under 10 seconds. And the gap is just going to keep on diminishing and get closer and closer. Denis Eshenko in P5. He's 35 seconds behind these two. Last time around a 48.9. Pretty much same time as Stavros Mouzaides, but a little bit slower than Kianek.
Just slightly, although I looked down for a moment and the gap's now 17 seconds. I didn't quite see what happened there. Maybe there was an issue that we didn't quite catch on the stream, but I can't go back and look for a replay because that would just look a bit weird on the stream, so I'll try and figure it out. But yeah, suddenly the gap's 17 seconds, and it looks like, well, the amount of time that he lost massively points towards him having a spin of his own, another spin.
I'm still just waiting to see if that rain's coming down. We were told 7 p.m. before. I mean, we then got told, it's coming earlier and earlier, and, the heavens are going to open and the cars are going to become, essentially a reincarnation of Noah's Ark. But 7 p.m. was the time that I was given, and that is 15 minutes away, well, 13 minutes away now, as this is in Central European summertime. It's 5:50 for us in the UK, but it's 6:50 for those in Europe, and that is the track time in Monza. For those people who don't know, Monza is in Italy, which is also coincidentally in Europe.
Well, yeah, I didn't realise that. But I did just go and check. I did just go and check, by the way. Christopher Kianek did indeed have a spin, and he did.
I thought you were going to say I just went and checked. Italy is actually in Europe.
Oh, yeah, I've just checked, and Italy, I can confirm, is in Europe. No, my geography's not that bad, but anyway, so surely somebody would have been surprised. Some Americans watching was surprised about that. Anyway,
don't go down that route.
That was a bit controversial, wasn't it? Sorry about that. Yeah,
I agree with you for what it's worth.
Well, thanks, yeah. Although I recently did see, this is going off topic slightly, but we've got time. I recently see a video on Facebook of this guy going around asking questions to people about...
Okay, don't bring up that video. I think that's the bit where he get very close to a line. I know that video. I saw seen it a long time ago.
I don't know if we're talking about the same one, because...
Okay.
Anyway, the thing I was mainly going to mention about, because I'm calling Americans, not very good at geography and whatever, he was asking them about geography and whatever, and I noticed while watching the video that it's actually from my town, or from very near where I live, and I didn't realise quite how many of the people I lived near and with are so stupid.
Wait, is this in America or England that you did it?
In England. I don't live in America.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I was confused, because I thought you were saying it's based in the... Yeah, because I remember there was an original one of that was done based in the USA, and then there's a counter one that's done which was based in the UK, and they were
in my hometown, apparently.
Okay.
Well, it's not based there, but there was one there, or some kind of video. I don't know if it was the same thing you're talking about, but a very similar thing to what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Near me.
I think I've seen that video. So if I look closely, will I be able to see a house you're in?
No, you won't see my house, no. But I did recognise quite a lot of the buildings around or whatever. But anyway.
Did anyone did any faces appear and you're like, that's that guy from school who failed his GT, isn't it?
I did recognise. I saw a couple of people. When you see someone, but you can't quite picture where they're from, or where you've seen them before. Yeah, I had that a couple of times. But,
okay.
But yeah.
I mean, that's probably why you can't remember them. You probably spoke to them, and they were like, yeah, China is in South America or something. And you're like, right, I'm just going to erase you from my memory and be done with it.
Yeah, maybe.
But you know what they do? So for people who don't know, essentially in these videos they go around with a map and they're like, yo, can you? And they say to people, can you put? I don't know if they say yo. I mean, maybe they do if they want to try and sound cool like me. But they say, can you put a flag down in this country? And they'll say the country, and then the person looks around and puts down a flag. But if you look carefully, you'll notice on the map is labelled with country names, but all of the countries are in the wrong places. So it will actually have like China written down as like South America or something like that, and that's why they put it down on the wrong places, because they aren't smart enough to realise, they don't have the confidence to say the map is wrong. Because if
why would you
ask them, they might get it in the right place, but because it's labelled wrong, they're like,
Yeah, that's what's it called? Like social experiment or something, whatever it's called. Because anyway, for some reason, I'm not entirely sure why this is, but Christopher Kianic's in the pits again, and he's gone down to 5th.
Well, he did have that other spin. Maybe this is a scheduled pit stop, though, because remember the last pit stop when he actually jumped in was because of the spin that we saw from whoever was in the car before, and now maybe they actually need to put some new fuel in.
I don't know why they wouldn't have done that at the pit stop before that, really. But they're in again.
It's true.
For some reason.
I would not know why they didn't fill up with.
Yeah. You would.
They must have some new damage then.
Well, maybe. It was a very slight tap on the front. I mean, I would be very surprised if indeed there was damage from that, really, because now the pit stop's getting quite long as well. It's over a minute towards Unison Racing, and normally you only lose just over a minute, but they started in front of Unison Racing, so it's starting to get a little bit strange in terms of its length now, this pit stop.
Just trying to see, it's been 71 seconds on the timer. For those people who are unaware, essentially, if you look at the number in the top right corner, it counts how long the car's been in the pits for. And it is now at 84 seconds and getting closer and closer to that 100-second mark.
There's a brief yellow flag in Sector 1 as well, but it's gone again quickly. Oh, it's back again, sort of. I can't decide whether it needs to be there or not, but no, it's all sorted now. This is getting a little bit strange for Kianic. He's been in that car for a long time. I think he's been there for 4 hours now, but finally he's able to move and get out of the pit lane. Nearly a lap down on Unison Racing now, so it was looking so good for Mugen. They were in contention for the race win, and now they are about to be put in 5th place and a lap down, as Roland Zook's now in that car.
Roland Zook's now at the wheel. We'll see what he can pull off for the team in that 33 Mugen Sim Racing car. Maybe there was an issue for the sim rig. Maybe that's why the incident occurred and they just needed to get a driver change and filled up with fuel. But again, a very long stop, all things considered. So that had to be fuel going in the car, or some repairs being made.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a weird one. They're seemingly trying to make very minimal driver changes in this one, trying to go for long stints. It's in 3 hours and now 4 hours. So Zooks is probably in for a bit of a long haul as well now for Mugen. He's often an LMP2 driver, at least in the EWC for the team of Mugen Sim Racing. So that's a bit new for him, but I'm sure he's experienced enough to know what to do at this point, and he will do. Not done too much GT3, especially in R Factor 2. Not done too much GT3, but he's going to try and go up to speed now, and seems to be doing that as well. He's got through on Denis Evchenko already.
just to keep an eye on that gap. Well, Roland Zux, he maybe could have caught in onto Stavros, but again, that incident threw him 11 seconds behind. He's had to make his pit stop. We'll have to see when Stavros Musaidis makes his pit stop where he does feed out. If he's, more than 10-15 seconds ahead, then you know that there was something else going on in the pit stops for Mr. Roland Zux.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a mystery that we're not quite able to get to the bottom of just yet. But, anyway. Still,
you know what else is a mystery we can't get to the bottom of? Where's our rain?
Yeah, that is a big mystery. We're still yet to really figure out what that's all about, really. Very weird. Apparently it's slightly drizzling out there on the circuit, but not in real life. According to the radar, it's raining a lot harder than that. But and according to my weather, actually, it said it was going to be thunderstorms and very heavy by now. So, this is getting more bizarre by the minute, really.
Yeah. Well, apparently if it is drizzling, then I doubt there could have been any wet tyres going on to that 33 Mugen Sim Racing car already way too early. If it's just a light drizzle, these cars generate so much heat in the tyres that a light drizzle is absolutely meaningless to them. Again, going back to my karting race earlier today, we're in karts which don't generate as much heat, and it was damp on the track, but we drive as if it's completely dry, so for these cars that's even more so the case.
Was it raining earlier?
It was raining this morning, so when we got to the track, the sun was coming out, but there was still it was a little bit damp. Like you could put your foot on the curb and you could feel that it was a little bit slippery, essentially.
Oh wow!
So yeah, it just dries up instantly. Even if there is a light rain going on, the heat generated by the cars or karts is enough, and if you've got a few karts going around that there's constantly tyres going over it. It just heats up the water, and it's just meaningless to the tyres.
I guess the fact that it's a shorter circuit than a bigger circuit would probably help that, given the fact you go around more and you can go over the same bit more times in a minute, let's say, or more times in an hour, whatever.
Yeah, it's more like 50-second lap times, give or take, so it's about half the length.
Exactly, it's
and instead of 10 cars you've got about maybe 30 karts, so I don't know, it depends. Would you rather have quantity over quality, I guess?
I don't know, but yeah, just hearing, by the way, while having this discussion,
I just want to cut in quickly. Sorry about this one, you, but I want to give a massive congratulations to the 33 for being able to overtake the Bentley, which a certain Nikolai Besrikov was unable to do.
No, he wasn't quite able to do. Was it Max Bunovich?
Oh, sorry, Max Bunovich. Pardon me. Sorry, Nikolai.
Besrikov had to serve Bunovich's penalty, which was pretty. Must have been pretty annoying.
Yep. I'm sure it's very annoying for him.
Yeah, they are out of the race now, by the way. They've all left the team speak. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they haven't. It's just a couple of them from the 717. They were all in one big team speak. Were some racing because, why is it? There's no real need to be separate. They can just have a chat between themselves. It's now down to the 717 team, who are in fourth place at the moment and looking to maybe grab a podium in this race if they can catch the GSR team Aston car or not. I don't know quite what the gap is. 41 seconds at the moment, and not really catching, I have to say. The gap's staying roughly the same at the moment.
Yeah, it'll probably stay that way for a while, especially if there is starting to be a bit of rain. The drivers who are maybe a bit quicker might get a bit more tentative now, especially those towards the front end. They don't want to risk throwing their race away. It's a chance for those drivers towards the bottom end to maybe experiment with some lines, try to gain some time during this window. And very similar, to those who, watch more of the classical sprint racing like Formula 1. Once you do get the rain starting to drop down, it's not usually the drivers at the front of the grid who blink first. It's usually those guys at the back with nothing to lose or put on the wet tyres, and then those at the front of the field will be like, oh look, those tyres are working really well, let's try them, and then follow suit.
Yeah, exactly. There's always somebody's got to take the plunge themselves, and then everyone follows in like sheep. But yeah. Anyway, we're coming up to. Well, we just completed another hour. 7 hours down, 5 hours still to go in this race. You mentioned sprint racing there briefly. I think we'll have a bit of a chat about sprint racing in a moment. But first, we need to take a bit of a commercial break. So yeah, we'll be back in a few moments' time with more racing from the 12 Hours of Monza.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event here in Italy, where it's supposed to be raining, but it's not. We've got the most bizarre set of circumstances where all of the radars suggest that it should be pouring by now, but the rain has held off quite valiantly. Actually, it's been very, very reluctant to fall, and continues to be that way for the moment. And so we're still left with a dry circuit with 4 hours 55 minutes still here to go. I don't reckon I've seen a race like this, Yusuf, really, in terms of the rain. It's been we've had it promised to us so many times, and it's still not delivered.
Yeah, it's a bit like football coming home, right?
Oh, let's not talk about that. That's hurtful. That was.
I've been waiting for an opportunity because I've been feeling like, you know, it's been getting closer and closer to the point where I could perfectly drop that in, and that just felt like the best opportunity I was going to get.
You know, it was nearly 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago yesterday. 3 weeks ago tomorrow. Sorry.
I'll still be bringing it up next year.
I know, but it still hurts.
Yeah. Don't worry. In like 1.5 years' time, I'll just talk about England not making it out of World Cup groups for the next World Cup.
If we don't get it out of the group, I'm going to kill myself. To be honest, I can't take that.
Don't say that on broadcast.
Sorry, that's not good. But no, I'll just be very, very disappointed. How about that?
Yeah. I'll be disappointed as well because it's far more fun. Yeah, because it's far more fun for me to poke fun at England fans if they get knocked out in the knockout stages than if they get knocked out in groups. It's like after Germany got knocked out in the World Cup, the last World Cup, when was that?
2018, yeah.
2018. You know, I didn't feel like I could poke fun at them. I just felt, bad for them.
You felt bad for them?
Yeah, I was like, you won the last World Cup and you get like knocked out like that. You gotta
feel sorry for them as well.
It's like I can't poke fun at the Brazilian fans after they lose 7-1 against Germany, right? Because it's like they've had enough.
Well, they did get enough that night. That was quite a monumental whipping, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
No, it was the most bizarre World Cup semi-final there probably ever has been, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, that's a bit off topic. You brought that up though.
I did.
So I'm just disappointed. It was a nightmare. Yusuf doesn't regret what he did at all. He was quite pleased actually, but it was very damaging. Anyway, I'll talk about the weather, and it's still not raining, but I will just run through the order quickly before we talk about some other things that are coming up here on GTR 24H. So for the moment, it is still satellite racing with Ryan Nash driving once again, who are leading the race after 230 laps. They've got a lap over Prosim, who have got quite a lot more than a lap than over GSR Team Aston, who have got just under 40 seconds over Denis Evchenko in the Unison Racing car. Then Mugen Sim Racing not that far behind, and Carl Lakigal, the last of the 6 remaining GT3 cars in this race. And then we've got the Viaduction GT4 also running out there at the moment. In that class, the little Alpine is still going and has moved up now to 7th place overall, which is quite impressive considering it started the race nearly double that number. As we see Ryan Nash, the race leader, into the pit lane once again here. So if the rain comes down in the next 5 minutes, he's going to be very frustrated because he's going to have to make 2 very quick pit stops. But it's been a fantastic run for them from the very back of the field to the very front. They started dead last, let's not forget, and now they are leading this race by over a lap. Very impressive drive from them.
I think Denis Evchenko slowly closing in onto Stavros Mouzidis, and that is a battle for 3rd. And there's currently 40 seconds between the pair of them. I think he was gaining by around a second a lap. He did just pit recently, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just going to check where Roland Zux is relative to him. So Roland Zux is going down into Parabolica, and Denis Evchenko has just made his way through the Roger chicane. So a fair bit of time between the two of them. Ryan Nash leads by nearly 2 minutes over Prosim, 106 seconds. Bit of a round up there, but it's been a dominant display from the 65 VRS satellite racing car so far.
It has indeed. Ever since they got to the lead, whenever it was, quite a long time ago now, but Mugen Sim Racing were definitely their closest challengers, and now that's really petered out for them, I'm afraid, because of their incident. But now it's given Ryan Nash just over a minute of a lead after this pit stop. Prosim will probably be in about 15 minutes' time to change that round again, and it will be restored to over a lap of an advantage. Right, I think it's time now to I know that there's some pit stops going on, but I don't think anything race changing is going to happen in the next 10 or 20 minutes, so I think it is now worth talking about what's coming up on GTR 24H. Obviously we've mentioned the EWC in the race so far. We've got a hill climb going on still with 5 rounds through the 12 race calendar for that in 2021, but coming up new for this, kind of late autumn to winter kind of time. We've got the return of the GTR 24H Sprint Series, where, Yusuf debuted here on the channel, and I commentated with you for pretty much all of those races, and we enjoyed it very much. We've been looking forward to its return, and it's finally going to be returning here to GTR 24H, I believe, although I'm not entirely sure. I think you can sign up already. I'm not entirely sure, but it's still...
I think so.
I think so. We'll have to get someone to confirm. But the start of it is still a good 3 or 4 months away, so you don't have to panic just yet. You're not going to miss out, because it all kicks off on November the 18th, and we're both very much looking forward to the return of the Sprint Series.
Yeah, and I know the Sprint Series is something that I've been looking forward to for quite a while. We had a brief showing of the Sprint Series at the start of the year, and we were hoping, that would be our second season of the Sprint Series, but sadly there were some issues with servers and lags, and after the opening round we had to sadly call it quits. But we will be able to come back, and hopefully permanently this time. Season 1 was, I think, by all accounts, a great success. We had a fantastic battle between Euronics and Musto, a series that Ewan pretty much commentated from start to finish. I know I joined, I think it was like round 3 of the championship, I think at Hungaroring, if I recall correctly, and hopefully season 2 will be even more thrilling to watch.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but we did do pretty much most of the season in the end. It was very good indeed, very enjoyable. And it's going to be back again. So it's starting on the 18th of November. So we're just 3.5 months away from the start now. It's going to be an 8-race calendar on this occasion, instead of the 12 races last time around. But we've got some fantastic circuits. I don't think we're missing out on any circuits. Let me put it that way. I think we're missing out a couple of the bogey tracks, certainly for some people. Some unenjoyable tracks for some, certainly. We're kicking it off with Barcelona on the 18th of November at the Circuit Catalunya. Then we're going to Misano on the 25th. Then it's going to be December the 2nd for the Nürburgring. Those races are all back-to-back, so 3 weeks in a row they'll be back-to-back Sprint Series races. But then we've got over a month off for the kind of festive period, I guess you could say, for Christmas time. And we'll be returning at Brands Hatch on January the 13th, and then it's going to be a 2-week intervals in between all of the races, so Hungaroring, Zolder, Bathurst and Spa to round off the year, round off the season. It's not really a year, it's more like a half year, but it's Series 2, it's Season 2 is what we're going to call it. And it's a good selection of circuits. I especially like Bathurst and Spa being the final 2 races. If we've got a nice championship bubbling up there's going to be some fantastic circuits to watch it play out at.
Yeah, I've always liked Spa. It's one of my favourite circuits just in general. Bathurst, an awesome circuit, a lot of legacy there. I'd say probably not one of my favourite circuits to watch, because I think while it is very fun to drive on, I think that kind of middle sector, once you kind of wind your way up the hill, you can't really do much in terms of overtaking. So the track for me just feels like, overtaking opportunity going up towards turn 2 and then down the hill into the final corner or into the S's. But pardon me, it's my arm just kind of snapped to the side, or the armrest
on your chair, not your actual arm.
Yeah, not my actual arm. My arm just snapped to the side. It's like a chicken. But no, it's good to see Bathurst. Zolder, one really fun track actually to drive. A couple of overtaking opportunities there as well. But no, as you mentioned, it's got a lot of the good tracks on the calendar. Missed out maybe a few of the tracks that some drivers are less keen on, let's say.
Yeah, I can't say that I particularly enjoy Bathurst. Sorry, not Bathurst. Sorry, what were you talking about? Zolder. Zolder, which you're talking about, that I don't particularly enjoy. I know a lot of people do. I'm not entirely sure why, but it is just chicanes, really, and I don't really enjoy it very much, personally. But I don't have to drive. We'll only be watching / commentating, and so we'll and I'll look forward to that pretty much whatever circuit it is at. So we'll be there for that one. Of course, it will be streamed live on the YouTube channel. We'll be on Facebook. We'll be everywhere basically, streaming those races, and we're looking forward to it. certainly. The other big change, I guess, for season 2, and I know this was kind of hinted at in the Monza race, that we had, I guess if you call it a false start to season 2, if you want us to say that. The fact that we've got GT3 and GT4 cars now, both on the track at the same time now. Instead of it being a single class GT3 sprint, it's now a bit of a multi-class sprint with GT3 and 4 cars.
Yeah, I don't know. What's your take on that? Are you a fan of multi-class in the sprint series, or?
I'm not sure. I mean, I enjoy British GT, which is a very similar idea to if we are indeed doing 2-hour races again. I think it is going to be 2-hour races, and GT3 and GT4. That's pretty much the British GT format for some of the races anyway, and I do enjoy that. I think around these circuits as well, it's going to be good. I'm not really sure, to be honest, whether single class racing should be kept for sprint racing or not, but I think if there ever is a mix of cars to have sprint racing multi-class, I think GT3 and GT4 is probably the only mix of cars you could probably get away with.
I think there's a better combination. You ever seen F1 cars and monster trucks?
Lawnmowers.
Yeah, you need to add some excitement. But no, in seriousness, I do agree with you. I think it comes down to, do you have enough cars in each class? As usually I'm a fan of single class racing, just because I know, all of the battling's in one place. And as a commentator, I get very confused when you've got a race and you've got to keep your eyes out on like 2 battles for the lead at the same time. So I just like it when it's one class. It makes things a bit easier for me, and I know everyone's battling against everyone, which for me makes it that little bit more exciting. But I think from a driver perspective, it definitely adds more of a challenge to have multi-class, because you've got to worry about lapping people, or if you're in the lower class, getting lapped and being able to minimize the deficit that you have when allowing the faster cars to come through.
Yeah, getting lapped is certainly an art, and that's going to have to be done throughout the GT4 class in that one. And we'll see how it pans out. I guess one more thing to mention is I think the prize money for the team's championship in GT3, it's €1,200 for the GT3 winning team, and €575 for the GT4 winning team in this one. So well worth having, certainly, and signing up for. We'd like to see all the cars on the grid. And let's not forget, this is on ACC, on Assetto Corsa Competizione, rather than R Factor 2. I know we do a lot of racing on R Factor 2 for GTR 24H, but this on ACC arguably does GT3 and GT4 cars the best of any sim at the moment, and some people would probably say the best sim around at the moment, but I know there's a fierce argument, or there would be a fierce argument about that, but it is a very good sim, and that's what we'll be using for Sprint Series Season 2 again.
I think that's the kind of line and approach you can take. It is a very good sim, and I think most people would agree with that fairly wholeheartedly. I was actually talking to Tiziano Brioni back when I did my interview with the Musto driver, and after the interview we were kind of just chatting about different sims. I also spoke to James Baldwin a long time ago, back at one of the F1 esports events, and he kind of said the same thing, that when it comes to GT cars, ACC is the best, essentially, or it feels the most realistic. The kind of consensus that I got is that R Factor 2, you can carry more speed than you otherwise could, and with something like iRacing, it feels a little bit slower than what it should be. In the words of Tiziano Brioni, on iRacing it feels like the car is on rails. If you go off the rails, if you go off that line, it just becomes unrealistically bad. I'm too bad to be able to confirm whether that is the case, but I just thought that's a nice insight for some of our viewers.
I wouldn't be able to tell either, if I'm honest. I wouldn't be much help in that situation. But did you interview Brioni in Italian or English?
I interviewed him in English. We spoke a bit of Italian afterwards. I set up the interview with him in Italian.
And he turned up at the right time and everything.
yeah. I'm not that bad, you know.
He knew what he was doing, yeah, okay.
I mean, worst case scenario, just go to Google Translate, right?
Well, I've heard bad things about Google Translate. Apparently it's not very good, but...
No, it's not very good at all.
No.
Yeah,
Since I can't speak another language to check that, I don't quite know.
I can't speak another language well enough to check that. It kind of does Google Translate to the level that I'm capable of translating to. I've noticed sometimes actually with Japanese that it's actually a little bit off, and I can't speak Japanese. It's only because I've watched so much anime now that every now and then I hear like a few phrases and I know, okay, this phrase kind of means that, and then I see it on Google Translate and I'm like, wait, that's not right. But then again, apparently anime Japanese is very different to realistic
Japanese.
Yeah. Like certain things are overemphasized and they use like words that apparently wouldn't actually be used in that context. So I don't know. I don't understand Japanese, so I can't exactly.
Apparently, also if you say certain things in a different tone of voice, it means a completely new word and everything. Like you say the same. I'm not sure if it's Japanese, but certainly something that I don't understand. It didn't use like a traditional alphabet.
That
is what I'm trying to say.
Narrow it down, Ewan.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, since I can't speak any. I mean, a language that doesn't use our alphabet is what I meant.
Okay. So talking either Arabic, Japanese, or
Russian or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
would you class like the Russian alphabet as like the same as ours?
It's somewhat recognisable, but it's not really the same, is it?
Greek I feel crosses the board. Like Greek is not recognisable, Russian like is.
Yeah.
You
anyway,
recognise Greek because you're like, if you ever get PTSD of maths classes, you're like, that's Greek.
I didn't pay enough attention in maths to really get that.
Like, remember the symbols like omega, alpha, theta, beta? You must know beta, like beta radiation.
That was physics, that was.
Yeah, okay, yeah, true. Okay, fine.
I didn't pay enough attention to that either.
Alpha in maths. You use alpha in maths?
I didn't.
In physics, yeah. Alpha radiation.
How
can you not know alpha and beta? Like...
I do. It rings a bell again about radiation and whatever, but I can't quite remember. But I can't. I didn't pay enough attention in maths or physics. I was too busy having a good time.
You're too busy having a good time.
Yeah.
Didn't we have a throwback to school earlier on in the broadcast? I swear we were talking about school not too long ago.
Were we? Was it me?
It could have been Kieran, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, that's what I mean. Was that me? I can't, because I don't remember it. I was listening to some of Extreme when I was, in between making food or whatever.
Did you hear the nickname that I gave you so endearingly?
No, I didn't actually.
I called you Ewan the Madman O'Leary.
Oh, I didn't hear. I wondered why Kieran said that. In our little chat for commentators and producers and whatever, he said that, and I was a bit confused. Like, what is he talking about? But
because I saw that message come through, and I saw you hadn't responded, I was like, you don't know the reference to that.
No, I don't know the reference. I wouldn't have responded anyway, probably, but I also didn't know the reference. No.
You're very rude like that, just not responding. Right?
I am a little bit. Sorry. I often don't know what to say. That's the problem.
Do you know what to say right now about this race?
Go on.
Oh no, I was hoping.
I don't have anything. I thought that was a rhetorical question.
I can get some if you want. I can get some.
Oh, we've got an incident report, by the way. Ooh, something's come through.
That's exciting.
I'm trying to read it, but it's against the sky, which is quite difficult to read white and white. So between me and car 111. Right, what's gone on here?
Our producer Peter is having an absolute field day right now.
What's going on here? I'm not... Did I do something? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think you did anything, Peter. Wait, I just called you.
Yusuf is right.
Oh my God, it's been a very long day.
I don't know quite what about.
I mean, now you're saying stuff as if production has told you that, but I haven't heard it myself, so now I'm getting confused. Is there like another voice? I think that's just a ghost, like a ghoul, giving you some like kind of information.
I don't know who that was. Yeah. Oh my word! That was that was a very near spin for Roland Zooks, who spelt his own name wrong, trying to get into the server earlier. I'd like to add.
I do that sometimes.
Roland or something like that. Anyway, we all know who it is, of course.
Roladin.
Yes.
Roladin. Actually, speaking of Roland Zooks, he is 43 seconds behind Stavros, not Stavros, Stavros. He has spelled his name right, Musaidis.
Well, I wouldn't know if he didn't. Alright, that was a bit mean.
I mean, have you ever heard, like, Stavros doesn't feel like a right name. Stavros feels like a name.
It does feel like a quite good name, actually, yeah.
Stavros. Might change my name to Stavros. Yeah. How would you feel just introducing me onto the stream as Stavros?
I'd feel intimidated, actually. By that name, to be honest, but yeah, it is quite intimidating, isn't it?
I wouldn't call it intimidating. That's going a bit too far.
All right, okay. Well, yeah, okay, but still, you know what I mean. It's yeah. No, that's probably the closest we're going to get to a battle in recent or in the near future, anyway. Excuse me, because Zooks is closing. Well, I don't know quite how slowly, but he's closing, and there's not that far up to Unison Racing either. So
he gained a second on Stavros last time round.
Exactly. So we've got to wait a few laps, but we will get there, I reckon, because Unison Racing have been very, very quick all weekend. If you took the qualifying times of all the people who are left, then they would be comfortably in front of everybody else. But quite the same in a race, but I would still have faith in them to catch GSR Team Aston and Unison Racing as well for a podium, maybe.
They've had a few too many spins, a few too many offs. It's not been good for them. At least they haven't hit the Prosim car twice.
That's a bit mean.
In the Unison Racing car. I mean, he did it twice. I mean, it was accidental, don't get me wrong, but it happened. It has not helped their race.
No.
And Nikolai Bezrukov, well, it wasn't, pardon me, I keep saying Nikolai Bezrukov, it was Max Bunovic who made the contact. Nikolai Bezrukov had to serve the penalties. Then Nikolai pulled out of the race. We're left with 6 GT3 cars and 1 GT4 car, the viaducting car, going around in their lovely little Alpine GT4. And I am left with the question, Ewan. Where is this rain that we were promised?
Yeah, I think we're all left with that question, really. It's supposed to be going, but apparently it's just to the north of the circuit at the moment.
I'm just going to say,
yeah.
I said from the get-go it wasn't going to rain.
Yeah, you did. It looked quite unlikely half an hour ago, but, you know, you never know. We might get away with it at this point. We might get away with it. And by the way, one more thing as well, in the last few moments just developing, is the fact that Denis Seschenko has just come into the pit lane for Unison Racing from 3rd place, drops all the way down to 5th now. So they're clearly either stretching it out a very long way or a little bit off schedule in terms of their pit stops, because you know, we're nearly at a half hour now, which is pretty much as far away as you can possibly be from the normal pit stop window, and that may well be well, that's changed a few things, hasn't it, really? So, yeah, they're in 5th now, and it's all on Zooks to catch the GSR Team Aston up in front now for 3rd place, but it just depends where this Corvette gets back into the order when the race is done, you know. Are they going to end up with an extra stop, or are they going to be 30 seconds in front of everybody else? I don't know.
Yeah, I think we just have to wait, honestly, to see how that all pans out, because let's be honest, we have no real way of knowing unless we go and look at how long each stint was and then see the lap times to see whether, you know, they had double stinted their tyres or single stinted them. Probably just going to be seeing drivers single stinting their tyres. I don't think they'll want to double stint them, but you never know.
I'm pretty sure we saw Alexander Zakharov in the Unison Racing car doing a double stint earlier. but I'm not entirely sure if that was the case or whether he was just losing a bit of time, but he certainly lost a lot more time in the second stint than he did in the first, which points towards a double stint.
Yep.
So maybe that was the case, or maybe not. We'll have to wait and find out, really. But 4.5 hours to go right now. We're going to take a little commercial break right now, but we'll be back in a couple of moments' time with more racing from the 12 hours of Monza.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Monza special event here, broadcasted by GTR 24H. We are back with 4 hours 26 minutes remaining, just under, and still watching Roland Zux because he's just about to, well, not just about to catch GSR team, but he's trying to, and that's the closest battle we have going on out there on the circuit at the moment. Satellite Racing still leading with Prosim in second, I forgot their name for a minute, and then that Aston Martin Audi battle going on for third, if you count the Corvette of Unison Racing in there as well in P5, and then it's all fairly close in that kind of region of the order. But other than that, it's very spaced out with the laps between most of the cars as things stand.
And we have 4.5 hours remaining in the race. Ryan Nash doing a good job for VSR Satellite Racing. We still lead the race by a fairly comfortable margin as well, over a lap clear of Prosim. We might be getting some battles starting to emerge in the battle for P3. Stavros Mouzaides ahead of Roland Zux, and then Arturus Kamal in the 717 Unison Racing car. The three of them currently separated by around about 85 seconds. And we'll see whether that does start to close. I mean, Roland Zux has been closing in on Stavros slowly but surely, and I think Arturus Kamal has been dropping further and further back.
It seems to be the case for the moment, but it could change. I can't remember what we were talking about before the ad break, because things went on in the ad break that made me completely forget. But anyway, I was going to pick up the conversation from where it was, but I can't remember where it was, so like trying to look for some money you think you lost, but you've actually not lost any, you're just poor. Anyway, Zux is just having a big slide through Ascari there. That Audi does seem quite twitchy and slidey, actually, looking at it. We've seen Kienek got off the road quite a few times, and Dukes now as well is having a few problems trying to manhandle that car, so clearly not the most comfortable car to be driving, and maybe not the situation you want to be in a 12-hour race.
You never want to be in that situation. I think you always want to be at the front of the field, to be honest with you. And Roland Sux and the 33 of Mugen Sim Racing could very easily be in the top 3 if it wasn't for a few silly mistakes they made, namely spinning one time out of the Roger chicane, and they clipped their rear end against the barrier. They had to sit in the pits for a while, and then afterwards they had a spin on the X off a Scurry, which we think left them with some damage, as they did have a rather long stop afterwards. But it could just be coincidence.
Yeah, it was a bit weird actually, because we're not quite sure, or we didn't see any damage get picked up, yet it seemed like there was damage on the car the way the pit stop happened, so it was very weird actually, but it doesn't look like it's going to deny them a podium in this race the way they're going. Actually quite surprised at Mugen Sim Racing this race, because if we look back to the EWC races, and you'd think a very consistent team, they wouldn't be throwing it off the road all the time, but they've had quite a lot of incidents throughout this race. Maybe the unfamiliarity of the Audi is not helping, because they drive the old McLaren in the EWC.
And I'm just trying to remember. In the EWC is GT and GT3, they're in the GT3 class, so they're in the same class here. I don't know why they didn't go with the McLaren 720S. Oh, actually, no, they go with the 650 usually, don't they?
They go for the old version, don't they?
Yeah.
650? I thought it was 570.
It's a 570? I don't know.
Having this discussion with David earlier on, and neither of us could get to the bottom of it then either. I forgot. I have to give it a Google.
Well, we'll have to check. Actually, you know what? I've got some time now. Why don't I drop down a good old googly. McLaren 650S. Yeah, there's a McLaren 650S.
650, not 570 is the GT4 car by the looks of things. I think you might be right, looking at the images.
570 doesn't have a rear spoiler, and the 650 has a tiny little one. Like a little...
The GT3 version is fantastic looking, isn't it?
McLaren seems to be actually really good looking, in fairness to them.
I know everyone raves about the new McLaren being very, very nice, but the old ones are pretty good as well. 650.
See, now that you've done that, I want to see my my favourite car of all time. This was back when I was actually really into new car releases and stuff, and I really liked the Porsche. I think it was the 919 Spider. It was the first hybrid car that they released.
What's the 919 the LMP one? I don't think. Do you mean the 918?
It might be the 918. No, I think it's. Let me check. 918. Yeah, 918. Yeah.
The 919 was the. Did it win? Yeah, it won Le Mans in 2015. There you go.
Just look at that 918. It's so gorgeous. And hybrid too. So you get extra power as well.
Yeah. It's not hybrid in the traditional sense, is it really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, isn't that hybrid though?
It still is. It still counts. It's just not quite the same as cars that normal people can afford.
Well, I mean, that's just supercars in general. It's not really a car, is it? It's too expensive.
Yeah, it's not a car if it's too expensive. If I can't buy it, it's not a car. No.
I can't buy many cars, to be honest.
Cars wouldn't exist if they were based on what I could buy. No.
Little matchbox cars.
Yeah, exactly. There are only them allowed. Those ones that look like you could roll down a hill, like when you put someone in a big tyre, and then you roll them down the hill. No? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you seen Grown Ups?
No.
Oh. Because I think there's a scene in Grown Ups, there are probably a few other films where this is, I think, a child just stuck in a really big tractor tyre, and the tractor tyre just rolls down the hill. It's very entertaining.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic.
I'm sure you can find a video somewhere if you're watching of a similar incident. There's probably many. I don't know how you'd go about googling that, if I'm honest, but go for it.
We have ways.
Yeah. Yes.
It sounds so like eerie and creepy, doesn't it?
I know. Yeah, that's why I laughed really, because it was pretty funny. But anyway. Can't quite remember how we got onto that subject. We talk about cars, and all of a sudden, getting people to Google. Anyway, currently on board with the Corvette. We were for briefly the last few moments.
Oh my
What's wrong?
God. Just this conversation.
That sounds like one of mine, to be honest. Yeah.
Is this how you usually feel when I talk?
It's what that's more of an insult than you realise, I think. But anyway, there's the order, by the way, on your screen right now. Is this how you feel when I talk? That's really. I'm not entirely sure how to go about answering that.
Yes.
Let's start with a yes.
It's a self-depreciating humour that always works, right? Because you can't not laugh because self-depreciating. It'd just be rude, like not to at least give it to me. So
give it a snigger.
Wait. Okay, I just heard that completely differently from what you had from what you said for a second. I was like, wait, what? And then I realised what you actually said.
Is that not a thing where you're from?
No, it is, but I just heard it without the S, and I was like,
that would have been a great idea to say on a live stream, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or in any situation.
Ewan would never Ewan doesn't approach lines though, and then I was like, oh, that's what he said. Yes.
Lots of rain hanging around in the area, by the way, and we're still shocked that it's not here. How
about, and hear me out on this. Oh, wait, I see a wiper going. I see wipers for Roland Zutz. So I was about to say, let's not talk about the rain until it actually comes, but then the rain has come, so we can talk about it.
We can, because there are wipers. 2 millimeters of rain. I don't really know how much that is, if that's light or heavy, but finally, it's here. According to the forecast I looked at earlier, it's an hour and 45 behind schedule, and looking at the radars we saw earlier, it's probably nearer to 5 or 6 hours behind schedule, but anyway, it is finally here, and it's a real crunch time in the race now because of this rain.
Yeah. Well, we talked about the rain and now the wipers have gone. The wipers have stopped. You know what? Let's not talk about the rain. Like, even if the rain comes down, we'll just be like, oh, why do these drivers have their wipers on? Oh, that's interesting. And that's it.
Yeah. We'll not mention it because it is putting a little bit of curse on things, we can't lie.
Production, could you stop trying to jinx it? Like, do you want this rain to come or not? Because if you want the rain to come, stop saying it's going to come. Oh, you don't care. You're just here for the what
information,
chaos, the anarchy.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ignore everything production says about the rain.
Yeah, about the rain, yeah. But when will you know when it's not about the rain?
Well, I'm listening, but it's like the stuff that's about the rain. I'm like,
just remove it.
Dunk it. Yeah, dunk it. Basketball dunk. I'm leaning over to the side.
Yeah, just half a face of Yusuf. Yeah.
I mean, I think an entire face is just too much anyway. I'm brighten it up, brighten up your day.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. I brought the sun out in the UK. It's literally a power I have.
Is the sun out in the UK?
I can see the sun's out for you from your curtains.
It's just light, I think.
Is it just light?
I don't think it's...
Not sunlight.
No, it's just cloud light.
Cloud light.
That's what it's called. It's not, is it? But anyway, it's there's certainly not a cloud light. Oh, hello, there's another incident here. I wonder which of us is this directed at? But I want to know. But I can't read it right now.
Me again, is it? Stuff to come up in the Facebook chat. That's where I look.
I can't. I get a brief moment to read it while it goes over these banners that aren't white, but this one is, so I can't do that. And yeah, the sky is not helping me out here, and it's gone, so I'll never know.
Well,
Incident under review.
there you have
Incident
it.
involving car
Hopefully-
hash from the stewards is gonna
hopefully
rain in
people
Oh.
number
at home.
800 on lap 170
Oh, okay.
turn.
Wait, the stewards are reviewing the rain situation? What does that mean? Are they going to give... Is this like football? What, they're going to give a red card to the rain? What does that mean?
The rain's under investigation or something.
For causing a collision?
I'm not sure really what you do about it. Who do you charge about the rain anyway? I don't know.
Incident position.
God gets
Incident
10
involving
points to his
car
racing
hash from the
license.
stewards
Oh,
is gonna rain in
Jesus.
car
Yeah,
800
rain
on
under
lap
investigation for
170.
To be honest-
causing a collision under yellow flag conditions.
Stewards' decision.
I know,
Rain is coming.
Yeah, the rain is coming apparently. We've been saying that for ages though.
Just don't bring up the rain.
Yeah, we're not bringing it up. What I was going to say is that there's going to be lots of penalty points handed out for rain causing a collision at Spa. I know people won't have been able to catch much of it because of this race, but the Spa 24 Hours is happening, and it rained quite a lot, and there was quite a lot of collisions. So there's a few red cards handed out there,
Yeah.
figuratively.
Yeah, speaking of Spa 24 Hours, the good Spa 24 Hours is happening on the 26th of August to the 29th of August. That's the Endurance E-Racing World Championship 24 Hours. Make sure to tune in, put it in your diaries, put it in your calendar. Write
Already in mind.
if that's your kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's already noted it down.
Good job.
Getting towards the end of summer at that point, but hopefully we'll actually have seen the sun by that point, because I don't know about...
The last week's been alright. The last couple of weeks felt decent.
Not really. This last week has not been good. The week before that though was pretty good, but I was locked inside, so I couldn't enjoy it.
I can't remember which week, but I feel like we had 1 week at the start of June, which was really good. Then it rained for 2 weeks. Then we had a good week. Then it's kind of been mediocre. We've had some good.
Been very mediocre this summer, yeah.
It's been very coin flip.
It has been very mediocre. There's the poster, by the way, for the 24 Hours of Spa, which is
That's a poster.
in 4 weeks.
I really like the black, yellow, and red used in that poster.
I mean, please tell me I don't have to explain to you why they're there.
I know.
Okay.
I was trying to find something interesting on the poster I could talk about. I was like, I like the colours. I like the yellow and
No,
red.
it is good actually.
Yeah.
No, it is good. Yeah, we'll be racing that in 4 weeks' time. I think that's probably that might be the next broadcast for GTR 24. It's quite a long time.
Sprint Series is first, I think.
Oh, that's in November. That's definitely not next.
It's not in November.
It is.
It is?
Yes, it is.
I thought the Sprint Series was going to start in September or August.
Well, it was, but it's been moved.
Okay.
So,
See,
yeah.
Wait, I never got told about that.
Oh, apparently we can't tell you why it was pushed back, actually, on the stream.
Tell them that we're not allowed to tell them that we can't
Why not?
tell them either.
It just keeps them on the edge of their seat, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. No, but then they're gonna try to want to find out.
It can't be that big of a well, it might be. I don't know, because I don't know either. But anyway, it doesn't really matter.
I thought it was going to start on the 18th. I thought that was the opening round, but
18th of November, yeah.
just like the rain, we were told there's rain, then it's coming later. We were told there's Sprint Series, but now it's starting in November. That means it's going to be raining because we're using live weather. I wanted dry races, got some wet races. What's going
sorry.
on?
No, I thought Ryan Asher was going to overshoot turn 1 there, but he was okay. The rain didn't cause that particular accident, but the wipers are definitely going again now. And the gap between Mugen and GSR is coming down.
Incident under review.
Roland Zooks just put in a 47.5. which signifies, if anything, signifies that whatever rain has come down so far has not affected the lap times, because his fastest lap is a 46.7. Either way, that 47.5 for Roland Zux was nearly 3 seconds quicker than Stavros or Musaidis, which is one of the coolest names I've got to say all day today. And now he is 17.5 seconds behind the number 14 GSR Team Aston car. And, well, as we mentioned, closing in.
Yeah, he is indeed. It's all about kind of confidence in these conditions. You know, if you are comfortable, then you are going to be able to go fairly quickly in the changeable weather. But if you're not very comfortable, then things are going to go pretty bad for you. So yeah, the Aston Martin might be just struggling a little bit. Ron Zux, though, clearly seems to be very confident in the car. Although that's a big slide, well caught though. It's a great onboard shot though. A great view as to what the weather is actually like right now.
Yeah. Should we just get an onboard view just to see like how rainy this rain actually is?
We've got one on the screen right now, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't looking at that one. Okay, yeah, the rain is quite rainy.
Quite wet.
Yeah, it's not rainy then. Oh, you just given me a great idea. Like, you know how like my online username is Milky Cereal? I think I'm gonna make another one called Wet Rain.
Wet Rain.
I think that has the same kind of energy to it.
Like, it's obvious because milk should be on cereal.
Yeah, exactly. But unlike Milky Cereal, it's not something that people like. So I don't know.
Well, some people like rain.
Maybe I should call myself Dry Sunshine.
Into the pit lane, by the way, Ron Zux, and oh yeah, I'm not picking that one up. We'll see what goes on here. Is he going to put wet tyres on or something?
I think he's
Surely
going to
not.
stop the car first. It's going to get raised up on the jacks.
Oh yeah, that's going to happen first, but he's the only one in the pit lane at the moment. He's the first to blink if indeed it is going to be wet tyres.
It surely can't. Like, they're only going like 2 seconds a lap slower.
Well, it's an odd time to take a pit stop. I can't say I've been noting down when they've been coming in, but I don't think they were due one yet.
So, I'm looking at most drivers. They are about 2-3 seconds off their fastest laps of the race. And considering that they'd usually probably be about a second off anyway, I don't think 1 second a lap slower is enough to force the wet tyres. I'd laugh if it now stops raining after they put on wet tyres, to be honest, because that's kind of how the weather's been lately. You know, it gets cloudy. Are we going to have rain? No. Are we going to have rain? No.
Mugen Sim Racing's luck, really, in this race, for that to happen. Not had it all their own way, certainly.
In fairness for Mugen, or in fairness against Mugen, I guess, and something we were discussing while we were in the break, all of the mistakes that have affected Mugen have been, you know, Mugen's own fault, right? You know, it hasn't been, it hasn't been caused by other drivers. It's been their own mistakes that have affected them. And this one, okay, it's not really in their hands what happens with the weather if it stops raining, but I think this is too early to put on wet tyres, personally, judging by the lap times.
Yeah, you could be right, looking at this right now. We're not sure, by the way, that rain tyres have indeed been put on that car. This is an off-board shot.
Is there any way to find out for us? Ooh, okay, actually, Roland Zux is 4 seconds behind Arcturus Kamal. So that is riding on board with Roland Zux now. It's not the car directly in front, it's the one ahead of that. So let's see how that gap evolves.
Yeah, let's. That's a very important one, really, in relation to this race. He's already searching for wet patches, though. Trying to get as much respite from the dry line as possible. Oh, it's got all the looks of someone who's gone onto wet tyres, isn't it, really, driving for the other parts of the circuit.
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. There's no reason for you to do that if you weren't on wet tyres, so you're trying to keep those tyres cool. Essentially, wet tyres are slightly softer rubber than slick tyres, and that's just so that you can get heat into them, because guess what? When it rains, it tends to be cooler, so you need to get heat into your tires easier, so they're made out of softer rubber. So when you do have wet tires on and it's these kind of greasy conditions but not fully wet, you tend to take the car into the wet patches just so that it's offline and not where the heat is, a chance for those tires to cool down a little.
Yeah, indeed. There's a bit of a wet radar on the oh my word, on the left-hand side. That's quite soggy. So yeah, while it is raining right now, it looks like it's stopped. But that might not continue on for too much longer. I would say that's not a great call really from Mugen Sim Racing, but it's not really slowing them down, is it? Because they're only a second and a bit behind that Unison Racing Corvette now. And oh my goodness, that's a big slide for Zooks.
Yep.
Maybe he's not on the wets at all.
Maybe he's just on dry, he's trying to find the wet patches before it rains, and it's like, these tyres need some extra water on them.
Here he goes anyway. Looks like he's going to try and make the move here. And I don't think there's going to be too much of an argument about it, even if they wanted to, because Unison Racing car really hasn't got the pace to cope at the moment. Down the inside goes, oh, in the damp conditions as well.
So I now think it is time for wet tyres. Most of the drivers, their laps are about 4 or 5 seconds off, and it's, you know, starting to increase. So I think maybe Roland Zux and the Mugen Sim Racing team, maybe they found the perfect lap. Maybe it was 1 lap too early. Oh, this is so brave. But you can see on the outside, the Unison Racing car, there's just no grip out there. They just run completely wide. And that's what happens when you're on, you know, the grippy line in the wet. If anyone's ever been to a track, if you ever go to, you know, your local karting track when it's kind of damp, walk next to the track and kind of rub your foot on the tarmac, rub it on where like the rubber is, and then rub it where the rubber isn't, and you'll notice that it's a lot grippier where the rubber isn't, and your foot will slide less, and that's just because rubber gets very slippery. You know, if you don't have a karting track near you to do this experiment on, just get an eraser from your, you know, your little brother's pencil case, dab it in some water and just feel how slippery it is. It's that straightforward.
Oh, Viaducton, by the way, the only GT4 car in the field right now, has stopped on the way down to turn 1 and now is in the pit lane. So we're into the garage, so not entirely sure why, but it has unfortunately gone back into the pits. Hopefully they do return, because the experience at the very least will be fantastic for them, but that's not good news. Oh, hopefully they can get back. Unfortunately, most of the cars that have gone to the garage has not been able to return here, so that doesn't bode well really for Viaducton.
Now let's just see, you know, we kind of expected Roland Zux to be faster than Arcturus Kamal. Is Stavros in the pits? No, Stavros is... Actually, I think Stavros has pitted. I'm trying to check that.
No, he can't have done. He's still a minute 43 in front.
Oh yeah, okay. He's a minute 43 ahead. I think he pits at the end of his lap, because he's been losing half a second each sector to Roland Zux. And I think, yeah, he's coming into the pits. He's taking the tight line through Parabolica. No?
He stays out for now.
I think this is a bad decision for him.
Well, it just depends what the rain's doing, really. Is it getting worse, or is it getting slightly better before it gets worse? We know it is going to get worse at some point, but we keep pushing back the time frame for when that's going to be. Said it for ages, but still not quite truly going down as heavy as we were promised at the moment. So it's still very bizarre.
Well, 4 hours remaining, Ewan, and I think this might be the ideal time to jump on into another commercial break.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 12 Hours of Monza here, special event from GTR 24H. We've got 3 hours and just under 56 minutes remaining. I'm Ian O'Leary. I'm now joined by Chris Buxton for the next few hours in this race. Good to have you along, Chris. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, we've got a very nice special event coming up. You've joined at just the right time. It's bubbling up quite nicely and there's some water getting onto the circuit. We've been promised it all day and it's finally coming just as you're arriving.
I've clearly brought the British weather with me. But yeah, we've been debating about the weather for several days now, and it's yet to arrive. So yeah, that's absolutely incredible that we're finally getting it in the tail end of the race. But yeah, what a kind of thrills and spills race it's been. You know, certainly the practice and the qualifying session leading up to now. It's been the 65 and 33 teams that have been rocking the top of the tree, and suddenly the Mugen Sim Racing squad in the Audi is some 4 laps behind, and you know, the 65 VSR Satellite Racing McLaren is well, I was about to say romping off into the distance, which would be a little bit unfair. There's only a lap to their good at the moment, but yeah, it's amazing how everything can completely change. The Pro Sim Bentley right up there in the podium position as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a couple of surprise podiums, I would say, anyway, at the moment. Well, first of all, the 65 actually being in the lead is a bit of a miracle because, let's not forget, they were the ones that started from the very back of the field in this one. The sister team took pole position and the 65 ended up in last position at the end of qualifying. But now, as you can see from the standings on your screen right now, they are currently leading by just over a lap ahead of ProSim. Then we've got GSR Team Aston in third place, ahead of Unison Racing and Mugen Sim Racing. They're all very close actually in fighting over that last podium spot. And then we've got DSR Nightmare Mads Hedegaard, after having some issues in the first couple of hours, smoothing things out now, but not having such a good time because they're still a couple of laps down. And the Vantage GT4, unfortunately, is down in the garage at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. Hopefully they can get back, but things are not looking great for them at the moment. 65 Satellite Racing Team still leading them. Ryan Nash we're currently on board with. It's been a fantastic drive from them. We keep mentioning it. I know we do enjoy qualifying, and qualifying this weekend has been absolutely fantastic. We saw it last night, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter all that much because you can still come from the very back of the field and be leading the race even after only 8 hours.
Very true. I mean, we talked a lot yesterday about the one lap pace being nice, but not the be all and end all. We'll see how that transpires into overall race pace for them. But they seem to be making a pretty good job of it so far. So good. Like I said, Ryan Nash still at the top of the tree. It's curious to see the ProSim Bentley in second. The only reason I say that is because they were kind of midfield for most of qualifying, but we saw a lot of slipstreaming practice from them in the practice session 2 days ago, so that they really used that to their effect. I mean, it seems that nothing other than themselves can stop the 65 VSR Satellite Racing McLaren at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way for the moment. I don't know if we've still got that stream from ProSim at the moment here that we can bring up alongside the car in real life, but probably not, because we had it a long time ago and we haven't seen it for quite a while, so there's probably a new driver in there at this point. We'll try and find it because it is good to see the behind the scenes and whatever. I know that we've had that in the past for the EWC, for example. The likes of the ASSR Lab give us an onboard view of their pit wall where everything's coordinated from, and Viaducton give us a shot of their rig as well, which is a triple screen display, and it's all very nice as well. But we'll try and get the ProSim stream up in a few moments time. Easy for me to say, but no, they're running in second place at the moment in the Bentley, which is a car that's not been used very much, but we're very glad to have it on the grid. It's a lot of people's favourite car, and so it's here, and there's the stream on the right hand side. I said this a little bit earlier on, but the stream for me anyway really gives us a view of how hard the drivers have to work and what a battering their arms and wrists it takes, especially around Monza, where you have to monster the curves in these GT3 cars. It's got to take some kind of a toll at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we saw a lot of very tail happy cars as well during the practice session in particular, and we're not seeing too much of that at the moment. As coming out of the pits now is the sixth position Audi. They're doing a fairly good job and remaining in there. Not a lot of retirements as well. It's good to see. It seems we have lost I was about to say we've lost our GT4 entrant, but no, they're right up in 7th position overall. So a few people seem to have had a few thrills and spills since I last saw them, but still several cars still running good and strong. Fastest lap with the 33. That's not a surprise considering how hotly the pole position was contested between the 33 and 65 teams. But yeah, just the 65s, the VSR Satellite Racing Squad have just maintained that level of consistency. They barely put a foot wrong all race long. Fair play to them.
Yeah, absolutely fair play to them, because they've put a fantastic job in here and are doing very well indeed. Kind of replacing the 64 team that were leading for so long. If you remember back to the start of the race, Mugen Sim Racing took the lead through the first few minutes of the race, because the Audi seems to be very, very good on the high fuel load and a new set of tyres. They seem to be very quick out the blocks, but then the McLaren comes back to the Audi generally, and that's what Yumi Nisolo was able to use to nearly get to the lead before they came into contact, and Marie Reus got into the lead from Deuces Motorsport Club, but eventually was dethroned. Yumi Nisolo got out in front, but Dalton Varkingy, as it was at the time, was not really able to get through at all for Mugen, and they lost quite a lot of time. It would have been all fine had they not had a couple more issues along the way. A few spins at this point, and Christopher Kienak's latest one got him into contact with barriers, and a couple of pit stops for damage has put them down into P5. But I mean, the pace they've shown this weekend has been frightening, really, and it's no surprise to see them catching up fourth and third, and I think with still nearly 4 hours to go, it's not out of the realms of possibility to see them on the podium this weekend, even after all of their trials and tribulations.
Yeah, completely. Monza being one of these circuits that is ingrained in the DNA of any racer, isn't it? It's one of these things that it's a track everybody knows. It's a track that everybody has seen, no matter what your category of racing, whether a two-wheel, four-wheel, single-seater, GT, club level, professional level, doesn't matter. Everybody knows this circuit, so it's a little bit easier on the drivers to go through the motions, to go through the lap on lap on lap on lap, not necessarily on autopilot, because that would be a little bit unfair to say, but it's you do have an element of just running through the laps. When you've got a 12-hour, even a 6-hour, even a 3-hour race, there's an element of just muscle memory and not necessarily having the brain engaged at 100% for the whole time. They can't do it, it's physically impossible. But even still, these guys have been going for well over half the race now. And I would imagine fatigue is going to be really playing a part in this race. Now, of course, it's still broad daylight, which will help them. But we're seeing the headlights on with still that threat of rain that will be, keeping a lot of eyes looking skywards. It still seems very elusive. I mean, if it was the UK, it would be absolutely flooded by now, as is the way of the British weather. But still so far so good, and long may it continue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a different mindset, especially for people from a rainier part of the world like we are. It's going to a place like Italy doesn't seem that should be possible. What their weather is like, but it is somehow, and it's a bit weird to see Monza with such thunderstorms. Really, I was talking about this a little bit earlier on, but the Alps are a good 100 kilometres away. I didn't think it would play too much of an effect. For example, it's not based within a mountain range like Spa for the Ardennes is, or Nürburgring for the Eiffel Mountains is. I wouldn't have thought weather should roll in quite so quickly, and it hasn't been rolling in quickly. It's been a very slow, long and drawn out process, but the changeable weather conditions isn't often a thing I associate with Monza, yet we've had a lot of it so far this race and this weekend.
That's the way it rolls, isn't it? That's the joy of racing, whether it's in sim form or the real thing. You just never know. You have a predefined idea on who's going to go well, and indeed, like I said, the Mugen Sim Racing Squad and VRS Satellite Racing on the 65 McLaren were in our minds due to do well, because they were quite some distance in raw lap time ahead of the rest. And look at them now. Of course, you have got the 65 McLaren now in the hands of I think that's just changed whilst I've been here. So Tom Capusta now has that one in his hand, but he's a he's nearly a minute and a half ahead of the Pro Sim Bentley. And like I said, that started some middle of the pack. Yes, of course, grid starting position it's not necessarily irrelevant, but it's not indicative of really anything in an endurance race. But it just goes to show that the raw pace isn't everything, and I would imagine that, like I said earlier, the fatigue is really going to be playing a big thing. Looking at the 33, that's in the hands of Roland Sux at the moment. So let's see if he's able to close in. You sort of alluded earlier, he was trying to hunt down the 717. He's some 33 seconds behind them. So I'll say not major lap gaps either in the top 6 after this length of time. That's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. we've seen a lot of these guys, I mean pretty much everybody surely has had some kind of problem along the way now, and the field is getting more stretched out, as you would imagine, given that we're over 8 hours 15 into this one. But yeah, we've still got less than a lap out front at the moment, because Satellite Racing have not long been in the pit lane. As you say, Tom Kapusta now is driving that car for the first time. Apparently, Kieran said this earlier, Polish-Canadian driver, kind of a mixed nationality. I'm pretty sure that was Tom Kapusta, but anyway. Yeah, we've got a few different, obviously we've got information on everybody, and we're trying to work out which bit is relevant or not. But yeah, Tom Kapusta is still leading at the moment. 1 minute and 45 seconds of an advantage in front of Prosim, as you weren't joking about the Mugen Sim Racing car actually pushing, because they've just pushed a little bit over the edge actually onto the gravel through Lesmo 1, and yeah, that's just an illustration really of how hard they're pushing. I would argue at some points, I don't want to criticise these guys driving too much because I'm a terrible one myself, but you know, it's kind of our job. You know, maybe pushing a little bit too hard at times throughout this race.
Like you say, it's easy for us to say. It's a comfy seat in the commentary box when situations like that happens. So yeah, but I mean, looking at some of the cars, they have got some windscreen wipers open. It does look like we're finally seeing signs of the rain beginning to bother some of the drivers. That could shake up the order. Now, we didn't get any wet weather running during practice or qualifying. Qualifying was running both day and night conditions, so that cycle was dealt with, but rain, no sign of it. Well, rain was very much a no-show. And the 33 Audi, like I say, in the hands of Ronan Sukes at the moment, last time around, 148, 590, is some 3 seconds a lap quicker than the 717 team. That's the Unison Racing Corvette. And they struggled a little bit with that Corvette during qualifying, but they managed to keep that level of consistency well up there in the field in 4th position. So yeah, that's good to see that they are still going. And that screaming Audi in the hand of Roland Six now heading down towards Del Loggia. No one immediately ahead of him. He's still got, what's he got to close down? Still 30 seconds, but he's closed in about 5 seconds in the last 3 laps or so. So, like you say, he's really, really pushing hard. But he's got to be careful of overdriving the car, especially if the grip level's now going to start to descend, because there is that troublesome falling water that we've been looking forward to. Well, we commentators have been looking forward to it. I'm not sure the drivers have particularly. But even still, that doesn't seem to be bothering Ronan Sukes any. Lap times are coming down. You can see that across the field. We're seeing regular 50s and 51s where we were getting the 46 and 47s. My goodness, watching the steering wheel of Ronan Sukes, he's hustling that car hard to make up for lost ground. But yeah, I mean, he's still got 3 and a bit hours to go. He doesn't need to necessarily push that hard, but they're aiming for the top spots. He's got 3 laps to undo if he wants to get the top spot, certainly. But he's going to need a bit of luck on his side to close down 3 laps in 3 hours. I mean, I know they're quicker than the field. They're not that much quicker than the field, but that's not bothering them yet.
No, they're certainly doing everything they can at this stage to try and get up towards the front of the field. As I said, I think a podium is still possible for them, but whether they're going to get it or not is another story. Just under 27 seconds up to Unison Racing, but then they're actually over a lap behind GSR Team Aston at the moment, and I'm not entirely sure when they're coming. I think Unison Racing will be in about 10 minutes, so just over that, but for some reason GSR Team Aston have done themselves a massive favour in these last round of stops also, and they've got themselves a big margin actually, so that's interesting to see. But yeah, Zooks is certainly pushing. We've enjoyed the ride on board with him in the last few moments, and this Audi does seem to be a little bit snappy, a little bit excitable at times. Maybe that's helpful for sprint racing. You get the car turned in, you're going to have no problems with understeer or anything like that. But, can you really keep that car on the road, your concentration for an entire 12-hour race? Unfortunately, we've seen that car in the wall one too many times in this race, really, but it's still going. That's the most that can be said for it, and it's all about confidence in these conditions. It's changeable right now. What these guys would rather, really, is that, well, most of them anyway, would rather a completely dry circuit or a completely wet one, because that would just make things simple. But the way things are right now, it's really not simple. You've got to judge the grip every single corner that you go into. It's a new level of grip. You've got to judge it every time. And if you're not confident in your car to begin with, then that calculation all of a sudden becomes a lot more difficult.
Yeah, precisely, and this is not really what these guys want, especially in an endurance event. Now, in shorter races, having changeable weather is easier to handle because you're not handling it for so long. But, you know, like we said earlier, these guys have been going for hours. You know, there's going to be a fair amount of fatigue, and now they are forced to concentrate more than they normally would do because they can't just rely on muscle memory 100% of the time. They can't rely on this set braking point or this set turning in point being exactly the same as it was last lap because of varying amounts of rain out there, and like exactly as you said, Ewan, that's going to change lap on lap, better and worse. They can't just assume it's going to degrade as the race goes on. So yeah, times like this, the commentary box seat gets even more comfortable.
Yeah, it does get very comfortable, and it gets quite exciting as well for us commentators. We very much enjoy a bit of changeable conditions. Oh my word, Zooks is going backwards into Lesmo 1 and presumably the same through Lesmo 2. The rain is starting to get a little bit harder now, and it's getting a little bit more difficult. By the way, we've got an unfortunate update actually, on the only GT4 that entered here this weekend, the Viaduct and Ducklings car. Unfortunately, they absolutely exploded their engine going down towards turn number 1, the fastest point on the circuit, and the engine had enough. Clearly, we saw it stopped on the way down towards turn number 1. Well, that wasn't for any good issue, I'm afraid, as if there is one. It was the end of their engine, I'm afraid, and it spells the end of their race. So an interesting lineup. Certainly, we know that it was made up of three very young kart racers, up and coming. I'm sure we'll see more of them in the future, and a great place to learn actually. That there was no pressure on them with no other GT4 cars. It's just a special event. It doesn't really matter. There's not a whole year's work lying on this race. It's just a special event, a bit of a test event for a lot of these guys, and none more so than those ones. And it was a great place to learn. Unfortunately, 8 hours was enough for that engine, and no more learning can be done for them on this occasion, I'm afraid. But a great experience for those young drivers nonetheless.
Absolutely, and they really did give it their best, and we really do hope they return for future events. Also, the 62 car hit the Pro Sim team twice during the course of the event, so a drive-through and a 30-second stop-go penalty for them. That's the Unison Racing BMW has come to grief a few times. So yeah, they've had some big surprises as the hours continue to count away, but yeah, it just really goes to show the experience as well of the 65 team. They've done very, very well to maintain the gap that they have. But I'm also keeping a very, very firm eye on that gap between Ronan Suits in the 33 and the 717 Unison Racing Corvette currently in the hands of Arcturus Kamal, and that gap is plummeting. It's now under 20 seconds, so he's really got to grips with the lack of grip out there as Ronan Suits absolutely having doing a sterling job out there. He's currently screaming down towards, he's just coming in to Parabolica now. You can just see by the state of the road, he's just, the water level is getting more and more of a concern, but in other areas the water's barely there, so he's really having to focus very, very hard. But at the moment, he's doing a grand job to shrink that gap between himself and the Corvette. Now will be another 3 seconds to his advantage. 149.182 for the 33 Audi and 152.297 for the Corvette. But after that, he's got quite a big gap between himself and Stavros Masadis in the number 14. That's the GSR Team Aston, the sole Aston in the event. Only 6 cars remaining now. The attrition rate has been a little bit unkind, but that again is the nature of endurance racing. Is there will be times when either technical issue or we've had actually sickness in one of the teams, so that's a great shame for them. But like you said, it's not necessarily years and years of worth of work that led up to this point. For some teams, it's kind of, well, let's do a few laps and then give it a try, and all credit to them for trying that. A lot of practice goes into these events, yes, but at least sim racing is always a cost-effective way of pounding around Monza for 12 hours.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely costs a lot less to do this here than in real life. There's no doubt about that one. There is actually, there was last year anyway, a 12-hour race at Monza in real life for similar cars in GT3 cars. It was thunderstormy conditions that weekend as well, actually, which is almost ironic, but it was so thunderstormy that a tree actually blew onto the circuit. I mentioned this a little bit earlier on, but that's quite extreme, really. And I know I'm not going to repeat Kieran's terrible pun about trees and extreme, but anyway, you get the rest. It was very, very wet indeed, and finally it looks like we're seeing some kind of moisture falling from the sky, although it's not quite as much. There's no spray being picked up per se, and I haven't seen anybody jumping into the pit lane for wet tyres just yet, but I am starting to see a couple of mistakes out there. A 2-minute lap time from GSR Team Aston has got to be a mistake from those guys on that lap, and a 1 minute 54 despite not making any mistake. That's when those kind of lap times is when you start to really realise that these conditions really are actually starting to have an effect now. It's not sort of visual, psychological rain, as I would call it, anymore. It's proper rain now, and it's actually making a difference to these cars rather than just their brains.
Yeah, the really, really wet rain that tends to happen. But yeah, absolutely. It's even affecting the 33 Audi. As I've been keeping a very close eye on that, and even the tail of that under the very experienced right foot of Rona Sukes is really getting lively now. He's been the fastest man on track for quite some time, even quicker than the 65 car of Tom Kapusta at the moment. But they've got a minute and a half plus lead up front, which over the course of 9 hours or 8.5 hours is not a huge gap, but it's certainly enough that he doesn't feel the need to push. He's still building that gap, albeit only by about 0.3 of a second the last time around. The lap times are still not drastically different. As wow, just watch the Audi very sideways through Parabolica. He caught that one very, very well. You're not seeing huge gaps in the lap time either. We're not seeing 2 minutes from one people, 150 from another. It's all in the same kind of ballpark, other than individual mistakes that are kicking in. So again, great effort from these guys. But I'm suspecting we're going to be seeing some time, certainly some spray, but more than likely some pit stops relatively soon. Just watching how these cars are skating around.
I'm really quite amazed that we've not seen really pit stops so far for the weather, because it's getting quite wet now and it's getting quite difficult. We're seeing Zooks pushing it hard here. We've been watching him on board for the last few moments. It looks like the GSR Team Aston's actually been in the pit lane, unless they've had a catastrophic mistake, because the gap's now down below 23 seconds as opposed to nearly a lap that it was earlier on. The rain is getting heavier as well now, by the way, 3 millimetres an hour, which again I'm not quite sure how much is, but it's certainly enough to make a difference. There's no doubt about that, and it is making a difference right now. Let's see if I can find the GSR team and whether they've put, well, I'm not sure if they've put wet tyres on or not, but what I am sure about is that they've lost a lot of time here, because the gap's now 22 seconds to the car behind as opposed to nearly a lap, and we'll know very shortly if they start diving for wet patches on the straights that they have actually put the wet tyres on. It might have been a little bit too early, even though it looks quite bad for us right now. The wet tyres might not actually be that much better the way the conditions are right now.
The Unison Racing 717 Corvette is actually stuck behind the 6th place treble 7 Mads Hedegaard in the DSR Nightmare Audi. That won't be pleasing the Corvette any. If you actually look back from the Corvette, you will see that Audi getting looming large. So that'll be annoying him, but he's been there for a little while. But whilst he continues to battle the Audi, we'll have a quick break and a word from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this 12 hours of Monza event held by GTR 24 hours. We have got 3.5 hours remaining. The race is still being led by the 65 car, the VSR Satellite Racing McLaren, in the hands of Tom Capusta. But in the commercial break, the number 14 Corvette came into the pits, assumedly to fit wets onto the car. And they are continuing on their merry way. The 33 Audi was still closing in on them, so no one's actually told Ronan Sukes it's very slippery out there. He's still fighting his way through on the tyres he's been on for a while. The lap times are still in Ronan Sukes' favour indeed, so he's not suffering too badly. But the weather conditions are still deteriorating. The rain is continuing to fall quite a pace, so surely he's going to have to be in at some point, but he's doing a grand old job on those tyres.
Yeah, he absolutely is. That was a shot of the Unison Racing 717, by the way, with what we believe to be treaded tyres. I didn't see it myself, but I've had it confirmed to me that somebody's had a look, and they are indeed treaded tyres. So thanks for that update, because we wouldn't have known otherwise. Well, I certainly wouldn't have known without it. It's difficult to tell though at this point, and will be very interesting to see what the lap times are like. My only kind of reservation about it is the fact that the Unison Racing car was being caught by the likes of Zooks anyway. It was fairly level with GSR teams, so maybe we can compare it there, but it's very difficult to compare these lap times sometimes because you don't quite know which is driver talent and which is a tyre advantage. I mean, 10 seconds one way or the other maybe does point towards some kind of tyre thing going on, but you know, when these guys are so evenly matched, it can be hard to tell if it's a driver giving one the edge or if it is indeed the tyres carrying them around.
Completely, but by this point, the car behaviour will tend to be the biggest giveaway on what tyres they're on. We're starting to see real definitive spray coming off the back of these cars now. So last time around, for the 717 was a 205, which will give him a chance. He's of course just come out of the pits, but he's not kind of squirming around. He's not fighting the car every few moments. But in fairness, neither was Roland Sukes. But that, he's going to lose that battle with traction fairly soon, I'd have thought, unless he's been on treaded tyres for a long time. And if he has been, he's managed to make them work really well. 52.9 for the Audi last time around. So again, he just seems to be on another planet as far as pace is concerned. 54.1 from the lead McLaren. So everyone is struggling, but they're not wanting to come in to get those tyres done. He's still on slick tyres. We just had confirmation of that. So how the hell he's making that work so well? Fair play. It would seem to be he's on slick tyres. So he's done a brilliant job, and you can see as well the road is very, very shiny. There is a distinct amount of water out there, but I'm going to keep an eye on how the 717 does. The car looks fairly well behaved, so I would imagine they have gone on to wet tyres now. They were being caught pretty rapidly by the 33 Audi in the hands of Roland Sukes before they came in. So they may well have opted, well, we're going to be overtaken anyway, we may as well come on to the wet weather tyres. And the wet weather seems to be pretty persistent. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere in a hurry. So I'll report back when the 5th place car comes over. And
it looks like it's just stopped raining again by the looks of things. So that's not worked out particularly well for Unison Racing, especially who we believe to have just put on those wet weather tyres. The weather conditions have been so changeable, and I said this earlier on that we really weren't expecting it, and it's still ringing true, really. The fact that the rain just keeps starting and stopping, because even according to the forecast that I looked at this morning, I saw, even sunshine towards some of the parts of the early morning, but once the rain came, that was going to be it then. That it was going to be a washout for the rest of the day. But we've heard sprinkles for hours now. We've had drizzles here, sprinkles there, and I'm not talking about ice cream flavours either. It's been raining a little bit throughout the entirety of this race, almost it seems, as Roland Sukes is now across the corner at turn number 1, clearly pushing hard. But you can't really correct your mistake when you're on slick tyres on a wet track like this. It's not like you can slow down any faster, and he passed the point of no return there. He had to skip across the curbs at turn 1. Clearly that will have woken him up, and he's going to have to give up a little bit of time so that he didn't actually gain anything there, but I'm sure he didn't. We've not been left wondering about how hard he's pushing, though. He's still going to the absolute edge.
Yeah, windscreen wipers still going, so there may well still be some rain falling. That's the nature of these changeable conditions. It could be raining in one area and not raining in another. I won't say it's dry, because it very clearly isn't. Even still, Roland Sukes' last lap was a 53.5, which is, of course, getting slower and slower as these conditions continue to deteriorate, but he's still quicker than anyone else. Does he realise that it's raining? Does he just think that the car is dying on him? He's just determined to make it work. And very slippery through Parabolica. So he clearly knows that the conditions are getting worse, but he's making it work. He's staying with these tyres. Are they banking on the rain stopping? Obviously, we had the report that it has stopped. Oh, that looked a little deep coming into Parabolica. The car unwilling to slow down there. But again, if you can make it work, and if you can just bypass having a tyre change, there's still no sign of coming into the pits this time around. There's time to be made up if you can just work through this slippery phase and get through it and then enjoy the drier conditions when everyone else has got to come in. You'll gain bucket loads of time, and still another 53.5 from that Audi, despite the fact he skipped over the Recife chicane last time around. Fantastic work.
Yeah, absolutely. He's driving really well at the moment, and it's just phenomenal to see him run aboard with him at the moment. The thing is, as well, Unison Racing, having already pitted for wet tyres, they've already kind of played their cards here, and they can't really go back at this point. If things go the way of Mugen Sim Racing and indeed GSR team, who'll be hoping for this as well, and they've toughed it out on the wet weather, on the dries, but then it's going to dry up a little bit more. Then they will have saved not one but two pit stops, because let's not forget, you've got to have one to change onto the wet tyres for the first place and one to take them off again when you realise they don't work. So that would have cost them an awful lot of time for Unison Racing, and they're already 1 minute 45 nearly behind Ron and Zooks. They'll probably be nearly a lap and a half down on him if indeed that things don't go their way. So it's a real crucial moment for Unison Racing, and they'll be doing their rain dance certainly so that they don't lose out as much as they're projected to right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just stunned that Roland Seuss is making that work so well. I mean, you've always got one, that there's always someone in a crew that can just work magic with how well they stay with these changeable conditions, and it would seem Roland Seuss is the rain master of the 33 team. Phenomenal work, and he could well just hand over fist, just destroy the gap ahead of him. Like I say, it's still under 3.5 hours still to run of this race. If these weather conditions don't change to a great degree, that's going to really pay dividends for the Mugen Sim Racing team.
Yeah, absolutely it is. It's all about toughing it out at this point, but it doesn't even seem to be for most of these people. As I said, it's going to be just toughing it out, just trying to make it around the circuit without crashing. But Zooks is attacking these conditions, and normally you wouldn't really advise that at this point, but at this point it's working for Zooks. It's working at the moment, and it's almost mesmerising to watch at the moment. The gap now is coming down to the GSR team, Aston in front. The gap is just over 3 seconds. We're bound to see a fight between them. And by the way, I know we were on commercial while it happened, but there wasn't really much of a fight between Mugen Sim Racing and Unison Racing anyway. I know we didn't quite catch it, but because Zooks caught Unison car a little bit quicker. Oh, he's off! Roland Zooks is off, just about keeps it out of the barriers, but this is what we mean about pushing a little bit too hard into Lesmo 2. He's just got that kick of oversteer on the entry, and I'm afraid he's going to pay for that one a little bit. He's he's about doubled his advantage to the car in front, about 6 or 7 seconds now.
Oh dear, oh dear. Even the greats have made mistakes on that one. So, well, hopefully we'll be able to make up that one. But yeah, surely that's going to be the time. Surely that is going to be the indication. Now, I've done the best I can of this car. Let's with these tyres, let's bring it in and see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's wait and see. Those decisions have to be made fairly quickly. The gap is now 4.5 seconds, so it was down to 3 at about the time at about the start of the lap. And then it got up to 6 or 7, and by the end of the lap it's down to 4.8 again. So despite that despite the fact that he's got back going again, it's still not really still hasn't lost any time really in this one. It's still not phased him either. The thing is, with these conditions, you've got to maintain your confidence as well throughout the entirety of the time that these conditions are actually present, and it doesn't seem that it's phased him at all in this one. He's still attacking these conditions despite the fact he had that little off. Most people would lose confidence and maybe drive a little bit more within themselves, but Zooks is still attacking them and still driving in much the same way that he was before.
Yeah, it's been working so well for so long. He's not going to change the formula now, and absolutely fair play to him for that. But he's getting to the edge of really what he can do on these tyres. But again, no one seems to have told him. He's still making it work. And I mean, that really is the sign. That is those kind of things that separate the good from the great in these kind of circumstances. And that team have put the right driver in at the right time, which is another very important part of endurance racing, having the right guy in the right right conditions at the right time. It's no good having your Rainmaster in at the wrong time. Oh, as he skips over, just as I say that, just like sing his praises, he skips over the Ascari chicane, so that's not gone well for him either, but he's doing his best with what he's got, in all fairness.
Yeah, absolutely. We're trying to get a replay for it at the moment, but given that we're nearly 9 hours into the race, it's taking quite a long time to load. But that's why don't adjust your sets at home. It's just the replay loading. Here is the mistake. It's just a little bit of an outbraking, really, a bit of understeer going on into Ascari, and harmless really, but it just does make you wonder about how it could have gone wrong, really, it's certainly something you'd rather avoid, as the GSR team Aston actually comes into the pit lane, probably for some wet tyres at this point.
Yeah, the Ronan Suits is really, really struggling, even by his standard now. Everyone else has pretty much given up on what's going on these tyres before now, but Ronan Suits pressing on. But yeah, he really is getting to the point of no return now. He's 56.9 his last lap. He's got to be getting in. He can't continue on that kind of basis. He's going to start losing time over those that start to get into the groove of the groove tyres, pun fully intended, as it was. He's got to bring in that car in. But then I've said that, and he'll carry on for another 10 laps. So we'll see what he does. But I would imagine surely now is the time. He's got to, and now the rain is really starting to chuck it down. He's now really running the risk of just throwing that car into the wall out of sheer determination and stubbornness. So yeah, he's got to be coming in pretty quickly.
As Hedegaard is off the road. At the moment he's just got back going again now through the first Lesmo. So the conditions are starting to catch out a few. The weather has just taken a bit of a turn for the worse, and wet weather tyres are now definitely going to be the norm. They're definitely going to be actually having to watch the lap times in the next few moments, because Unison Racing haven't really been able to make it work too well throughout this one. They're not faster than any of the top 3 cars as things stand, but are the weather conditions now justified in putting wet tyres on? Well, Roland Zooks doesn't think so. He carries on for another lap, and it's going to be a little while until we find out if the GSR team are actually catching the Mugen team or not. But a 1:56.8 for Roland Zooks on that last lap, that is not a bad lap time by any stretch of the imagination, especially in these conditions. But you just wonder how much longer he can actually keep this up for.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're watching him under braking. That car is dancing absolutely everywhere. The brake pedal is, and the driver, of course, doing exactly everything they can to keep that car from just skewing off into the wall. Surely, sooner or later, he's going to have to admit defeat. But he's been absolutely heroic in his performance on these tyres, in these conditions, in these ever worsening conditions as well. Quickest car last time around was actually the Prosim Bentley. They were a couple of seconds quicker than the 65 McLaren, so it could be that they have found some traction somewhere that no one else has. We'll see as the race goes on. A leading car into the pits then, so the VSR Satellite Racing McLaren has decided enough's enough on those tyres. I wonder whether the Prosim Bentley's already done that process. Unfortunately, I didn't see it if they did. But yeah, all to Roland, message to Roland 6, for goodness sake, bring it in.
Yeah, that might well be the message at this point, really, because it is it's quite slippery out there, as you might be able to imagine. He's just coming down towards the Parabolica at the moment, and he may well do that now. So we'll wait and see. The leader's been in. I think there's only about half the field out there not on wet tyres now, and surely this can only go on for so much longer because of the conditions, the way they are, and the way they're worsening. Definitely not going to get better before it gets worse here, although Zooks hangs it out wide and he carries on for another lap. This is quite remarkable at the moment. The Prosim car's not too far behind him on the road, and they stay out as well right now. So the leader is in, but they've blinked before Prosim and Mugen there, which is a little bit surprising. I would have thought that Satellite Racing would, not go onto this strategy unless it was tried and trusted, but they've decided to go for it anyway. Maybe it's a safer choice.
and they had the time advantage to do it as well, so they'll come out still plenty of time in the lead. But that Bentley was 2.3 seconds faster than the Audi last time around, so I reckon the Pro-Sim Bentley's already been in, has got the right tyres on the car, and watching the Audi, you can just see that Bentley getting bigger and noisier in their ears. So they're going to be another lap down. They're already a lap down from the Pro-Sim Bentley, so that's not going to get any better. I think the 14 has either been off the road somewhere or has been in the pits again, because they did a 3-minute lap last time around. There we go, 1:57.7. So they're still lapping in pretty decent pace. Amazingly, Ronan Suits, he's still in that ballpark of lap time. As I say, 57.3 last time around for him. But the Bentley behind is considerably quicker. I mean, Sector 1 alone, 0.8 of a second to the Bentley's advantage. Sector 2, a full second to the Bentley. There's so many indications that Audi needs to get in, but again, Roland Sukes has got other ideas. I can just picture the man on the pit wall frantically waving his board, flag, flares, anything he can find to get a hold of the driver to get him in.
Yeah, they just can't get a hold of him at the moment, and he's probably enjoying himself too much out there at the moment. Although now, finally, looks like he's... oh no, it was just a slide. He was just catching a slide, and he's carrying on again here for another lap. What's the lap time going to be on this occasion? A 58.9 to my knowledge, and that is starting to get a little bit worse. We'll wait and see what the lap times for the likes of the GSR team and also Unison Racing, who are going to be coming over the line in about half a lap's time. But, that's not good news.
The Audi's got Ratafilio all wrong. He's skipped over that one again, and the Bentley is going to be right with them very, very soon if they carry on doing that. Yeah, you've done very, very well, sir, but surely enough's enough, and that's going to allow, or more than likely allow, the number 14, the GSR team Aston, to come past them. But we know just how good the 33, the Mugen Sim Racing team is, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if they make up a lot of the time. I can't say they're losing a lot of time up to this point, but they certainly are now losing a lot of time. You just see the way the car is misbehaving. It is getting harder and harder to keep that Audi in a straight line. And just look at the raw pace difference of the Bentley coming through Lesmo 2 alone. That's just a single corner. Whoever it is piloting the Bentley is just so much more confident with it at the moment, and Ronan Suits will have absolutely no answer at all to the big old Bentley screaming away in his ears. And the tail of the Audi is very, very loose, and the Bentley's just going to steam on by. There's no way Ronan Suits will be able to fight that. They're not on the same lap, so of course he would. Logic would dictate he wouldn't fight it, but even if he had the option to, there's nothing there. Surely now, and how many times have we said it, he's got to come in. Oh, that car's just wriggling around.
Now,
yes, finally, he comes in.
He's seen sense, and he's into the pit lane. Oh dear, he was not before losing a lot of time. I can't help but feel like that might have hurt him a little bit in this race, really, because he stayed out there for a long time, and a lot longer than I certainly would have. We're on board with the Bentley at the moment, the Pro-Sim Bentley, driving very well, I have to say. You might think that it's quite a big car, and it wouldn't particularly be very suited to the wet weather conditions, not really able to change direction quickly, not light on its feet, certainly, but what it does do is allow it to keep temperature in the tyres for quite a lot longer than maybe other cars, and also it's not really affected by that's basically it, I think. It doesn't matter that it's not agile, it's just it's good at keeping its tyres up to temperature, so whether he's on the wet tyres now or indeed trying to stick it out on the dries for any length of time, the Bentley is a pretty decent shout at it. The rest of the cars in the field fairly light on their feet, which also means not much temperature, and that's not really very good in the wet weather conditions. But Roland Zux might have just overdone it there ever so slightly. We're waiting to see how long his pit stop's going to be, because it was quite a short one for the GSR team, and it looks like they've already got through into third place again, so Zux is going to have to do that catching all over again. But what he has done is been able to get himself into fourth place. He was just behind Unison Racing when they came into the pit lane. He's gained about half a minute on them in this time.
Yeah, but we'll see now the amount of time he's lost for going on, I would say, at least 2 laps too long on those tyres. When he comes around again, we'll then have an idea of the gap between himself and the Unison Racing Ford, the Team GSR Aston. So, you know, we'll see how. But, you know, he's an incredible driver. That team is an incredible team. So I have no doubt they'll be able to get up to pace very, very quickly. But for their sake, I hope it hasn't really cost them too much. I'm keeping an eye on the top lap times as well. 55.7 from Tom Capusta in the lead McLaren. So that McLaren is really, really doing well to maintain its pace. It's still got a minute and a half advantage over the 007 Pro Sim Bentley. So, you know, the 65 team, the VSR Satellite Racing team have done a great job. The American squad have done a superb job with that car. 56 flat last time around. You know, the lap times will, of course, vary. Lap on lap, it's not going to be too consistent, but their lap times have been really, really strong for a very long time indeed. And in saying that, though, just looking at the Sector 2 time, now that Roland Sukes is back on track, he's not... He means business. He's out there and straight on the gas. Was half a second quicker than the lead McLaren. So don't discount him for too long. He's about 13-ish seconds behind the Aston Martin. So I can easily see that he can draw that in pretty quickly. So he'll be hustling for that podium spot again. But of course, there's every chance that the rain may ease off again. Mother Nature will not be dictated to. Nothing is written in stone until that checkered flag falls.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can't help but feel like this situation will be very similar even if it was dry, because the Mugen Sim Racing car very consistently throughout this race has been the fastest out there on the circuit. However, it has also had quite a lot of issues in this race. We're now 3 laps down now from the leaders, and that's basically all down to the problems that they've had. They've had so many spins, a couple of damage repairs as well, when it was all looking very good for a Satellite versus Mugen slogfest for the victory. It's all turned out a little bit pear-shaped for Christopher Kierna, because he was coming towards the end of his stint. He was unfortunately had that incident just on the exit of the Della Roggia chicane, and that means that he's or they are now down battling for 3rd place in this race. It's still not a bad result, mind you, but it's still not quite what they were aiming for coming into this weekend, and it's probably not what they could have managed either. Certainly seems to be one of the faster cars out there on the circuit though at the moment, just the Audi. We're waiting to see a lap time when did they come over the line this time around, but you know, it could well be in the low 55s roundabout where Satellite and Pro Sim are, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to indeed see that in a few moments' time.
Yeah, watching that Audi now, it's a very different beast. It's, or, you know, despite that little bounce over the apex, or exit strip of Ascari, it's now much more planted. It looks much more in control than it was before. It's not snaking around under the brakes. It's changing direction very, very nicely, maintaining its momentum. So yeah, that car is going to be absolutely flying. You have no doubt about that. Yeah, the lap time's just 0.3 of a second apart from the top 2. A 54.0 for Ronan Sukes in that Audi. Good lord, that is 1.5 seconds faster than the leaders. Again, still like you said earlier, Ewan, that's 3 laps he's got to pull in. So that's going to be, you know, the best part of 6 minutes that he has to close in if he's looking for the top spot. Only 9.5 seconds between himself and the Aston Martin of the GSR team. So it will be Greece versus Hungary shortly, but at that pace, I can't really see what. No, they've had a driver change as well since the last look. Them is now Nicholas. Again, apologies for the pronunciation here of Estitatu. That's not entirely correct, but I apologise for that. But yeah, the number 14 team is. I would imagine they're going to struggle to keep that behind. They were nearly 4 seconds slower on that last lap than this charging Audi. Goodness me. Ronan Sukes, he really means business. Now, we're assuming he's going to hand that car over again at some point in the race. But again, he's just so quick, they may just leave him out there for as long as they can.
Well, yeah, exactly. And this Mugen Sim Racing team have been known to do very, very long stints throughout this race. For example, the first 3 hours of this race was driven by Zoltan Varkingi, who's a GT3 driver for them in the EWC, and he did the first 3 stints, which is not out of the ordinary. But then Christopher Kianak did 4 hours in that car, which is really quite a long time. Zooks has now spent a couple of hours in that car, but can he really go 3 more hours at this pace, this intensity in these conditions? I'm not entirely sure. We know he's a very, very good driver, but still, I wouldn't really trust anybody driving in these conditions for 5 long hours, especially with the kind of chasing he's got to do right now to try and get this podium. He's 4 seconds behind right now. The battle seems to be imminent between the two of them, but that's a long time to be driving. It's 5 hours, although you're right, they are going to be reluctant to take him out of the car because he's used to these. He's used to these conditions. He's seen them evolve, and he's shown to be the best of the field in these conditions as well. For at least throughout the last few moments, anyway.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of information on Ronan Sukes either. He's been racing since the spring of 2020, so he's not an overly experienced sim racing driver. He's also in the EWC. That's a very awkward way of saying that. So certainly a very, very talented sim racer. But against the likes of some of the others that maybe have a feel, like Carlos Basto, for instance, in the 51 Ramada Sport car. Sadly, that car retired some time ago. He's got all kinds of experience behind him, and that sadly has not paid off for him. So it's almost kind of youth versus the establishment, and certainly true. Oh dear, that's a spin. Who's had a it's the 777? That's Matt Hedegaard that's gone for a bit of an explore on the exit of Parabolica. That's not going to help his time. As I mentioned, that Ronan Sukes is now on the tail of the Corvette of Nicholas F. Statu. Again, apologies for not saying that name entirely correctly. It's going to be, I can't really see what defence, based on the lap times alone, that Corvette's going to have. It was a 58.6 for the Corvette last time. What is it, 58.3? A 54.8 for the Audi, almost 4 seconds quicker. Absolutely unreal. So I'm just imagining he's just going to sail by.
Yeah, I can't imagine this is going to take very long for Zooks, although that Mugen Sim Racing car has had a history of not being able to overtake cars very easily all day, because especially here at Monza, the effect is more exaggerated than anywhere else. You need straight line speed to be able to at least pull alongside the next car and then do it under brakes, but this time around, it doesn't look like the Aston Martin has got very much straight line speed at all either, so Zooks is going to be able to head to the inside, brake later, hopefully not too late, because he is on the wrong line for this, but doesn't matter too much. Duke's able to go through. The GSR team are going to be not too disappointed by it, because I think they've completely outperformed themselves in this race, and they've completely overperformed their expectations in this race, but they have been demoted to 4th, and Roland Zooks back into the top 3. He's got over 2 laps to get up to the Pro Sim car. At the rate he's pulling them in at, I would say that's pretty much impossible with less than 3 hours to go, but he's going to be hanging out hope that maybe there's a glimmer of hope in some kind of incident for those two up in front.
Yeah, he's going to need some luck on his side to, really overturn that kind of gap. But anything is possible. I mean, we've seen he himself make mistakes. We've seen cars retire with more experience under their belt. So anything is possible. He's just, like we said earlier, you cannot, you can't write the results until the checkered flag falls. I've seen cars, after 23 and a half hours run out of fuel. So I think we all have seen similar in racing fields and sprints alike. So you just never know.
There's always those calculations that you have to do, and sometimes they get it wrong, and that's what they're going to be hoping for, certainly at this point. But we've got just under 3 hours to go as things stand, so I think I think it's time for a cheeky commercial break. We'll just sneak one in here while after that battle now. So you're watching the GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza, and we'll be back on the other side of this ad break.
The The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this 12 hours of Monza. And what a race we've had thus far. We're in the final quarter of it now, less than 3 hours to go. Still leading the way is Tom Kabusta in the 65 VSR satellite race in McLaren. He still has over a minute and a half to his advantage, but that can change. It sounds a long time, but it can change in the blink of an eye in an endurance race. Ronan Sukes now back up into third position in the Mugen Sim Racing. Audi has been absolutely charging, but just the pace difference alone is not enough. With the amount of time left, he would have to rely on some bad luck on our competitors. We're seeing the storm chart, and whoa, big area of Rebbers just north of the circuit, so we're not going to see that. It looks like it's going to stop raining at some point fairly soon, so our competitors may have to get off those treaded tires. So yeah, that's another thing that our competitors have to deal with. So joining us back in the commentary box, Yusuf, welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and good to be alongside you as well, Chris, our first pairing of the day. And as you mentioned, that rain may potentially clear a big gap for Tom Kabusta in the 65 car, but this is endurance racing. All it takes is one slip up, and in these conditions that can be oh so easy to do, and then Prosim would be finding themselves on the top step. Also got a bit of a battle starting to emerge for third. Roland Zux 12 seconds ahead of Nikolaus F's Tatui. And I think he recently got past him. I don't know if he's got an extra pit stop to make, but either way, good recovery from Mugen Sim Racing to climb up into, or back up into the podium spots.
Yeah, absolutely. The 33 dispatched of the 14 Aston Martin relatively simply a lap or so ago. And so again, looking at the laps, another 55.7 is scary pace from Ronan Sukes in these conditions. But he's just got that car absolutely singing his song at the moment. Like I say, still a couple of laps behind the Bentley, so he's going to rely on, he needs to rely on bad luck on the top two if he wants to ascend the podium, but he's doing everything he possibly can. I think it was worked out we would need over 100 laps to catch the Pro Sim Bentley at this pace difference, which it's not likely they're going to have. And bearing in mind we're approaching 300 laps after 9 hours, is not likely he's going to have that many laps to do. But like I say, anything is possible, and we're likely to face another weather change as the race progresses towards its conclusion. As you said, Yusuf, anything can happen in endurance racing, or anything can happen in any racing, but over the span of this length of time, the biggest challenge is going to be fatigue. They've been racing in these conditions for a while now. They're starting to get used to where the water's bad and where the grip's good. So fatigue is really going to start to play its part now.
With these long races, the drivers have been in their sim rigs for a while. Sometimes you even start to get a bit of cramp building up if you don't take regular breaks just to walk around when you're not in the car. And we saw with that weather forecast, there are patches, the rain is going to be changing amounts. And one of the most tricky parts when it comes to racing in the wet is being able to adapt, because when it's dry, it's dry, so you get slight temperature changes. It doesn't really affect too much, in like F1, sometimes the wind changes direction and that can affect your braking points. But in the dry, usually there isn't too much of a difference. In the wet, though, when more rain comes down, you've got to be a little bit more careful because your tyres aren't, clearing away as much water. Means you're on a bit more water. All of a sudden, certain corners become a little bit slower. You've got to brake slightly earlier. So you always have to be at the very, very limit. You always have to be searching for the grip, trying to find where the track is improving, consistently asking your team, is there more rain coming down? Is it starting to ease up so that you can react before you even get to a corner?
Yeah, absolutely. We're on board with Mads Hedegaard in the 777 Audi. That's the DSR Nightmare Squad from Denmark. So they're the last car running. Only 6 competitors remaining in this race, and they are a few laps behind the 717 Unison Racing Corvette. But you can just see on board with the Audi, just again, he's keeping the car nice and steady, which is surprisingly difficult to do when the car is commentator curse. That is the precise example of how commentator curse works.
You need to issue a formal apology for that one, Chris.
Mal unskill is all I will say to that. It's not entirely right, but it's close enough. But just... So, yeah, unbelievable. For those unnice, I'm trying to say big apology, which I know is not entirely correct how I said it. But, the tail got loose on Mads Hedegaard. He's been in that car for quite some time. So, again, that'll be a little bit fatigue. And again, he just caught the apex in the middle of a scurry, so he had to turn out of that one. There at the bottom of the shot he's Ronan Sukes. In his Audi, he's flown past. He's made that Audi his own for so long now. You'll need to be kind of forced out of it almost. He's had the domain of that car for a long time. Yeah, Mads Hedegaard displaying how difficult it is out there.
And you kind of saw exactly what was happening to Mads in the middle of the corner. He goes into Lesmo 1 just a little bit too hot, gets off the racing line, and the back end just steps out, gets a bit too greedy on the throttle. And as a racing driver, whenever you take the wrong line, whenever you make that slight mistake, you've always got that temptation in the side of your head. I can catch it. The car, you have faith in the car that it'll stick. but sometimes it doesn't, and that's exactly what happened. You know, if we were racing for real at Monza, he would have gone wide, and well, he would have been on the outside line, which is actually where the grip should be, but that tends to not be programmed into the sims, and that's why you see the drivers, they stay on the racing line despite it raining, where you would usually find, you know, more grip off the racing line. Usually you brake on the inside down in corners, but that is not the case, so they stay on that usual dry line, and once you do get off it in the wet, it becomes exceptionally treacherous on the sim.
Very, very much so. But no one seems to have told Roland Zooks that. He's charging on, trying to do his best to the gap to the second place Prosim Bentley, who they themselves trying to do something about the gap to the leader, but like I say, they're over a minute and a half behind, and last time around they were about 7/10 slower. So yeah, there's every time they try and do gain a little bit on Tom Kapusta, the 65 McLaren has got an answer to it. They've been absolutely bulletproof pretty much all race long. Absolutely, after this length of time, that is amazing to see.
Yeah, and there were some issues for quite a few of the other teams early on, but for Tom Kapusta, it's going nicely, and you can see by his lap times, 57.6 in this last lap. He's going a couple of seconds slower than Roland Zooks. I don't think he's pushing. I think he's just taking it nice and steady. In fact, last lap a 59.8 for him. He's not pushing at all. He is literally taking it as easy as he can, being as gentle to the tires, as gentle to the engine, as gentle probably to even the windscreen wipers, to make sure that absolutely nothing can go wrong on his VRS satellite racing McLaren.
Yeah, I couldn't have put that better myself. Doing everything they're doing is going right for them, but being that my commentator curse seems to be very strong today, I don't want to say too much.
Do you want to drop one on Kapusta? Spice it up, yeah.
Well, I was riding on board with the 777, and then it flew off the road. So yeah, we'll see what I can do about that one. But no, that's. Surviving this race is a small victory in itself. We've lost half the field already to this stage, so it's amazing that these competitors are still going and still looking good.
With 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining, we are down to just 6 drivers, all 6 of them in the GT3 class. I'm just looking because on my timing screen, I know Viaduct were in the GT4 class, but they have now disappeared off my timing screen. So I'm not quite sure what's happened to them. I don't know if they're on your timing screen.
They detonated their engine some time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, the sole GT4 not with us.
Sad times for the Alpine. I'm just going to keep an eye on Roland Zooks because I've been spotting him every now and then, and he's just making that mistake here and there. One time you see him running wide on the exit parabolica, another time, maybe getting too hot into one of the chicanes, and those mistakes, well, while they aren't costly, if he does make the wrong mistake at some point, just like we've seen it happen before, that could be his car careering into a wall, and then, well, he's going to lose those 30 seconds to the number 14 car, that's for certain, and maybe even lose P4 to Arcturus Kamal in the 717 Unison racing car.
Well, wonderful display there from the Prosim Bentley on how to do it. Just gliding that British beast through Ascari, seemingly effortlessly. That's very much the swan analogy. It looks very calm on the top, but he's working pretty hard in the driver's seat, I have no doubt. But yeah, they've done so well. I keep saying this, they've all done so well. I have huge respect for all of the drivers taking part in it, because I know I couldn't do it. I'm a mere pleb at the end of the day. I couldn't at all manage.
You're being a bit harsh on yourself for that.
Well, when it comes to racing, at least, I'm a mere mortal. I can't do these gargantuan tasks that these guys are doing. Seemingly effortlessly. I can manage, maybe 50 minutes, an hour tops, not 3 hours in a stint and then back a few hours later. So amazing respect to all of the drivers, still running or not. They put on a pretty good show leading to this point.
and being able to have that concentration, you know, in changeable conditions, you know, even when you're done with your stint, you're not done, because you still have to be race engineering for your teammates. You have to be constantly on alert. But, you know, you mentioned the kind of dedication needed over the race, but I'm going to slightly disagree with you on that one, because I think that once you're in the cockpit, it becomes almost second nature. You're able to get out the time. That's not to say that it isn't hard, but I think, you know, the real hats off to these guys is the amount of time that they would have had to have spent doing a setup. And, you know, considering, you know, this is a 12-hour race over the course of this weekend, including practice and qualifying, maybe there's been about, 17 hours in total, 18 hours. These guys would have put in probably over 50 hours leading up to this event, you know, practicing the track, doing setups, getting used to whatever car they pick, because even picking a car is not a simple task. You end up putting in quite a few hours into each car at the track, trying to find out which one works best for you, trying it in the dry, trying it in the wet, not only finding a setup that works for you, but a setup that works for the rest of your team as well. And then once you've got a setup, once you've got your car, then you start working on your strategy. You start to see how far can your fuel go. And we're talking, you know, long stints. You do an hour stint, okay, let's do that same stint, but let's do it in a slightly lower fuel mode. Let's see if we can go slightly further. What about if we do it while lifting and coasting? And all of these things do come into play, and that is what separates the great teams from the decent teams.
Yeah, entirely. Yeah, no argument there at all. Whilst there is always going to be an element of, you know, autonomy when they're, you know, going through the muscle memory, they know where their breaking points are, etc., etc. Yeah, absolutely. There is going to be an element of that. However, when, you know, there's several factors that I think are going to kind of rock the apple cart a little bit. One is the weather, how many times they're going to be practicing in the wet. They would have done some, but certainly most of the practice are going to be in the dry, you know, perfect ideal conditions. And two, as we can quite clearly see, it's getting very dark. So that's when the attention span certainly is really tested. You can't rely on those visual markers as much as you can in the dry. And when you've got the, you know, inclement weather and darkness, yeah, there's not many laps to get practiced under those conditions. So we could, if we're going to see any kind of mistakes, now I think it's going to be the time when we're going to see them.
And actually, you mentioned the whole idea of it getting darker and you requiring more concentration, and I think that's even more so the case here at Monza than other circuits. I remember when I was doing an endurance race on, it was ACC rather than Alpha 2, but it was here at Monza. Monza's one of those tracks where I personally, as a driver, I don't like using reference points. You know, I like to see the corner, I like to feel the car, brake at a specific point. But at Monza, the braking zones are so long, especially into the chicanes, especially with GT cars, that you have to use the markers. And actually, I do want, if we can get the onboard with Roland Zooks, I will show you exactly what I mean when you head down into turn one, because if you don't pay attention properly, it becomes really difficult to be able to spot your braking markers heading into the first corner. And while it is fairly clear for us, sometimes, you know, the drivers, if they're not running the same graphics settings as us, it's a little bit less clear. And quite often, the marker boards going into turn one, you can't actually see the numbers at certain times. So you actually just have to count the marker boards. And if you aren't paying attention, it's very easy to miss the first marker board and then miss your braking point going down into the Rettifilio chicane.
Done that many a time in sim racing terms, where you think you've hit the third board when in actual fact you missed one, and you just go sailing off into the polystyrene. Parabolic is another good one for that, especially if you're concentrating on something else, or you just lose that focus at the wrong time, you're sailing off into what's a very big runoff area at Parabolica. But you're going to lose time, and you're going to kind of shake your confidence a little bit. Whilst anyone that is taking part in these events are generally very confident in their abilities, their car, their setups, as you were saying, those little mistakes do play on your mind a little bit, and you then have to put more focus into that, so you're using more energy, which after this length of time with the fatigue that's going to be going on, that's not what they want. They want to be going through that autonomous process. You hit the corners, hit the brakes, hit the apexes, yada yada yada. The more energy they have to put into focusing on altering that routine takes away from that the energy that they've got. And there's a direct comparable between the sim racing world, or yet another, I should say, between the sim racing world and the real racing world. You can be the fittest person in the world with years of experience, but that one lapse of concentration and your car's in the wall destroyed.
And that's the big thing with endurance racing. It's about being able to keep up your concentration over those extended periods of times. And if you are going to make a mistake, make sure it's a really tiny one where you drop, a couple of seconds. But for those people who are used to sprint racing, you push out 110%, you go all the way. But in endurance racing, you can push that 110% and you might gain, let's be generous and say you gain 0.2 a lap. 1 in 10 laps, you end up making a mistake because you're pushing 110%. And all that time, 0.2 over 10 laps, that's 2 seconds. That one mistake is easily going to be a second. And it's that easy to drop the ball. And I was speaking to a couple of drivers, I can't remember who it was. I think it was actually Martin Militai, possibly. This is from the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. And we were talking about the struggles that might come with 24-hour races compared to 12-hour races. And for me, he was very weird because he said that he actually preferred racing in the night compared to racing in daylight, just because he said that it's kind of more quiet out on circuit, there's less distractions. Sometimes you get the sun glaring in your eyes depending on the time, so it's just you and the track. You're able just to give your complete focus, and you just feel more kind of immersed, I guess, into the whole atmosphere, the whole driving experience.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, there are those that are more of an expert in the night, just the same as there are those that seem to have that depth touch, that agility to handle the wet better than dry conditions, or to a lesser detriment than those that are experts in the dry. Now, most people are going to handle dry conditions fairly well, not meaning that in a derogatory sense, but not everybody are going to be able to handle the wet. Now, I know that I am not. I do like driving in the wet. I'm not very good at driving in the wet. It's fun. Okay, yeah, hell yeah, it is. But to be doing the wet weather element with darkness, with the change in the way that you've had to do 300 laps leading up to this point, after that many hours, again, this is why I have a huge admiration for anybody that is, experienced and particularly good in endurance racing, or even those just willing to take part in endurance racing. I think you're bonkers, all of you, but I mean that with a huge amount of respect. It's just incredible to see. My meager sim racing exploits are sprint racing based, so I can last up to about an hour, and then I'm done. I have to go and have a lie down. But these guys, it's just water off a duck's back. It's just like an hour. Get out of here. That's no problem for me. And fair play to them.
Well, I'm the same as you on that front, Chris. I've come from more of the F1 sim racing world, shorter races. I'm much more used to doing 2 1-hour races or 4 half-an-hour races than 1 2-hour race, and it gets to a stage where it's compounding loads of little things when you get into endurance racing. Keeping up the concentration, the changeable conditions, being able to consistently, monitor your fuel, making sure you're on target to meeting all of your strategies, whether that's tyre wear, whether that's fuel consumption. And then on top of that, sometimes your teammate might go and make a mistake. We've seen that a few times already today. And then you, as their teammate, you've got to be able to keep their spirits up. Endurance racing is so much more of a team sport than sprint racing. You can't lose your mental. You have to keep on plugging on with the kind of almost faith that someone else will make a mistake at some point. And usually when we talk about it in sprint racing terms, we say, you don't really want to win that way, but in endurance racing, that is how you win. That's part of the parcel.
Absolutely, you touched on a very good point there. The mental game is just as important as the ability to be quick. and not just in a discipline sense. Yes, of course, you do need to be well behaved when you're on the track. No one wants to be driving 12 hours with a lunatic out there. But it's more the case of when it goes wrong, and it's always a when. Everybody has issues. Everybody will bounce the car into a wall after everybody has spent, like you said, 50 hours plus practicing for one single event. And it does. It hurts. It really dents your confidence, and to bounce back from that is very difficult, and is not to be underrated. Those that don't necessarily follow sim racing to a degree might see that as, oh, come on, it's the old anecdote, it's just a game, and we spoke about this yesterday. But these days, sim racing carries so much more weight with it. Carries a lot more publicity, a lot of sponsorship. Big name companies are getting involved in e-racing and esports in sim racing terms these days. The EEWC is a prime example of that. Even just 5 years ago, it was just the nerds of the world having a bit of fun with the computers. Whereas these days, it really is a sport, and it should be viewed as such. I remember having an interview with a journalist a couple of years ago. Should esports be considered a sport? And I said, absolutely it should. I mean, define to me what a sport is. And we both agree that, I can't remember the exact wording now, but a sport is deemed to be a display of skill in a competitive arena for entertainment purposes. It was along that kind of line. Yeah. And I said, explain to me where esports doesn't fit that. Please explain to me how esports doesn't perfectly fit those conditions. Now, of course, not everybody likes esports. Not everybody likes football. Hand up, myself included, and I'll take the criticism for it. But, not a fan of it, but I accept it's a sport, and I accept it's a very popular sport. So why shouldn't esports be given the same, sim racing as a whole, be given that same level of respect?
Yeah, I've come from a chess background, so the whole should chess be considered a sport, should this be considered a sport, is something I'm more than aware of. And to touch on what you said at the start, it's just a game. Well, I mean, I just never give any credit to that. It's not even worth an answer, really. You can just say that about anything. I know Toto Wolff said that earlier about Formula One. It's just a sport. Don't get so hung up on it. There are far more important things in the world. So, and to be honest, he's right at the end of the day. Depending on who you are, what your preferences are. Certain things just matter less. And so I think people who say that is just daft, to be honest.
Yeah, it's those that don't understand what esports is about that makes that kind of comment. Let's be honest. I mean, I'm not particularly complimentary about football. It's not opening that can of worms on this stage. And so, no, don't worry, I'm not going there. But so, exactly as you say, you can describe pretty much any activity, let alone whether it's a sporting activity or even an environment that involves anybody else, frankly. Anything can be described in a positive and a derogatory sense. So,
absolutely.
But it's those that understand what esports is about. You don't need to explain it to them. But I think esports as a whole, and certainly sim racing as a whole, has very much had a lot more emphasis and focus and investment. Because it's one benefit of COVID. If it's always a dangerous phrase to use that one, but because we all needed something to do when no one could leave their house. But look at the spotlight that's been cast on sim racing from the likes of Jenson Button's Team Rocket, for instance. Fernando Alonso has an esports team as well. Just to name two drivers from a world that we both love, Formula One. that crossover is now much more blurred than it used to be, and so it should be, and long may continue to be an avenue for talented drivers to maybe look at real real motorsports world, and equally other way round for drivers that either just want something to do or need an avenue to sharpen their own skills. In an interview I had with Jenson Button, I asked him about transferable skill between the sim racing world and the real life cockpit. I mean, Jenson Button's raced pretty much anything with an engine, and also is getting into esports and sim racing because of Team Rocket. And he said that teams for a long time have had drivers that only deal with SimWorks, the background simulation and car setup stuff. So why shouldn't you then look at the sim racing world for those to work their way up through the ranks? He fully agreed that that's an absolutely an exploitable avenue, and like I say, long may it continue, and maybe it's an avenue for lunatics like us to get into the real life commentary box.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, when, as you said, the benefits of COVID, for me, not really much changed when COVID hit, as weird as it is, just because I was so much into the esports scene already. So, I mean, for me, it was just more of the same. In fact, it kind of blew up a bit because so much attention came towards esports, and I think esports kind of delivered on that fantastically. Another kind of avenue that you can take of this conversation that I've heard is, should esports players be considered athletes? Well, it depends what you consider an athlete. Do you consider a dart player an athlete? Because from a physical perspective, I think most certainly not. But if you think of it from the perspective as, does the player, practice for hours on end to improve their craft, I think the answer is most assuredly yes. I don't think I know of any form of sport aside from esport where the players actually spend as much time as they do to improve their craft, to the extent where they get burnt out at such a young age from the amount of hours and the amount of dedication that you need to be at the top of the world.
100% agree with that. Do people consider snooker players athletes for exactly the same reason? The fitness is not necessarily a big part of snooker, but are they considered an athlete? It really depends what your yardstick is. If you're thinking about an athlete as only someone that is, an Olympic triathlon, there are very few people that fall into that category. Yeah. And I certainly ain't one of them. But, under no circumstance am I deemed an athlete in any way, shape or form. But yeah, absolutely. Generally what you'll find as well is that sim racers are generally very, very fit individuals. Always one or two exceptions to the mold, of course, but it's because they have to deal with, you take endurance races, they have to have the physical fitness the physical fitness and the mental fitness are very hand in hand with that. And you yourself have been on the driver's side of the fence. You'll appreciate that. If you're someone built like me, which has the shape of a sack of potatoes, then you're not going to last long in the car, and I know full well that I wouldn't. But equally, if you're physically fit, you're able to maintain that level of concentration, just the same as the real life drivers do. You will exceed. You will do well in that circumstance.
I mean, you say that. You look over to real racing. And so many times, I look towards, championships like the British Touring Car Championship, and you see drivers who are absolutely phenomenally quick. And I think, some of the BTCC drivers are very good, to the extent that if you put F1 drivers in that series, I don't think they would be able to really beat them by too much. And, they're not peak athletes, let's say. They don't, let's use the term, they don't look like racing drivers, and that's let's say the real thing. So yeah, it's the common misconception, let's say, and it's starting to slowly get diminished.
Absolutely true. It does very much depend on what your expectation is and what the field is. Yep, 100% agree with that. Let's have a look at some lap time, shall we, from our competitors. Still the fastest man out there is Ronan Suk. So he still has not let up the gas at all. Post pit stop, he is still roaring on to try and do something about the gap. The gaps have pretty much stayed steady. Increases here and there, but they haven't really done a great deal from second to third. So we could be looking at where the drivers are going to, where they're going to finish. But like I say, if anybody makes a mistake, then the whole order could still change.
With 6 drivers remaining, maybe not, 6 drivers remaining, maybe not too much change. Again, it's that group of drivers from P3 down to P5. Roland Sux in the 33 Mugen Sim Racing car, then the 14. That is the GSR team Aston of Nicolas F. Statui. And then the 717 of Arcturus Kamal in the Unison Racing. The 3 of them currently separated by just under a couple of minutes, so pretty much a lap between all 3 of them. We'll have to see whether anything does change at the moment. Roland Zux just continuing to pull away from the 14 GSR team. And as long as he keeps on the track, he should be able to pull himself out a comfortable lead.
The 007 Bentley is in the garage. Well, we did say that disaster would have to befall the top 2 for Roland Sux to climb, and something has happened to that 007 Bentley. Oh dear. We will have a look into that, and we'll hopefully have an answer for you post-commercial. Let's have a quick break and a word from the sponsors. Oh, there we go, you're back.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this 12 Hours of Monza, as hosted by GTR 24R. Well, so disaster has stricken the 007 Bentley. Let's ride on board with them and see what they did. So this is the Del Roger chicane. Come through the exit all right. Where has the big old British piece gone? Is this going to be a mistake on the exit of Lesmo 2? No, it's on the way in. They've gone way in a little bit too hot. And just come to a halt. Well, they didn't hit the wall particularly hard. So have they had some kind of technical problem then that's led to that? Because it didn't look like they... looks like they rather brushed against the wall, if they even hit it at all. Judging by that steering wheel, I suspect they've had a complete technical breakdown of some kind. So, oh dear. What a shame they've gone this far in the race, and it's just... Yeah. Yep, and there we go. That's the way they've then retired the car back to the pit. So it was a technical fault of some kind.
I mean, is that just a straight up disconnect? Is that their wheel just having an issue?
That looks more like a VR failure. If that driver was in virtual reality and the headset has decided, no, I don't want to play anymore, you just go completely blind. So. That's just a pure guess on what's happened there. It could be that the steering wheel has failed them, but that looks more like some kind of display failure, because if it was a disconnect, the car would have just vanished, I'd have thought. But we can only guess on what issue they've had. A great shame. They could have challenged for the lead in the dying moments of the race, but alas, the British Bentley is out and 5 cars remain.
Yep, and the only car that hasn't had any issues so far is, guess what, the car that's the leading VRS satellite racing car, which is more proof, in case anyone needed it, that as long as you stay out of trouble, as long as you don't have any bad fortune falling your way, you'll tend to do fairly well in sim racing. Tends to be how the cookie crumbles, and that's whether you're talking about here on a sim racing platform, in real life, in karting. I know from the amount of endurance karting races I do that there are most certainly issues, and if you stay out of trouble, you're almost guaranteed a top 5 finish, and that's in a field of about 50 cars.
Yeah, having spoken to some very experienced sim racing endurance drivers over the years, that's a very common story. You can be the fastest guy in the world, but if you can't keep it out of the wall, you're no good to anyone. So, consistency is always going to be king. If you're damn quick, that does help. But as Roland Six is rather as proving. But yeah, what can you say against the 65? Now, also just been reported that the rain has finally stopped and looks set to stay that way. So expect people to be coming into the pits again fairly soon. We're not seeing any spray coming off the back of anybody. Looking at our race leader, the 65 McLaren, still in the hands of Tom Kapusta. There's not a lot of spray coming off the back of the car. Not that you can see it in some shots, of course, but the windscreen wipers aren't going. So it's not going to take too long for the track to dry out to the point where slicks will be needed again. I expect the pit lane to become a little bit busier soon.
And it all comes down to how quickly these cars can just clear away the water. Standard thing to look for is once the spray stops coming up, that tends to be when the crossover to slicks will start to appear. If there's spray coming up, then if you put on slicks, there's going to be even more spray. It means that there's a bit of standing water. And if you put the slick tyres, there's nothing to dispel that water, which means that, well, because the slick tyres, they don't have any grooves in them, they essentially sit on that thin film of water that sits on the track. They can't find grip, they can't find traction. These cars are incredibly light, and that's what causes aquaplaning, when it's essentially the car's just sitting on water, it's not actually on the track.
It becomes a boat at that point. So these things do not sail well.
Well, what did you think the spoiler was for?
Yeah, spoiler doesn't substitute for a keel, I'm afraid. I mean, maybe an outboard needed at that point, but... Then, in fairness, Roland Six was doing a damn good job of making it work for lap on lap on lap on lap, way after we thought he would. But then he did push that too long. I reckon he pushed that at least 2 laps too long. on the wet tires. But then this way round, I suspect that Roland Six is probably going to come in earlier than we would normally expect because he was so good on the wet tires. But also it depends on what their driver change strategy is. He's been in there for what seems like forever. We can assume that there's another driver waiting in the wings unless he fancies doing the final 2 hours and 10 minutes on his own. And he certainly got the pace for it, but has he got the concentration left to do so? Because that's pushing half the race he would have done by this stage. So, we will see. So we're assuming there's another driver waiting to go into the Mugen Racing squad. And I would imagine there's probably at least one other driving. Oh no! Literally, just we were talking about the 33. Oh no, he's in the garage. I've done it again.
You're very good at this.
I am. I better leave now because there's going to be no one left. I'm going to be fired at this rate. Oh my goodness. So,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GTR 24H Total Wipeout, brought to you by Chris Buxton.
Well, we await the replay of that one. Oh dear, oh dear. So that is good. So 4 cars remain from our original starting 12. Denis Shevchenko is looking set to claim a podium then. Now I've said it, expect him in the wall in the next 5 laps. Oh my goodness. The curse of Monza. Well, I think the curse of Buxton strikes.
I think it's just a curse of endurance racing, to be honest, at this point.
The Kodiak curse doth be strong. Well. And there we go. This, I bet you. I'm gonna go on a limb before we've seen the replay, and judging by what our producer does as to how accurate I'm going to be, I reckon this is a mistake on the exit of Lesmo 2. Because that's where we've seen the most amount of mistakes leading up to this point. There's logic in the reason.
Has it actually been?
Oh, during practice and qualifying, that's where we saw probably the most amount of spins. I mean, we saw spins pretty much everywhere, but that seemed to be where the most amount of them was. So I'm gonna have a wager that that's where the incident has happened.
See, for me, usually I always think the hot point for incidents is going down into Ascari. That's where you see the big spins, just because of the the
speed you're doing
and speed. Yeah, the fact that you've got to ride the curbs as well, it unsettles the car.
Judging by our producer, he's done a good one. He hasn't just parked it somewhere, so I look forward to this replay.
We've got to rate the accident now as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Here we go then. They're on board with the Audi. They're coming through Curva Grande. They got too early. Oh, he's going to... he's probably been that fidgety all race long. Okay, over to the right-hand side on the brakes just after the... Whoa! Okay, nowhere near where I thought it was. Oh! Yeah, so not only is the wing gone, but the whole tail end of the car is now pushed into the front. That car is only now about 1 meter long.
Well,
here it is.
For it, Chris, but that's pretty much exactly what Max Brunovich did.
Oops,
but that was going down into Parabolica.
Yeah, well, he's gone under the... I couldn't tell whether he missed his braking point and then got on the grass, but either way, it's not gone well. It's not gone well for Ronan Sux. He is now in the garage, so Son Combustion now leads Nicholas Estatu and then Denis Shevchenko in the 3rd position spot. Yeah, like you say, just keeping him out of trouble. We saw Dennis really struggling to get off the bottom of the qualifying times up until the last qualifying session yesterday, or the last runs really in qualifying yesterday. My goodness.
Yep, and I think Roland Zux learnt the hard way that if you don't have a rear wing, you tend to have less downforce, and the rear end might just wash out on you mid-corner.
Yeah, as much as these things don't have a lot of downforce in Monza, they still need some to keep the car behaving itself. And Roland
Lesmo won.
Yes, absolutely. Curva Grande, you might kind of get away with it because it's a long, gentle corner, but Lesmo 1 and 2, forget it. No chance. So, yeah, Roland Six opted not to limp that one back to the pits. He's just parked. I mean, He'll be fifth no matter what happens. At this point, you could argue. And then there were four. My word. So, the 777 car has changed hands whilst we were looking away. Oh, and it's spinning. Again. Oh dear. So now Kim Pedersen now takes over the 777 Danish squad. That'll be Pedersen, I think, if I remember my Danish pronunciation correctly. Struggling to get up to speed with the Audi. Just spotted a lovely pirouette coming out of Ascari for the Astral liveried Audi. But it's going to be fourth. Well, it's going to be fourth in a couple of laps, I should say.
And then there were five. Oh, let's see for Roland Zux, he's going to drop a long way down the order. Is this just the equivalent of... oh, sorry, I said then there were five, then there were four. Is this just the equivalent of the... I'm going to guess this one on a limb. I'm probably wrong. I'm going to say Monaco 97.
You're talking about when Olivier Panis won in a Ligier.
Yeah.
I believe you are right.
Is it actually 97?
Let me look that up.
Because I was tempted to say 98, but that was the Spa 98. So I thought, I doubt two of those would have happened in 1 year. That's just too crazy. And I know Olivier Panis was racing in 1994 for Ligier, or no, he was racing for Larousse in 94, I think.
1996. You were close, but not quite. Yes, a shock win for Panis in the wet. 4 cars finished that night, or that day. Well, speaking of
4 cars.
our race leader's in. Capusta has brought the 65 McLaren in. Now we're assuming that is it a little early for dries? Probably at the moment. Is he going to hand that car over to a teammate? I'll keep an eye on the board for that one.
I'm going to go and do some scouting and take a look at Denis Eschenko to see, is there any spray? And there is spray, so I'm going to say it is not time for dries. I'm going to stick to my guns. If there's spray, you don't put on slicks.
Yeah, that is the general rule of thumb, isn't it? If the water be flying, stay on the wets. And out comes still Tom Capusta behind the wheel of the McLaren. He's looking to continue his stint with just over 2 hours remaining. That's 10 hours down, and only 4 cars remain on the circuit from our starting field of 12. We have lost the 23 car that was being driven by Tony Paparindopoulos. And apologies for the pronunciation. I don't speak Greek. And that's the 23 McLaren that was the first to fall. Then the 74 team, which is the Deuces Motorsport Club, the UK-US combination McLaren, Saba Kiss was behind the wheel at the time. Then it was the 64, which is the second of the VRS Satellite Racing McLarens. Jim Nisula, beg your pardon, was behind the wheel then. And then it was the 51, the Ramada Motorsports Audi, being driven by Pedro Ramada. And then next to fall was the 62, the Unison Racing BMW, being driven at the time by Nikolai Bezrukov, the Russian outfit, sadly not making it through. Then it was the ProSim Bentley. We saw us having a very odd moment out in the dust. And then the latest of fall, Roland Sukes for Mugensen Racing, has gone backwards into the wall at the Del Rogia. Thus leaves us with leader Tom Capusta, the 65 VSR Satellite Racing McLaren, and he's been there for a long time. 3 laps to the good over the now second place car, which is the 14 GSR Team Aston Martin, the Greek squad in the hands of Nicholas Efstatu. Then in currently third is the 717, the Unison Racing Corvette, the second of our Russian squads, Denis Sachenko in charge of that one at the moment. And the last car running is the 777, the DSR Nightmare team from Denmark in the Audi. 8 laps behind the leader in a moment, but still running strong.
Can you imagine if Nikolai Best hadn't retired the car? He could have just repaired it, headed back out. He'd be at worst, well, 5th, and to be honest, he'd probably be sitting in 3rd right now. You see it so many times, teams just getting to a point where they say, enough's enough. They don't think that they can go any further. They think the race is done, or the race is done for them. And they could just stay out, and issues do come, and it always comes towards the end of the race. We are approaching the final 2 hours. So, yeah. Well, with 2 hours remaining, we'll see how things do develop.
Indeed. The 14 team has brought their car in. The Aston Martin now having a pit stop. And they have had a they've had a driver change. It's Vangelis Parganos that has taken over the team just in time for a commercial break. So we'll have a short break here and a word from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and MotorVision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this very highly atrocious 12 hours of Monza, as hosted by GTR 24 Hour. 4 cars remain in our original starting lineup of 12, and no 2 remaining cars are actually the same. Our lead driver is still Duncan Pista, in the McLaren. He's actually bearing down on the second place car, which is the number 14 Team GSR Aston Martin. You can actually see them both in the shot there. The American squad bearing down very quickly on the Greeks. In third position now due to the recent retirement of the 33 Mugen Sim Racing Audi is now the 717, the Unison Racing Corvette in the hands of Denis Sashenko, the Russian outfit. Still turning the laps, and the final car out there is the 777 DSR Nightmare Audi. The Danish crew now in the hands of Kim Pedersen. And alas, the rest of the drivers have shut up shop for the night. A big screen freeze, so a technical failure on the form of the 33 Rodin Sukes. What a great shame for the progress he was making. For it all to be taken away just at the last moment. Tom Kapusta is bearing down on the second place. Aston Vangelis Parganos has very dutifully got out of the way. The Aston just pulling over there in between Lesmo 1 and 2 to let the leader through. So that's now 4 laps distance between the two competitors. The rain that has been lashing down for quite some time has now finally stopped. I mean, there is still spray there, believe it or not. You can't really see it in the dark. But there is still enough water out there to take away the possibility of slicks just yet. But we should now start to see the lap times steadily come down. Unsurprisingly, the quickest car out there is our race leader in the form of Tom Kapusta. Not very much over, actually. Denis Sashenko last time around, 157.266 for Tom Kapusta and 157.863 for Denis Sashenko. I would imagine Dennis is probably going to hand that car over fairly soon, along with Tom, because they've been in there a lengthy period of time. But we will see how that transpires. So the concentration really becoming a big issue. And also, technical failings still striking people. And how many cars may we be left with? Will we have these 4 left by the end, do you think, Yusuf?
I honestly don't know. You know what? Let's say all of them. I'm going to cast a curse this.
Bold claim. I think 3. That's where I'm going. I think we'll have one more failure before the end of the night. So less than 2 hours now for that to play out.
I have a question for you. Let's say 3 of the 4 remaining drivers retire. What do you think the final driver will do? Do you think he'll just park it in the garage for 1 hour, 50 minutes and then just do the final 5 minutes? Or do you think he races the final few hours?
If the remaining car is Tom Kapusta in the lead, then he might well park it. Whoever it is that's remaining will unlap themselves before they do so. I think if there's just one person circulating with still quite a bit of time on the board, I think they'll get to a point and park. I'm going that far.
Do some donuts out on track. Will that be deemed as unsafe driving?
Probably, but I mean, if they're going to get a time penalty on the board, they'll just undo it. They'll just carry on for a while and maybe build up maybe a 2-lap gap, and then as they go and drive into downtown Italy somewhere.
Yeah, I remember this was actually a thing back in the Endurance Racing World Championship. I think from 2019, I think it was, where I think a team got a driver to drive for them who was unlisted. And as a result, they picked up a 3-lap penalty or something like that.
Oh,
which they ended up pulling back. So yeah.
There you go. We just had reports it's actually started to rain again. It's a bit odd because looking at the weather radar, it looked like the rest of the rain was going to bypass the track entirely, but the rain is now starting to fall again. So if anybody was thinking of going on the slicks, that's probably now just been undone. The track was drying out. There's no definitive racing line beginning to form, but the distinct lack of spray would indicate that It was definitely going that way, but now with the rain falling, going to reinforce the slippery conditions these guys are going through. And everyone seems to be managing it okay so far.
Two more, I should say. 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining in the race. Tom Kapusta leads from Vangelis Parginos, then Denis Eshenko in third for the 717 Unison Racing car. That's the B team actually, and then it's Kim Pedersen in the 777 DSR, and that is the Nightmare car. No Dream Team out today, just the one car. Usually we see two of their cars out on track, but then, well, actually I was going to say there's a for shorter race, but this is still a 12-hour race, so just entering one team. And, well, that team, you know, is doing fairly well. They're in fourth. It's the last of the remaining runners, but I think they'll take a P4 nonetheless.
But indeed, I mean, look at the high hitters we've lost due to, you know, for one reason or another. Like I said earlier, surviving this race is a small victory in itself, and so far 4 people championing that cause. Tom Kapusta continuing to build up his. He's not resting on his laurels. He's not slowing down any. He's pressing on nonetheless. A 57.246 last time around makes him the quickest by some distance. Second place, Vangelis Parganos, 59.2. So that gap continuing to rise between the McLaren and the Aston. Denis Eshenko is less than a lap behind the Aston, so there might be, before the checkered flag pause, there might be a battle for second between those two. That'll be interesting to see. And like I said earlier, Denis Eshenko was struggling to get some decent qualifying times in. So the first qualifying session, he was very much at the bottom and some distance behind. By the end of the night qualifying session, he'd actually climbed up to around about 8th or so. So he really started to get used to the car and really find some pace in it. So, yeah, again, that really underlines what we were saying earlier. The consistency and keeping it out of the wall is very much the key to doing well in these endurance events.
1 second a lap, 70 seconds behind, 70 laps. And with 1 hour 48 minutes, there's probably about 50 or so laps. So if he can just up the pace a bit, then he should have a decent chance. Also, if he's got one less pit stop to make, then he's pretty much already ahead. We'll have to see how that all develops for Tom Kapusta, though. He is 4 laps clear. He could even have a disconnect, reconnect in, take the 3-lap penalty, and he'd still feed out in the lead. And that's the kind of buffer you need. 4 laps is pretty much the perfect amount, because then if you do have that issue, you're fine to take that 3-lap penalty.
Could stop and have some food in that time, and he'd be good to go.
Could have a fair bit of food, actually.
Yeah, pull over in a local pizza parlour. It is Italy, after all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit late in the night. They may be a little bit upset, but they probably wonder why a McLaren 720. Well, okay, that's true. I mean, they might wonder why a McLaren 720 is just parked in their parking lot, but yeah.
Oh, they would love it, to be honest, especially if it was red. I say from experience on that, not McLaren, but a different sports car, and the Italians, as well as the Spanish, actually, that whole Mediterranean area, really like exotic cars. So if you appeared at a pizza parlour at 11 p.m. and revved the engine a bit, you would be adored by all the people there. Quite the contrary to what you'd get if you did that in England.
Very much to the contrary. You'd be arrested for doing that in this country. So.
Okay, yeah, maybe at 11. At 10 it'd be fine.
At 10, yeah, you'd probably get away with it then, yeah. Again, there'll probably be some questionable looks on why GT3 cars parked in the parking lot, but you'd have some favourable onlookers. We're not completely against a good-looking sports car. I mean, Goodwood Festival of Speed is a great place to see some amazing machinery. I've been there once. I got very heavily sunburned. It was quite a long time ago. It was a great experience.
Is this at Monza?
Well, Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Oh, Goodwood. Okay, I wasn't sure if you said Goodwood or Monza. I was like,
no, I'd love to. I'd love to go to Monza. No, I've only been to British tracks. I'm not worldly travelled.
So all of the tracks that I've been to are, I've been to Silverstone, I've been to Snetterton because it's about 40 minutes away from me. been to Brands Hatch, and apparently I once got taken to Donington when I was very young, so I don't remember it, and I don't know if that counts.
I too have been to Donington. I'm due to be in Snetterton in 2 weeks' time.
Okay.
I'll actually be in the real life commentary box for that occasion, which I'm very much looking forward to. And I too have been to Silverstone. I was there in 2017, and I got very burnt.
Okay.
Or 28, or was it 2018?
Was it 2017 for Formula One then?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Was it 20? Hang on, I've got to think. No, it was 2018 when we had that horrendous 6-week heat wave. Well, some people probably enjoyed it. I didn't. I'm not a fan of very, very hot temperatures.
I'm trying to remember. Was 2018? I'm trying to remember which of the years that Silverstone were puncture years, because obviously last year was puncture year.
That was 19, wasn't it? The Wellington Straight, wasn't it? Hanger Straight.
Last year. It was last year that Hamilton got the puncture on the final lap,
that
right?
was on the final lap, yeah. That was literally as he was coming over the line. I'm actually thinking much, much, much longer ago than
Wait, was your one when Raikkonen had that big accident?
No. When he cracked it into the wall at the bridge on Wellington Straight? No, not that year.
Okay.
No, the year I went was when Vettel won because Kimi.
That's 2018.
Kimi crashed into Hamilton on the opening lap, and Hamilton had to fight his way through the pack from the back.
Yeah, I always remember that one because afterwards Vettel said it feels good to beat Hamilton at his home, and then proceeded to bin it in Germany the next race, and Hamilton won, and Vettel threw his title chances. Well, he didn't throw them away, but his season went to pot after that.
It did somewhat, and I'm not a particular Vettel fan, so I was quite pleased when his home Grand Prix didn't go well. Mainly in recompense for the only time I'm going to watch Hamilton at Silverstone, and you beat him.
Yeah.
No venom there at all.
I just remember Vettel. The saddest thing for me is I'm not a huge Vettel fan, and I particularly dislike Ferrari, so I wanted Hamilton to beat Vettel anyway. And I almost lost a sense of joy seeing Vettel crash because, it wasn't a hard impact, so I knew, he was okay and all of that. But it was the fact that he crashed in his home country and the fans right above him were cheering. I was just like, oh, that has got to hurt so much.
Yep, that's got to sting.
So I always thought Vettel was widely liked, so I would have thought that'd definitely be the case in Germany, but I think he just crashed either where the Max fans were or where the Mercedes/Lewis fans were.
Probably the latter, because I don't think Max had quite the following at the time. Unlike now, I'm quickly becoming a Max Verstappen fan, and I will argue with that case with anyone.
I've been a Max fan since since he first joined Formula One. I know our fellow commentator Ewan O'Leary does not like this, and I jabbed this at him every time. But
no, even Lewis admits that he's likely to be dethroned by Max. So, what bigger endorsement do you need than that? But watching Max at Austria in particular, just a sea of orange, was fantastic to see.
I did like Lando's comment saying that, oh, look, I've got loads of McLaren fans out there.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Take full advantage of that.
In fairness, Lando has been pretty darn good this year. I'm pleasantly surprised by that.
Yeah, and he's local to where, or relative. He's from Glastonbury, which isn't far from where I live. So yeah, he's a local boy in Somerset. See, even though I'm not born and raised here, but I live in Somerset, so.
I think it's time for me to drop, my standard claim to fame. I don't know if Mr. Peter Monkholm remembers this from the last time I dropped it, actually. Okay, so I grew up in a little place called Wisbech It's near King's Lynn, and for a year I went to school at a school called Wisbech Grammar School, which is also the same school that George Russell went to, and I used to play tennis with him in school breaks.
Is it? Oh.
So he probably remembers me. Yeah. So when he wins a championship, he'll thank me, and he'll definitely dedicate his championship to me.
So, wow.
It was a posh school, actually, Peter.
It is the closest claim I can make is I've interviewed Jensen Button twice, once in person and once for sim racing.
Okay.
So, and I live in the town where he is from, so I'll take that.
So Button and Norris are from the same place then?
Not the same county, not same town.
Okay, the same town.
So yeah, one is Lando's from Glastonbury and Jensen's from Frome, and it's in Frome that I live. There we go. So you're a Norfolk boy.
I am a Norfolk boy. I live right on the border between Norfolk and Cambridgeshire, and the address says one, but I'm actually in the other. It's very interesting.
So you don't have the Norfolk twang, I notice.
No, I don't have the farmer voice just yet. Anyway,
you don't talk proper Norfolk now, do you, boy?
I don't feel like that's a Norfolk accent. I'm not going to try to actually do the Norfolk accent.
That's about as close as I can get. That's about as close as I can get to know. My dad is from Norwich, so I got Norfolk in my blood. But it's quite funny when I try and do that accent. No one usually knows what I've just said, which means I'm on the right lines, because real old school Norfolk is impossible to understand.
It's like almost like transcending towards like text, and it's like Norfolk, down here in Norfolk. I don't know. I'm probably doing it terribly. It sounds good in my head, but I doubt it's sounding good out of my mouth. Also, Norwich, for those who don't know, is where Martin Brundle's from.
It is. The legendary Brundle is. When you listen to very early footage of Brundle, you can just about hear the Norfolk tones there. But he's done very well he's probably learned very early on that sounding something like that means no one go and take it seriously. So he dropped the voice. I mean, I should sound like I'm from Reading, which is a horrendous accent, and I'm not even attempting to put it on.
I have no idea what a Reading accent even sounds like.
It's a very butchered London accent in a very...
Okay.
I'm not even going there. I hated it. So I opted to try and sound neutral accented as possible. So... not that I have a problem with that. I love accents indeed, hence why I try and mimic a few of them. But Norfolk in particular, I love that one. And I'm very much looking forward to being in the heart of Norfolk for Snetterton.
Yeah. I'm going to have to drop down. What are you actually commentating on? What racing's going on?
Am I allowed to mention, Peter? What I'm going to be commentating on?
Okay.
I'll send you a link, Yusuf, just to be certain.
Okay.
I don't want to be upsetting people. It certainly is my first broadcast with GTR 24R, and I hope it's not the last. I don't want to start...
To be honest, I would imagine it's okay, considering that usually Alex Goldschmidt and I are talking about the various races that he was commentating on and that I was at, and having a bit of fun, because it is real life, so it shouldn't be considered.
It's not a direct competitor. It's the Classic Sports Car Club is where I'm going to be. Is who I'm commentating for in 2 weeks' time. Literally 2 weeks today. I will be hopefully back in the hotel by now. Otherwise, something's gone horribly wrong.
Maybe you get to car some classic cars in the night. As long
night
as
races do happen.
Cars have headlights.
Most of them do, but yeah, there's no night racing going on. But that's what I'll be shouting about in the commentary box with Chaz Draycott, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he's due to be there, but he said he might have a clash with another event he's doing. So, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I've been preparing for it for a long time. I was at Thruxton for the CSCC, which is I'm equidistant between Thruxton and Castlecombe.
Right.
And Thruxton, the CSCC does go to, so on a semi-regular basis. So yeah, that was good fun.
For some reason, that's just reminded me of I played a game with a friend the other day. I say a game, it's just how to waste like half an hour of time, which was we opened up Google Maps, we zoomed out to, so that you could see the entirety of the UK, and then we'd say a track name, or he'd say a track name, and I had to like zoom in.
Oh, you had to find it.
Well,
Okay.
no, I didn't have to find it. I had to like say it's right here, zoom in and see how many miles out I was, and I got a few of them correct. We mainly did karting tracks, but we did some of the actual tracks like Snetterton, Thruxton,
The Clay Pigeon, for instance.
Clay Pigeon. I know where that is because we had to get hotel and accommodation before going there, and I kind of remember where it is. That it's on like a stretch of road, which I recognise when I look at the map anyway.
Yeah.
I know it's there.
You could get there if you had to, but you couldn't.
I couldn't
say what it
drive there.
was.
I wouldn't be able to drive there. I just know it's over there somewhere. Towards Yeovil, I'm pretty sure.
That's more
also,
my corner of the world.
Fantastic circuit as well, may I add. One of my favourite tracks in the UK.
Cool. Yeah, Thruxton's quite a high-speed circuit, actually. So it very much favoured the really big, the 5-litre monsters more than the smaller, nippier cars. But Snetterton is very much a mixed bag in that sense. Certainly driving it in sim racing form, we're doing the full version, so the Snetterton 300. So you've got both big straights in there. But I think there's a lot of twisty bits. So the small engines have got a decent chance of sticking it to the big boys.
Yeah, so I just did the whole thing with Clay Pigeon just now, and I landed 1 kilometre away.
Oh, wow. That is impressive.
I mean, a bit of luck where on the stretch of road it is, but I'll take it.
Thruxton's got a great outdoor karting circuit out there as well.
I heard that they have a karting circuit, and I heard that it was good.
It's brilliant. I love outdoor karting in the wet. It's brilliant fun.
Oh, not you too. Oh no. Karting in the wet. See, like, I always used to hate karting in the wet because when I grew up and we did karting, it used to rain a lot because, guess what, I live in England.
Yeah.
And the wet, I don't think I had a wetsuit at the start. The wetsuit I had wasn't very good. So I just associate wet karting with after a race being completely drenched. and literally me being in the back of our Toyota Previa trying to peel off this really wet t-shirt and be like, oh. And it was just horrible.
It's like trying to peel off a layer of skin, probably.
Yeah. You kind of don't want to because it's like putting on a wet sock onto your foot. It's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Once it's on, it's fine.
But
it's
the change that's the problem. Yeah.
Exactly. But once I did some BUKC, which is the University Karting Series in the UK, and I got myself a wetsuit. Once I actually learned a little bit about driving in the wet, I've started to really enjoy it. For me, it doesn't beat, being able to go flat out in the dry, but it's a nice change every now and then, especially if I'm not taking a race too seriously, just to be able to have some fun in the wet.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice but take it seriously. If you've seen the size of me, I don't fit in a cart very well. Imagine, trying to squeeze a Rhino into a Mini, and then you've got the right idea.
Okay.
I'm a big boy, so I don't sit very well in a cart. But even still, gave it a good go. I was a bit smaller back then. Yeah. There's an image you'll never get out of your head. I apologise in advance for that one, but yeah, you get the idea. I'm quite a big bloke trying to squeeze into quite a small piece of machinery. It was still good fun to do.
Well, one of the because I'm about 6'3", I only weigh for some reason about 72, 73 kilos, which is very light.
Very light for that height. You're the same height as me, and I can certainly say I'm considerably
I'm guessing
heavier
I
than
weigh probably at least 20 kilos less.
Goodness me. Oh, what, 20 kilos less than me?
Yeah.
I'm too old school to think in kilos. Hold on a second.
Okay.
What was it, 72?
72. I don't know how many stones that is to save my life.
Crikey, you're a stick.
Yeah, I'm
Basically.
literally a stick. Yeah, I'm literally a stick in a go-kart, but because all of the rental carts, they're designed for people larger than myself and shorter than myself as well. It means I'm too close to the pedals, and if I use a seat insert, I'm way too close to the pedals. So I end up just being in a seat with like my stick figure literally just flapping around in the seat from side to side.
So your knees are up by your nose, basically.
Yes. I like to think that if I actually fit into a seat properly, I'd gain like 1/2 a lap, which has been confirmed by other drivers.
I reckon you're right. I think you actually could do. Let's say I'm not even going to talk about how much of a weight difference there is between you and I. It's considerable. And it's a hell of a lot more than 20 kilos. I can promise you that. I wouldn't be able to do it now. Back in the day when I was doing karting at Thruxton, I was considerably lighter than where I am now, and even then I was still big. So, yeah. Moving on. Perfect timing to have a quick break and a word from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 12 Hours of Monza, as hosted by GTR 24R. 4 cars remain. So, me and Yusuf have been having a bit of a podcast moment before the last break. It's no one's particularly close to one another. Tom Kiprush is still in charge of the 65 VSR Satellite Racing McLaren. Leads by a good 4 laps now over the number 14, the Team GSR Aston Martin. currently driven by Vangelis Parginos. In third is Denis Yashenko in the 717 Unison Racing Corvette. And rounding out the field is the treble 7 Kim Pedersen in the Audi for the DSR Nightmare Squad. Still with me in the box, Yusuf has not kicked me out just yet, so I haven't been working hard enough.
I don't have the power to.
Monza continues to be wet. I mean, we thought the rain was going to pass by now, but it did have a bit of a flurry a little while ago, so it's keeping the track fairly damp. We haven't seen any more driver changes going on. It could be that these drivers are going to see the race out, which will be a particular impressive stint for Kapusta and Ashenko specifically, because they've been in the car a good 3 hours at least by this stage. So they must be getting pretty tired with still another hour and 25 minutes to go.
And one pit stop remaining in the race. We're expecting that pit stop to be coming through in, well, earliest 15 minutes time, and then any point after that would be the final pit stop these cars can tend to do. About 1 hour 10 max. I mean 1 hour 5 max, and that's in the dry. So in the wet you'd presume that they could maybe even do 1 hour 20. We already talked earlier on in the broadcast about how when it rains, you know, you can save so much fuel. You put it in a different engine map, you can lift and coast a bit more. But we spoke earlier about how we might be seeing a battle starting to emerge later into the race, and Denis Yashenko is still closing in onto Vangelis Parginos, still gaining almost a second a lap. Last time around, only 7/10 the lap before was over a second. Now he's 63 seconds behind us. Has he made a mistake? He just lost about 2 seconds, so
I think that's just where because he was going through Retrofilia with the time, it's probably just where the braking zones are. There you go, the timing is now a little bit corrected itself. No one's making any big moves or big mistakes, so it's a little challenging for us to talk about. We'll do our best. We might be seeing, are we seeing some sunrise going on? The sky didn't look entirely black. I'm not sure what the timing scale is at the moment, but other than it's dark and very, very wet. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any more time changes now, because I don't know that there's enough machinery circulating to be able to clear the water to any real degree. Likely everyone's going to stay on the tyres they're on. Continue to lap in the fashion they're doing. As mentioned, Tom Kapusta, 4 laps in the clear. And there he is, coming through the second Lesmo. He's been in that car for a considerable period of time. Big pardon, he's coming into the first Lesmo, now going through the second one. It's a little difficult to tell from the dark. And even still, that car is still getting a little bit slippery as it's coming through the Lesmo, now heading down towards the Scari. I'd imagine he's certainly feeling it by now. If not, he's an absolute machine.
We're going to have to ask him after the race, you know.
Are you a machine?
Are you a machine, you know? Were you getting tired? I think the other question is, were you getting a bit bored? Because he's just time trial for him, right? But there's no one that can contest with him. And that's when it becomes even harder to keep concentration, you know. It's kind of like driving on the motorway at night. If you're on the motorway at night, you just, you know, you've got your foot on 70. If you're lucky, you've got cruise control, and that's all you're doing for, you know, half an hour. If you're driving through country roads at night, I find it very easy to stay awake. And it might be the same for Tom Kapusta. If you're making your way through back markers through some traffic, then helps you, you know, keep your eye on the ball a little bit. Whereas if there's nothing happening, you just get into a sense of routine, and sometimes that can be a bit of a bad thing.
Yeah, completely. If you've got no one around you to sharpen the focus, it's even easier to take your eye off the ball for that split second. We've seen, obviously with the amount of retirements we've had, not all of them through driver error, of course, but we've seen it happen where that, they've been in that routine for so long without anything to break it. Taking your eye out of focus just for that split second to send you spinning backwards into a wall, and all of that effort and all that time you've put in. Bear in mind, they've been out there for 10 and a half hours now. Not one driver, of course, but the car has, the team has. They've been part of this event for pretty much the entirety of it. They're all feeling it by now. Can you imagine? You've been in the lead for well over half the race, and one mistake has stuck the car backwards into the wall. Oh, that would be devastating. But at the moment, Tom Capista is doing a brilliant job of averting exactly that. And Trinze Mays had absolutely no contest at all. Its closest competition all weekend indeed has been the Mugen Sim Racing team, the number 33 Audi, which, as we mentioned earlier, had that big incident with Ronan Sukes at the wheel. He had that big screen freeze. 4-second screen freeze when you're traveling at 200 kilometers plus is not going to end well. We never did hear what happened to the Pro Sim Bentley either, did we?
Oh no, we didn't actually.
Yeah.
Because we saw, I mean, it looked like
it just oddly parked,
VR.
didn't they?
Yeah.
I wonder whether it was a VR failure, because it just looked the way that they kind of went straight off at Lesmo 2, I think it was, or one of the Lesmos, and just then didn't do anything. It was some kind of technical failure, obviously, or maybe they just decided to go sightseeing on that part of the track circuit. Who knows? But yeah, would love to know what happened to the Pro Sim squad. Also, we don't know who was at the wheel of the Bentley. It's the one team we weren't sure of which driver was active at any one time.
For some reason, that's just reminded me of I'd say an old YouTuber, but he still makes his YouTube videos now. Arava F1, and he once used to do a co-op championship with a lad called Tiamat Marduk, and in one of their races, I think they were at Mexico, they did a little skit called Arab's Wildlife Tour, because he was all the way at the back of the grid and had nothing to do. So he was just driving around, just talking about the circuit, just making up some random stuff like this is where they keep the lions. Yeah, and it just went on. Yeah. I just got that painted in my head. Over here, if you head into Ascari, this is a little cage where they keep the rhino trying to fit into the Mini. And it continues.
And so the meme begins. I met Tim and Marduk when I was at Silverstone in 2018. Okay. That was the first season of F1 Esports, actually, and I was part of the commentary team leading up to, not for the live event, but I was part of the commentary team for the qualifiers for F1 Esports, so I had the opportunity to go to Silverstone when the F1 Esports drivers were there, so I actually got to meet quite a number of the people I'd been commentating on leading up to that event. That was actually quite nice. We managed to bluff our way into a stand during F1 qualifying, I think it was. I had a ticket, but the person with me didn't. And I managed to successfully bluff my way past the attendant, saying I needed him to get me up the stairs. And it worked.
So did you get like a walking stick out for the act, or
no?
How did that work?
Well, I'm not sure I should tell the story because it's where I essentially lied to a Silverstone official. But well, this was several years ago. I'm not really sure what penalty they could put on me now. But
you just get a letter saying that you're barred from Silverstone forever.
Yeah, commencing 2018.
Yeah.
No, I basically, it's a bit, because again, I'm a big bloke, so I walk a little awkwardly, and I said, well, that's all well and good, you're saying he can't go in, but I need him to get me up the stairs, because I had a grandstand ticket that enabled me to go into the stands. I was fine. So the guy looked at me, looked at the other guy, and went, oh, all right then. So we kind of exaggerated me walking in pain up the stairs and leaning on him, and it worked. And he didn't kick us out again. Not sure that would work now, in fairness.
And then later, when you left, you just ran past the
legged it
perfectly fine. Yeah.
So that thought did cross my mind. Yeah, that thought did cross my mind as we came out, but it was a different official when we came out. So, yeah, that probably wouldn't work anymore. So if you're not a sort of very COVID affected. Although saying that, the Silverstone grandstands were packed this year, weren't they? It was 350,000, I think.
I mean, when Silverstone rolled around, I think the lockdown restrictions had ended.
They had.
So you can do as you please now. I believe.
Yeah, I
was
think
the,
they had 350,000 over the course of the weekend, I believe, which is good.
Yeah.
One or two people.
Yeah, just a couple. A couple of mates around the back garden for a barbie. But
And you imagine doing a barbecue in the middle of... a lot of people did that because I was in the camping grounds. I didn't stay at a hotel. In that horrendous... staying in a tent in that heat wave was not fun. Just no air.
Okay.
There was no wind at all. The only gust being created was by passing cars. I was up at Luffield, a lovely sound box, and everything sounded much louder than it ought to have done.
when I went to Silverstone the one time, and this was for the Renault support series, so they had the Renault Megane's Formula Renault. I was actually also Luffield. I was on the bit from Luffield to Woodcut, so somewhere in those stands. So I'm guessing in the same area as you.
I was slightly further along. I was pretty much at the point where they just stomped on the gas to exit Luffield. So I was a bit more to your right.
Yeah. You also reminded me with some of the Barbie talk that one of my first ever endurance races I did, which was for the BUKC 24 Hours up north in Teesside. I went with the lads from York University, and we got there. We thought, we've got to get set up for this event. So we went out. We went to the local Asda. We bought ourselves a portable barbecue, and we lit it up. And I think this was in the middle of the race, so we would have been about 12 hours into the race. So we light up the barbecue, but we're all useless university students, and none of us realise how to light up a barbie properly.
Oh dear.
So it's literally smoking to high heaven, and we had set up our barbecue right next to the track. I kid you not, it smoked across the track. The driver could not see properly. We then took the barbie, we tried to run out as far as we could, but the damage was done. Anyone who's been to BUKC, what was it, 2016-17, should know the story of the smoking over the track. They won't know who did it.
You made a fog, basically.
We made a fog over the track. It was clear. It was a beautiful night. It was cold, as summer nights tend to be, but it just randomly smoke screen appeared over the track.
Oh dear. Well,
you always know you're cool when they announce your names over the intercom. So whoever's smoking across a track, please put out your barbecue.
Wow.
Yeah. And you'd be surprised by this one, but when you pour water over a burning hot barbecue, it makes more smoke.
There's a hell of a lot of smoke when you do that, yes. But then what choice have you got? You can't carry a burning barbecue generally. I suppose, probably could. I wouldn't
We
want to
ended up taking it over to the far side of the track, away from the track, and then try to put it out. Thankfully, we didn't cause an actual fire that then lit around the track for extra effect.
That's where I thought you were going to go. It was you'd set fire to a table and that caught the grass and stuff like that.
This is a good story. It's not an amazing story.
I don't have any crazy stories like that, I'm afraid. I was a fairly sedate person in my youth. It was a long time, like I said yesterday, I was at school back in 1858, so my youth was a long time ago.
Did you just say 1858?
I did. Slight exaggeration.
Slight exaggeration. I was did they even have schools back then?
Well, we kind of counted. Our abacuses were made out of rocks.
Okay.
That was the height of technology for us.
So how did your abacuses work? Because I thought the little stones had to go through the poles. Did you drill through the stones? How did that work?
Well, we kind of, like I said, we ended up just throwing the stones at each other anyway. So nothing worked. Nothing really worked. But
no, 1 + 1 is 3.
You understand. You follow how it worked. Oh, we have an Audi in the pits. Well, whilst we're rabbiting on a race, it's still continuing. Kim Pedersen in the 777 has come in for a pit stop. I'd be surprised. He's been in there a while. Mind you, the pit stops do take a while, in fairness. I'm still not quite accustomed to how long the endurance pit stay. even still, they're still ploughing on, and they will be the last car running. Well, that car has spun a few times, so there's probably something to fix on that car. In fairness,
It's 4 laps down.
it's not going to worry too much about effective pit stops, are they?
No.
I mean, fair play to them for continuing. Yeah, they're 4 laps down from Denis Sichenko, and that's a driver change. Carl Liegard has taken that one over. So I don't know if that makes the pit stop a little longer, but out they come now.
It shouldn't do, is what I want.
4 laps to make up in an hour.
Easy.
Why not? Well, so I mean, he needs a target, I suppose.
I mean, the field's perfectly spread, right? First and fourth are 4 laps away from, you know, that midfield battle.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, Shenko's in.
Yep.
So in comes. Now, is he going to hand over the car? Surely now, the Russian squad are just going to tempt him out with, you know, or force him out probably. He has been in there a long, long time. I mean, it's a glorious car. That Corvette sound, the noise it makes when it comes past is just spectacular. Biased? Yes. Very.
Oh, yeah.
But the Bentley it's got one of the best roars out there.
It's very throaty. It's like, I mean,
Very, very much so.
isn't it, you know, Bentley, same as Jaguar? Is it V10? Is it the
I think the Bentley's V10,
Is it
yeah.
V6? Okay, V10.
I don't think well, I can't imagine it's V6. I'm going to have to look it up now.
I always forget what kind of sounds cars make and what Vs they are. Like, I know Ferraris is usually V12, right? Those are the loud, screamy ones. And then
Certainly
the
in
lower
F1
you go,
terms, yeah.
the lower you go, the more throaty they tend to get.
Twin turbo V8 for the Bentley.
Twin turbo V8. There you go.
And no, Denis Sichenko's still in it. Oh, well, that's him to the end then.
Yep.
Good grief.
You'd
He's
hope.
been in there a lot. Well, yeah. He's been in there so long. What is that man fueled by? Various. Well, he's Russian, so the obvious answer to that would be vodka. Don't drink and drive. Not condoning it, but
I'm trying to think if there are any other iconic Russian foods or drinks.
there probably are, but I'm too ignorant to know what they are.
Probably be potato based because vodka is a potato alcohol. But then,
Fair enough.
then again, maybe it's just similar to Ireland in that sense.
I doubt he's fueled by Guinness somehow.
Guinness, Guinness, the Irish vodka.
That's a new one.
How did we get to talking about alcohols?
Good question. Well, what is he fueled by was what started that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's found something to fill himself up, just like we're finding something to fill up the airwaves. This actually reminds me of a conversation I was having with another caster. I think this was a League of Legends caster who said that he had to go to a LAN event. This was a few years back, and I was just commentating on it. It was a fairly chill game, you know, it was like an exhibition match. So he's doing his job, and someone in the audience essentially says, "You're crap, I can do better than that." So in the most Chad way possible, at least this is how he narrates the story, I wasn't there. So in the most Chad way possible, he says, "Go on then," and shows out his mic. So he hands a mic over, and this guy jumps on thinking he's all some kind of hot stuff. And he starts to commentate, and apparently he's doing a decent job. And then the fights stop happening, and you get to this stage where nothing's happening. And the lad then very quickly gave the microphone back over to the commentator.
I've had many a conversation with commentators on what to do when the action goes quiet. And generally, you know, I'm sure you'll know what I mean here. You've got a stock of things to talk about.
Yeah.
Track facts, car facts, driver facts, previous events, whatever it is. But there will come a time when you burn through them. One of the toughest commentaries I've ever done in my 5 years of doing sim racing commentary was actually on a race that never happened. There literally was no action, and this was there was an F1 esports event that was basically postponed because Xbox Live had a complete meltdown, which of course is not anything that either we or anyone at Codemasters could control, but we're on air and you do what you must. You've got to keep going, and whilst there's still a chance of the race is getting underway, me and my my partner in crime Justin continued to waffle on, and we stayed pretty much on topic for 45 minutes, and that's literally with no racing whatsoever. That was one of the hardest ones. We both, you could just tell, and you'll understand exactly what I mean, Yusuf, with this.
When you repeat the same thing 3 times, but like 20-minute intervals.
That's one thing. But if you've worked with a particular caster for a long time, you notice little subtle things, particularly when they're struggling. When you can tell they're scrabbling for something to say, and we both clock this in each other. Once we'd come off, we both said, right, how far were you from talking about what breakfast you had in the morning? And we both were like 1 fact away. We burned everything we had.
I mean, last season in one of the F1 leagues I was commentating with a caster you might know, Jacob Hancock's. Because F1 2020 was being a fun game, essentially we kept having lobby restarts for this league because a player would disconnect, and then there was a whole minus 200 degrees tire glitch that existed, so we kept doing lobby restarts. I remember one race we had 3 lobby restarts, and this was after doing a full qualifying. So we had been broadcasting from 7 o'clock, qualifying ended at 8, and then the race only ended up starting at about 8:40 or something. So we were just filling it. Thankfully, though, we had a highlight video, so we could throw those in. But aside from that, we were just filling in the time. But I always just like to think of it. At the end of the day, we are entertainers. So it's, you have to make the judgment call. What's the more entertaining thing? Is it talking after 20 minutes about race facts? Or do you start to go and, talk about Guinness and vodka and rhinos in a mini?
I remember before I did a few solo endurance commentaries in the past, and I was always, and they're hard, they're difficult. And when you've got someone to bounce off of, it becomes so much easier for good commentators just to keep the flow going. In whatever direction it goes in is not so much irrelevant, but it's easy to maintain momentum. But if you're on your own, it is much more difficult. But I was always worried about, thinking, how am I going to keep a long broadcast going, staying on topic? Well, you can quite clearly tell by how much we've talked tonight that I don't have that reservation these days. But I tell you what broke it was listening to the beginning of the Le Mans 24 Hour. I'm trying to remember, I think it was 2019, listening to the commentary team. I'm afraid I don't know who the Le Mans commentators are. One of them was... crikey, I've forgotten his name. F1 driver, Indian F1 driver. Karan Chandok. They were talking about the pink pig Porsche, and one of the commentators said this same sentence, said that phrase 3 times in the same sentence. And Karan Chandok said, "Are you on a bet on how many times you can say pink pig Porsche?" And at that point, I thought there's room for humour and such like in a long broadcast.
It's something I have noticed when I compare. I won't even say sim racing broadcasts to real life broadcasts. It's something I've just noticed in just esports compared to traditional sports. The esports casters tend to just be a lot more humid. A lot more willing just to get into some of the jokes, a lot more willing to incorporate those jokes into their broadcasts. And I always wonder, is that just because they're targeted maybe towards a slightly younger audience? And maybe so, but I know I enjoy them more.
That could be part of it. I think I fully agree with that statement. I think it's more accepted in a sim racing context to have that kind of humor injected into the commentary. Whereas if you think about like the history, again, I refer to Formula One because it's the motorsport I know most about. But if you go back, not even that far, but the regulation of the BBC. I mean, you go back far enough, and you can't have an accent if you talk with the BBC. You have to speak like this. You had to have the very typical posh accent. You had to articulate every word, absolutely properly. It must be Queen's English, that sort of thing. So there was no room for any kind of humour. You had to stick to the facts. And it's taken a very, very long time to breed that out of accepted broadcast and societal standard as well. I mean, can you imagine? So I mean, you do get a little bit of humour from the likes of, Crofty or Brundle, but it's not often. But there's not very often when they have to fill dead air. In honesty,
F1 practices they do, in fairness to them. Although I've never actually listened to that.
Yeah, they do because they must. Much more so in practice because it's not constant action. But can you imagine that sort of commentary that we get now interjected into a broadcast, say 30 years ago? Yeah. Someone would have been fired for doing that. So the standard has changed over the years, but in sim racing and esport terms as a whole, that expectation has always been very, very different. You've always, don't know if you've been expected to interject the humour, but it's much easier, it's much more accepted. So having that humour there is, like you say, it's great fun to listen to, and often much more entertaining than the real life stuff. In saying that, like I say, the societal standard is changing.
Absolutely so, and there's less of an expectation to be, I wouldn't say professional, because I still think it is professional, but to be proper, I think would be the better term for it. But with that, we are at the hour. There remains just 1 hour in the race, actually 58 minutes. So I think we're going to be jumping to a break, and then after that we will be heading on into our final hour of the 12 hours of Monza. Stay tuned.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Final hour then of the 12 Hours of Monza, as hosted by GT3 24R. Still led by Tom Capusta. He has not handed that car over in the last pit stop. He's probably much just glued to it by now. He's probably stuck in there. But still piloting the 65 McLaren. He leads by what is now 3 laps. So in the pit stop phase, the number 14 car has closed in a little bit. It's not enough to make a substantial difference. They still continue to make their way around. The rain is absolutely chucking it down again. So the rain passing comment of earlier has been completely proven wrong. Mother Nature will not be tamed.
It's just more with the weather just defying what we expect of it. It happened earlier on where we said rain's coming, didn't come. And then eventually it showed up, and now it's not leaving.
It took that long to arrive. It's now staying right with us. So Vangelis Pargados in the number 14 Aston remains in second. Denis Sachenko also didn't hand the car over on his last stop in the 717 Unison Racing Corvette. The treble 7 DSR Nightmare squad in the Audi did hand the car over to Carl Liegard in the last stop. With the gaps between them, it's not likely we'll see a major shift in the positions unless someone has a completely horrendous time, which of course is still possible. We've been going a long time now. Less than an hour to go. Final stretches in sight. Does this put more pressure on the drivers, do you think?
Probably so. Who knows, really?
I mean, with the gaps between them, probably not. But it's that kind of forcing yourself to focus. You know, we're nearly there. We've come this far. Let's not fail now, kind of mentality.
I've always noticed that with racing, and this has gone for real life racing as well as sim racing. Whenever you go into a race with the objective of not going fast and trying to hold on to a position or just taking it calm, that's when you make mistakes. Case in point for me being Sebastian Vettel, Canada 2011. Thought he had the race in the bag, took it easy, made a mistake, and I think in his own words afterwards he said, "I'm never going to do that again, I will always push." And he said if I was pushing, that mistake would not have happened, because when you take things easy, that's when things can catch you unaware. That's when, you know, you're not paying full attention because you're not going at the same breakneck speeds, you're not on the limit, you're not expecting something to happen. When you're pushing, you're always expecting something to go wrong. Your head's constantly going through different scenarios of what can you do if something does go wrong. When you're just chilling and driving around, you're not expecting anything to go wrong. So when something does go wrong, you require that little bit of extra time, and essentially it adds a reaction time, you know, it adds thinking time to reaction time, because you actually have to think about it, whereas before your brain had already considered it before it even happens.
Yeah, you're not ready for a mistake to happen. When you're at peak performance, so to speak, you're prepared for pretty much anything to happen, and if the car then does suddenly start to misbehave, your focus and attention is that sharpened, that moment that you react to it straight away. Whereas, exactly, you said, we were talking about this earlier, where when you've been running in that autonomous mode for a very long period of time, you can't stay at that heightened level the whole stint long. Physically impossible. I mean, the gods amongst humans might be able to do it. The very, very highly experienced and highly athletic endurance racers may be able to stay at that level for a long time. But there'll be a point where that will slip.
Yeah, I mean, just because you can doesn't mean you will, right? I don't think. I mean, I'm not exactly hugely experienced in endurance racing, but I don't think for any endurance driver they're pushing, 100% for their entire stint. I don't think that's the case at all. Maybe in kart racing that might be the case, but in car racing definitely not. You've got to manage your tires, you've got to manage your fuel, you've got to manage everything. You can't be, using it all. Maybe if you've got a short stint towards the end, a quick splash and dash, throw some fuel in the car, then maybe you give it everything to the very end if you're hunting someone down. But otherwise, you do have to be giving yourself a bit of a margin for error so that if something does happen, you can catch it. And that's not to say that you aren't, pushing through corners. It's just, lifting, coasting to corners. I think it was Jackie Stewart who said, or maybe it was David Coulthard, I can't remember which, but you don't want to brake as late as you can for a corner. Brake a bit earlier, let it coast in, because if you brake as late as you possibly can, you might gain a couple of hundredths. But by braking as late as you can, that also means you have to get off the brakes at the perfect time. And if you hold on to those brakes for literally half a tenth too long, you end up losing, a tenth or so, because you end up going into the corner 5-10 miles an hour too slow.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But I mean, some drivers won't go by that methodology. They'll brake as late as they can every single time. But again, it's near impossible to maintain top pace at that level of consistency for a very, very, very long period of time. Human endurance just doesn't allow it.
If there are any aspiring drivers, if there are any people out there who don't believe that, go onto any simulator, load up your lap time, and watch how much quicker you'll go coming out of a corner if you don't go into it quickly. Chill into the corner and then get on the power really early and watch yourself gain time. I've noticed that pretty much every time you go onto, usually I do on iRacing because they've got, updating constantly. But to be honest, you can do it with pretty much any simulator. And you'll notice that every time you do it, where you take it nice and easy in and you come out, you'll gain a fair bit of time on corner exit. And if you're just pushing into a corner, you just end up scrubbing a bit too much speed going in. Yes, you gain time going into the corner, but depending on the length of the straight after, you end up losing a lot more time.
Yeah, Jackie Stewart also said that the exit of a corner is way more important than its entry. Yep. Initially, I couldn't follow the logic, but then trying in sim racing, you will gain far more by getting the exit right than the entry. So, the far more importance in leaving a corner properly at the right pace, or with as much pace as you can, than going into it at a decent pace and getting the exit wrong.
Jackie Stewart's given a lot of really good driving tips actually. Some of them are actually incredibly useful. I do recommend that anyone who is actually looking to improve, check out some of the stuff he said. Gave a lot of